the Planet Man. The Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. When we left the crew of Earth's first rocket expedition, they were heading for a crash on the moon. We find Dr. Darrow, his daughter Pat, Slatz, the engineer, and our two young stowaways, Billy and Jane, discussing their dangerous predicament. The sound of the complicated control mechanism makes the cabin seem like a chatterbox of confusion. And from the outside can be heard the mad whining of the lunar currents. We find them now as they're getting closer and closer to the moon's surface. Slatz is speaking.
Our altimeter reading is dropping pretty fast, Professor.
Isn't there any way we can break our fall on the moon?
I've thought of everything, Pat, but there just doesn't seem to be any answer. The extra power we lost on takeoff was our only hope.
Father, I know you don't like to do things second best, but in a situation like this, it might be necessary.
What do you mean, Pat?
Well, what about using our remaining power to go into an orbit around the moon, as we discussed in our original plan?
Yes, but what good will that do? We still come to the same end, except that the agony will be prolonged.
Let's do it, Professor. We got nothing to lose.
Whatever it is, I'm game, Uncle John.
Me too, Uncle John.
You know what they say, Professor, where there's life, there's hope.
It'll be a ticklish maneuver now since we've gotten into the pull of the moon, and our power is limited. But if the rest of you are game, so am I. Stand by to maneuver. Pat, start the reactor.
Yes, Father.
Slatz, check the radar rangefinder and make sure you pinpoint those readings on the moon.
Yes, sir.
I'll pilot. Now keep your fingers crossed. Heading 10 degrees starboard.
Heading 10 degrees starboard.
Cut the reactor, Pat.
Cutting reactor.
What's our reading?
It's 63.3. We need a bit more, Professor.
Hit it again, Pat.
Reactor on.
Are we picking it up fast enough, Slatz? What's the reading?
Not enough, Professor. We need a fraction more.
Are you sure, Slatz? I've got our heading way over, and our power can't last much longer with such a radical course heading. Slatz, give me a reading. Slatz, you hear me? Give me a reading.
It's 89.4. 6 more points, Professor.
That's the end of our power. I hope we make it.
Steady, steady. Just a bit more, old Ironsides. There. Well, we made it. We made it, Professor.
Good,
right
that's
on the
fine.
thing.
I'm so glad. Very good.
Hey, what are we all so happy about? We're right in the middle of nowhere.
You mean that we're not going to land on the moon after all?
I'm afraid not, Billy.
What's going to happen? Nothing, Jane. We're just going to circle the moon the way the moon circles the Earth.
Just look at that view of the moon. What a break. So near and yet so far.
Uncle John, something is happening to the air. It's getting stuffy in here.
I know, Billy. It's the air circulator slowing down. Breathing will be just a bit difficult from now on since our oxygen supply is limited.
Professor, can you hear me?
Slatz, where are you? What are you up to?
I'm outside the ship bringing up the lunar communications generator. Thought we might as well set it up and try to make contact with the Earth.
You can't do that alone.
I'm here, too.
Careful, Pat. Don't let go now. Pat! Slatz, grab her. She's floating away.
What?
Quick, Slatz!
Slatz, help me. Help me.
Pat, here, grab my hand. Quick now. Come on. Hold tight now. Easy. There we are. Steady now.
He pulled her back, Uncle John.
Pat, Slatz, is everything all right?
Yes, Father, thanks to Slatz. I thought I was a goner.
Don't forget you're out in space, Pat, and if you ever drifted away, we'd never be able to get you back.
It's all okay now, Professor. We're coming in.
Pat,
Yes, Billy.
Jane and I know what's going on.
What are you talking about?
Pat, we know this whole trip was spoiled because we stowed aboard. It's all our fault.
Now listen to me, you two, and stop feeling guilty. It wasn't the best idea for you to sneak aboard, but it did happen. And besides, we could have been wrong in our calculations. The important thing now is for all of us to face up to whatever lies ahead. And I know that you two won't let me down.
Never, Pat.
Not us, Pat.
All right, now let's just forget the whole thing. I wonder where Slatz and Father are.
We'll return to Planet Man in just a moment.
So, level off.
Well, it looks like the first trip from Earth to the moon is coming to its tragic end. The good ship Constitution is in a hopeless orbit about the moon. The entire crew is slowly suffocating because the oxygen supply is coming to an end. Professor Darrow and Slatz are in the posterior cargo chamber. Slatz is apparently up to something.
Why don't you go to the control cabin, Professor, and lie down for a while? It'll be easier for you to breathe.
I think I'd better stay here. I hate to have Pat and the kids see me so worried and worn out. Slatz, you've got something on your mind. What is it?
I've been thinking, Professor. I really haven't got anybody. Nobody'd miss me, and you and Pat and the kids would have a little extra time.
Now, what are you driving at?
Well, a big guy like me uses a lot of oxygen. All I have to do is to step through that port, and it'll be all over in a second. You people will have a little longer.
Don't be a fool, Slatz. We're all in this together. Besides, if anybody goes through the port, it will be me. I'm the oldest. And besides, the whole thing is my responsibility.
Now, look, Professor, I've made up my mind. There's no point in trying to stop me.
No, Slatz, don't jump.
Don't stop me, Professor. I'll hit you. I didn't mean to hurt you, Professor, but this is the way it's got to be. So long, Professor. What's that?
What's going on in there? What's that clanging?
We're not clanging anything. I thought it was you.
Slatz! Father, look out of the port! Quick!
Boy, look at that.
It's Mammoth!
Professor, get up. Something's happened.
What?
There's something next to our ship.
Huh? Oh, my head. Ship. Here, help me. Let me see that. What? It's impossible. But it looks like another ship is next to ours.
Let me help you, Professor. We must get to the control cabin with the others.
Father, Slatz, what is it?
I don't know, but now we'd better stay close together. Slatz, where are you going?
Just to get this fishing wrench. I don't know what's coming through that hatch, but I'm not taking any chances.
Well, be careful and don't get too close to the hatch.
Let's all be very quiet.
Oh, Uncle John, look.
Stand back, whatever you are.
Look at Slatz. He can't move. He's frozen in his tracks.
Slatz! Why, it's a man.
What did you expect? A three-headed Mercurian man-eater? I am a man from the planets.
A planet man. Boy, wait till the gang hears about this.
Billy, please.
My name is Dantro, the Planet Man, and I come in peace. I represent the League of Planets, and my mission is to bring all of you to Planaria Rex.
Planaria Rex? League of Planets?
Where is that?
I'll explain in a moment. But I don't think we should leave your brave friend Slatz in this paralyzed predicament. He'll snap right out of it with a shot of this ray gun neutralizer.
What happened? Did I get him?
It's all right, Slatz. We're all safe. It seems that we've met a friend, and his name is Dantro, the Planet Man.
It's nice to meet a brave man like you, Slatz. Here, let me help you up.
Dantro, my name is John Darrow. This is my daughter and assistant, Pat.
How do you do?
And I think you've already met Slatz.
Yeah.
And these two are Jane and Billy, my niece and nephew.
It's a pleasure to know you all. You see, we've really known you for a long time, since we've been able to watch your experiments. In fact, we've been in touch with this entire trip of yours. We've even learned to speak your language.
But how could you do all that?
We planet men have many devices which Earth has not yet discovered, and one of them is the cosmic communicator, which enables us to see and hear across the millions of miles of space.
But why have you kept the existence of the League of Planets from the Earth?
Where is Planaria Rex, and why haven't I been able to chart its position?
Everything will be explained to you in due time.
What's that noise?
It's coming from my ship. We must hurry along. It's the bogey warning oscillator telling us there are some unidentified ships approaching.
But we can't leave the Constitution.
Not old Ironside.
Your ship will be safe in this orbit for 1,000 years. We must not waste time.
Will I get a spacesuit like yours?
Will you let me fly the ship?
I see Earth children are no different from ours. There's our last warning. Quick, through the hatch into my ship, the Planeteer.
What adventures lie ahead for the Earth people? What will they find on Planaria Rex? Whose ships are those approaching the helpless Constitution? We'll be back in just a moment. But first, here is a message that Dantro the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Find out what happens to the Earth people as they speed toward a new world on Planaria Rex. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. At this moment, Dantro, the Planet Man, and the crew of the Earth's first space expedition, whom Dantro saved from certain death, are swiftly speeding toward Planaria Rex. They have just gotten out of the reach of some unidentified bogey spaceships. Dantro's ship, the Planeteer, is the most breathtaking engineering feat the Earth people have ever seen. It's as large as a fortress, and an endless system of instruments and mechanisms in the control chamber give it the appearance of a fantastic flying laboratory. Dantro is speaking.
With the use of this cosmic communicator, we've been able to watch the Earth for many years. This is how we knew all about your experiments, Professor Darrow, in the moment you took off for the moon. Here, I'll tune it in on your launching site, and you can see and hear what they're saying about your expedition.
Look, Professor, it's Charlie and Dr. Sterling.
I can't believe they didn't make it. Professor Darrow seems so sure. The scaffolding fire just before launching must have caused some trouble we never figured out. It's bad enough losing the three of them. But it looks like those two kids must have gone along with them. They were here one minute and gone the next. One of the workmen saw them near the rocket platform before the fire broke out.
I'm afraid I'll have to cut off the communicator now. You see, I must keep it clear for incoming messages. But what is this? Emergency garble signal. Let me hit that key. I've got to decode this message. This is Dantro. I am reading.
Dantro, this is Judge Augustus. Have you contacted the Earth people?
Yes, sir. They're aboard the Planeteer.
Good. Friends from Earth, forgive this hurried greeting. I'll welcome you personally when you arrive. Dantro, get back as quickly as possible. There's trouble brewing.
What's wrong?
Marston is up to some evil. Get back at once.
Yes, sir. Signing off. Brace yourselves. I'm giving her the works. Attention, all hands. Jets alive. Jets alive.
Dantro, how fast are we going?
About 5,000 miles per second.
Incredible. Say, who is this fella Marston? He sure gets lots of fast action.
Well, I guess I'd better explain a few things. You see, the League of Planets is made up of all the inhabited parts of the solar system. Mercury, Venus, Mars, and some of the moons of Saturn and Jupiter.
Dantro, this red light blinking on the port panel. What does it mean?
Well, oh, thanks, Billy. I must switch on my auxiliary cooling coils. Without that, the skin of the ship would melt at this speed. A few more turns on this ship and you'll be able to pilot her, Billy.
Oh, boy, I'd sure like that.
Well, anyhow, the member planets of the League have been living in peace for many centuries until recently, when a new leader has taken over on Mars. His name is Marston, and he's been plotting the conquest of the solar system. So far, the League has kept him in check. However, I'm afraid that once his plans are known, war between the worlds will be inevitable.
Why don't you punch him in the nose?
Now, Billy.
You're talking just like an old-fashioned cowboy, Billy. What you mean is, why don't you paralyze him a little?
Jane, please.
It's all right, Pat. You see, we of the League of Planets are not permitted to resort to violence except in self-defense. Let's not worry about Marston now. That's not your problem. Well, we'll soon be at Planaria Rex.
We'll return to the exciting story of the Planet Man in just a moment. So, level off! Dantro, the Planet Man, under urgent orders from Judge Augustus, is flying the Earth people to Planaria Rex at record speed. On the planet of the unknown, the mysterious planet Mars, certain plans are taking shape which can only mean that Marston, the dictator of Mars, is up to some foul play. As we look into the cold, foreboding secret meeting place of the Martian Council, we find Marston, a giant, fierce, ruthless ruler, holding court with his council. Behind Marston, you can hear a small, ugly, and weird creature. His Martian flying cobra, Tuma. It's Marston's only means of protection, since this creature has the powers to warn Marston of any impending danger. Marston trusts no one, hence Tuma is constantly with him. Listen.
Can I count on no one? Must I conquer the whole solar system alone? I must have speed. We must strike before the other planets suspect our plan. Before they know it, Marston will rule the solar system.
When do we invade the Earth?
As soon as our ships return with the crew of Earth's first rocket ship. They should have reached there by now. Once they are our prisoners, we can move. From their eminent Professor Darrow, we will learn much to help us conquer the Earth.
Then with the Earth's resources and her people as our slaves, we can defy the League of Planets.
Marston, we have just received word from our ships. They have found the Earth ship.
Good.
But the crew is gone. Dantro must have reached them first, and it's believed they are on their way to Planaria Rex.
What? Must everyone fail me? Have the ships return immediately. When they arrive, execute the commanders of both ships. Tuma, you are the only one who understands and protects me. And as for the rest of you, my trusted counsel, you will learn that when Marston wants something done, it will be done.
How can we keep them from reaching Planaria Rex?
Tara, my most eminent and brilliant scientist, what would you suggest? And I warn you, think well on this answer.
Marston, we must not betray ourselves in open violence. Our astronomers have discovered a flight of asteroids in the vicinity of Planaria Rex. By using our new gravitational repellers, we can direct these asteroids into the path of Dantro's ship.
Won't they be able to avoid them? You know only too well that Dantro's ship is equipped with deflectors.
It will be impossible for any deflectors to deal with so many asteroids at the speed at which they are traveling. They cannot change the course of their flight, and they are certain to crash.
Proceed with your plan, and do not fail. Remember that at this moment, We are trying to confuse the League of Planets Council into voting for our plan to, shall we say, peacefully contact the Earth. Our representative is ridiculing Judge Augustus' story of an Earth rocket ship because we were supposed to have destroyed the ship and captured its crew. We must not look like fools. And speaking of fools, you can all leave now. Dantro, you have beaten me again. I thought I might one day have the pleasure of running this radium dagger through you. But the asteroids will have to do the job for me.
As the representative of Mars, I say to this council, why do we wait any longer? I repeat to this council that there is no rocket ship from Earth in an orbit about the moon. There are no Earth people. I insist on Mars resolution to permit the planet Mars to make peaceful contact with the Earth. We have agreed on the vote.
Members of the council, I request you wait. I personally contacted Dantro, and I know he is on his way to Planaria Rex with the Earth people.
We've had too many words about Dantro. Why isn't he here with proof? If we delay this vote any longer, we will be defaulting on our agreement to vote, and this council will be causing great grievance to my planet Mars. I demand a vote now.
I implore the council to wait.
Dantro, please hurry.
Boy, what a way to travel. No need for gravity shoes. I can't wait until we get this drive in the Constitution. It's just wonderful for my corn.
I'm sure that League of Planets has other things to do besides worry about your corn.
Hey, what's up?
What a weird noise. Hurts my ears.
What's this? I can't understand it. We seem to be running into a field of asteroids that shouldn't be in this area. Won't your deflectors take care of that? The deflectors will take care of any ordinary obstructions, but there are hundreds of asteroids ahead. My latest report from Central Control shows them to be 3 million miles away. It's impossible, but there they are.
Is there any danger?
Can we go around them?
We're traveling so fast, it's impossible to change course that much. I'm slowing down, but I'm afraid we're going to hit them right smack in the center. All hands secure ship. Stand by for possible collision.
Well, Dantro the Planet Man and the Earth people seem to be in quite a spot. We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message that the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Find out what happens to the Earth people as they speed toward a new world on Planaria Rex. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro the Planet Man fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Far out in space, Dantro, the planet man, and Pat, the beautiful daughter of Professor Darrow, are speeding toward Mars, where they will try to aid the Martian underground in revolt against the evil ruler of Mars, Marston. Even now, Marston is assembling a space armada to attack the Earth. Alone in his huge throne room, he is talking to Tuma, his pet flying Martian cobra, the only living thing he trusts.
So, Fema, my deadly friend, the solar system will learn what it means to thwart Marston of Mars. That's right. We'll crush them all beneath our rays. Wipe out Planaria Rex and all those tender-hearted fools. First we'll take the Earth, then Venus, then the moons of Saturn. Mercury we'll keep till last. And that great hero, Dantro, Planet Man, they call him. He'll be a sorry hero when we finish with him, Fema? Any moment now, my ships will intercept him in space, and I'll have him where I want him. We'll feed him to the Marlions, and the girl, too. After we've learned what we need to know to conquer the Earth. Maybe I'll let you have a little fun with them then. Would you like that, Fema?
Another 2 hours should put us on Mars.
What's that? Are there meteors in our path?
No, they can't be meteors. They just change direction, and meteors would stay in one path. There's only one thing they can be. Marston's patrol.
Can we fight them?
If I were alone, I'd take the chance. But with you along, I'm afraid we'll have to surrender if they attack us. I just can't risk your life.
But the whole solar system is at stake.
I'm sorry, Pat. There. They're sending us a message.
You are on the province of Mars. Cut your drive. We're coming aboard. Cut your drive immediately, or we'll ray you out of space.
All right. I'm cutting my drive. Don't fire. Pat, don't say a word. Let me handle them. They're right alongside. Well, here comes the welcoming party.
Surrender in the name of Marston, ruler of Mars.
We surrender. What do you want with us?
Marston will tell you himself, but I'm afraid you're not going to like it. All right, get ahead of me and no tricks. My needle ray is set at full charge, and I just love to use it.
Slatz. Oh, Slatz, come over here. Well, how are things going? I see they've left you here, Slatz, with the old men and the children, while they went off somewhere to claim all the glory.
Look, I told you before, it doesn't matter what you say. They're my friends, and I trust them. They won't leave me out of anything good.
Oh, you're so blind. You think they even think about you? You've served your purpose.
They'll be back.
I happen to know they'll never be back.
What are you talking about?
I've said enough. This is your last chance. Come over with us, and when Marston conquers the Earth with your help, he'll make you his governor. All the Earth will be at your feet. Just think of what you'll be able to do then.
Well, I don't know. Are you sure it's safe?
Safe? It's certain. Now, are you with us?
By gosh, you're right. I took as much chance as they did, and they'll get all the glory. Okay? Count me in.
Marston, Dantro, the planet man, and the Earth girl are here.
Bring them in. Well, Dantro, I've waited a long time for this, but it was worth waiting for.
What did you want with us, Marston? Why did you bring us here?
That's funny. What do I want? I want to rule the solar system, and by the moons of Mars I shall, and you too shall help me.
You must be mad. We'll never help you.
Listen to them, Fema. Brave, aren't they? But enough conversation. I'm afraid we'll have to give you a little demonstration of our skill at torture. What is this? Probably a message from our representative on Planaria Rex. Yes, what do you have to report from that nest of fools?
I have great news, O Marston. The Earthman Slatz has joined forces with us. Even now, he is on his way to you.
Oh, that kind of news I like. Well, Fema, now no one will stop us. What do you think of that news, Planet Man?
I don't believe it.
It's some trick. I know Slatz wouldn't betray us. He'd die first.
Someone will die, but not him. He should be here soon, and then I won't need either of you. We'll try your courage against our hungry pack of Marlions. Take them to the dungeons until I'm ready to see them beg for mercy.
Marston seems to have all the cards. Dantro and Pat at his mercy. Slatz on his side. His space armada assembling for an assault on unsuspecting Earth. We'll be back for more thrills in a moment. So level on. With Dantro the Planet Man and Pat locked away in a dungeon, Marston of Mars is free to proceed with his plans to conquer Earth. Now he is talking to Slatz, another member of the Earth crew, who appears to have betrayed his friends and joined forces with Marston. Listen.
Hey, look out! Don't be frightened, Earthman. That's Fima's way of showing how much she loves you. Fima loves all those who help Marston in his plans. But take care. If ever you betray me, Fima will know it, and her fangs carry a poison so deadly that just a drop of it on your skin and you die in seconds. Seconds of great agony.
What do you mean, betray you? We have a deal, haven't we? I'm a man of my word.
A man who will sell out his friends can never be trusted. I am not interested in your word. Be warned. I am no fool.
Okay. Now, what were we talking about?
About my plans to conquer the Earth. You must tell me what defenses they have. And be sure of what you tell me, for I shall hold you personally responsible for any mistakes.
Well, there's one thing I want you to promise me before I tell you anything.
What is that?
You've got to promise me that the Planet Man and Pat are kept under wraps. I can't afford to take any chances either.
But I have already told you. They are deep in the dungeons where they can never get free until I am ready to dispose of them.
I want to see them.
Very well. But I warn you again. If this is some kind of trick, you will die in agony.
Gee, you're certainly hard to live with. Let's go.
I hope we're all enjoying Planet Man.
Pat, there's something I'd better tell you.
We're in real danger, aren't we, Dantro?
Yes, Pat. There's no sense in pretending. We're in a tight spot, and I haven't the faintest idea of how we can get out.
What do you think Marston will do to us?
Well, that depends on Slatz. You know him better than I. You think he'd really sell out?
An hour ago, I'd have staked my life on his loyalty to Father, me, and the kids. Now I'm beginning to wonder. If Marston wasn't sure of getting the information about Earth somewhere else, he certainly wouldn't leave us here. He wasn't just threatening about the torture. He really meant it.
That's what bothers me.
What are those Mar-lions he talked about? Are they animals?
They may sound like your Earth lions, but they're as different from them as a house cat is from an enraged panther. No one's ever beaten one without a ray gun. And even then, they can take a full charge for minutes before it has any effect.
And there isn't a chance.
There's only one real defense against them. Here on Mars, there's a rare flower, the scent of which somehow throws them into a trance. No one dares enter the jungles of Mars without it. If we could only get some of its perfume...
We might as well wish for a spaceship, too. There's just about as much chance. Shh. What's that? Someone coming?
Yes. There's a light coming down the stairs. I can just about see them now. What? It's Marston. And it's Slatz.
Oh, no. Slatz.
There. Now do you believe me? Look at them. Like two rats in a trap.
Oh, Slatz, I just can't believe you would do a thing like this. What's happened? Did they hypnotize you or something? How could you join forces with this madman?
Madman, is it? Yes, mad to rule the solar system. But why waste my time with you? All right, Slatz, my fellow conqueror. Now let us go and discuss plans for the Earth.
Just one thing first. I never liked that stuffed shirt, Dantro. I'd like to give him a little souvenir. Come here, you.
Don't do it, Dantro.
I'm not afraid of anything the traitor can do. What do you want?
Oh, you rotten coward. You wouldn't dare do that if these bars weren't between you and Dantro.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. Real friends, aren't you? Just wait until tomorrow when those two face the Mar-lions. You'll really enjoy yourself.
Pat and Dantro seem to be facing certain death. What will be their fate when they meet the Marlions? We'll return in a moment. But now, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. When we left Dantro, the Planet Man, and Pat Darrow, daughter of Professor Darrow, the leader of Earth's first flight into space, they were imprisoned in the dungeon of Marston, the ruler of Mars. Dantro and Pat have just been confronted by Slatz, engineer of the Earth's crew, who appears to have betrayed his friends and joined Marston's foul plan to conquer the Earth. Dantro is speaking.
Pat, I'm worried. The fate of the solar system lies in the hands of that fiend Marston and our friend Slatz. If something isn't done, the planets will be plunged into a war that will destroy civilization. You can't imagine the weapons that have been developed. Bombs that can wipe out a sun, tractor beams that can pry a planet out of its orbit, rays that can reduce 100 miles of living Earth to a desert in seconds.
If only we could get out of here. Maybe we could contact the Martian underground and do something. But there doesn't seem to be any way.
I'm afraid not, Pat. Say, what's that on the floor? It's a small bottle. Look, there's a note written on the paper it was wrapped in.
What does it say? Who could have put it here?
What? I can't believe it. It's from Slatz. And it says, don't worry, everything is going to work out. The bottle has a scent that will stun the Marlions. As soon as they're knocked out, run to the door of the arena. A guide will meet you there and lead you to safety. Keep a stiff upper lip. Well, I understand everything except that part about my lip. Is that code or something?
No, Dantro. That's just Earth slang, and it means to have courage. Oh, that Slatz. I knew he wouldn't sell out to a madman like Marston.
Don't build up your hopes, Pat. We're not out yet. We've got a long ways to go, but we've got to get out. We've got to.
Well, Earthman, what do you think of my little show? You have anything on Earth to match it? Look at those Marlions. They'll teach that Planet Man Dantro and the Earth Girl to leave Marston alone.
You really going to turn those beasts loose on the people?
Not on people, just on my enemies. Guards, bring in Dantro and the Earth Girl.
You're really going to do it?
Of course. You did not think Marston made empty threats, did you? If so, you're due for a surprise.
I'm not the only one.
What did you say?
I was thinking about Dantro.
Well, he hasn't much more time to live. Here they come now.
Well, here we are, Pat, ready to give Marston and his stupid puppets their biggest show. This is going to be a tricky one, Pat. We'll have to wait until the Marlions are almost upon us and then spill the liquid in this bottle into the sand at our feet. It evaporates and becomes a gas almost immediately. But if we move too quickly, it will blow away before it can affect them. Our timing must be just right.
Look, they're opening the gate at the other end of the arena. Here come the Marlions. Oh, Dantro, what horrible-looking beasts.
Remember what Slatz said, Pat. Keep a stiff upper lip. Stand here next to me. They haven't seen us yet, but they will any second. And then they'll charge. Ready?
I'm ready. There's the door we're supposed to go to. I hope there's no slip-up.
Look out. Here they come.
It will be all over in a minute, my friend. I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. I've waited to get Planet Man for years. I've dreamed about it at night, and now I have him.
Look! The Marlions are stopping. They're lying down.
Something has gone wrong. Someone has helped them. No, they must not escape death. I've waited too long for this. They're getting away. Guards! Guards!
This way, Pat. Hurry, they'll be after us any minute. Through the door and down this tunnel. There'll be someone waiting at the end.
Don't worry about me. I'm with you.
Turn here. They're right behind us.
Did you see the guards that said would be here?
They should be right at this turn. Something must have gone wrong. We have no time to look for him. Come on, Pat.
Do you know where we're going?
What's the difference as long as we get away? If they catch us again, they won't bother with Marlions. They'll ray us down in our tracks.
What's that up ahead? It looks like daylight.
It is, Pat. That's the jungle that surrounds this palace.
Well, let's head for it. They'll never find us there.
We have no choice. But we may be worse off in that jungle than we were in the arena. There are things out there that even the Marlions fear. But there's nothing else we can do. Come on, Pat. Out we go.
For the moment, it appears that Dantro and Pat have escaped from Marston. Now they face the unknown of the celestial world, the fearful jungle of Mars. We'll be back in a moment. So level off. When we left Dantro and Pat, they were heading into the Martian jungle. This area of Mars is one of the most feared places in the solar system. Its dangers and mysteries have brought death to many an adventurer. At this moment, the entire planet of Mars is in a state of extreme tension. Everyone is in fear of his life, because Marston is determined to seek out the one person who planned the escape of Dantro and Pat from certain death in the Marlion arena. As we look into the chamber of Marston, we hear his mad tirade as he attempts to find the one who betrayed him.
I brought you here because one of you has betrayed me. I'm going to find out who it was, and then I'll show you what happens to those who serve me badly. It must have been one of you guards. No one else had a chance to reach them in the dungeon. No one else. No. Wait a moment. There was one other. That Earthman, Slatz. It could have been Slatz. I was suspicious when he insisted on being taken to them. Bring him here. Bring the Earthman here.
You looking for me?
Yes, traitor, I am looking for you. See him, Fema? That is the one.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the bottle you gave the Planet Man and the Earth Girl when we saw them in the dungeon.
Bottle? What bottle? You're making a mistake.
Don't pretend ignorance. You don't fool me for a minute. Guard, tie him to the table. Tie him well. I want to watch him when he squirms under the nerve whip.
What's a nerve whip?
The nerve whip flays every nerve in the body. But you will have the pleasure of learning that for yourself. Enough conversation. Give him a taste of the whip.
Marston! Marston! We've just captured one of the underground. He must have been the one who helped the prisoners. He was hiding in the tunnel under the arena.
So, bring him in. We will soon find out. Untie the ropes there. But don't let the Earthman get out of your sight. I still suspect him of some trickery. Now for you, who helped in this? Speak up.
There seems to be something wrong with him. He was all right when we brought him in. Here, you. Get up. All right. Open your eyes.
Put him on the table. Put him on the table. Give him the nerve whip. That will wake him up.
No. Will do no good, Marston. He's dead.
Dead? Dead?
How can he be dead? I must know who his accomplice was. I tell you, he must not be dead.
It is useless. Here is the vial of poison he had hidden on him. He can do you no good.
Get out! Get out, all of you!
I will do it alone. Always alone. I can trust no one, depend on no one. I will conquer the solar system alone.
Stay close to me, Pat. Watch out.
Oh, what a strange-looking hole. Did some animal make it?
Oh, I don't know what you'd call it back on Earth, Pat. It's a cross between an animal and an insect. It has glands that make a liquid which dissolves almost anything it touches. We call them slugs. They've been known to eat right through the foundations of an entire city.
Do they attack people?
Not unless they're cornered. But if you were to step or fall into one's den, it would spray you with its deadly fluid before you could move.
Ooh, that's a pleasant thought.
That's why I told you that we might be safer with the Marlions. There are beasts in this jungle that have never been captured, but no one ever tries. No one's ever been through here.
Where are we going?
Our only chance is to get through to a clearing somewhere.
Do you know the way?
I think I do, but I'm not sure. When we flew over the jungle on the way here, I saw such a clearing. I memorized its position. I hope I'm right. We haven't much time.
We aren't being followed by Marston's men anymore. What do you mean?
It's not Marston's men I'm worried about. It's the Martian mindless men I fear.
Mindless men?
That's right, Pat. Mindless men. They're outcasts from the mines. Here on Mars, there's a priceless metal. But in its raw state, it gives off fumes that destroy men's minds. It's dug by slaves of Marston who are thrown into the jungle when they've been driven mindless. They become like insane beasts, and they hunt in packs. Even the Marlions fear their fury. If we're ever attacked by them, I'm afraid we'll never escape.
Can't we go any faster?
We'll try.
This is Marston receiving on secret channel 5Q. What about Professor Darrow? Have you convinced him to join us? No? Well, kidnap the children. Bring them here. With them in our hands, Professor Darrow will sing a different tune. Get them here by tomorrow and do not fail me.
Will Marston's plan to kidnap Billy and Jane succeed? What is happening to Dantro and Pat in the darkest jungle of Mars? We'll return in a moment. But first, here is a message that the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. As you will recall, Dantro the Planet Man and Pat the Earth Girl were deep in the unexplored jungles of Mars, fleeing from Marston, ruler of the Red Planet. Back in his palace, Marston has just given the order to his representative on Planaria Rex to kidnap Pat's cousins Billy and Jane as hostages to make their uncle, Professor Darrow, help Marston conquer the Earth. As we see Dantro and Pat, they are now racing against time to reach safety and thwart Marston's foul plans.
In another few minutes, we should reach that group of ruins. And hold out, Pat.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll be right behind you.
Good girl.
Dantro, wait. I think I saw something move ahead there on the left.
Better keep our voices low.
You don't mean it.
Yes, I do. It's one of the Mindless men, and I told you they hunted in packs. There must be more of them about, unless I miss my guess. They're all around us.
They're surrounded. We can't even run.
That would be the worst thing we could do. Perhaps if we just go on and pretend not to see them, we can make the ruins before they close in. Stay close to me and try not to seem frightened.
Don't worry. You couldn't lose me now if you wanted to. Besides, there's something I don't understand.
What's that?
If their minds have been destroyed, how can they know enough to hunt in packs to surround us? Why don't they just attack?
They'll attack soon enough, and when they do, they never stop.
Ooh, what's that sound? It's horrible.
It means they're closing in. There's nothing to do now but run for it. I think I can see the ruins up ahead. Hurry.
I'm running as fast as I can, but I can't last much longer.
Hang on. Look out, Pat. This hole!
No!
Guard, has the ship from Planaria Rex landed yet?
Yes, Marston. It landed a few minutes ago.
Have the 2 hostages brought here at once. Well, Fema, my ugly one, our plans proceed, huh?
The Earth children are here, Marston.
Hey, don't push her. That's my sister.
Quiet. You're in the presence of the ruler of Mars. Be respectful.
Who, him? Oh, then you're the one who's responsible for us being brought here. You better send us back to Planaria Rex or there's going to be trouble.
Shh, Billy. You shouldn't be so fresh.
Your little sister speaks well, Brat. Hold your tongue, or you will regret it.
You don't scare me, and neither does that snake with wings on your shoulder. What do you want with us anyhow?
I am not in the habit of confiding my plans to children.
Billy, I'm not afraid. Don't get him angry.
Don't worry, Jane. He wouldn't dare hurt us. Dantro would make him sorry he was alive.
Guard! Silence that brat.
You leave my brother alone, you big bully.
Unless you want the same treatment, hold your tongue. As for your precious planet man, neither you nor anyone else will ever see him or the Earth girl again. They've gone into the jungles that surround this palace, and no one has ever come out alive.
Oh, Billy, did you hear that? He's saying that Dantro and Pat are dead. I don't believe it.
Guard, enough of this. These 2 brats annoy me with their stupidity. If this is a sample of the Earth's young, we're going to have to teach them obedience when we have conquered their planet. Take them away.
Shall I put them in the dungeons, Marston?
Dungeons for those 2? Why waste the time? Just put them somewhere where I can't see or hear them. Children bother me. And guard, send my admirals in. I'd better see how my space armada is coming along. If I leave it up to their stupidity, something is certain to go wrong. They should have had a fleet assembled long ago.
Yes, Marston. Come along, you 2.
Hey, let go!
Billy, are you all right? Did he hurt you?
I'm all right. That big dummy couldn't hurt me. If I wasn't worried about you, I'd have given him something to remember.
I'm glad you didn't. It wouldn't do any good, Billy.
Say, that clock sure ticks in a strange way. Maybe it needs some oil or something.
Never mind the clock. We'd better start thinking of Dantro and Pat. Do you believe what Marston said?
Gee, I don't know what to think. Something must have happened to Dantro and Pat. But maybe they're just waiting for the right time to strike.
I hear someone coming.
Kids, it's me, Slatz. Are you okay?
What are you doing here?
We're glad to see you.
Now, one at a time and keep your voices down. If I'm caught talking to you, it'll mean more trouble for all of us.
How did you get here?
That's a long story, and there isn't time to tell it now. The important thing is to help you 2 escape somehow.
Where are we?
This is an old chronometer room in the palace. It may give us the break we need. Now, if you were down in those dungeons, I'd never been able to work anything.
Do you think you can do it?
Not right away. I'll have to figure things out, but I'll manage somehow.
What about Pat and the Planet Man? Are they dead?
I hope not, Jane. There's a slim chance they may come through the jungle all right. I'd better get going now before somebody comes by here. You keep your chins up. I'll get you out.
Don't worry about us. We're not afraid of that ugly Marston or his pet. I've seen uglier things in comic books.
Good boy. So long now.
Slatz seems to have found a way of getting around Marston's headquarters to help his friends. Can he get Billy and Jane out of the grasp of Marston? Is Slatz stretching his luck? We'll be back in a moment. So, level off. When we left Slatz, he had just contacted Billy and Jane in the palace chronometer room where they were being kept as hostages by Marston. Slatz has promised to get them out. We find Slatz now trying to figure out a way of helping Billy and Jane. Listen.
I wish I was as sure of myself as I sounded, but I couldn't let the kids know the spot we're in. I can't wait for Dantro and Pat. They may never show up. If only I could get help from Planaria Rex. Say, why not? There must be a radio that reaches there because I know Marston talks to his representative there. If I can get to it for a few minutes, maybe I'll be able to reach Judge Augustus. He'll know what to do. I'll try now. Where would it be? Near the throne room, I'm sure. Somewhere along here, there's... No, not this door. That's the council chamber. Maybe it's this one here. I'll try. That's it. I knew it was here somewhere. Now, if I can only have a few minutes. Yeah, see here.
I'm tired of excuses. That's all I hear. I give you just 24 hours to assemble the fleet and be ready to blast off for Earth. By then, Professor Darrow should be here with us, and we'll be certain of victory. Now get out, all of you. And remember, if any of you fail me, it will be your last mistake. Go.
Come, Tuma. We'll go and contact my representative on Planaria Rex. Perhaps he has some word from Professor Darrow.
Oh, I can't find the mic switch. Someone's liable to come in here any minute. Oh, here it is now. Hello, Planaria Rex. Calling Judge Augustus on Planaria Rex. Can you read me? Come in, Planaria Rex.
Hello, this is Planaria Rex. Who are you?
What goes on? What? You? Guards! Guards in here, quickly! Seize him, put him away. We'll deal with him later.
Pat! Pat, where are you? Pat, can you hear me?
Dantro, where are we? What's happened? Did the mindless men get us?
I don't know. We seem to have fallen into some sort of cave. At any rate, we're safe here from the mindless men. If they could get to us, they'd have had us by now.
Do you have a light or something?
I have some energy capsules for my flare gun. They took the gun when we were captured, but they overlooked the capsules. If I can find something to hold them with, I can use one as a torch. It'll burn for hours.
Here's an old piece of metal of some kind.
There, that's better.
Dantro, look. It's not a cave, it's a tunnel. See, you can see the carvings on the wall.
Well, it must be a part of those ruins. But I don't understand it. You must still be a mile or so away from the clearing.
Seems to go back the way we came.
I wonder... No, it couldn't be.
What are you thinking?
I was wondering if this could be a connection between these ruins and Marston's palace. I thought some of the foundation stones looked older than his palace.
Do you really think it's possible?
We're going to find out. Come on, we can't do ourselves or anyone else any good out here in the middle of the jungle. At least if we can get back inside the palace, we may be able to stop that maniac somehow.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go!
Marston is determined to proceed with his plans for the conquest of Earth, even at the expense of Billy, Jane, and Slatz. Can Marston persuade Professor Darrow to join his forces on Mars? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message that Dantro the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. As you know, Dantro, the Planet Man, and Pat are hurrying through the unknown tunnel of an ancient race that leads back toward the palace of Marston of Mars, where the two Earth children, Billy and Jane, and Slatz, their friend, are in the power of the evil Marston, pawns in his plan to conquer the Earth and plunge the League of Planets into war. Now on Planaria Rex, capital of the League of Planets, Judge Augustus is pleading with the representatives of the other planets to wait.
We have not had war between the planets in over 500 centuries. You know what it will mean. No matter who wins, the solar system will be thrown back 1,000 years. Millions will perish. Let us not strike at Mars until we have exhausted every other means of stopping Marston.
Venus will not stand by idly while Mars gets so strong that Marston can make our people his slaves. Venus says strike! Strike while his feet is on the ground! Strike now!
Professor Darrow, we must do something. They're getting angry and they'll not listen. Perhaps you can reason with them. All right, I'll try.
Gentlemen, Professor Darrow of Earth, whom you have all learned to admire, asks that you listen to him.
Representatives of the League of Planets, I am new among you, but we on Earth know war perhaps better than you who have not seen it in your lifetime. As Judge Augustus says, no one really can win. Yet it may be necessary to strike, but only if all else fails. We have almost 10 hours before the deadline Marston himself has set. Let us at least wait 8 hours before we throw the solar system into chaos.
One question, please. How do we know Marston will wait? This may be just a trick to lull our suspicions, even though he may be preparing to strike at Earth.
We have the cosmic communicator. And we are watching Marston and his fleet. Let us watch it and hold our fleet in readiness 5 million miles in space from Mars. If one ship takes off, we can strike in minutes. Gentlemen, Earth is my home. I have the most to lose. I beg of you, give us 8 hours. Just 8 hours.
Venus says let's listen to Professor Darrow of Earth, for his counsel is wise. Let's wait and watch.
Very well, then. 8 hours from now, if the situation has not changed, we strike. Commander, order the space fleet of the League of Planets to rendezvous 5 million miles from Mars and be ready to strike at a moment's notice. Come, Professor Darrow. Let us go to my office where we can talk.
It can't be much further, Pat. Unless I miss my guess, we should be on the outskirts of Marston's palace clearing by now.
What's that up ahead? Looks like the end of the tunnel. It's a blank wall. Dantro, we're trapped.
Don't get excited, Pat. Look Look over there to the left. See that outline? It's a door.
Oh, thank goodness. Can you open it?
There must be a lever hidden somewhere here. Wait. Here, you see this raised block? Watch what happens when I push it.
What? The wall, it's opening. No, it's disappearing.
That's right. It wasn't really rock like the rest. It was a force field. A method of turning the atoms of the air into solid matter. Well, I'll explain it to you later. We have no time to waste.
What are we going to do?
I don't know yet, but we have to go on and hope for the best. Come on, up this way.
Listen. Hey, you. Hey, guard.
Quiet. Earth dog.
Never mind the compliments. How much longer am I going to have to be in this hole? It's damp and my corns are killing me.
You should be grateful for every minute you spend in that dungeon. When the word comes to open the door, it'll mean the end of your miserable life. I have orders to take you to the field where the fleet is gathered and kill you in sight of the men as an example of how they're to treat any Earthman who tries to resist Marston's rule.
That's nice. Thanks for the tip.
There's the signal.
All right, I'm coming. Don't push. I told you my feet hurt.
Don't worry. In a few moments, they'll stop hurting. Forever.
We've been climbing steadily. Must be an opening into the palace along here somewhere.
I just hope we don't come out in the middle of Marston's throne room. Say, I wonder what happened to Slatz. Do you think Marston found out it was he who helped us escape?
I hope not. Wouldn't be pleasant. But Slatz is smart. I'm sure he's safe somewhere. Here, stop. Looks like a panel in the wall.
Can you get it open?
Yes, this is the work of the underground. It just slides up, see?
Be careful. What's outside?
Oh, it's all right. It's just a passageway somewhere in the palace. From the moisture on the walls, I'd say it's down in the dungeon somewhere.
Get back in here. Someone's coming. Hear that?
Yes, you're right. Wait, we'll leave the panel open just a crack. Maybe we'll be able to see who it is.
Slatz and the guard. He must have gotten wise. What are they going to do to him?
I'm not going to wait to find out. Maybe we can knock out the guard and free Slatz. It's a long chance, but if you're game, we'll try it.
You know better than to even ask me. Be careful, though. That guard has a ray gun.
Don't worry. I'll be careful. Here they come. I'll wait till they get by and then come up behind them.
Now, Dantro. Now!
Hey, what's going on here? What? Dantro, where'd you come from?
Never mind that now. Get in here quickly. Pat, close the panel.
Thank goodness. I thought you'd both gone. Where you been? How'd you get here?
All that later, Slatz. What's been happening? Has Marston's fleet taken off yet? Has the war begun? Have you heard from Judge Augustus?
Now you're doing it. Give me a chance. One question at a time.
It appears that things might take a turn for the better now that Slatz, Pat, and Dantro are together. What will be their next move? We'll be back in a moment. So level up. When we left Dantro, Pat, and Slatz, they were together in a secret passageway under Marston's palace, where they were discussing their next possible move so that they could free Billy and Jane and thwart Marston's plan to conquer Earth. We find them now as Slatz is being questioned by Dantro in an effort to understand what has happened since he and Pat escaped from Marston. Slatz is speaking.
Kids are in an old storeroom on the level above us. Marston's given the professor 24 hours to join him, and it looks like interplanetary war is inevitable.
24 hours. How long ago was that?
I'm not sure. They took my chronometer. I'd say about 18 hours. Why?
Oh, Slatz, how can you ask a question like that? Dantro, we have to do something.
First thing we have to do is to try to free those kids. Let's go.
It's right along here somewhere. They haven't bothered to post a guard. They think the kids are nothing to worry about. They don't know them as well as I do.
Hurry, Slatz.
Yeah, I'm hurrying. I don't want to open the wrong door and walk in on Marston's war council. Not yet, anyway. Wait a minute. Here it is. Quiet now. There. That does it.
Billy? Jane? Here, it's Pat.
Well, they're gone.
Marston must have moved him somewhere else. If he's harmed those kids, I'll stick that ugly flying cobra down his throat.
We can't stay here and talk about it. Someone will come along this corridor any second. Come on.
Where are we going?
Back to the secret panel.
What good will that do? Let's hunt that Marston down and make him tell us where those kids are.
I know how you feel, Slatz, but there's more at stake than the safety of Billy and Jane. We won't do any good if we get caught or killed trying to help them. Let's get back to the secret passage. We'll stop Marston somehow.
6 hours. No, it's 4 hours. We must strike 2 hours before Marston's deadline. That was the understanding. Have you thought of anything?
I have an idea, but I'm afraid you wouldn't like it.
What is it?
Suppose I pretend to go over to Marston. Let him think I've joined forces with him.
What good will that do?
It will gain us time. Then maybe if I am close to him, I can contact Dantro, Pat, or Slatz and somehow stop him. At least it means the kids will be safe for a little while.
No, I cannot permit it. With you on our side, at least we have someone who, if necessary, can rally the Earth's people to battle. Someone they know and trust. Without you, they would be confused between our world and Marston's. You must not risk your life even to save those you love. Remember, a whole solar system hangs in the balance. Millions of lives against theirs. It's a difficult choice. But you must see your duty.
Yes, you're right. But it's so awful to sit here helpless while the minutes tick away and absolute destruction comes closer and closer.
Time is running out for the solar system. War seems to be upon it. Can Dantro plan any move that will stop Marston at this late hour? And what has happened to Billy and Jane? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventure. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You'll remember that Planet Man, Pat, and Slatz are deep in the ancient tunnels beneath the palace of Marston, evil ruler of Mars. They have what they believe to be just 6 hours to thwart Marston's plans to conquer the Earth and throw the solar system into war. Billy and Jane, held as hostages by Marston, have disappeared. Back on Planaria Rex, Judge Augustus and Professor Darrow hope for some miracle to stop Marston before the deadline set by the other planets to strike, actually only 4 hours away. In the meantime, Dantro, Slatz, and Pat are desperately seeking a plan to stop Marston and save Billy and Jane.
Whatever we do, Slatz, we must be right. It'll be tough, but if we could only eliminate Marston, we'll throw the whole campaign into confusion. That's the weakness of dictatorship, Slatz. When something happens to the dictator, no one is trained to think for himself.
Yeah, I guess you're right, but...
Dantro! Slatz, come here, hurry!
Something's wrong. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, where are you, Pat?
Up ahead of you, here.
What's wrong, Pat? Are you hurt?
Oh, I'm all right. But look at what I found. I was just sort of exploring while you two were talking, and I leaned against the wall here, and a whole section of it disappeared. There's some kind of a room in there with machinery in it.
Boy, oh boy, look at that stuff. That gadget looks big enough to be almost anything. What is it, Dantro?
It's one of the ancient machines. It seems to be in perfect condition. We found them before, but they've always been wrecked or damaged.
Will it help us? Maybe we can use it against Marston.
Can you operate it?
Well, I can try. Let's see. This looks like a power switch. We'll throw it and find out.
You've done it. You've done it. How wonderful.
Not so fast, Pat. That's just the power. Do you realize how remarkable this is? This machine is at least 40,000 years old, and it works as though it were built yesterday.
Hey, what's this stuff over here?
Oh, don't touch anything, Slatz. Until we've had a chance to figure out the way the different parts work, we may destroy it or ourselves.
It does look something like your cosmic communicator. See, there's a kind of a screen.
You're right, Pat. Here, let me try those dials. Easy now.
Hey, look, the screen's lighting up.
Something's forming on it. What is that, Dantro?
It's a picture, all right, but I don't recognize anything. Wait, let's try some different adjustments.
I recognize that. It's the jungle outside the palace. See, that's one of the ruins we passed. Remember that funny-looking tower?
Right, you are. I think I've got the hang of it now. Let's look in on a few friends and enemies and see what's been going on.
Stay close to me, Jane, and don't make a sound.
Where are we going?
I don't know, but any place is better than that storeroom Marston had us cooped up in.
I'm glad that guard left the door unlocked.
Girls always talk too much. I told you to be quiet.
All right. I was wondering what happened to Slatz. He was going to come back.
You can't worry about that now. We've got to try and get away from that awful Marston.
Do you really think we can?
Will you be quiet?
All right. Look, there's a window or something.
I see it.
Billy, be careful.
I'm just looking out. Hey, come here. Wow.
There must be 1,000 spaceships out there.
Gosh, it sure looks bad for the Earth.
What do you mean?
Oh, Jane, you're so dumb. That's the fleet Marston's going to use to attack the Earth. They won't have a chance. One of those big jobs could probably do it all alone.
Billy, don't talk like that.
I can't help it, but it's true. They can just sit up in space where our planes and guns can't reach them and destroy anything they like. From what I've heard the guards say, just their rays alone can wipe out a city like New York in a few minutes.
Isn't there something somebody can do? I wish Dantro were here. He'd stop them.
Well, he's not, so it's up to us.
Up to us? Billy, what are you talking about? What can we do?
I don't know, but we can't just stand here.
Maybe we could somehow warn the Earth. Then people could at least go into air raid shelters and places like that. Even if Marston did destroy the buildings, the people would be all right.
If is right. Hey, gee, maybe that's an idea.
What are you talking about?
Listen carefully. You see those little ships right over here near the palace?
Sure. What about them?
You notice how everybody seems to be busy around the big ones?
That's right. There's nobody over with the small ones at all. But what good does that do us?
I'll bet if we tried, we could sneak into one of them.
Well, suppose we did. What good would that do?
Gosh, don't be so dumb. We could take off and fly to Earth and warn the people about Marston.
Billy, you're crazy. You can't fly one of those.
I'll bet I can. I've watched Dantro when he was flying the Planaria, and I'm sure I remember what to do.
Billy, where are you going?
Down to the field.
Billy! Billy, wait for me!
Will Billy and Jane be able to get into one of the Armada ships? And if they do, what then? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Billy and Jane, they were trying to sneak aboard one of the Marston Armada spaceships. They hoped to take off and warn Earth of the impending attack from Mars. In the meantime, Dantro, Pat, and Slatz have discovered a most amazing device in the depths of Marston's palace, which was part of an ancient Martian civilization. As we find them now, they are operating this device.
Look, there's the League of Planets fleet. There must be 5,000 ships.
The greatest concentration of power in history of the solar system, Pat. And it's all going to hit right here if we don't do something.
But what can we do? We've been trying to figure this machine out for an hour, and all we can do is look in and listen to people. At least we could figure out how to send messages. We might be able to tell Judge Augustus and Professor Darrow what's happening.
And we have 2 hours less than we thought we did.
Yeah.
How much time is left before the deadline, Dantro?
About 2 hours now, Pat.
Can't you figure out how to work this overgrown pipe organ?
I'm doing the best I can, Slatz. If only I could understand the symbols the ancients used, it would be much easier. But as it is, I'm just guessing.
Why don't we just pull down all the things at once?
Slatz, you're an engineer. You know better than that. I'm sure a machine as powerful as this has some kind of an anti-tampering control built in. If we fool around too much, the whole thing will cut off.
Leave him alone, Slatz. If you keep interrupting, it'll just be that much longer.
That's all right, Pat. Sometimes questions like that make you think of things you wouldn't have otherwise.
Okay, I'll shut up. Let's get back to work.
This way, Jane. Duck down here next to me. Billy,
I hear footsteps. There's a guard or something coming.
Jane, I hear them too. Now just stay here and be quiet. That was close.
Where do we go now?
I think if we go out that door, there's a wall we can follow that'll take us to within a few yards of a ship. Come on. I was right. See, there's a ship over there.
You aren't going to go across that open space, are we?
How else can we get there?
Someone will see us.
Let's not even think about it. Get ready now. Come on.
Billy, we made it.
Let's just hope there's no one on board. The control deck must be up this way.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Too late now to turn back.
Look at all those gadgets. Are you sure you remember how to work them?
Sure. Just leave everything to me.
What are you doing? What's that for?
That's the switch that turns on the atomic pile, and the graphite rods slide out. Anyhow, it's something like that.
What are you doing now?
Will you be quiet? I'm trying to concentrate. I'm sure this thing makes us right. And then this one is the direction control.
I'm scared.
Why, you girls, you're always scared.
Maybe I am, but I'm right here with you anyhow. You think you're fooling me, but you're not. You're just as scared as I am, only you won't admit it.
All right. Only, gee whiz, stop gabbing, won't you? How do you expect me to think? Well, here goes.
Billy, we're going up.
What did you think we'd do? Go down? Earth, here we come.
Captains, you know our plan. In an hour and a half, we strike. Scout ships will move in ahead and pick the targets. You, Captain Tor, will take your Mercury and heat ray cruisers in on the left flank, and you, Sark, will cover the right with your disintegrators. The Venusian atomic artillery platforms will hover at 500,000 miles and bombard targets of opportunity. I will be in the center, and...
Sir, one of our patrols just reported a Martian scout taking off.
One ship, you say, a scout?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, this is what we've been waiting for. We will strike now, but first we must destroy that scout. It may be a trick of some sort. Captain Nato, take 2 light cruisers, intercept that scout, and burn it out of space. The rest of you, back to your ships and stand by for the order to attack.
It looks as though the greatly feared war of the solar system is at hand. And all because the League of Planets Squadron doesn't know that the Martian ship which just took off is being piloted by Billy and Jane, who hope to prevent the war by their getaway. What will be the fate of Billy and Jane? What is the fate of the entire planet world? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man. troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro the Planet Man fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will recall that Dantro the Planet Man, Pat and Slatz are racing against time to solve the mysterious powers of the ancient machine beneath Marston's palace. Billy and Jane, having escaped from Marston, are now speeding away from Mars on a stolen spaceship, speeding right into the ray guns of the League of Planets fleet, which thinks it to be one of Marston's vanguard. Now Jane is talking to Billy.
Are we headed for Earth, Billy? I hope so. I was sure I remembered everything Planet Man did when he drove the Planeteer. But I never realized it could be so many dials and levers and gadgets.
You got us off the field all right.
Yeah, but I can't seem to figure out the rest of this stuff. But don't worry, Jane, I will. Just give me time.
I want that ship blasted out of space. Captain, take off at once, follow that ship and catch it. If you have to go all the way to Pluto, when you do, destroy it.
Nothing is going to stop us, is it, FEMA? Soon now our fleet will head for Earth. In a week, that stupid planet will be under our control. Then the rest of the planets will not dare stand against us. If they do, we will smash them.
I'm sure this section of the machine is a sending apparatus. It's not like anything I've ever seen. There's so many extra adjustments. What are you getting on the receiver, Slatz?
We've been watching Planaria Rex and the League of Planets fleet. Something funny is happening with the fleet. It isn't time for them to strike yet. There's over an hour left, but they've been grouping in battle formation, and 2 cruisers just went off in the direction of Mars.
You don't think they're going ahead without waiting?
No, I know the Admiral, and he's a stickler for orders. If he's been told to wait, he'll wait. Here, you see if you can get any sense out of this, Slatz. Let me take over that spy ray for a few minutes. I better check and see just what is going on.
Okay, I'll take a crack at it, but if it's got you stuck, I'm sure it'll be even worse for me.
I'll turn it back to Marston and see how our ugly friend is getting along.
Look, there's a ship taking off there. See, at the end of the field.
That must be why the League of Planets fleet is getting ready for action. Their orders are to strike if any of Marston's ships take off. But none of the other ships in Marston's fleet seem to be ready to rise.
Turn it back to the League of Planets fleet. Maybe we'll learn something from them.
Good idea, Pat. There.
Look at that, Dantro. Oh, if I wasn't so worried about the reason, I think it was beautiful. Thousands of spaceships, and they move as though they were one.
They know what they're doing, all right. I just hope they don't have to do it. I think I'll try to pick up the flagship. That's it. Now we'll move into the control deck and see what we can learn.
The Martian scout ship has not changed course. It's some kind of trick. Give the ship one chance to surrender, and if they refuse, we'll blast them at once. We must not chance betraying our presence to Marston.
They must be talking about that ship we just saw take off.
There's something funny about that. I heard the Admiral say scout, didn't you, Slatz?
Yeah, that's what he said. What about it?
That ship we saw take off from Mars was a cruiser, not a scout.
You mean there's another ship?
We'll find out in a minute.
You can't cover all of space.
No, but we know the ship, whatever it is headed from the field toward the fleet. We'll just backtrack. See, like this. Now keep your eyes on the screen. Even with this powerful machine, a scout ship in space is an awfully small target.
Wait. Hold it. Is that it there?
I think you're right. Let me sharpen the focus a little. You are right, that's it.
Well, who can it be? They're headed right into the fleet. They're either trying to commit suicide or just plain crazy.
Well, we've got more important things to worry about than that. The 2 cruisers the Admiral dispatched will take care of that ship.
I know you'll both think I'm silly, but I just feel we should look inside that scout.
Pat, we've got no time to waste. If we don't figure this machine out in the next hour, we'll all be in the soup.
Oh, please, Dantro, just one look.
I see the women from Earth are as curious as those from the other planets. All right, Pat, one quick look. We'll just move in like this and... No. No, I don't believe it. It can't be.
The kids. How the diggers did they get there? What are they doing in that ship?
Billy, Jane. Oh, Dantro, they're all right after all.
We're in a bad spot. Now I know why that second ship took off from Mars. It's after them. Billy was always trying to get me to teach him to fly a spaceship. I guess they stole that one somehow and managed to get it into the air.
Let's listen to them for a minute. Maybe we can find out how they did it.
There's no time now, Pat. We've just got to get the sending part of this machine working. If that Martian cruiser ever catches them, it'll be too bad. And I'm afraid that the League of Planets fleet is too busy to ask questions before they blast. It's up to us to save them. Come on, Slatz, let's get to work.
Can Dantro and Slatz get the sending apparatus of the ancient machine in operation and inform the Admiral of the League of Planets squadron that Billy and Jane are in the scout ship? Will the Martian cruiser overtake Billy and Jane and blast them out of space? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro, Slatz, and Pat, they were trying to get the sending apparatus of the ancient machine to operate in order to inform the Admiral of the League of Planets squadron that the Martian scout was being piloted by Billy and Jane. Now we see the Admiral as he proceeds with his plan.
Tell them to proceed according to plan.
Just a moment, Admiral.
Dantro, how did you get here? Where did you come from? No one told me you'd come aboard.
I'm not really aboard, Admiral, but there's no time for that now. You must give those two cruisers orders not to harm that scout ship.
Not harm it? Are you crazy? We can't afford to let them get word back to Marston that we're out here waiting.
Don't worry, they won't. That's not the enemy. There are only two in that ship, the Earth children, Billy and Jane Darrow.
Are you sure you know what you're talking about?
Admiral, you've known me for a long time. I ask you to believe me. Please, give the orders.
Very well, but I hope you know what you're doing. Order the two cruisers to keep the ship under surveillance, but to hold their fire until further word from me. Now, Dantro, what's this about your not being aboard? I can see that you're there in front of me. I can hear you. You're not going to tell me I'm seeing things?
In a way, you are. Actually, I'm 5 million miles away in a room under Marston's palace.
What? You're joking.
Just believe me, and don't worry, Admiral. It's not magic. But there's something else I must tell you now. You must not attack Marston's fleet now.
Not attack Marston? Why, you're going too far, sir. I have my orders.
But you don't understand. This machine may give us an answer that will stop Marston and still avoid war. Once your fleet strikes, war's inevitable.
That is not in my province to discuss. I am an officer under the orders of the League of Planets, and my orders were to attack if the ship left the field on Mars.
But I told you those two kids are on that ship.
Dantro, I know you and respect you. I have rescinded my orders to attack that scout, but now you ask me to hold up the entire fleet? That is too much.
Give me an hour, then. 1 hour. Isn't it worth waiting if we can avoid solar war?
Well, very well. I may be making a mistake, but I will give you that hour. But that is all. I cannot wait another second beyond it.
Thank you, Admiral. I hope it'll be enough.
Where are you going now?
There's a Martian cruiser pursuing those kids. They're getting ready to blast them out of space. I have to stop that somehow.
Oh, wait! Where did he go? Confound it. How can he be here one moment and gone the next?
Traitors to Mars, whoever they are. Now, we are coming to the range of the scout ship. Stand by to burn them out of space.
Not so fast.
Planet man.
Your ray gun can't hurt me, Captain. Nothing you can do can hurt me.
This is some trick. How did you get on board? Seize him. Get a good hold on him. Why are your hands passing through him?
Take my word for it, you can't harm me. I'm only an image. Now listen, you must turn back to Mars.
Who are you to tell me not to obey Marston? I have my orders, and nothing will stop me from carrying them out. Prepare to destroy that scout.
Captain, if you do not listen, you'll regret it.
Planet man, you do not frighten me. I would consider it an honor to die for our leader, Marston.
Very well. You may have the chance.
Do you know where we are now, Billy? We're still heading out for Mars, but I'm sure we're heading the right way. I'll figure it out sooner or later. I wish... Hey, look. I must be dreaming. We're both dreaming. It can't be.
You're not dreaming. It's Dantro in a way, but there's no time to talk. Billy, snap that switch over there. It'll turn on the radar screen.
What's that on the screen?
It's a Martian cruiser. Unless we can do something about it, it's going to burn this scout ship in about a minute.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Here, you take the control.
No, Billy. I can't explain now, but it wouldn't do any good if I took over. I can't operate the ship. I'm not really here.
What can we do?
You two kids will have to do it. I'll tell you what to do and how. But you'll have to do the actual work. Do you think you can?
Sure. Come on, Jane.
No. Jane will have to man the turret and fire the heat rays. Billy, you'll operate the ship. Listen to me closely and do just as I tell you. If my plan works, we may get away yet.
Billy and Jane are now being guided by the three-dimensional image of Dantro. Will Billy and Jane follow through on Dantro's split-second instructions? Can they fight off the Martian cruiser? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message that the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will recall that Billy and Jane were in a stolen scout ship with Marston's pursuing cruiser about to blast them out of space. Through the use of an ancient machine they found in the tunnels beneath Marston's palace, Pat, Slatz, and Dantro have managed to project a three-dimensional image of Dantro into Billy's and Jane's fleeing scout ship. Planet Man is just telling them what to do.
You see, Billy, what you're looking at is not really me, but a three-dimensional picture of me, projected through space. I'm actually back with Pat and Slatz in the tunnel under Marston's palace. Here, touch me. Yeah, see? Nothing. I'm not solid, so I can't possibly work the controls and fight off that Martian cruiser. You'll have to help.
Okay, I'm ready.
How about you, Jane?
I've never fired a ray gun before, but I'll try.
That's the girl. Now, Billy, we'll let them get close enough for one battery of ray guns to be effective. Billy, you're going to have to listen more carefully than you ever have in your life. And you, Jane, when I tell you, squeeze those two grips and hold them that way. The guns aim and fire automatically, but they have to be activated by hand.
They're getting pretty close.
Good, I'd hope they'd do that. They're probably trying to make sure they get us with the first salvo. Let them come in a little more and then hit that button on the left. Count 3 aloud and then release it. That should bring us around so that the ray turret can bear right on them. Jane, when you hear Billy say 3, squeeze, and don't let go until I tell you to.
I'll be too scared to let go.
Ready now? I'll count. And when I get to 4, it will be time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now!
1, 2, 3. Okay, Jane, squeeze.
Squeezing? What's happening?
Look at the screen. We got it, though. We got it right in the middle. This ship's breaking right in the half. It's exploding.
That was one chance in a million. We hit their atomic pile. Well, there's no sense hanging around. There won't be any survivors. You can stop squeezing now, Jane. It's all over. Listen, Billy. I'm going to tell you how to set a course that will take you to Planaria Rex. They'll watch for you and help you land from that end. Just leave your radio on so they can give you instructions.
Don't worry about us. Just tell me what to do and I'll take care of everything.
Well, now the kids are safe, but there's only a little less than an hour before the Admiral will order the fleet to strike at Marston.
That's right. You really think this machine will be able to stop that Dantro?
Well, it will if we can figure it out. I'm beginning to understand how it works, and if I'm right, it will solve the problem perfectly.
What do you mean?
You remember that machine you saw in Planaria Rex? The one that could transmit solid objects through space by breaking them down into energy at one end and assembling them again at the other?
Sure. I was hoping to get the franchise for that, and on Earth, I'd put the post office out of business.
Well, I believe this machine is capable of doing that from a distance. If I have it figured right, it should be able to take Marston's entire space armada and transfer it to any planet. One so far away that would make them centuries to get back, even if they had enough fuel.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's do it.
Not so fast. That's what I think the machine can do. If only I could get someone who had a really good scientific mind to help me.
Someone like my father.
Yeah, he'd be perfect. He sometimes seems to know how a machine works just by looking at it. So, I've got an idea. It sounds kind of crazy, maybe, but...
Don't be ashamed to say it. Sometimes crazy ideas are just what you need. The kind that normally wouldn't occur to anyone.
Yes, Slatz, what is it?
Well, see, I was just thinking, with this machine, you were able to send an image of yourself all over space, and you could act just as if you were actually there, only you couldn't really do anything but look and talk. Now, maybe you could somehow get an image of Professor Dara down here in the tunnel, and then he could tell you what he thought, and it'd be just like the two of you were actually working it out together.
Well, that's a wonderful idea, isn't it, Dantro?
Oh, it sounds fine. Let's try it. Slatz,
Yeah?
set the screen on Judge Augustus' office. That's where they said they'd wait.
Okay. There. Yeah, look, they're waiting all right, and they look plenty worried.
Here, let me talk to them. Judge Augustus, Professor Darrow, we need your help, Professor. I don't know if it will work, but we're going to try to bring a three-dimensional image of yourself down here into the tunnel.
What do you want me to do?
Just get up and stand in the center of the room. If we succeed, you'll know as soon as we do. Stand still so I can get a good lineup.
Is it working?
I'm not sure, Pat. Let's watch.
Well, my
hello,
goodness.
Professor.
What do you know? Professor Dara, fancy meeting you here.
Oh, Father, am I glad to see you.
So this is where you've been hiding out. It doesn't look very comfortable. Well, now, what's the problem? I'm sure you didn't go to all that trouble just to talk about the weather. Let's get to work.
Dantro is trying the impossible with this extraordinary device. He has succeeded in projecting Professor Darrow's image into the tunnel so that the professor could help and then figure out how the machine can be used to break up the Martian armada. Is such a feat possible? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro, he, Slatz, and Pat were talking to the image of Professor Darrow and trying to get his help in figuring out the energy breakup facilities of the fantastic ancient machine. Outside of Marston's palace, the Martian fleet is ready to take off for the attack on Earth. Marston is directing the operations.
All right, quiet, you fools. You have less than 10 minutes. I have decided not to wait for Professor Darrow. He's had plenty of time to decide. Those two brats will have to take the consequences.
Marston!
Don't bother me now. I have no time for trivialities. If I don't supervise everything personally, nothing ever goes right. I mean to see that this field is cleared in 10 minutes. My ship will take off last. Where is that cruiser that I sent after that traitorous scout crew? Why aren't they back yet? I'll teach them.
Marston, I must tell you.
Well, what do you want? It had better be important.
The Planet Man is down in the tunnel with the Earth Girl and that Slatz.
What? Planet Man? Are you certain?
Yes, Marston. They overpowered me.
Are they still there?
Yes, Marston. They are working with some machine of the ancients which they discovered.
Would you lead me to them?
Of course, Marston.
Tara, you take over here on the field. See that the Armada gets off on its way to Earth. Then wait here for me with my ship. Guard, lead the way. This time, Tuma and I will take care of Planet Man and his meddling friends. This time, I will personally burn them down. Then there will be no slips, no mistakes. Now hurry, you fool, and be quiet. We must surprise them.
It's hard for me to think without being able to actually touch the different parts of the machine. I think I understand it, though.
It's so different from anything we have. What's your idea?
That bank of controls must be directional. That switch must activate the energy beam that does the carrying. There's the aiming dial, and this is the master control that links them into one function.
You're right. I'm sure you're right. That's the only way it can be. Shall we try it?
Go ahead. I'll keep my fingers crossed.
You'll have to help me, Pat. Professor Darrow, you check us just in case. First, I'll get the Martian Armada on the screen. There. Now, where shall we send them?
How about Pluto?
Well, that's perfect. They'd never get enough fuel to get back from there. Now, Pat, throw the switch. Looks as though we're all set, Professor.
That's it. Now the master control.
Done. And it worked. Look, the field is empty. Not even a scout ship left.
Oh, Father, you were right. The whole armada gone without a trace. It's as though they never existed, and Earth is safe.
Yeah, Earth and us. I was afraid for a while that Marston was going to have his fun after all.
And so he will, my traitorous friend, and so he will.
What do you want?
I thought he was
No,
aboard one
I
of the
was
ships.
not aboard any ship, not yet. My fleet is gone, but I am still here. And I shall at least have the satisfaction of burning you down one by one. Professor Darrow, we have never met before. I'm sorry it must be so short an acquaintance, but why are you so silent? Surely the great scientist from Earth can think of a few last words.
Dantro, he thinks my father's really here. He doesn't know it's just a projected image.
You're right. Only Professor Darrow realizes that he may be able to save us. I'm afraid to try to tell him. It might give the whole thing away.
What are you two whispering about? Come.
Why don't you stop torturing us? If you're going to burn us down, get it over with.
I am enjoying this little chat, aren't you? Oh, by the way, Professor Darrow, may I compliment you on your reasoning? I couldn't have done much better. That machine is certainly a wonder. I think I'll send Planaria Rex into the sun with it first.
I didn't realize he'd know about the machine. We must do something.
Oh, yes. I stood here quietly while you worked it all out for me. It's just what I wanted. With it, I will need no one's help. No clumsy, meddling fools to spoil my plans. I can rule the solar system alone. Just Fema and I. But I am bored with this conversation. I think it's time we said goodbye to our friends, Fema. One last goodbye.
What a turn of fate. After succeeding in the phenomenal try of putting the entire Marston Armada out of commission, Dantro, Pat, Slatz, and the image of Professor Darrow are held at bay by Marston's ray gun. One by one, they are to be destroyed. We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message that Dantro the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro the Planet Man fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Marston has surprised the Planet Man, Pat, Slatz, and what he believes to be Professor Darrow in the tunnel under his palace. They had just used the ancient machine they found there to transport Marston's entire fleet to a remote planet and end his threat to solar peace. Now, however, things look very bad. As we find them, Marston is gloating over his luck in catching them all and also in finding the machine. But he is unaware that Professor Darrow is really not there. What he really sees is only a three-dimensional image projected by the machine.
Yes, Planet Man, I will save you for last. You can watch me take care of your friends one by one, then it will be your turn to pay the penalty for opposing the will of Marston. With you taken care of, I shall use this machine you have so kindly discovered to teach the League of Planets a lesson. First, I shall send Planaria Rex into the sun, then the other planets one by one will feel the weight of my power. Yes, Fema, it is just you and I against the solar system. But with this machine, we shall win.
We must do something to prevent his getting this machine. It's more dangerous than his fleet, and there can be no defense against it.
Stop whispering. What does it matter? You are all going to die. I think I've waited long enough. Who will be first?
Even you couldn't be low enough to shoot us down without a chance.
Quiet. I need no lessons from you, Professor. Be quiet or you will be the first.
Marston still doesn't know that that's only an image of my father he's talking to.
I hope Professor Darrow acts. He's our only chance.
Marston, you don't really think we're afraid of you?
I know you're afraid of me. You are not fools, and no sane man wants to die.
I'll show you.
Don't come near me, I'll shoot.
Shoot, then.
I warned you.
Look, the ray went right through him. It's hit the machine. Look out!
Is everyone all right? Dantro, where are you going?
After Marston. He went down into the tunnel.
Oh, be careful. He's armed.
I have the ray gun. I took it from the guard.
We'll wait here for you.
Gosh, he's a brave man. I'd hate to go down there in the dark after that maniac.
If there was some way we could help him.
Oh, I'm not really worried. I think he can outsmart or outray Marston any day in the week.
Well, I hope you're right. Say, we forgot to check the machine.
Not much left to check, I'm afraid. Just look at it.
Maybe it can be rebuilt.
Oh, I doubt it. From the way Dantro talked, no one knows enough about the ancient science to do the job. We were lucky to find it in working order and then be able to figure out how to operate it.
I hate to think what we would have done without it. You know, in a way, maybe it's just as well it has been destroyed. Think of what would have happened if Marston or someone like him ever really got hold of it.
Yeah, it'd be like he said. He and FEMA would rule the solar... Great blazing asteroid.
Oh, what's the matter? What's wrong?
I just thought of something that scares me.
Slatz, will you please tell me what you're talking about?
FEMA, that's what I'm talking about, FEMA.
Oh, what about FEMA?
You know what she is, don't you? A Martian flying cobra, one of the deadliest things that ever lived. Her venom just has to touch your skin and you die instantly.
I know all that. What about it?
Sure you know all about it. We all know all about it, but I'll bet you Dantro isn't even thinking about it. He's down there chasing Marston through those dark tunnels, thinking things are pretty even with both of them holding ray guns, and I'll bet you he's never even given a thought to that FEMA. She can see in the dark, too.
Slatz, you're right. We must warn Dantro somehow.
Well, there's only one way to do it. Looks like I'm elected.
Are you going after them?
Yeah, there's no other way. Wish me luck.
I do, Slatz. Please be careful, but try to reach Dantro in time.
Marston! Marston, do you hear me? You might as well surrender. You can't run forever.
Surrender? That's your answer. Marston will never surrender.
Dantro and Marston are locked in deadly battle. Slatz, the engineer, is trying to warn Dantro of FEMA, whose presence gives Marston the edge. We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Dantro, he was pursuing Marston through the treacherous underground tunnels. Marston has fired on Dantro but missed. Slatz, in the meantime, has gone to warn Dantro of FEMA, the deadly Martian cobra who is with Marston. Dantro is unaware of FEMA's presence, and he stands vulnerable to attack in the tunnel.
Dantro! Dantro! Where the dickens are they? I can't keep this place up much longer. I just got to find them before it's too late. Dantro! Dantro, it's me, Slatz!
Only we had some way of knowing whether your trick worked, Professor Darrow. You say you deliberately drew Marston's fire, knowing that his ray would pass right through your image? Do you remember anything else then?
No, Judge, it's just as I told you. The ray must have harmed the machine, for suddenly my whole picture of the room blocked out.
This waiting is so difficult. I gave orders to the fleet to descend at once and send armed search parties into the tunnels. Until we get word from them, we have no way of knowing whether Marston or our friends have won out.
I know how you feel, Judge. After all, Pat is my flesh and blood, and Slatz is almost like a son.
Well, at least the two youngsters are safe. They arrived at Planaria Rex just a few hours ago.
Just a little bit further, and we'll have Planet Man where we want him, huh, Fever? A little bit further, if I remember, there should be a chasm in the floor. Let him think he has me cornered, and then we'll show him our little trick. Won't we, Fever?
Marston, I know you're just ahead of me. You might as well surrender.
Ah, here's the edge of the chasm. Now, Fema, be ready. When I say go, see that you strike straight and true.
Planet Man, you have me cornered. I cannot go any further.
If you surrender now, I will see that you get a fair trial.
How do I know I can trust you?
You'll have to take that chance. Throw down your ray gun.
If I do, will you throw yours down also?
No tricks.
I know when I am beaten, Planet Man. You can depend on my word.
Very well. When I say 3, you throw your weapon out on the floor of the tunnel where I can see it. Then I will do the same.
Start counting, Planet Man.
1, 2, 3.
There it goes.
And there is mine.
Now, Fema, strike.
There goes Fema. Look out! Oh, no!
Marston, that was your last bit of treachery. I'm coming after you.
Planet Man, you still live. Fema, you failed me.
Look out, Marston, the chasm!
No!
Slatz certainly was a brave man to throw himself in the way of that flying cobra, Fema. We'll never forget his heroic deed.
He's that kind of person, Judge Augustus. You know, when we picked him up, he smiled and said, "That Fema. He must be stupid if he thinks his poison could kill me. Why, I'm so full of Army snake serum from World War II that it would take Marston's bite to put me out of commission."
He's resting comfortably, sir, and should be up and around very soon. He was delighted to know that Marston's dead because of his brave deed.
Are you sure? We never did find the body.
Oh, no one could have survived that fall. No, I think we can forget Marston and his evil. We have more important things to discuss.
That's right. The Council has promised to discuss the entrance of Earth into the League of Planets. Won't that be wonderful, Father? Can you imagine how they'll feel back home when they discover that for years the other planets have been inhabited, watching Earth and waiting for the first spaceship to be launched?
Yes, Pat, it will be quite a surprise. I might even say a shock. That's why I agree with Judge Augustus that we must plan the whole thing carefully. If mistakes are made, it can create a great deal of trouble. You must remember that the Earth is still divided into many factions. If one side or the other sees an opportunity to use this as a means of getting the upper hand, the news of the existence of the League of Planets may bring on a great tragedy.
Do you think we'll be allowed to go back with the first emissaries from Planaria Rex?
It will be most essential that you do. Your father is an interplanetary figure, and his words will be listened to and believed.
Isn't it time we attended the council meeting?
Yes. Let's hurry along.
Alone in the darkness. They think Marston is dead, but they've not heard the last of Marston. Here in this room are machines of the ancients they do not even dream exist. In time, I will learn how to use them. When I do, I will make the solar system pay for my suffering. One by one, the planets shall feel the weight of my anger. One by one. It will take time, but I can wait. Marston can wait.
Marston still lives, alone. But even alone, his presence is dangerous. What can one person like Marston do? What are these machines of which he speaks? And what powers do they hold? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message that the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet.
The Planet Man. The Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will recall that our friends were safe at last back on Planaria Rex after successfully thwarting Marston's plans to conquer the Earth. They and Dantro, the Planet Man, believe Marston to be dead, victim of his own evil. But though badly wounded, he is alive, planning revenge. Slatz, who in saving the Planet Man's life was himself poisoned by Tuma, Marston's flying cobra, is recovering. We find Billy and Jane out in space aboard a scout ship of the League of Planets Patrol.
1,000 miles a minute. The kids back on Earth could see us now.
Oh, Billy, isn't it exciting?
Captain Alstar, can you hear me? When can I take the controls?
In a minute now, Billy. I'll switch controls up to forward con. Be clear of the regular space lanes by then. I wouldn't want to run into the Mars Express.
You think I'll be able to solo soon? Planet Man promised me I'd pilot the ship alone when I passed all the tests.
Oh, Billy, you're in such a hurry. Well, you've only taken lessons for a few days.
What are you talking about? I've had 10 lessons.
That still doesn't make you a pilot.
A lot you know. Captain Alstar says I'm a natural spaceman. Tell her, Captain.
That's right, Jane. Billy's one of those rare people whose coordination is perfect for space.
See, that's how much you know.
That still doesn't mean you haven't anything to learn. I've been watching, and it's pretty complicated.
Jane's got a point there, Billy. You can take over now if you're ready.
Just watch me.
Now, Billy, be careful. Billy, what's happening?
Gee whiz, will you stop it? Gosh, Captain Alstar, aren't girls awful? Always worrying. I know what I'm doing.
He's doing fine, Jane. But Billy, keep steady on that accelerator. You're safe around here than a lot of other places you've been. We're 200,000 miles out with nothing but space around us.
She's not really scared. She always talks like that. But when there's trouble, you can count on her. Am I on a course, Captain?
Right on the beam, Billy. Just hold it where it is. Now, I'd like to ask you a few questions and see how well you remember what you've learned.
Shoot.
How can I tell whether we're on course or not?
Well, that's easy by checking the spot. That thing over there.
The spot of your linear directional coordinates.
Good for you, Jane. That's tougher to pronounce than to use. How does it work, Billy?
Well, one dial is set for our course, like this. And the other on the automatic signals that are broadcast from the space station. This way. Now, if the two lines on the screen are exactly parallel, we're on course, right?
Couldn't be righter. Now, how about that red switch on your left? What's it for? And let's see how you use it.
That's the four-screen control. When you pull it, the ship is surrounded completely by a defensive screen. It's in case we're attacked or a meteor or something comes too close. Watch.
Good boy, Billy. Okay, turn it off. Let's head back for Planaria Rex now, Billy. It's time we were heading in.
Yes, sir. Let me hit that port accelerator. Can I land the ship today?
Oh, there you go again, trying to do everything at once.
I promised Billy he could bring us in today. Just remember what we've been practicing, Billy, and you'll be okay.
Don't worry. I know the routine by heart. I'm heading in.
This is Spaceport, Planaria Rex, calling freighter Centurion of Mercury. Land in Area 5, all clear for you. Hello, Miss Darrow. You're the nicest thing that's happened here all day. Can I show you around the control tower?
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant, but I'm afraid I'm in a bit of a hurry. Have Billy and Jane landed yet?
No, but they're due any minute now. Can't I help you?
Well, that's nice of you, but I'm afraid not. I have some important news for them.
I can reach them over the communicator beam if you like.
Oh, no, it can wait. Besides, Billy's got enough to think about flying that scout.
Yes, I guess you're right. He's making his first landing today.
Landing? Well, is it safe?
Perfectly safe. Billy's flying like a veteran. Captain All-Star, our top pilot's been with him. He says Billy's one of the best students he's had. Don't worry.
Hello, Spaceport Planaria Rex. This is Captain All-Star. My scout is coming in. Request area for landing.
All clear, Captain. Take Area 4.
Roger and out.
It's over there, Miss Darrow. You'll get a good view from up here on the control tower deck. Don't be surprised at what you see.
Well, there's nothing wrong, is there?
No, not at all. The first time anyone lands one of those scouts, they get a real jolt.
Oh.
It's hard to gauge their speed exactly, and it takes practice to come in just right.
Well, they won't crash or anything.
Not a chance. All our ships are equipped with auto landing gear.
Auto what?
It's a beam that cuts in automatically when they come down too fast. It acts like a kind of bumper. They'll bounce a little, but it's perfectly safe. You'd have seen me bounce on my first landing.
It should be there. I always get kind of worried knowing Planaria Rex is so close and not being able to see it. Captain, are you back there?
Yes, Billy. When the control tower gives us an area, you'll be able to see it on the screen.
Oh, they know we're coming.
We'll call in. As a matter of fact, Billy, you'd better do it now.
Jack. Hello, Darrow calling Spaceport, Planaria Rex. Darrow calling Planaria Rex. Can you read me? Come in.
Spaceport, Planaria Rex. Commence, Pilot Darrow.
Oh, boy, Pilot Darrow, hear that, Jane?
Better get your landing clearance, Billy.
Oh, gosh, I forgot. Darrow to Spaceport, are we clear to land?
Spaceport to Darrow. You're clear to land. Take Area 4. Good luck.
Thanks.
Now watch the visa screen there.
It's like magic. First there's nothing, and then all of a sudden, bingo! Planaria Rex.
There's the Spaceport. Area 4 is that one, isn't it?
Check, Billy. It's on yours. Take her in.
Aren't we going in a little fast, Captain?
Billy, oh my goodness!
Billy is heading in for his first landing. Is his speed too fast, or is Jane just being too overcautious with Billy? We'll be back in a moment. So, level off. When we left Billy and Jane, they were in a scout spaceship, heading into a landing at the Planaria Rex spaceport, this being Billy's solo landing. Waiting for them is Pat, who is accompanied by a lieutenant of the League of Planets Squadron. The lieutenant is talking. Here they come, Miss Darrow. See over there?
He's really traveling. Are you sure there's no danger?
Not at all, but they're due for a surprise. Watch.
Oh, no. Why, he bounced 100 feet into the air. But there he goes again.
Oh, they're down now.
Oh, I'm going over the area.
Come on, I'll run you over in my jet seat.
Gosh, what happened?
Just came in a little too fast, that's all. There wasn't any danger, and the best way to learn is to bounce a few times.
See, Smarty, I told you don't know everything.
Oh, you heard what the captain said. It could have happened to anybody. Come on, let's get back and see what's happening to Pat and Dantro. Come on, Captain. Thanks.
Goodbye, Captain All-Star.
Bye, kids, and happy landing.
Billy, Jane, what's up, Pat?
In 6 hours, we leave for Venus.
Venus?
You see, we're going to make a tour of all the members of the League of Planets.
like ambassadors from Earth?
That's exactly it. None of the people in the League of Planets has ever seen anyone from Earth.
Did you say we leave in 6 hours?
Yes, and we'll have to hurry.
Is the professor going?
No, he's decided to stay here on Planaria Rex and work in the laboratories with the scientists.
I guess Slatz can't go.
Oh, not yet. In a couple of weeks, he'll be up and around. He'll join us then. Come on.
Well, Judge Augustus, we leave in an hour.
Dantro, I wanted to be sure you realize how important this trip is. I know everyone will like Pat, Billy, and Jane, but we don't want anything unforeseen to happen.
They'll make friends with everyone, I'm sure.
That's not what I'm worried about. Marston had friends in all the planets, and they're still very active. To keep Earth out of the League of Planets, they might even resort to violence. So be prepared for anything.
A whole new world of adventure seems to be in store for Billy, Jane, and Pat as they prepare for their interplanetary tour. What thrills lie ahead? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message that Dantro the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro the Planet Man fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember that Billy, Jane, and Pat Darrow were about to take off from Planaria Rex with Dantro the Planet Man for Venus. They are starting on a goodwill tour of the members in the League of Planets. Judge Augustus warned Dantro that although Marston's power was destroyed, his collaborators on the planets were still a threat to the Earth people, that they might even resort to violence in their determination to keep Earth from becoming a member of the League. We find our party preparing for their blast-off from the spaceport on Planaria Rex.
In 5 minutes or so, we'll blast off of Venus. Are you excited, Billy?
Little. Listen to him a little, he says.
Well, he's been practically jumping up and down for the last 4 hours.
You've been excited yourself, so don't talk about me.
I'm afraid we don't know an awful lot about Venus, Dantro.
Well, it isn't exactly Earth, you know. The clouds that shroud the planet are dust.
I thought they were like the ones back home. You know, water vapor.
No, they're dust. As a matter of fact, the surface of the planet is almost covered with dust. The Venusians have evolved a culture that's quite different from any other planet in the League. They even look different, as you know. Their noses, for instance. You've noticed how big they are. That's because of the dust. They have a kind of filter that's part of their bodies that enables them to breathe.
Oh, I wondered about that. And about the extra eyelid they seem to have. It's transparent. I guess that's to protect their eyes from the dust.
Yes, exactly, Pat.
But do they live out in the middle of the dust all the time? Doesn't it get into their food and everything?
Well, one time they did. But for centuries, they've lived under tremendous transparent domes. Their cities are covered by them. We'll be quite comfortable inside them.
Won't we ever go outside?
Oh, yes, but when we do, we'll have to wear respirators to filter out the dust.
I couldn't help laughing when I first saw the Venusian ambassador's big nose. I guess nature knows what she's doing.
They'll have the laugh on us with our respirators.
Well, they're much too polite to laugh. But you're right about nature. You'll find as we travel around that some of the races in the League of Planets will look pretty funny to you. But there's always a good reason for it. They've each adapted to the environment of the place they live. That's why even the people back on your Earth are different.
Isn't it getting close to blast-off time?
Oh, just about, Billy. I want to give the ship a quick check, though, before we go up. That's funny.
What's funny?
I may be just imagining things, but the controls don't feel right to me. Particularly the counter-gravity stabilizer.
Gee, you don't think it's busted, do you? Will it delay our trip?
Not busted, Billy. Broken.
Gee whiz, what's the difference? You know what I mean. Will it, Dantro? Will it delay us?
Don't distract him, Billy.
Oh, that's all right. After all, Billy wants to learn. The pilot needs to know his ship.
Sure, you women don't understand these mechanical things. Now, what seems to be the trouble?
I'm afraid it's a little too technical even for you, Billy. I better call the flight engineer. I checked the entire ship with him myself before, but I'll ask him to go over this counter-gravity stabilizer again. Flight engineer, report to control deck at once. Flight engineer Mako, sir. What's up? Well, it's probably nothing, but the controls don't seem to respond quite right. Well, we checked them together. We give them a quick once-over just for luck? Well, of course, sir.
Can I help? I'm almost a pilot, you know.
I know. I've been hearing about you. Sure, you can hold these tools and hand them to me as I need them.
How many people are there on Venus, Dantro?
About 1 billion people, Jane.
Any animals?
Oh, of course. And like the Venusians, they've all adapted themselves to the dust. There's another inhabitant of Venus that's almost a legend. Very few of them have ever been seen. There isn't even a picture of one, and most Venusians doubt that they exist.
You sound mysterious. What are they?
Well, the Venusians call them dusties. They're almost humanoid in appearance from the stories I've heard. No one really knows much about them, but they've been credited with almost magical powers.
Do you believe that?
I'm afraid I don't know what to believe, Jane. I've traveled around the solar system and seen too many unbelievable things to be sure of anything. There's certainly no evidence to support that belief, though. Probably just a sort of legend more than anything else. Oh, any luck, Mako?
Well, nothing wrong so far, sir.
Have you checked the stabilizer?
I'm just going over it now. Seems okay. Wait a minute. Billy, hand me that round tube. It can't be.
Trouble?
I'm afraid so. I'm not sure yet, but something isn't the way it should be here.
You better go over it carefully.
Don't worry, sir, I will. Hand me that scanner, Billy.
Can it be serious? I mean, if it didn't work right?
Serious enough to end our trip before we had hardly gotten started. Without the stabilizer, we'd never clear the gravity field of Planaria Rex. It could make us crash if it were badly enough warped.
Jumping sun toads, this is awful.
Did I give you the wrong tool?
No, the tool's all right, but something else is awfully wrong. Will you come over to the engineering maintenance for a moment, sir? I'd like to talk to you.
Can I come?
Oh, you better stay here with the tools, Billy. It's pretty technical anyhow. And I've got to look at some relay charts. I'll explain it to you when I get back. What's the trouble?
Well, I didn't want to tell you in front of the kids and Miss Darrow, so there's no sense worrying them. But that gravity stabilizer is absolutely useless. You wouldn't get 2 miles off Planaria Rex. You'd come down like a meteor.
Or you could have told me in front of them they're not the kind that get frightened easily.
That's not why I asked you to step out. That equipment is useless. And it's no accident.
No. What do you mean?
It's been tampered with.
Tampered with? Are you sure?
You went over it with me, sir. It was in perfect shape then.
But are you sure it's been deliberately damaged?
The way it is, it couldn't have been an accident. The connections have been switched, and the tube shorted. Whoever did it knew exactly what he was doing. You wouldn't have had a chance of landing without a crash.
You'd better check the rest of the controls. I'll make some excuse to Miss Darrow and the kids. And check it thoroughly.
Don't worry, I'll go over everything with a micro scanner.
There's trouble ahead for the League of Planets group before they even take off on their goodwill trip. Who is behind this sabotage? We'll be back in a moment. So level up. When we left Dantro, he was informed by the flight engineer that the proposed interplanetary goodwill spaceship, the Planeteer, had been sabotaged. Now we find Dantro talking with Billy, Jane, and Pat in the control cabin, but not letting on to what is really wrong.
Do think we'll make it this time, Dantro?
Well, I think so, Billy. What happened before was just one of those accidents. It should teach you a good lesson, though. Always check your ship before you take it up. Even the best technicians slip sometimes, and it's your life that's at stake, and sometimes others.
You bet I will. Can I stand here a while you blast off? Oh, me too. You may be in the way.
Oh, it's all right, Patsy. No trouble at all, and not very complicated.
I keep forgetting how different from the old Constitution these ships are. No dangerous acceleration, no recoil couches. It's almost like going up in an elevator.
There goes the signal to blast off.
Right, Billy. Here we go.
Boy, this ship really travels. Can I take over the control soon?
Maybe not this trip, Billy. Don't worry, you'll have a lot of chance to be traveling a lot for a while now. We'll be out of these dust clouds in a minute, and then you'll be able to take your first look at Venus.
I've always thought that the clouds were water vapor, like the clouds on Earth.
Well, if they were, Venus would be a lot better off. As it is, they have ways that will seem quite strange to you. Oh, but you'll see it yourself in a little while now. There, now you can see the planet.
Why, it looks like a big desert. Hey, what's that thing down there? It looks like a big bubble.
That's Venusport. I told you their cities were covered with tremendous domes to keep out the dust storms.
But how do we get in?
Well, they have locks like the airlocks on a spaceship. You go through one door, which seals, and then we can go through the second, through to the city itself.
Do they know we're coming?
Well, I've already signaled ahead. You see that directional arrow? If we keep it lined up with the beam, we will come right onto the port.
I see it. It's that round opening.
Yeah, that's right. We'll have to slow down.
There, a second door ahead of us now. What's opening?
The outer door must be closed then. Here we go.
See, the landing field is below us.
Yes, and there's a delegation waiting for us to land. They'll probably make a speech. Yes, this is quite an event for Venus. Not often they have visitors from the other planets.
On behalf of the people of Venus, I welcome you to Venusport. Our planet is yours.
You think he means it? Be quiet, Billy. This is a very serious occasion.
As I grasp the hands of each of you from Earth, may it be a symbol of the future unity for the people of Venus and the people of your home planet.
The first leg on the interplanetary goodwill tour has been made without incident, except for the attempted sabotage of the Planeteer at takeoff. Now on the planet Venus, the planet of dust, the Earth people and Dantro are to be the most honored guests in many a century. We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. When we left our friends Pat, Billy, and Jane Darrow, they and Dantro the Planet Man had landed at Venusport. As the first people from Earth to visit that planet, they were welcomed most cordially. We find Billy, Pat, and Jane discussing the wonderful reception that was given in their honor.
Brother, that was some banquet.
You said it. What was it we ate?
Gosh, I don't know. Do you know, Pat?
I'm a little bit afraid to ask. Didn't you like the taste?
Oh, sure, it was swell.
Oh, come in.
Dantro, when are we leaving? Where are we going?
I'll tell you all about it in a minute. You packed, Pat?
Oh, just about. A few little odds and ends, but it'll only take a minute.
Oh, fine. I just came from the office of the League of Planets here on Venus. They wanted me to be sure and commend all of you on the way you've been conducting yourselves. Particularly you two, Billy and Jane. The ambassador thought you got along wonderfully at the party the Vice Regent of Venus gave for you.
Gosh, we didn't do anything special.
They were such nice people. It was almost like our friends on Earth.
Well, just the same, you were both swell.
You know, Dantro, sometimes I think you do it deliberately.
Hmm?
You know, we're all standing here wondering when we're leaving and where we go next. Is it a secret?
Yeah, what's the mystery?
No mystery at all. I didn't mean to keep you guessing. It's just that I've got a lot on my mind. I was going over the route with the convoy commander.
Convoy commander? Are we going by boat?
Silly, how could we go by boat? There's no water.
No boat, Billy.
Oh, Dantro, what is this all about?
I'm sorry, Pat. Well, here's the story. We leave here in about half an hour and travel in convoy by dust buggy to Galanta.
What's a dust buggy?
Where's Galanta?
Well, a dust buggy is like, well, I guess back on Earth you'd call it a sled. It has an enclosed cabin to keep out the dust. It's driven by jets along the tops of the dust the way a sled goes over the snow. Galanta is the biggest city here on Venus. It's about 600 miles from Venusport.
Couldn't we go by air?
Well, we could, but I thought you might like to see something of Venus. It'll take a little longer this way, but you could get a good look at the countryside. The buggy's built to take all kinds of conditions. It will be part of a convoy.
It sounds exciting.
Yes, it will be. I'll never forget the first time I traveled across Venus. It's an experience you'll never forget. Pat, can I talk to you a minute?
Oh, certainly. Come into my room.
You get your things together, kids. We'll be right back. I wanted to talk to you about something serious, and I just assumed Billy and Jane didn't hear. Nothing may happen, but I think you ought to be aware that everyone on Venus isn't friendly.
I thought the Venusians were on our side.
Well, they are, don't misunderstand me. 99% of them are anxious for Earth to join the League, but Marston had allies here on Venus. As a matter of fact, just before we left Planaria Rex, Judge Augustus warned me to be careful.
And there was something really wrong with the ship after all, wasn't there?
I'm afraid there was. I didn't want to frighten you, so I pretended it was an accident. But it was sabotage. There's no question about it, and I'm afraid it's only the beginning.
Do you think they'll really try to hurt us?
Well, I'm afraid they may, Pat. After all, if we had taken off with the ship the way it was, we'd have all been killed. If they're willing to go that far, they'll stop at nothing. Oh, that's why I felt I'd better tell you the truth so that you'd be on your toes.
Well, it's not myself I'm worried about, but the kids are my responsibility. I certainly wouldn't want anything to happen to them.
Believe me, Pat, nothing's going to happen if I can help it. But there's no harm in being prepared. Well, we better get moving. Convoy will be waiting for us. Come on, kids. Let's go.
A trip through the Venus dust land. That in itself is exciting. But what possible danger may face Dantro, Pat, Billy, and Jane as they embark on this Venusian convoy trip? We'll be back in a moment. So, level up. When we left Dantro, Pat, and the two kids, Billy and Jane, they were about to leave Venusport for an overland trip to Galanta, which would take them over the treacherous Venus dust. As we find them now, they are speeding along in a Venusian dust buggy, and the ride is apparently full of thrills.
Boy, Billy, isn't this wonderful? It's like a roller coaster back on Earth. Here comes another hill. Hang on. Oh, boy, what a ride.
I told you you'd enjoy this. If we'd gone by air, you'd have missed all the fun.
Oh, it is exciting, but I can't help but wonder what would happen if our dust buggy conked out.
Don't worry, that's why we travel in convoy. We just transfer to one of the other buggies. If we lost the convoy, we could use our communicator, and they'd send out a rescue party from Venusport.
Well, I'm not really worried. But that landscape out there is a little frightening. I never realized there could be so much dust anywhere.
Well, it's hundreds of feet deep, Pat. And these hills are moving all the time, like sand in your deserts back on Earth.
Gosh, you know almost as much about Earth as we do.
Well, you know, we've been watching Earth for years with the cosmic communicator. I learned a lot about your planet and its people.
That's right, I'd forgotten. I wish we had the communicator here now. I'd like to see what's going on in the sports world.
You and your old sport. Look out there. We'll never see anything like that on Earth.
Maybe when we get back to Planaria Rex, you can teach us some games.
Boy, that's an idea. We could have games and maybe even have a League of Planets Olympics like the ones on Earth.
And Judge Augustus could be an official.
Ah, Benny'd love that, wouldn't he, Ben?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. They have a game here on Venus I think you'd like. Maybe when we get to Galenta, you can watch a game. It's called Jetto.
How do they play it?
With one-man jets and a ball that's anti-gravitated so it floats in the air.
Gosh, it sounds exciting.
You think we'll run into a dust storm?
Oh, let's hope not. Once you've been in one, you never want to see another. Now, we're safe enough in the buggy. It's built to travel right through storms. But with the wind blowing at 100 miles an hour, this dust is like a million sharp needles. If you were outside without protection, it would strip your clothes off in a second, and the rest of you, too, for that matter.
Let's not even talk about it. It gives me the shivers.
Ah, you always get scared.
Maybe I do, but that doesn't stop me.
That's right, Jane. Sometimes I think you pretend to be scared to make Billy feel brave.
That's a secret between us women.
Ah, you women are all alike, always making fun of a guy.
Yes, Billy, but they are nice to have around.
Oh, I guess so. Only sometimes Jane talks too much.
What's that?
Where?
Over there on the left, way out there. See? It looks like a cloud or something.
I see it all right. Jane, it looks like you're going to find out what a dust storm is like.
That's what it is. Seems so far away.
At the speed it's traveling, it'll be here within a few minutes. We're in for a little rough weather. Better buckle those safety belts.
Gosh, this is really something.
Hadn't we better pull a little closer to the convoy?
That's a good idea. We'll switch on our lights, too, the way they have, so we can see each other through the storm.
This buggy may keep out the wind and the dust, but it doesn't keep out the noise.
I'm afraid they're built for safety and speed, not for comfort. But don't be afraid. At the rate we're traveling, we should be out of the storm quickly enough.
It's a good thing the rest of the convoy put on their lights. Pitch black outside. They just barely make them out.
We'll stick close to them. They know the way. You all okay?
Sure, we're fine.
What's happened?
I'm not sure. I'll try and start the jets again.
Boy, that had me worried for a minute.
That must have been the dust. Some of it must have gotten through the filters into the engine.
Look, there's one of the convoy. They dropped back to see if we were okay.
They're pulling up right alongside of us.
I'll signal them ahead. Everything's fine now.
There they go. Can you see them?
Don't worry, I'll follow right behind until we catch up with the rest of the convoy.
Pulling away from us.
Our jets still aren't working right. I can't understand it. These buggies are built for this kind of weather. Oh, there it goes again.
Can't you get it started?
I'm afraid we're stuck.
Will it come back first again?
They'll try, but in this storm, they'll never find us.
What'll happen?
Well, we'll just use our communicator and call for help. They'll be able to get direction from our radar beam and find us even if the dust storm is still on. Hello, Planet Man calling Venusport. Planet Man calling Venusport. Hello, Venusport. Venusport, do you hear me? This is Planet Man calling Venusport. Come in, Venusport.
No answer.
Hello, Venusport. Come in, Venusport. This is Planet Man calling Venusport.
Maybe something's happened to our communicator.
God, can't you think of something pleasant?
Pleasant or not, I'm afraid Jane's right. The communicator isn't working.
What do we do now?
We're safe enough here in the buggy. We'll just sit out the storm, and then I'll send up a few flares. They'll be looking for us, and somebody is sure to notice. We'll just sit tight until they do.
Well, our friends seem to have become the victims of a Venusian dust storm. Or has the work of some saboteurs hit its mark? Will the rest of the convoy discover the missing dust buggy soon? What manner of danger lies ahead for Dantro and his friends? We'll be back in a moment But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember Billy, Jane, and Pat Darrow and Dantro the Planet Man were marooned on Venus amidst a sea of dust when a dust buggy broke down during a terrible storm. With their communicator not working, they have been unable to do more than sit and wait for the storm to blow itself out.
Have you figured out what's wrong with the communicator yet, Dantro?
Not yet, Billy. I can't understand how it could have gone out. This type of equipment is built to take a pounding for years without trouble.
Maybe it needs a tube or something.
Not this set. They're tubeless. That's what makes them so sturdy.
Listen to that wind. Don't have to listen to it. I can almost feel it through the buggy. That plastic shield around us must really be strong.
How fast do you think it's blowing out there?
Well, at least 200 miles an hour, maybe more.
Gosh.
Have you found the trouble yet?
Yes, I found it.
Can't you fix it?
Not without new parts, and there aren't any extras aboard.
New parts? Is it that bad?
Pat, you remember what I told you just before we left Venusport?
You mean about the ship?
That's right. Well, it looks like this is more of the same.
More of the same? Same what?
I'm going to tell them, Pat.
I guess you better.
What's going on?
Remember the trouble we had with the ship before we left Planaria Rex?
I remember. It was something with the counter-gravity thing.
It's the counter-gravity stabilizer. It was deliberately sabotaged. And the same thing has happened to this communicator. And the dust buggy, too, I think. It's as I told Pat at Venusport. Marston is gone, but his collaborators are still at work trying to achieve what he failed to do.
But what good does it do them to strand us out here? Sooner or later, a search party will find us and take us back to Venusport.
You're absolutely right, Jane, and that's one of the reasons why I decided to tell you and Billy the whole story. I'm afraid that the dirty work isn't over.
Do you think someone in the convoy was in on it?
Well, we'll probably never find out for sure who sabotaged our buggy and communicator. Say, we've been so busy talking, I didn't even notice that the storm's letting up. I hope what I've told you doesn't frighten you.
You should know us better than that by now. Besides, we're all stuck together. We can take care of anything.
Atta boy, Billy. That's the way to talk.
Hello, Venusport. Secret Channel 7 Zeptar. This is Noki reporting from Goodwill Tour Convoy. Mission complete. Dantro's dust buggy stopped as planned. Convoy did not stop to find them in dust storm. We'll proceed with Operation Pickup. Should have the Earth people and Dantro as prisoners shortly. Keep you advised. Signing off.
Dantro, how about going outside? The storm's over. Maybe we can fix the jets on the buggy.
That's one thing we mustn't even try, Billy. That dust is like powder, and in this part of the desert, it's hundreds of feet thick. Without special shoes, you'd sink out of sight in a second. That's why the buggies have wide, flat runners like a sled so that they can coast along on top of the dust.
I bet if we had a pair of snowshoes, we could walk on it.
Well, as a matter of fact, the Venusians wear special dust walkers that look almost exactly like snowshoes. There aren't any on the buggy. I've already looked.
What are we going to do now? Let's sit here and wait?
No, I'm going to climb to the top of the buggy and send up a couple of flares before it gets light. May help them find us.
You want to help who's ever trying to get rid of us, too?
Well, we'll just have to take that chance. Here, hold this flare gun, and when I get up on top of the buggy, hand it to me.
Be careful.
Don't worry, I will.
Dantro, look out!
It's all right, Billy. Hand me the flare gun. Just reach it up through the doorway there.
There it is.
Now, I've got it.
Why doesn't he send up a flare?
Give him time.
Coming back down again. What's the matter, Dantro? Why didn't you send up a flare?
Well, that does it. The flare gun's been tampered with, too.
Oh, isn't there anything we can do?
Maybe we can light a fire.
It'd be a good idea if we had something to burn, but everything in the buggy is fireproof and there's nothing else but dust for hundreds of miles. No, I'm afraid we'll just have to sit here until it gets light and hope the rescue party finds us then.
A wait for help in a sea of dust is a very long time. Sometimes it never comes. What will face our friends now? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Dantro, Pat, and the kids, Billy and Jane, they were waiting for help in their sabotaged dust buggy. They were hoping a Venusian rescue party would shortly pick them up. As we find them now, they are in their dust buggy staring out at the vast reaches of the shifting mountains of dust.
Jane, what are you looking at?
I was sure I saw something moving out there.
Where?
That way. It looked almost like somebody standing. It's gone now.
I'm afraid it was your imagination, Jane. Even in this light, you can see for miles. There's nothing there now.
She's just seeing things.
Well, if she's seeing things, so am I. Look out there.
You're right. I can see it, too. Looks like some kind of an animal or something's coming towards us.
There are some more of them here on the other side. Look.
What is it, Dantro? Do you know?
I'm not sure. It's hard to see the way they're hunched over, but I think... Oh, it can't be.
It can't be what?
Remember I was telling you about the dusters?
Sure. You said nobody was sure if they really existed or not.
Well, I'm afraid they do exist, and what's more, they're all around the dust buggy.
We're surrounded. They seem to be coming in closer now.
Do you think they'll attack us?
I don't understand this at all. There's little known about them, but I've never heard of them attacking.
They look so strange. In some ways, they look humanoid, and in others, almost like some kind of reptile.
Gee, you're right. They're still not close enough to see very clearly, but their skin seems to be scaly, almost like an alligator.
Look at their feet. They're wearing dust shoes, all right, but it looks like it's part of their body. I guess that's how they can walk on the dust without sinking in.
They keep coming closer and closer. I wonder what they're going to do. Well, we should know in a couple of seconds. They're almost up to the buggy.
What's that noise?
Well, it must be from those tremendous feet moving through the dust.
Well, anyhow, they can't bite us.
Why not?
Look, they hardly have any mouths at all. Just a tiny little hole.
Yes, but their noses make up for it. They're bigger than the Venusians.
They're touching the ship on this side.
Look, they're working one of their spears in through the crack of the port.
Stand back, Billy. Have to get over there.
There's another one now, on the other side.
Get back away from the port, Billy. Looks like they're going to force it open. They've split it already.
There it goes.
Hello, Venusport, Secret Channel 7 Zeptar. This is Noki. Convoy just arrived in Galanta. We'll delay them on Dantro's rescue. Baca and I heading out to Dantro's stalled dust buggy. Keep you advised. Signing out.
Why don't you use your ray gun, Dantro?
I don't dare. I might get a few of them, but not enough to matter. Besides, we still aren't sure they mean to harm us.
Looks like one of them is trying to climb in through the port. Gosh, look at that skin. It's just like an alligator. But they can walk through a dust storm and not even feel it.
I guess that's what it's for.
He's coming in all right.
He certainly is an ugly-looking specimen.
Right now, I'm much more concerned with what he wants, not what he looks like.
He's just standing looking at us. Why don't you try and talk to them, Dantro?
I don't think it'll do any good, Billy. They haven't any ears.
Do you think they can communicate with each other?
Maybe. Somehow they must, or they couldn't organize an attack as they did this one.
They must be pretty smart.
Maybe, but remember, the ants back on Earth and a lot of other insects, too. And wolves, they hunt in packs and yet have no means of communication.
Wolves. You don't think these dusters are like wolves, do you, Pat?
Oh, of course not, Jane.
Here comes another one through the port. Hey, and there's one right behind
They're
us.
coming toward us.
Just stay where you are. Don't move.
Hey, one of them has hold of my arm. Get your hands off of
Don't
me.
fight them, Billy. Jane, it won't do any good. We're badly outnumbered.
Hey, he's got a rope. He's going to tie me up. Hey, what do I do? Just stand here?
I'm afraid we have no choice. If we fight back, we may just arouse them. As it is, we still don't know what their plans are.
Now they're tying me up, too.
I guess you're right about they're not being able to hear or speak. They aren't making a sound.
Here comes another one through the port. What's he carrying?
Some kind of a clutch. Hey, what's he doing with it? Hey, Jane, are you all right? Dantro!
Don't be afraid, Jane. They're just going to wrap us in this cloth.
Don't worry, kid. Don't worry. Hey, they're tearing us out of the buggy. Ow! Hey, that hurt! What were you doing? Where you bang my head right against the door? You be careful, you walking alligator. Keep calm, kid.
That's the stuff. At least we can talk. That way we can keep track of each other.
They're somewhere, aren't they?
That's right, they are.
Back to their village, do you think?
There's no telling, Billy. All we can do is wait and see.
It seems the Dusters are taking Dantro and the Earth people to some prearranged spot. Where is this place? And why are our friends being taken there? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will recall that the Earth people, Billy, Jane, and Pat Darrow, and their ally from Planaria Rex, Dantro the Planet Man, have been captured by the almost legendary Dusters of Venus. Bound and wrapped in cloth, they are being carried across the dust deserts of Venus.
Billy, how are you?
Being carried upside down with a sheet around me isn't an idea of comfort.
Jane?
I'm okay.
Pat?
All present and accounted for, Dantro. Are you all right?
Fine.
I sure wish I knew where we were going.
Well, at least they're keeping us together.
Where do you think they live?
I may have some way of burrowing into the dust. Perhaps they've learned to camouflage their den.
Damn.
I don't mean it the way it sounds, Billy, but wherever it is they live, I don't believe they're intelligent enough to communicate or cooperate with others.
Well, then how did they know where to find us?
Yes, that's what I was wondering.
Well, this may be just a wandering path. Perhaps they just stumbled on the buggy in the desert.
I don't think so. They came prepared. Besides, what would they want with us, and why did they bother with us? Have you ever heard of them taking anyone before?
No.
That means if they did, no one ever lived to tell about it.
It may not be that, Billy. There may be some special reason why they wanted us.
Special reason? What do you mean?
Oh, there's no sense in guessing. We'll find out shortly. Notice the difference in sound?
Yeah, what is it?
We seem to have left the dust of the desert. Sounds and feels as if the dusters were walking on earth or rock.
Hey, something feels funny.
It's as if they were going downhill.
That's right. Oh, you notice how our voices seem to echo?
Yeah, what does that mean?
We must be in a tunnel or a cave of some kind.
And the air is much cooler, too. We should find out soon what this is all about.
Have they gone? Where are we?
I don't know. They just put us down and left. I heard a door close. We must be in a room of some kind.
Oh, now my hands are a little loose.
Can you get them free?
I'm trying.
Move down a little so I can reach the ropes with my fingers.
Got them?
Yeah, I think so.
That's it. They're getting looser. There. Now, if I can only get this blanket or whatever it is wrapped around me off.
Where are we? Can you see?
See, blacker than it was when I had the thing over my head. We're in the dark somewhere. But wait, I'll untie it so you can see for yourself.
Untie Pat first, and then she can untie Jane while you set me free.
Is that over here? Okay, I'll have you loose in a minute. There, that's it.
Oh, never mind. I can do the rest myself. You better untie Dantro.
Right.
That's fine, Billy.
Gosh, I'm glad to get these ropes off. I don't mind telling you my wrists and ankles are rubbed raw.
Well, if the dusters hadn't wrapped that cloth around us, there would be a lot of you rubbed raw.
What do you mean?
Didn't you notice their hides?
Sure, it was like an alligator.
Did you touch it?
I did when they were tying us up. It's as hard as rock, and it's rough enough to sharpen a knife on. The way they were carrying us, it would have rubbed right through our clothes.
Well, let's try to find out where we are.
You have a light?
No, Billy, no light, no ray gun either.
Did they take it away from you?
Well, I'm not sure. Might have fallen out of the holster, but it's gone.
I guess you don't have any such thing as a match.
No, nobody in the League of Planets has used matches for hundreds of years.
Well, how can we tell where we are if we can't see?
We just have to feel. Here, Pat, you take my left hand, Jane my right hand, and Billy, you hold Jane's hand.
What's the idea, Dantro?
You'll see in a minute.
What does Dantro hope to accomplish by this hand-clasping maneuver? Will it work? We'll be back in a moment. So, level off. When we left Dantro and his friends, they were dropped in a dark, lonely place by the dusters. Dantro is trying to find out where they are. Now he is directing Pat, Billy, and Jane in a hand-clasp maneuver in the dark.
Billy, walk as far as you can away from Jane without letting go of her hand.
Okay, now what?
Jane, keep hold of my hand and move away as far as you can. Billy, you keep moving.
Right. Okay.
Now, Pat, you move out the other way as far as you can. Now, take your other hand and see if either you, Pat, or you, Billy, can touch a wall or something.
I'm feeling on my side here.
How about you, Pat?
No.
Now, Billy, you stay where you are. Jane, you stay where you are. Pat and I will see if we can find the other wall.
There, I feel it.
Still there, Billy?
Yes.
Now, I wanted to be sure of that direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm measuring to see how wide this place is. Now I'm going to walk ahead and see if I can find the wall with the door in it.
I don't know whether it's better here in the dark or in the middle of the dust desert.
Personally, I'd be a little happier if we were back in Venusport.
Did you find the door, Dantro?
Yes, but it doesn't help much. It's locked or bolted on the outside.
Can we sit down or something? I'm tired.
Well, I think that's a good idea, Billy. Let's go over where we left the cloths they wrapped us in. Better than sitting on this floor. pretty sure that the dusters mean us no harm. If they were going to hurt us, I think they'd have done it by now.
Makes sense. But you said yourself that the dusters couldn't be very intelligent. I just hope you're right. Oh, boy, it's damp in here. Hey, what's the matter?
I hear something.
They're coming back.
What'll we do?
Just sit here and wait.
Here they come. Oh, he's taking my arm again. He's making me get up. Me too.
Guess they're going to take us somewhere.
Well, just do what we've been doing. Don't resist them.
You're right, Pat. They're leading us out of the room.
I think we're in a tunnel. Look, there's a light ahead of us.
We're heading toward her.
Doesn't look like daylight.
I wish these dusters could talk or make some kind of sound. They're so quiet, it's scary.
You don't sound very scared.
Well, I may not sound it, but I sure am.
Look, that light is very close.
What? Oh, would you look at that? It's a city. A whole city underground.
It's cave-like. It must be 1,000 feet high.
Yes, and a mile across.
I can't believe my eyes.
And I said they couldn't be very intelligent. Those buildings, streets, and lights.
Yeah. Hey, where does the light come from?
I'm not sure. There doesn't seem to be any single source. It's almost as though the whole inside of the cave were glowing.
Maybe it's some kind of luminous paint.
Whatever it is, it's certainly not primitive.
And look, there are some little dusters, and those must be their mothers.
We're going up the street now. Look at the houses. They look funny without any roof.
They don't need roofs. The whole cave is a roof. They just need walls for privacy.
Hey, what's that coming?
Hey, it's a vehicle of some sort.
But it has no wheels. It's not even touching the ground.
Looks like a gravity sled, but I can't believe the dusters were science is that advanced.
We seem to be heading toward the middle of the city.
Yes, toward that big building.
Twice as big as any of ours.
It must be where their ruler lives.
Oh, that's a good guess, Pat.
Yeah. Hey, that's where we're headed.
This must be the throne room or something. Look at the size of it.
That must be the big shot over in that chair.
He doesn't look very important.
Be careful. Let me make the first move.
He hasn't moved since we came in.
He's just sitting, staring at us.
Why don't you try to talk to him, Dantro? They must have some way of communicating with each other, or they couldn't develop as they have.
Oh, it's worth trying. What do you want with us?
No answer.
I'm afraid verbal communication's out anyway. After all, if they speak, they must have a language of their own.
Well, why don't you try sign language? You know, hands.
Right, Billy.
Hey, what's he looking at us for?
Dantro, look how he's staring at Billy and Jane.
He makes me nervous.
As long as he just sits there, I don't mind.
They must have had a reason for bringing us here.
He's certainly not showing it.
Here come the dusters that brought us in.
What's going on here? They're taking us out again.
I wish I knew. I guess there's nothing we can do but go along with them and wait and see.
What a strange situation for Dantro, Pat, and the kids. What can the dusters possibly have in mind? How long will Dantro wait to see what happens before he acts? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man.
What up, y'all? I want to tell you guys, quick little pause break. Quick thank you. Yeah. We on that path. We're halfway there. We really only need about 1,200 more watch hours, so we keep this going. Gonna be there. Anybody who's not subscribed, if you like what you see, go ahead and hit it up and subscribe. You know, I just got able to talk finally, so saying what's up to everybody in chat too. I'm not gonna be active on the mic. Every now and then I'll pop in. Could probably keep this bad boy going for the next like 10 hours, 9 hours. Without further ado, we'll go back to Planet Man.
As you recall, our friends from Earth, Billy, James, Pat Darrow, and the Planet Man of Planaria Rex, were captured by the almost legendary Dusters of Venus and carried off to a city in a cavern deep beneath the surface of a dust-covered planet. There they were brought before the grim leader of the Dusters. Planet Man made a vain effort to communicate with him. When this failed, they were returned to their prison.
Here we are, back where we started from. I don't know why they took us before their leader. We just sat there. He hardly moved. He kept staring at you and me. He gave me the creep.
Well, he was much more interested in you two kids than he was in Pat or me.
Wish we didn't just have to sit here.
Look, I have a plan. If something doesn't happen by the time they return, we'll try to escape.
Escape? How? What can we do?
When we hear them coming, Pat and I will stand on either side of the door. You and Jane stay out in the middle of the room and make some kind of noises to draw their attention. When they come in, we'll drop these cloths they left over their heads, and in the confusion, we may be able to get out of the door.
Hey, that's a good idea.
It may work, but if we do get away, we've got to stick together. One of us gets separated in the darkness of these tunnels, it will be almost impossible to find each other.
You couldn't get me away from the rest of you if you tried. Hey, I just thought of something. What? If it's dark, how do they find their way around? They must be able to see in the dark. Like a cat? After all, cats can find their way in the dark.
I don't think that's the answer.
Why not, Dantro?
You look at their eyes.
Sure. When that guy took a look at me, I looked him right back in the eye.
They're like yours and mine, Billy, not like a cat's at all.
They sure know where they're going.
They must have some extra sense that we don't have.
Like a kind of built-in radar.
Something like that, Billy. They're coming back. Pat, grab one of those claws.
Right.
Billy, James, you know what we're supposed to do? Get over in the corner. Don't overdo it. It may make them suspicious.
We better hurry. They're right outside the door.
Ready?
Ready.
Billy, James.
We're ready. Oh, give me a home where the asteroid grows.
Billy, James, hurry, out the door.
Up with you.
Pat, you all right?
I'm caught. Get away yourself.
I can't. They brought more with them this time.
Did the kids get away?
I think so.
I can still hear their footsteps running. Do you think they'll be all right?
I hope so.
Billy, where are you? Right here, Jane. Where's Dantro and Pat? Didn't they follow us? I would have heard their footsteps. All I could hear were ours. Gee, I wonder if they got caught. I hope not. Oh, Billy, what are we going to do? We'll go the way we're going. I wonder where it leads. We'll find out.
I guess the kids got away. They'd be back here now if they were caught.
I'm worried about them, wandering around those tunnels in the dark all by themselves. I wish we could have gotten away, too.
Well, we had no way of knowing there would be so many dusters this time. It's not our fault.
Before, we were all together, and I could watch out for them.
Now there's nothing we can do but sit and wonder.
Oh, they're pretty smart kids. Look at the way they got out of that scrape with Marston.
They're smart, all right, but they're still only kids. I wonder where they are now.
Oh, we must have walked a mile, and I don't see any light.
Do you think we're in the passage that leads to the cave city?
I thought we were, and I'm not so sure.
Down here in the dark, you can't tell which way you're going. Oh, I wish we had a light or something.
Sure, I wish we had one too, but we haven't. We just have to get along in the dark.
Can't we rest a while? I'm getting awful tired.
I don't think we better, Jane. The dusters may be right behind us.
What are we going to do?
Just keep on going, I guess. That's all we can do.
What's the matter, Billy?
Stand back.
Listen, Billy. Billy, where are you? What's the matter?
What? Fell in a hole or something.
Are you all right?
I hurt my leg. Oh, I think maybe it's broken.
Is the hole very deep, Billy? Can I get down?
Don't try, Jane. You might get hurt, too.
What can I do? Shall I try and get help?
Just sit there for a minute and listen. Maybe if we're quiet, we can get some idea where we are.
Billy, if only there was something I could do.
For a moment, it appeared that Billy and Jane may have escaped from the dusters, except that in the darkness, Billy has fallen and possibly broken his leg. What will Billy decide to do? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Billy and Jane, they were helpless in the dark tunnels of what seems to be the world of the Venusian dusters. Dantro and Pat failed to get away in the attempted escape. We find them now still captives of the dusters.
How long do you think it's been, Pat, since the kids escaped?
It must be 2 hours. I wonder if they got away.
Perhaps they got into the cave city and hid there somewhere.
Maybe they've been captured.
No, if they'd been caught, I think the dusters would have brought them back here.
Maybe that's them coming now.
I don't think so, Pat. Their feet would sound differently on the rock.
Maybe they're coming to take us to Billy and Jane.
Perhaps. We'll know in a minute. I guess we're going with them again. Maybe they are taking us to Billy and Jane.
Does your leg hurt very much, Billy?
Kind of numb now. If I don't move, it isn't so bad.
Maybe I ought to go for help, but I'm afraid if I leave you here in the dark, I won't be able to find my way back.
Don't worry about me. Why don't you go on by yourself? Maybe you can find your way out.
I'm not going to leave you, Billy.
Okay. There isn't much sense in both of us sitting here in the dark.
At least we're together.
Yeah, you're right about that. I wonder what's happening to Dantro and Pat. And maybe they're looking for us.
I wish I could believe that, Billy, but I'm afraid they're right back in the cell. If they'd escaped with us, we'd have heard them. And I listened very carefully. No, Billy, I'm afraid it's just the two of us. Are they taking us back to the city, Dantro?
I don't know, but I think we're heading in a different direction. The tunnel to the city slopes up, and this one seems to be descending.
You're right. I remember now. It was up here. So where do you think they're taking us?
I wish I knew. Maybe they've got Billy and Jane.
You think they caught them?
I hope so. It's better than having them wander around alone in these tunnels.
Jane, I hear something.
I heard it a moment ago.
You think it's the dusters?
It sounds different. Almost like a growl. You don't suppose it's some kind of an animal?
What kind of an animal would be down here in the darkness?
I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of a mole or something.
I hope whatever it is, it's not as hungry as I am. The way I could eat a whole cow all by myself.
And I could drink a gallon of water.
That noise is coming close. You can't see anything, can you?
No, I can hear it. I can't see it.
Boy, it's awful close.
Billy, I'm afraid.
Billy, I can get out of this hole.
Don't worry, Billy. I'll stay with you.
I know, but whatever it is, if it attacks us, I could at least put up a fight. Down here with my leg the way it is, I could only sit and wait. But you don't have to sit here, Jane. Why don't you run?
I won't run, Billy. I'm going to sit with you.
But Jane, it's getting closer. And It sounds like danger. Billy, what can it be?
Where are we going?
I'm sure they're not taking us to the cave city now. We should have reached there long ago. They're certainly in an awful hurry.
Maybe the rescue party from Venus is after them.
I'm afraid that's not the answer, Pat. Even if they knew what happened to us, I'm sure they could never find this place. It's been hidden here beneath the surface of Venus for hundreds of years.
Now they're pushing us even faster. There must be something up.
Pat, I think I hear something up ahead.
It sounds like Jane's voice.
Jane! Jane, can you hear me? That's Jane, all right. They must be in some kind of trouble. Come on. It's me, Jane. Dantro. Don't worry, we're coming.
Jane, Billy, are you all right? Oh, Dantro, run! Jane, what's happening?
Some kind of an animal. It's right there.
Yes, I can hear it. Don't worry, Billy. I won't let it hurt you, whatever it is.
What are you going to do?
Well, if I can only find a rock, perhaps I can drive it off.
Wait.
What's the matter?
The Dusters are pushing by us. Do you think they're going to attack us?
Running away, I think.
It is. Listen to its growls are getting fainter. Oh, thank goodness we were in time. Where's Billy?
Right down here, Pat.
Well, what are you doing?
I'm just sitting here.
Well, come up.
I can't. I fell in this hole. And I think my leg is broken.
We'll get you out somehow.
For the moment, the four members of the League of Planets group are together. Why did the Dusters reunite them? What is their motive? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man.
Crazy. Planet Man is crazy, isn't it? I like the way that the broads talked back then. Back to Planet Man.
You will remember that Billy and Jane Darrow had just been saved from an unseen monster in the darkness of the hidden caves of the Venusian Dusters. Pat Darrow and Planet Man, who were guided to the kids by the Dusters, are hard put to understand this act by their captors.
I don't get it at all. First the Dusters take us prisoners, and now they save Billy and Jane. It just doesn't make sense.
I know how you feel, Pat. I wish I knew the answer.
It's funny, too, the way the thing, whatever it was, ran away the minute they came. Did you notice how cold and scary it got right then? Gosh, you're right. Like something awful was going to happen. It's the strangest feeling. Didn't you feel it, Dantro?
No, I didn't, Billy. Can you tell me something more? It may be important.
It felt like a cold, frightening wind. Only it wasn't a wind. It was inside, sort of. And just before that, before I could hear you and Pat coming, I knew you were coming. Me too. But in all the excitement, I forgot that part.
What's this all about, Dantro? Do you really think it's important?
It may be very important. In fact, it may explain a lot of things about the Dusters that have been so mysterious.
You really think so? Why?
Now, try to remember this, Billy. You too, Jane. Did you ever feel anything when the Dusters were around before?
You mean like happy or friendly or anything?
Exactly.
Well, yes, I think so. Billy, you remember when we were standing looking at their ruler and he kept staring at us? Didn't you feel sort of warm and friendly? Good all over. Sure, but I thought it was my imagination. What was it, Dantro?
Well, it's only guessing, of course, but it may mean that the Dusters are telepathic.
Telepathic? You mean they're mind readers? It frightens me a little.
Oh, it's nothing to worry about. Kids, would you be willing to try an experiment?
You can count on us, Dantro. What do you want us to do?
Listen closely. Both of you think as hard as you can about the Dusters. Think about being their friends and about their coming here and getting us. Concentrate on it as hard as you can. Concentrate. You're friends. You like them. You want them to come for us. Friends. Come for us. Come for us. Come for us.
Dantro! Dantro, they're coming. I can hear them. They're coming. What do we do now? I can't see them, but from the sound, there must be 100 Dusters there.
Quiet, please, Billy Jane. Just relax and try to keep your mind blank. You sense anything? Any thoughts that seem different?
No, nothing. Wait. Yes, yes. It's almost like a voice inside my head. Only no words, more like pictures. Me too. They're telling us that we're their friends. They mean us no harm. They knew we were in trouble and came to get us from the dust buggy.
Well, ask them why they'd never tried to contact anyone else, why they'd kept their civilization hidden. But think it, don't say it.
I am. Gosh, it gets easier all the time. They say that no one but a duster has ever been able to sense their thoughts before. They consider the Venusians savages. Say, can you imagine that? And the Venusians thought the dusters were a legend. They want us to come with them to see their leader again. Oh, Dantro, this is so exciting.
I tell you, Tess, it's impossible. They've got to be here in the dust buggy. Where could they go? How could they leave?
Shut up for a minute. Let me think. 36 hours ago, I saw them stop. I made sure of it before I rejoined the convoy. They couldn't have gotten the buggy started. It hasn't been moved or it'd leave tracks.
And they couldn't cross the desert without dust walkers. They just think...
There were no dust walkers, didn't I inspect it inch myself when I sabotaged it? Oh, someone must have come along and got them.
Well, perhaps the rescue party from Venusport beat us here, huh?
No, I sent them off in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but who? Out here? There's no one here. It's impossible.
Impossible or not, it happened, and we must find them. Our orders were to see to it that the Earth people and Planet Man do not leave the desert alive. Those orders shall be carried out. We must look for tracks.
There were some funny marks in the dust over that way, but not like anything I've ever seen.
Where, you stupid fool? You mean to tell me that you knew they were there and didn't say so? Come on.
Where are we going?
After them. That's why we're here. Hurry. Thanks to your stupidity, we've lost valuable time already.
Are we going to walk?
No, we'll take the flyer. But stay close to the ground and go slowly. If we lose these tracks, we'll never find Planet Man and the others. Oh, why make to catch up with them? If it were not for their meddling, Noki would be ruler of Venus. It was their interference that brought defeat to Marston. But it's not too late. No, it's not too late.
Noki and Baka, the two disciples of Marston who sabotaged Dantro's dust buggy, are surprised not to find they would be prisoners. Is it too late for Noki? Can he and Baka find our friends? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. As we return to the Venus dust world, we find our friends Dantro, Pax, and the kids Billy and Jane being entertained by their new friends, the Dusters, with whom Billy and Jane have learned to communicate by mental telepathy.
God, what a difference from the last time we were here. Look at the fuss they're making over us. They can really dance.
Well, I think it's amazing the way they keep in step without any music.
Well, they have music. You see those men over there? They're musicians. They speak different notes and everybody gets them. Now they're all singing. we can amplify it so that Pat and Dantro can hear it.
Yes, kids, try it.
Keep it up, kids. I think it's working.
It's incredible. Incredible. And you two are actually amplifying the Duster's thoughts so Pat and I can get them.
But I can't understand why the kids are telepathic and we aren't.
The leader explained it to me. It's got something to do with our being from Earth and being so young. You must have had it when you were younger, Pat, but you grew out of it before you learned how to use it.
Yes, I suspected that. But let's listen to the music for a moment.
Where could they be going? We've been following these strange trails for miles across the desert. There's nothing this way but thousands of miles of dust.
Be quiet and do as you're told. They can't be far off. We've been flying where they walked. Wherever they're headed, we'll find them, and then I'll notify our friends. One atom bomb, and it'll be over.
Wait, up there ahead. The tracks disappear.
Right.
But how can they just disappear?
Stop talking and land the flyer.
Yes, Noki, I meant no harm. I just wondered.
You
if...
wondered too much. Remember, your life means nothing to me. I've tolerated you only because you know this desert, but don't push me too far. Now, let's look more closely at these disappearing tracks. You see? A tunnel into the ground. We're getting close.
Shall I notify our friends and have them send the ship to bomb this tunnel?
Not yet. We must be certain.
Surely you don't mean to go down into that hole?
Follow me.
I don't like it at all. Dangerous going down into the tunnel in the dark.
What are you afraid of? You found Planet Man's ray gun. You know they're not armed.
But that still doesn't explain those tracks. Or why they lead down into the tunnel. Who knows what made them? I tell you, it's dangerous.
Enough. Why did they give me such a stupid coward? I would do better alone. Shine that light up ahead and move along. My ray gun is ready even for dusters. If I hear another word, I'll use it first on you.
Don't, Noki. Point that the other way I'm going.
That's better. It can't be very far. We've walked a long way into this tunnel already.
We must be hundreds of feet down.
Soon the Planet Man and the Earth people will be eliminated, and Marston's defeat will be avenged. And the League will not dare accept Earth as a member. Hurry up, Butter. We've work to do.
Billy, ask him why the Dusters consider the Venusian savages. By the way, what's his name?
His name is Manu. He says it means mind leader. Manu says that they have watched the Venusians for centuries and never have been able to detect any signs of their thoughts. To them, thought projection is part of intelligent life.
But does he know the Venusians consider the Dusters a myth?
Manu suggests that Jane and I try to amplify his thoughts and yours so that you can communicate with each other directly. He sends your last question. We will try to answer it.
Yes, we know that the Venusians doubt our existence. We have kept ourselves hidden from them deliberately, but we can learn nothing from them. My people are few, their wants are simple, and they are kept content to stay here in our cave city where they have everything they need.
Is this the only city on Venus where there are Dusters?
Dantro! One of the guards in the tunnel that leads to the city has just sent a message that some surface people have discovered the entrance to the city and they're on their way.
Can you tell who they are? It must be the rescue party from Venusport. Somehow they must have discovered where we were.
No, he doesn't know who they are. But I don't think it can be a rescue party, for he says they act like hunters. He fears they're our enemies.
Ask him if they're armed.
Yes, he says that they're carrying ray guns.
Anu, we must have arms or weapons of some sort.
We have no weapons as the kind you know, but have no fear. We are prepared in ways that will surprise you and your enemies, if these so prove to be.
What are these ways of preparation for oncoming danger of which Manu speaks? Can they match a material weapon like a ray gun? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. the Planet Man. The Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. As you remember, Billy, Jane, Pat Darrow, and Planet Man were with the Dusters in their hidden cave city beneath the dust deserts of Venus when word reached them that their enemies were on their way. Manu, leader of the Dusters, assured them that he would deal with the intruders. With Billy and Jane amplifying Manu's thoughts, he and Dantro are able to converse telepathically.
Do not be alarmed, Planet Man. Whoever these intruders are, we shall render them harmless in ways that only we understand.
But how do you know, Manu, these intruders are enemies?
While we cannot read the thoughts of the Venusians, we can, however, sense their feelings. All creatures emanate radiations which betray their emotions. Even at a distance, I can sense that these men are bent on an evil errand, that they mean you harm. They're entering this building.
Here they come. Be careful, Dantro. They have ray guns.
How many of you move? I'll blast you to cinders.
Who are you? What do you want?
You want to know who I am? My name is Noki. If you and your friends here hadn't interfered, Marston would have conquered the solar system, and I might be the ruler of Venus.
Ask them how they got here.
Don't interrupt me. What's the difference how they got here? We have them, and that's all that matters.
But these are dusters, and their city. Look at it. Perhaps they have men hidden with weapons.
Oh, I told you to be silent. You speak of weapons. What weapons could these beasts have to stand against our ray guns? Look at them. They're little better than animals. Don't concern yourself with matters you don't understand.
What do you intend to do?
Intend? You speak of intend. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish what Marston could not. Eliminate you and your friends. Sucker, are you ready?
I still don't like it. They're too calm. They must have some trick up their sleeves. How could they be so calm in the face of our guns?
This is not the time for discussion. You take care of the children. I'll personally attend to Planet Man and the girl. Now, Planet Man. Your ray gun is locked.
Noki, something's wrong with my ray gun. I can't pull the trigger.
Noki, your hand is frozen. Mine, too. But my Adam's sword will do as well. What is this? Some trick. I can't move my hand. Noki, you are paralyzed.
I can't move at all.
It'll do you no good to try. You might as well stop. You'll not be able to move until we're ready to let you move.
I told you, Noki. I told you they were too calm.
Be quiet, you fool. What have you done to us, Planet Man? What trick have you played?
This is no trick, Noki. You made just one mistake. You thought the dusters were stupid animals. Well, they're far from that. It's their power of thought that holds you in its grip.
I might have known you'd hide behind someone else. The great Planet Man using the black magic of a tribal beast. Are you afraid to stand alone?
Don't listen to him, Dantro. He's trying to get you angry. Sure, now he's complaining. A few minutes ago when he thought his ray gun gave him the upper hand, he sang a different song.
Tricks will do you no good, Noki. You're caught and you know it. Why not tell us who your fellow traitors are?
If I tell you, will you let me free?
After they've been captured, as far as I'm concerned, you may do as you please.
Well, then, first have your friends release me from this magic that holds me motionless.
Tell Manu to let him go, Billy.
You're not going to trust him, Dantro. I'm sure he's planning to pull something.
I'm not afraid of him, Billy.
Okay, you're the boy. Be careful.
Milky, you are free. Free. Free.
Now, Noki, you're free to move.
Look out, Dantro. You couldn't start him. Go. You're playing man. Manu, paralyze him again.
No, Billy, no. I want to teach this traitor a lesson once and for all.
Be careful.
Let me up. Let me up.
Have you had enough, Noki? Now talk. Tell me who put you up to this.
You can't make me talk. Kill me if you like, but my lips are sealed.
You, what's your name? Speak up before I...
My name is Backer. And I didn't want to come, but he made me.
That's no excuse.
Listen, I told you, he made me come. He would have killed me if I refused.
How'd you meet him?
I was sent to him.
By whom?
Someone at Venusport.
Did you know who it was?
Just the messenger who told me to meet Noki at the field. He said he was from the Minister of Security.
What? The Minister of Security? Is it possible that he's the leader of these traitors? You, Noki, is this true?
I'll tell you, but it'll do you no good now to know. Yes, our leader is the security minister. But by the time you get back to Venusport, if you do, the knowledge will do you no good.
What do you mean by that?
Simply that in 24 hours, Venusport will no longer exist. It will be destroyed, and with it, the government of Venus.
How do you know this?
The signal for our men to move was to be my message that you and the Earth people had been eliminated. But the deadline for that message is tomorrow at sunset. If they don't hear from me by then, they'll act.
We must contact Venusport at once. Billy, ask Manu if they have a communicator.
Manu says there's no communicators, but they don't need one since they can communicate to their people by thought alone.
Baka, how'd you get here?
We came on a jeep
Where is it?
at the entrance to the tunnel.
Come. We must go to it immediately.
Save your time. It won't do you no good.
What do you mean?
I set a time bomb before I left. By now, it has been blown to ashes. I knew that if we didn't return to it by now, we would never return.
We must get to Venusport somehow.
Manu says he'll give you guys.
Very well, then we'll leave at once.
But it'll take us days to cross the dust desert to Venusport.
I'm hoping that the rescue parties will be searching for us and that one of them will spot us on land. We must take the chance.
Can our friends save Venusport and the government of Venus from a treacherous plot of Marston's conspirators? Will Dantro's hope of a rescue party showing up come true? We'll be back in a moment. So, level up. When we left Dantro and his Earth friends, they had departed from the city of Venusian dusters and were trudging over the dust in the hope of being picked up by a rescue crew. They had to warn the government of Venus of Noki's plot to destroy Venusport.
Oh, after spending an hour on these dust walkers, I'll almost settle for being tied up and carried again.
Now you can appreciate the kind of feet the dusters have. Look how easy it is for them to walk.
It's amazing the way their feet are built, almost like an umbrella. They open them and close them, and the webbing between their toes like a duck. Do you really think there's a chance that the rescue party will see us?
I hope so. Even though our friend Noki and his cohort sent them on a false trail, by now they know it. You and Billy and Jane are much too important to leave wandering around in the desert.
I can't wait till we get to Venusport and tell them about the dusters.
Well, I'm glad some of them are coming back with us. I'm afraid the Venusians would never believe what happened otherwise.
Wait till they see a few of the things the dusters can do. They'll believe anything. But how will they communicate with each other? The dusters can't speak, and the Venusians aren't telepathic like Billy and me, and we don't want to stay here for the rest of our lives.
Well, that will be their first joint project. All you and Billy have to do is help them to understand each other's problems. I'm sure that working together, they can devise some way of communicating.
I think I hear the sound of death.
You're right, Pat. Probably the search party we've been hoping for.
I can see them now coming over that dune. Hey, here we are, over here.
Wait. Billy, I wish you hadn't done that.
Why? What's wrong? Well, I'm sure they see us.
But I'm not absolutely certain that they're our friends. Noki's gang is looking for us, too.
Gosh, I forgot. Oh, maybe they didn't see me. Well, I'm afraid they did, Billy. I hope they're the right ones.
Well, we'll soon find out. Here they come.
What happened? Started to come down. Now they're just hovering there.
Well, they're just looking us over.
Like they're blown away, see?
No, they're spreading out. I'm afraid it's not the search party we expected.
And they're coming down all around us.
They're surrounding us. Billy, you better tell the dusters we're in for trouble.
They know it already, Dan, so they seem not to worry. They think they can protect us. I should be used to it by now. But I still can't believe that the Dusters can build a force screen strong enough to withstand the ray guns with nothing but the power of their minds.
It's hard to believe, all right, Pat. Shows how much we have to learn.
May not be as good as you think, Dantro. The Dusters say that they can't hold the screen long. Their energy is limited, and there are so many guns firing at us.
Yes, I was afraid of that.
I only wish the rescue party would come. Maybe your wish is granted before you finish the train. Look over there.
That's what I call perfect timing. You're right, Pat. Those jets are ours. I know by the insignia on the wing.
Boy, look at them. There must be 20 of them. These guys won't last long against that, Mom.
Let's keep down just to be safe, Billy, and tell the Dusters not to drop the screen yet.
Okay, they'll hold it for a while longer. It's a good thing that rescue party came when they did. Well, why don't they surrender? That rescue party has them outnumbered 4-1. They haven't a chance.
Like all fanatics, Pat, they're a little mad. The only way to stop them is to burn them down.
Only few of them left, but none of them are surrendering.
I'm happy we can take prisoners back to Venusport with us to prove to the president the danger he's in. I guess you can tell the Dusters to drop the screen now. It looks like the battle's over. Let's get to Venusport.
On to Venusport with the Venus Jet Rescue Force. Is Dantro sure of what he wants to prove to the Venusian president about the Minister of Security? Has Baca just misled Dantro? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You'll remember that Planet Man and the Earth people were rescued from the Venusian traitors in the nick of time. Knowing that, Tuma, Venusian Minister of Security, is the leader of the plot, Planet Man rushes back to Venusport to warn the president, whom they are now about to see.
All right, Planet Man. The president will see you now.
Thank you. Come, Pat, I want you to back up my story about the Minister of Security. Tuma is one of the most important men on Venus, and it's going to be hard to make the president believe he's a traitor. Sir, I know how busy you are, and I'm sorry I had to insist upon seeing you, but this is a matter of the greatest importance.
It's quite all right, Planet Man. Incidentally, I want to apologize for what happened. You may be assured it will not happen again. The Minister of Security has personally guaranteed to have you protected for the rest of your stay here on Venus. And you may rest assured that you are in safe hands.
I wish that were true.
What do you mean?
Well, that's just why we came, sir. The traitors we captured in the city of the Dusters revealed that the Minister of Security was the leader of their movement here on Venus.
Oh, come, Planet Man. Surely you don't expect me to believe that Tuma is tied up with these traitors. Why, I've known him for years. I would trust him with my life. In fact, I do. It's his responsibility to guard this building and the members of the government themselves.
What better place for a traitor to be? And what's more, we understand that they plan to destroy Venusport.
I realize you wouldn't tell me these things unless you were sure of them. And I know you too well to think you would make such charges unless you were certain of the truth. And yet I can't proceed against Tuma without absolute proof.
I have an idea that might prove the point.
I'll do anything you suggest. Anything that will prove the truth of your accusations. But you come to me with evidence from the mouths of confessed traitors, and I can't take their word against the honor of a trusted friend. Shall I call the minister in here and confront him with your charges?
Oh, no. That will be the worst thing to do. Would only warn him in advance.
And what is your plan?
Will you detail a fast jet and a squad of men to me?
The entire Space Force of Venus, if you wish it.
No, just 5 men and a jet will be enough. If I can't succeed with them, a fleet wouldn't help me anymore. Thank you, Mr. President.
Dantro, what are you going to do?
You remember Baca?
He was one of the two who invaded the cave city.
Remember, he said that a messenger came to him sent by the Minister of Security.
And that's what he said.
If I can get him to cooperate, we may be able to force Tuma to betray himself. But first, I must get him back here to Venusport.
How long has Dantro been gone, Mr. President?
3 hours.
He should be back by now, Mr. President, shouldn't he?
If he succeeded.
Oh, Dantro.
Baca has agreed to cooperate. Have I permission to proceed with my plan, Mr. President?
By all means.
You see, Pat, no one knows that Baca and Noki were captured or revealed the fact that the minister was a traitor. Baca has agreed, with a little help from Manu, to help us. If we can make the minister think they're alone together and have the president overhear the conversation, he'll have to believe what we said.
It sounds fine, but how are you going to do it?
There's a spy mic hidden in the president's office. The minister will never suspect that he can be overheard. He himself inspects the room regularly to be sure that it's safe. I don't even want the president himself to know for fear he'd unconsciously look toward the microphone and give the whole show away.
I still don't know what you're going to do.
I'm going to have the president send for the minister, Tuma. And then I'll bring in Baca and say that I've just taken him prisoner. Then I'll ask the president to come with me and leave the two of them alone. We can listen from the next room.
It sounds awful tricky to me. Are you sure you can trust Baca?
I think so, but we've no choice. There's nothing else we can do. Tuma should be with the president by now.
Tuma, I've already apologized to Planet Man and the people from Earth for our failure to protect them. It must not happen again.
I give my word, Mr. President, that I'll personally attend to their safety for the rest of their stay on Venus.
I hope I can depend on you.
Have I ever failed you?
No, but I can't help wondering how the Earth people's dust buggy was so easily lost in the desert. Surely you must have given orders to the convoy to watch them at all times.
I've already explained, Mr. President. Someone in the convoy betrayed us. Even now, my men are checking. I'll know soon who the traitor was. You may be assured he'll never have another opportunity.
Tuma seems pretty sure of himself. Is he the real traitor, or has Dantro been misled by Baca in a move to discredit the Goodwill Party in the eyes of the Venusians? We'll be back in a moment. So, level up. When we left Dantro the Planet Man, he was attempting to prove to the president of Venus that the Venusian Minister of Security was a traitor. A trap has been set for Tuma the Minister. As we find them now, the president is in his office waiting for Dantro's next move.
Planet Man is here to see you, Mr. President.
Send him in. I presume you've met the Minister of Security, Tuma?
Yes, how do you do, sir?
I'm humiliated by what has happened, Planet Man. When I catch those who are responsible, I'll be sure that they never have an opportunity again.
Well, I think I've captured one of them myself.
And where is he?
Outside. Shall I bring him in?
By all means, let's get to the bottom of this foul business.
Wait. I'd like to ask a few questions first. I'm curious as to where and how you found this man.
Well, of course. Anything you want to know.
Did you capture him here in the city?
No, in the desert.
In the desert? Where?
When we were attacked.
But I thought all those men were killed. That's what I was told.
No, that was a mistake. They weren't all killed. The one that we got pretended to be dead, but someone saw him move.
How is it all this was not reported to me?
Well, it was discovered after the party that brought us back left. Actually, had it not been for the dusters, he might have gotten away, but they detected the presence of a life force among those who were destroyed.
Why have you brought him here?
I thought you might want to question him personally. The president told me that I would meet you here.
All right, bring him in.
Right away. Parker, come in here.
Yes, sir.
Here's the man. He's a pretty specimen.
A typical traitor if I ever saw one.
What are you going to do with me? I told you it wasn't my fault. I didn't know what they were doing. They told me that these were outlaws we were hunting.
Silence. Speak when you're spoken to. Lance, man, I can see that this is the kind of case we in the Department of Security know very well how to deal with. He isn't worth your time or attention. Let me handle him.
Please, I tell you it isn't my fault. I'm innocent. I only did what they told me to do.
I'll take him with me to my interrogator.
Just a moment, Tuma. I'd like the president to see what kind of man these traitors are.
President has more important things to do than waste his time on filth like this.
I don't mind, Tuma. This is an unforgivable insult to our visitors. And I'd like to personally hear from this traitor's lips who his fellow conspirators are.
His kind must be given special treatment. My men are experts at it.
He wants to torture me. I know he wants to torture me. Don't let him take me away.
You expect sympathy from me? For up to you, I and all the rest would be burnt cinders in the dust desert.
But I told you, I didn't know.
Can I talk to you for a moment outside, Mr. President? There's something I'd like your opinion on.
Why, of course, Planet Man.
Mr. Minister, will you watch this traitor while we're gone?
You need have no fear. If he tries to escape, I'll burn him down like a Martian vulture.
Oh, no. Whatever you do, keep him alive. If you kill him, we may never find out who the real traitors are.
I'm afraid a fool like this will know nothing.
Nevertheless, he must be kept alive. Come, Mr. President.
I thought you were going to prove Tuma was a traitor.
That's exactly what I hope to do, Mr. President.
But how? He's in there and we're out here.
You'll see in a moment. Come over this way.
What's this?
Well, I've planted a spy mic in your office. If you listen, you may hear something that will surprise you. They're talking now.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help being caught.
What are you talking about?
You know what I mean. I tried to escape, but they caught me.
Are you out of your mind? Why did you tell me this?
No one is here. You don't have to pretend with me. I know you're the real leader.
Leader, pretend. What are you saying, fool?
The messenger you sent, remember?
I sent a messenger?
That's right. A messenger to tell me to meet Noki at the spaceport.
Noki? Who is Noki?
Noki was the man I was sent with to find Dantro and the Earth people.
What kind of a story is this? One man tells me you were captured with a party that attacked them in the desert, and you tell me that you were with Noki. Noki was not with that party. He was to lead them to the planet's men. How could you be in both places?
You see, Mr. President, he begins to give himself away.
Come. Tell me the truth. What is this all about? Why are you here? Were you with Noki or with that party?
I was with Noki.
Wait a minute. Who caught you?
Planet Man.
Planet Man? Where?
In the hidden city of the Dusters.
And where is Noki?
He's still back with the Dusters.
Then how did you get here?
Planet Man brought me.
Planet Man brought you here? Wait, what kind of trick is this? What have you told them? Quick, tell me the truth. This ray gun will put an end to your life once and for all.
Help! Someone help me!
All right, Tuma, drop it. Well, Mr. President, have you heard enough?
Dantro's hunch about Tuma, the Minister of Security, being a traitor proved to be right. And now, from the planet of dust, our goodwill throw will blast off shortly for Mercury. We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. Planet Man. The Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember that the Planet Man, Pat, Jane, and Billy Darrow, had just uncovered the traitorous plot of Tuma, Minister of Security of Venus, to overthrow the government and barely escape with their lives. Their visit to Venus ended. We find them now about to take off for Mercury, their next stop on their tour of the League of Planets.
Spaceship Planetaria requesting clearance for blast off.
The field is clear, Planet Man. You can blast off at once.
Here we go.
Gosh, I don't think I'll ever get used to blasting off. Every time it happens, it's even more exciting.
Dantro, what's Mercury like?
It must be awful hot. It's so close to the sun.
It's on the side that's toward the sun, but the civilization of Mercury is in the twilight zone. Sort of a shadowland between the side that's toward the sun and the side that's away from it.
Will we be able to see?
Oh, certainly. It's like early evening on Earth. It isn't dark and it isn't light.
Kind of like twilight all the time.
Yes, I guess that's what you'd call it on Earth. You'll soon see for yourself.
Well, Slick, you sure turned out to be the wise guy. Big brain. You was going to make a fortune. Just stick with me, he says. We'll throw in with Marston, and when he takes over, we'll really live high. Wasn't enough if we was the most successful space pirate. You and your big ideas.
Why did you stop beefing, Blackie? You thought it looked like a good deal yourself. Besides, we're both in the same boat.
Your boat is right. This tub is going to fall apart in a minute. Here we are drifting in a broken-down, beat-up hunk of freighter a million miles from nowhere. I was better off picking pockets in the fairground on Mercury.
Now, look, Blackie, why don't you stop complaining? That doesn't help anything. We'll just sit tight until somebody comes along and picks us up.
Yeah, sure. Somebody like the League Patrol, for instance. That's all we need now. There's 5,000 solar silvers reward for either one of us.
Patrol ships aren't coming around here. They'll be busy clearing up the rest of the boys around Saturn.
You're cleaning up the rest of the boys. What makes you think there's anything left to clean up? The way that League fleet hit us, I don't think anybody got away with us. And the only reason we made it was because this Hulk looks like it's been shot for years. The only thing it's good for is junk. And we're in a junkyard for 20 million miles.
I wish you'd stop yapping. I'm trying to think.
Listen, it was your thinking that got us into this fix in the first place. If you're getting any idea like the last one you had, forget it. Somebody's got to do some thinking. We only got about 4 days' supplies. Yeah, you got any suggestions?
Sure. I don't know if it'll work out, but it's about all we can do.
What's the deal?
Well, our communicator is weak, but it still works. At least enough to reach any ship that comes within a million miles of us. And our detectors will show us one does. This old Hulk could be almost anything. I figure we wait, and when a ship comes near, we pretend to be the only survivors of a freighter that's been attacked by pirates. We get them to take us aboard, and then when a chance comes, take over, kick the crew out into space.
That sounds like a great idea. Only suppose no ship comes.
Well, then we'll be a couple of ex-pirates. But stop worrying.
Well, how do you like the trip so far?
Wonderful. Only I can't help worrying about heading right into the sun.
Why should that worry you, Billy?
I remember Captain Allstar warned me never to get in the gravity of the sun. And we're going to have to get awful close to get next to Mercury.
Don't worry about that, Billy. There's plenty of margin of safety.
It sounds like someone trying to contact us in the space communicator.
It is.
We're not expecting any messages. Hey, maybe it's a space pirate.
Well, there's not much chance of that. Space pirates don't tell you they're around in advance. Hello, Planeteer. Are you calling, Planeteer? Come in.
Hello. This is Space Freighter Uranus. We're drifting in space. Can you pick us up?
Hello, space freighter Uranius. What are you doing in this area? Explain.
We're survivors of an attack by space pirates. Ship is disabled. Life rafts have been destroyed. Will you pick us up?
Stand by. I'll contact you again.
Gosh, imagine that. Pirates out here in space. You think they're still around?
Pirates wouldn't sit around once they raided a freighter.
We're going to pick them up, aren't we?
Of course, we'll have to, Billy.
Will it delay our trip to Mercury?
Well, that's not what I'm worried about. They're actually only a little off our course.
Do you think there is really something wrong?
I'm not sure, Billy, but something doesn't seem quite right. However, we can't pass them up and leave them here in space.
Maybe we can report their position back to headquarters and have a patrol ship pick them up.
That's a good idea, Pat. Planeteer calling freighter Uranius. Planeteer calling freighter Uranius. Can you hear us?
Come in, Planeteer.
We'll advise the League of your position. Patrol ship should pick you up in a few days.
We've only got provisions for 24 hours. Can't you pick us up now? It may take 3 or 4 days for a patrol ship to reach this point.
Very well. Prepare for contact in about 10 minutes. Well, I guess that settles it. But keep your eyes open. I don't like this at all.
It looks like our friends are in for some interesting excitement. What can two pirates hope to achieve when they realize their rescue ship is being piloted by Dantro, the Planet Man? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro and his friends from Earth, they were aboard the Planeteer en route to Mercury. However, they received a message from a space freighter in distress and are speeding to its rescue. Aboard this supposed distressed craft are two space pirates named Blackie and Slick, who are waiting to be picked up by our friends.
What's the matter with you, Slicky? You nuts or something? I know what I'm doing. You know who that was who was talking? Do you know what ship that is? I got ears. That was Planet Man, and that ship's the Planeteer. Nothing in the solar system can stand up against it. You're sticking our heads right into the Marlion's mouth. Why don't you tell him never mind? Don't be dumb. Once we contacted him, we had to follow through. He knew we were here, and if we hadn't gone through with the plan, he'd have been suspicious. We can't afford not to go ahead. Yeah, but what are we going to do when he gets here? That's what we figured. There's no reason why he shouldn't believe us. Whole deal looks right. Besides, just think if we can pull it off, what we can do with his ship. With a Planeteer under us, we can take on any ship in the League and burn them out of space. We'll be able to take our pick of the space freighters and the big luxury jobs, too. Yeah, if. Well, it's too late now to worry about it. Just remember our plan and let me do the talking.
Billy, will you take over the airlock controls? The magnetic grapples are right over there, Pat. When I give the signal, throw the switch.
What does that do?
Turns out the magnetic grapples on cables. They clamp on the freighter's hull and bring them together. I want to look that ship over.
Are you going to go alone?
Well, I think I'd better, Pat. I don't want anybody else to take the risk. Besides, I want you here on board the Planeteer if there's any trouble.
What do you want us to do?
If I'm not back in 5 minutes, break contact at once and call the League Patrol.
And leave you aboard that ship alone?
That's the only thing we can do.
Here they come, Slick. I still think it's a rotten idea.
Just stop worrying and do what I told you.
Remember, you're supposed to be a survivor. Act like one. You're scared. You're begging for help. I won't have to act to be scared. I am. Look at my knees shake.
Ready with those magnetic grapples, Pat?
Whenever you say so.
Let them go. Start reeling in.
Here they come. They're alongside now.
All right. Steady. Steady now. Steady. Steady. Are the airlocks together, Billy?
Yep.
Clamp them on.
Right.
Oh, wish me luck. Hello, Uranius. We're alongside. Touch your jet.
Wilco.
Got ours too, Billy.
Yes, sir. I still wish you'd let me go along.
There's no sense arguing about it, Pap. This is the only way. Whatever you do, remember what I told you. I'm not nearly as important as the safety of the space lane.
All right, Dantro.
Hello there. I'm coming aboard. Boy, are we glad to see you. We were sure we were a goner ever since those pirates hit us. Well, your ship is certainly in bad shape. You're lucky it's still airtight.
Boy, it wasn't when those guys got through with us, but we managed to patch it up. After all, I used to be first engineer.
Used to be. What do you mean? I thought you were first engineer on the Uranius.
Oh, he means the Uranius is cooked. He knows it'll never go anywhere again. Yeah, that's what I mean. Not your suspicion.
I'm not taking any chances. Since Marston was destroyed, the space pirates have been acting up more than ever.
Sure have. They certainly gave us a going over.
Why didn't you use your communicator to notify the League Patrol? If you came all the way in from Saturn, you must have passed an emergency station.
Well, we weren't sure if those guys were following us or not. We were afraid that if we used the communicator, they might realize that we were survivors and finish the job.
But you used your communicator just now. How come?
But we were getting desperate. We only had supplies for a day more. Besides, it's so weak, we knew we wouldn't reach any further than our detector, and, well, we could tell it yours was the only ship.
But how did you know I wasn't one of the pirates?
Well, we didn't know, but we didn't have much choice.
I'm due back aboard the Planeteer. I guess you'd better come along, but there's still something about this I don't like. I'll be watching you both, so don't try anything.
Okay, but I'm telling you, we're strictly legitimate.
Strictly legitimate. Words like that coming from a couple of pirates mean only one thing: trouble. Will Slick and Blackie try to overcome our friends? Or will Dantro keep them in check? We'll be back in a moment, but first here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man.
The Planet Man. The Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember that Dantro, the Planet Man, and our friends from Earth en route to Mercury were contacted by two space pirates aboard a disabled ship who pretended to be survivors of a pirate's raid on the freighter. Planet Man, while suspicious, nevertheless has contacted their ship and is aboard checking their story. Pat and the kids are aboard the Planeteer, which is alongside waiting for Dantro to get back.
Is it 5 minutes yet, Pat?
Not quite, Jane.
I think I can hear them coming now.
Is that you, Dantro?
It's okay, Pat. All right, Billy, stand by to blast off.
Right.
And Pat, stand by to release the grapples and the airlock.
Yes, Dantro.
Be on our way in a minute.
What are you going to do?
I want to pull away a little and then blast that freighter. Oh, by the way, what are your names?
I'm Slick Brock, and he's Blackie Star.
Blackie and Slick, this is Miss Darrow, Billy and Jane Darrow. They're part of the crew. Treat them with respect.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you. I'm sure we'll get along fine.
Hi. Hello.
All right, Pat, cast off the grappler.
Yes, Dantro.
Hit the outwater, Billy.
Yes, sir.
All right, Billy. Take the controls for a minute. Just hold it steady as it is.
I still don't understand why you're blasting the freighter.
I can't leave it drifting this way in space. Some other ship might run into it. It's not worth salvaging anyway.
Sure isn't. It's an awful sardine can to begin with.
Here goes.
There she goes. So long, Uranius.
Were you part of the crew?
I sure was. I was the engineer, and Slick here was the first mate.
What did the pirates do with the rest of the crew?
I'm afraid they're all dead. Yeah, they were a great bunch of guys, too. I'll miss them. But that's life.
If there's anything we can do to make ourselves useful on this ship, Planet Man...
No, just stay out of the way and remember what I told you.
Sure. You got nothing to worry about as far as we're concerned.
You know, I think your hunch was right about those two, Dantro. Do you believe them about being attacked by pirates?
It could be. The pirates have been very active in the system for a while now.
You think they're right about the pirates' fleet still being somewhere in this area?
Well, that could be true, too. It's the only reason I haven't advised the League that we've picked them up. Slick says he'd recognize the pirates again if he saw them. Well, he's an important witness. Too important to advertise to the pirates. They're always careful not to leave survivors who might identify them.
What difference does that make?
Well, you see, Jane, while the pirates can attack anywhere in the system, there are a few places where they can go with their stolen wares. If we have a description of them, there's a good chance of our capturing them when they try to get rid of what they've taken. Anyway, we'll be in Mercury soon, and we can turn them over to the League Patrol and let them check their story.
How do you think Planet Man felt for our story about pirates putting some survivors on that asteroid?
I don't know, but we'll find out soon. He's got to make up his mind whether he's going to turn around and head back for the asteroid belt or keep on to Mercury.
Isn't there any other way we can take over the ship?
Our only chance is to get Planet Man and some of the others off onto that asteroid. As long as we're on board the ship, we can't get away with anything. Those two kids are like leeches. I've been trying to save Billy Darrow all morning. Every time I turn around, he's watching me.
I got the same trouble with that kid, Jane. She's worse than he is. It's the first time I've been alone since we got on board. And locked in a cabin this way, there's nothing we can do about it.
I have a hunch the Planet Man's going to check that asteroid. One of these law and order guys have a streak of soft-heartedness. He wouldn't want to take the chance of being wrong and having all those people die without at least trying to save them. And when he does, we'll take over.
Have you decided what to do, Dantro?
I'm afraid there's only one thing we can do, Pat, and that's to check the asteroid.
When are we going to turn around?
Well, I've already turned around, Billy. I turned a half hour ago.
You mean we've been going out toward the asteroid all this time and you never said anything?
Well, I'm sorry, Billy. I wasn't trying to keep it from you. It's just that I've been thinking about those two, and I forgot to mention our change of course.
Boy, I certainly have to hand it to you, Slick. You certainly put it over. That Planet Man can't be too smart to swallow that story.
Don't be too cocky, Blackie. We haven't got the ship yet.
Oh, I know, but if they're stupid enough to fall for that line, we shouldn't have any trouble.
Just watch yourself and don't give the show away. Those kids have been on our tail constantly. And by the way, watch your grammar. You've been a little sloppy.
Don't worry about me, Slick. I'm watching every word.
Billy, I've been watching Blackie. That doesn't take much work. All he does is sit there and read those comic books we brought along from Earth.
Yeah, I heard him laughing before. I thought that maybe something was wrong. Maybe he got space happy or something. He was sitting all alone in the corner of the lounge roaring to himself. When I saw what he was doing, I couldn't help laughing myself. Boy, is he a dope.
He may not be smart, but he certainly is strong. Did you see those muscles?
Yeah, he's the brawn and Slick is the brain. I think Dantro is right. Slick is the one to watch.
Well, you keep watching him, and I'll bird dog Blackie.
Billy and Jane are apparently convinced that Slick and Blackie are shady characters. Will these two space pirates be able to overpower our friends as they planned? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left our friends on the Planeteer, they were headed for an asteroid that Dantro wanted to investigate en route to Mercury. Aboard the Planeteer are also two disguised space pirates, Slick and Blackie, who hope to overpower our friends in a moment of unpreparedness. Now we find them as they are approaching the asteroid, on which Slick and Blackie said there are some survivors from the pirates' raid.
If our directions were right, we should be about there.
How can you tell which asteroid it is? There must be thousands of them out there.
According to what Slick said, he'd recognize the right one. You better go back and bring them up here now.
They'll be coming for us in a minute now. You sure you know the plan?
Oh, you act like I was stupid. All right. When we land on the asteroid, we'll tell him that the crew is somewhere around.
Yeah.
Naturally, before he lands, he'll go around it with the ship. Of course, he won't see anything because there ain't nothing to see.
Yeah.
We get him to land by saying that maybe they got into a cave or something. Then we take them to that cave we used to hide the loot that time we took the stuff from the Martian freighter we raided.
Okay, then what?
I'll go in first. You'll get them to follow me. And then when they're all in, you'll explode the mine at the entrance where we planted it in case the loot was discovered. And I'll go out that back entrance and do the same.
Yeah.
Boy, ain't it lucky we planted those mines that time. Remember we thought some of the crew might try to double-cross us?
Yeah.
Boy, is Planet Man going to be surprised.
Yeah, okay, you know it. Now, just be sure you don't slip up anywhere. Leave the talking to me and do just what I told you.
Yeah.
Someone's coming.
All right, come on out. Dantro wants you two in the control cabin.
Of course, Miss Darrow, after you.
I appreciate your politeness, but if you don't mind, I'll walk behind.
Gee, you still don't trust us, do you? Gosh, Miss Darrow, we're as innocent as two little lambs.
Mm-hmm. Well, just the same, I'll walk behind.
Don't argue with the lady. Come on. That's it over there, Dantro. That funny-looking one with a bump on its side.
Are you sure that's the right one, Slick?
Well, I can't be certain. After all, I never seen it, but the way I heard that pirate describe it, it couldn't be any other one. It's the only one with that funny thing sticking up like a big nose.
Are we going to land?
No, not right away, Pat. First, we'll make a circuit of the asteroid and see if we can find any signs of life.
So dark, do you think you can see them?
Well, perhaps they've an emergency flare of some kind going. In any case, it's better to circle at a distance and then come in close and drop a few uranium flares. They should give us enough light to see objects as big as people against the rocky surface of that asteroid.
We're getting pretty close.
We'll start circling now. You people keep your eyes open. Slick, you particularly, you know these parts.
Now, don't get me wrong. I don't know anything about this section of the system. It's just that I heard the pirates talking.
Well, in any case, keep a lookout for your friends. Still nothing. Are you sure that this is the right asteroid, Slick?
I can't be certain, but it's the only one that fits the description I overheard.
We're going to have to land, then.
On that little rock?
Are you sure it's safe?
On the rock is safe enough. It has practically no gravity, and there's plenty of room for landing. When we drop those flares, I could see a lot of flat surfaces.
Will we all go looking?
Well, I think that's the best idea, Jane. I want us all together.
Can't Billy and I stay here, Dantro?
Well, all right, Jane, if that's what you want to do. Slick and Blackie, you two stay in front of us every minute.
Don't worry, Planet Man. You can trust us.
Yeah, sure, like I said, we're as innocent as two little lambs.
Billy, can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure, Jane.
I didn't like this at all, Billy. I think they're up to something. I was afraid of what might happen if we all left the ship.
What can you do? You spoiled our chances of getting on the asteroid. What are you up to?
Well, here's my idea.
What is Jane's idea to stop Slick and Blackie? What will Dantro and Pat find on this mystery asteroid? What will Slick and Blackie have up their sleeve? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. As you remember, Planet Man and Pat are about to explore the surface of an asteroid, searching for survivors of a pirate attack. With them are two so-called survivors they have rescued in space who are actually space pirates planning to do away with our Earth friends and Planet Man and take over the Planeteer. Billy and Jane, suspicious of the two pirates, have remained aboard the Planeteer as Dantro, Pat, and the pirates, Slick and Blackie, leave.
Certainly is weird out here. I've never seen anything like it before.
Like something out of a bad dream.
Come on over this way. Maybe they're in this direction.
Haven't we covered that area?
Not all of it. We came up from the other side of that cliff, but we didn't look down the bottom here.
Okay, we'll try that direction, but it doesn't look like your friends are here.
Gee, I wonder what they did with them.
I have a hunch that they've been taken care of.
Gosh, you think so? That'd be awful.
If what I'm thinking happened, it might not be so awful.
I know what you have in mind.
Hey, look, there's a cave or something over here.
Yeah, look, do you suppose maybe...
Suppose what?
Blackie was thinking the same thing I was. Maybe they went into the cave.
What will they do that for?
Well, maybe the batteries of their spacesuits got low and they got cold. Down there in the cave, they might conserve the heat and make the batteries last longer.
Well, we'll soon find out. Now pound on the rock here with this bar. If they're there, that should bring them out.
I can't hear anything.
No, you won't unless you put your helmet to the ground. There's no air to carry the sound, but if they're down in the cave, they'll feel the vibration.
Unless they're unconscious.
Why should they be unconscious?
Well, maybe their air supply is low. They only had 3 days and it's almost up. Could be it ran out quicker than we thought.
Yeah, maybe we better go in and take a look.
Maybe you better go. I think we ought to stay here, Dantro. I don't like this setup at all.
I think the safest thing to do is take one of them with us and leave the other outside. There's not much he can do, and we'll have one of them along just in case they have some trick in mind.
Gosh, you sure are suspicious. We're on the level, honest. I'll go with you. That should prove it.
One of you will. I don't care which one. Come on, let's get over with.
Okay, this way.
Shine your torch around, Dantro. This is an awfully big cave.
It's big, and it looks like someone's been here. Maybe they were telling us the truth.
I don't know. Those rations look as though they'd been here a long time.
Blackie, where are you? Pat, are you all right?
What's happened?
I don't know how he did it, but Slick blasted the entrance to the cave.
Where's Blackie?
Oh, he was here a minute ago. There he goes. Look, there's another tunnel in the back. Duck after him.
I'm right behind you.
No, wait. Stand back. Look out, Pat. Pat, get down, quick.
Any signs of them on your side?
No, they should be back by now.
Do you think something's happened?
Try to get them on the communicator.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Jane Darrow calling Planet Man. Jane Darrow calling Planet Man. Are you there?
No answer?
I don't like this.
Come on.
Where are you going?
Out to look for them.
That's not a good idea.
Why not?
Planet Man has the weapons locked away, and once we get outside the ship, there's no telling what'll happen. I think the only thing we can do is sit here on board and wait.
But Pat and Dantro may need help.
I know it, Billy, but I'm afraid we'll just have to sit tight.
I gotta hand it to you again, Slick. It worked just the way you planned it.
Quiet.
What's the matter?
It's the kids. They may pick us up on the contactor, and we've got to get on board that ship somehow before they get wise.
We changed the frequency.
Sure, but they're pretty smart kids. They may get the same idea. Now just follow me and get alongside that lock and keep quiet. Sooner or later, the kids will come out, and when they do, we'll nab them.
You don't think they'll have any glasses, do you?
Planet Man locked them up. He had the key with him. Now keep quiet. Be ready.
Okay, Slick.
What are we going to do, Jane? Just sit here and wait?
Oh, look, I know how you feel. I feel the same way. But there's nothing else we can do.
Well, maybe they're in trouble. Maybe they need help.
Yes. And maybe those two, Slick and Blackie, are just waiting for us to stick our heads outside the ship.
We can't just sit here forever.
Look, I told you. It's not safe.
Well, I don't care about you, Jane. You do whatever you want. But I'm going out and see what's happened.
Billy, you're making a mistake.
So I'm making a mistake. How can you sit there and talk about mistakes when Pat and Dantro may be hurt and need our help?
All right, Billy, if that's the way you feel.
Are you coming too?
You don't suppose I'd let you go out there alone, do you? But listen, watch your step and be ready to get back to the ship. At least here we're safe and we can always radio the League Patrol.
Maybe we ought to do that now.
No, we still can't be sure about the pirates. This would be no time to bring them here.
Okay, let's go then if we're going.
I'll help you into your spacesuit and then you can help me with mine.
Billy and Jane seem to be walking right into the trap set for them by Slick and Blackie. Will Billy and Jane be off guard? What has happened to Dantro and Pat? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Billy and Jane, they were about to leave the Planeteer and look for Dantro and Pat, who they think might have been ambushed by Slick and Blackie. Waiting for them to come out of the Planeteer are Slick and Blackie.
Slick, I think I hear the airlock control. Okay, Blackie, be ready.
Remember, watch your step.
Okay, Blackie, grab him.
Billy, look out!
I got the kid, Slick. I got the girl. Drag him back on board. Why don't we just leave him here? I've got other plans for him. Come on, let's get going. I want to get out of here. You're the boss.
Are you okay, Pat?
If you can call it that. What's happened?
I was such a fool, I should have suspected something like this.
Are we trapped?
They must have had mines planted at both ends of this cave. There are hundreds of tons of rock between us and the outside.
Have you tried to contact the kids?
The vibrations from the explosions must have shattered the crystals in these spacesuit communicators. I can't get any response.
I wonder what's going to happen to them.
I only hope they're smart enough to stay on board the Planeteer. Say, I'll bet that was Jane's idea. Slick and Blackie have no way of getting in, and as long as the kids just sit tight, they're safe enough.
If I know them, they won't sit tight for long.
That's what I'm thinking about. Sooner or later, they're going to go looking for us, and Blackie and Slick will be waiting for them to do just that.
Isn't there some way that we can warn them?
Maybe too late already, Pat. Our first problem is to get out of this cave if we can.
You take your hands off her, you rotten space pirate.
Don't worry, Billy. He can't hurt me.
Shut up, you brats. All right, Blackie, leave him alone now. That's enough. What's the matter? You getting soft-hearted? These are the kids who made us miserable, following us around like a couple of Venusian bloodhounds. Why don't we just dump them out the port and get rid of them?
Because I've got other plans for him, Blackie.
You said that before. What are you talking about?
We're not in the clear yet, Blackie. You never know whether the League Patrol will start to wonder where Planet Man is and send out some ships to look for him.
With the stuff we're packing on this planet here, who cares about the League Patrol?
There's no sense getting into a fight if we can avoid it.
What's that got to do with these two brats?
With them aboard, no patrol ship is going to try and blast us. We'll keep them as hostages until we get out near Saturn. And then you can do what you want with them as far as I'm concerned.
You don't frighten us.
You better shut up.
He's not worth wasting words on, Billy.
Take them back and lock them in the cabin they had us in. I don't want them running loose around the ship.
Listen, Pat, there's one chance. I hope it works.
What are you going to do?
I have my heat ray projector. That rock should melt at about half power. Gives us about 10 minutes to burn through. A lot depends on what kind of rock that is.
Do you think we have a chance?
One break we did get. I think the rock is a soft formation of some kind. If it was as hard as most of the stuff composing these asteroids, you couldn't make a dent with a hand projector. With this stuff, I think it's about 50-50.
Well, the sooner we get out of here, the better I'll feel.
Stand back.
Billy, you did it. Sure I did it. I told you I could short-circuit that lot. Now, come on, let's get out of here. Where are we going? To the communications room. If we get a message off to the patrol, we still get back to the asteroid for Dantro and Pat. Come on, let's get to the communicator fast. Can I help? You just watch the door to see if they're coming. I know how to work this set. Planet Man showed me, just to be safe, because we had trouble last time when we swiped that scout ship from Marston.
Okay, Billy, but you'd better hurry.
Just let me throw this switch.
What's that, Billy?
Those pirates set some kind of an alarm on this communicator. Come on, let's get out of here.
Hurry!
Billy had a good idea, but Slick and Blackie were one step ahead of him. What can the two kids do now? What will Slick and Blackie do? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember that the two space pirates, Blackie and Slick, had trapped Dantro the Planet Man and Pat Darrow in a cave on a deserted asteroid and stolen the Planeteer with Billy and Jane Darrow aboard as hostages. Billy managed to short-circuit the lock on the cabin in which the pirates had imprisoned him and Jane. But when the kids went to communicate with the League Patrol, an alarm on the communicator brought Blackie and Slick to the scene. Billy and Jane are trying to escape the pirates.
This way, Jane. Follow me. Don't worry, Billy. Just you run. I'm right behind you. If we can keep ahead of them, we may make it.
I can hear them coming. Where are we headed?
Up forward.
Forward? That's where they are.
Not now, they aren't. They're chasing us. If we can get them to head around toward the stern of the ship and then slip by, we may have a chance.
What are you talking about?
Don't ask so many questions. Just run. They're catching up to us.
There they go, Slick. Come on.
You go that way.
What are they going down there for? They're right ahead of us.
I know it. You keep after them while I try to slip around and get in front of them.
Yeah, that's using your head. I'm going.
Hurry, Jane!
Oh, you don't, lady. I don't know how you two got out of that cabin, but this time we're not going to take any chances. Come on, Blackie.
Are we going to throw them out the spaceport now, Slick?
Just be patient, Blackie. You'll get your chance when we're away from the League patrol lanes. Right now, they're still useful to us as hostages.
Where are we taking them?
To that cabin in the rear, the one with the outside locks. I noticed it before when we were checking the ship. I don't know what it was used for, but they'll never get out of there.
Well, let's get them in. I hate the sight of them.
Are you almost through, Dantro?
I hope so, Pat. We've only got a couple of minutes charged left in this heat projector. Wait, I think we're breaking through now.
I can see some stars.
Pat, we made it. Give it a minute to cool, and then we'll be able to get out.
What then?
Go back to the ship if it's still there. If not, we'll try to work out some way of signaling for help.
Even if our communicators are working, their range is only a few hundred miles. They won't be much good, will they?
I'm not sure how we'll do it, but we'll worry about that once we're out. Come on, the rock's cool enough now.
Billy, do you have any ideas?
I've been looking at that bulkhead. You notice that round section that's raised?
Where?
Right over there. I think it's an emergency gadget of some kind.
What do you mean?
Well, Dantro told me that one of the special things about this ship is the fact that its hull is double. There's an inner and outer hull with a space between them. That way, most of the cables and control equipment are in the hull. Leaves a lot of room inside the ship. I think that's some kind of an entrance to the space void.
Well, even if you could get it off, what could you do?
Well, maybe there's enough room between the two hulls to crawl around. I may be able to find some way of getting out into another part of the ship. Come on, give me a hand. See if we can move that section.
What do you want me to do?
You just hold that projection on the bottom there. Right over there. That thing that's sticking out. I'll grab this top one and we'll see if we can turn it.
It's not moving, Billy.
Let's try again.
It's moved, Billy. It moved.
All right, don't talk. Let's try and get it all the way. Don't let it fall, Jane. Look out. Oh! Now you've done it. Oh, I'm sure they heard that.
I couldn't help it. It was too heavy for me to hold.
It wasn't your fault. I just hope they don't come back to check.
You hear a sound a minute ago, Slick.
Will you stop worrying about those kids?
I think you should listen to me and dump them out the port before they get us into trouble.
Blackie, let me do the thinking. There's nothing they can get into back there. You check the cabin with me, those locks on the outside of the door would hold a Martian bull.
Yeah, but you don't know how tricky they are.
Well, tricky or not, that cabin will hold them. Now let's talk about our plans.
All right. How far out towards Saturn do you think we are, Slick?
Well, let's see. It's been 27 hours since we left the asteroid. That should make it about halfway. With any sort of a break, we'll reach the rings of Saturn in about 24 hours more. Once we get there, we can contact the guys that are left of the pirate fleet to meet us and then just lay low and wait.
Yeah, when we get through, the first thing I'm going to do is dump those kids.
When we get there, Blackie.
Gosh, this is the deal we've been hoping for years. There isn't a ship in the solar system that'll dare attack the planet here. This thing has more weapons and speed than the whole League patrol put together. Just those 2 sonic projectors alone are enough to disrupt the whole city.
That's just what I have in mind, Blackie. Our first target is going to be Marsopolis on Dymas.
That's one of those 2 moons of Mars, ain't it?
That's right. We'll sit out there a million miles in space and tell them that if they don't send off 10 cargo ships loaded with anything that's valuable, we'll turn that sonic projector on it, and those sound rays will reduce the whole city to a pile of dust and 500,000 Martians with it.
Slick and Blackie are shooting for some big things. Can Billy and Jane do anything to stop these vicious space pirates? We'll be back in a moment. So level off. When we left the Planeteer, it was being piloted by the 2 space pirates, Slick and Blackie, who were on their way to join some other pirates and then raid 2 of the moons of Mars. Also aboard are Billy and Jane, who are attempting to stop these 2 thugs. We find Billy and Jane as they are preparing to work their way around the inner spaces of the Planeteer's hull.
Billy? Billy, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jane.
Is there room enough for you to move around?
Yeah, it's a good thing I'm not much fatter. I can just about make it.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to crawl up forward and see if there's some way out of this hole. Do you think you can lift that cover?
Why?
Well, you got to try to get it back on again in case those 2 characters come back here to check.
But they'll still know you're gone, Billy.
Yes, but they looked the cabin over and they didn't start this emergency port before. They might miss it. I'm going to screw this down tight now. If I want you to help me get it off, I'll tap 3 times.
Slick, I can see myself now, rolling into Venusport just loaded with loot. We'll own the town. And they'll never suspect that we're the guys who have the Planeteer.
Now, don't spend it yet, Blackie, not until we have it.
The way you set it up, what can go wrong? Except what? I can't help worrying about those 2 brats. Let's go back and check.
Okay. If it'll shut you up, it's worth the effort. Let's go take a look.
No sign of the ship, Dantro. They must have gotten Billy and Jane somehow.
Looks like you're right, Pat. The ship's gone. I'm afraid it's been gone for some time.
They're probably millions and millions of miles away by now.
Kids will be safe enough for a while.
How can you be so sure of that?
Slick is a pretty smart character. He knows that as long as he has those 2 aboard, he's safe from attack by the League Patrol. Until he's well away, he's not going to hurt them. They're worth too much to him alive.
What are we going to do now?
I don't know, Pat. Let's look around. Maybe there's something we've overlooked. Don't give up yet.
Billy, are you there? They're coming back to the cabin. Billy, why don't you answer? Billy!
What'd I tell you, Slick? That brat is gone. Where's your brother?
I don't know. He just disappeared.
What do you mean he disappeared?
I was sleeping, and when I woke up, he was gone.
She's lying, Slick. Why do you even bother to talk to her? Let's dump her and then find him and dump him, too. That's the only way we'll ever be sure they're not up to something.
Keep quiet, Blackie. How could he have gotten out of here? Those locks are all in place.
Oh, maybe there's another door someplace.
We went over this place before. There isn't any door. He must have gotten those bolts open somehow and then closed them behind him.
I'll find out what happened. Come here, you.
Leave me alone, you big bully.
Cut her loose, Blackie.
All right. But I still say you ought to let me take care of things my way. You're too soft.
Billy, where are you? Oh, I hope nothing's happened.
Well, there's There's nothing on this asteroid that we can use to send a signal that's clear enough, unless we can make a mold and melt that quartz rock into it with the charge that's left in my heat ray projector, and then back it up with something that will reflect the light.
Oh, I get it now. A tremendous mirror. We could send an SOS out to space with it. We used to do that back on Earth when I was a kid.
We need something shiny for the back, though, Pat. I wonder...
I know just what you're thinking about, my silver charm bracelets. Okay, I guess I'll get some use up here after all.
Jane, can you hear me?
Billy, wait, I'll help you open the hatch.
Ooh. Oh, it get cold there next to the outer hull.
Is there a way out?
No, but I think I know how to take care of those two crooks. And maybe even get back to Dantro and Pat.
It looks like Billy's agile hand is going to give Slick and Blackie something more to worry about. Will Slick and Blackie be off their guard? What will be Dantro's luck in trying to set up a light signal for help? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember we left Planet Man and Pat marooned on an asteroid by two space pirates who had stolen the Planeteer with Billy and Jane aboard as hostages. On their way to rendezvous with other pirates off Saturn, the two are unaware that Billy and Jane are planning to take over the ship. Back on the asteroid, with only a few hours of air left in the tanks of their spacesuits, Dantro and Pat are working desperately against time.
Is it working, Dantro?
The rock is melting and forming glass, all right, Pat. I only hope my heat projector lasts.
You think anyone will see our signals?
If this mirror we're making turns out right with the sun as bright as it is, the flashes ought to be seen from pretty far out in space.
How is it now?
Finished. We'll cool almost at once in this temperature, then we'll melt the silver from your charm bracelets on the back and hope for the best.
I know how we can trick Blackie and Slick and get back control of the Planeteer.
What's your idea? We have so little time.
When I was crawling around in that space between the inner and outer hull, I noticed a valve leading into this cabin, and I suddenly remembered what Dantro told me it was intended for.
The valve?
No, silly. I mean the cabin. You know why there are so many locks on the door, don't you?
Don't be so mysterious, Billy. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you.
This cabin was used to bring specimens of animal life on the different planets back to Planaria Rex for the scientists to study.
I wish I knew what you were talking about. Don't keep me guessing. How is this going to help us to get Blackie and Slick?
That's where the valve comes in. To keep the animals from hurting themselves, they were anesthetized. The valve leads to a tank of special gas which knock them out until they reach Planaria Rex.
And we can use it to knock out Slick and Blackie.
Sure, but it's not as simple as that.
What do you mean?
You're not going to like this part of it, but I'll have to knock you out, too.
Me?
Why me? What good will that do? We've got to trick them into coming back into the cabin and closing the door so the gas will take effect. I know we can do it, but it'll mean that you have to stay in here with them. The gas will affect you, too.
But what good will I be to you then?
Well, once you're all knocked out and I can slip into the cabin and carry you outside and lock the door again. The effects of the gas wear off in a few minutes when you're exposed to oxygen.
Okay, but I hope you know what you're doing. We'd better work fast. Now tell me, how am I supposed to get Blackie and Slick both to come in here and then get them to close the port?
If you keep quiet for a minute, I'll tell you.
Any signs of a ship, Dantro?
Nothing yet, Pat.
What kind of a ship would be out here in the asteroids anyway?
Prospectors looking for precious metals. There are thousands of asteroids in the belt, Pat. Once in a while, one turns up that's solid gold or bearing a rich deposit of some other valuable mineral. There aren't many asteroid prospectors who are strong enough to stand this lonely life out here, but maybe we'll be lucky enough to flash one in.
Well, luck had better work fast. The air in my suit is beginning to go.
Try breathing in short, quick breaths, Pat. If we stretch it, we may have several hours left.
Okay, Jane, now remember what you have to do. I'll be right inside of this bulkhead, and when you give the signal, I'll turn on the valve. Remember, 3 taps and I give them the gas.
And don't forget, you're giving it to me, too.
Look, I don't like that part of it any more than you do.
I know. Now hurry and get back in the hull. Blackie, open the door. Open the door. I've got to talk to you.
What do you want? What is this, more trouble?
No trouble. I'm not going to give you any more trouble. I'll do anything you say. Just don't hurt me.
Look, what are you up to now?
I won't say anything until you get Slick back here.
You're more trouble than a League patrol cruiser. Okay, I'll get him.
I know it's out there somewhere, and I'm going to find it if it takes me 10 years more. An asteroid is solid uranium. I'll take the money and build me a space castle off Venus. It'll be bigger and shinier than anything in the solar system. What's that? Something flashing on that asteroid. Huh. Must be my imagination of the sun shining on a hunk of quartz. I've been around these asteroids so long, maybe I'm beginning to see things.
It seemed that Dantro's giant mirror may have attracted help. Will Rox forget about the flash, or will he investigate the source of this light? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Dantro and Pat, they were on an isolated asteroid trying to signal for help by the use of a reflector. Aboard the Planeteer, Billy and Jane are working on a scheme to take over the ship from Slick and Blackie, the 2 space pirates who are now in control.
That kid, Jane, says she's got something important to say, but she won't tell me unless you're there. I think she's just wasting time. I can't believe a word either of those kids say. They just ain't honest.
I guess we better go back and see what she's talking about. You're probably right, but maybe there's something she knows that we ought to know.
All right, but if this is another one of her tricks, she's going out that spaceport. League patrol or no League patrol. This ship ain't big enough to hold me and those 2 brats.
There it goes again, that flashing on that asteroid. Can't be just a hunk of quartz. Wouldn't be blinking on and off like that. Looks like a signal of some kind. That's crazy. Who would be sending signals from that hunk of rock? Besides, I ain't wasting any time gallivanting around.
Doesn't look like anybody's around, Pat.
Keep trying, Dantro.
Don't worry, Pat. I will.
There she is, Slick. All right, kid, you better start talking, and it better be worth all this trouble.
Close the port first.
Close the port. What are you up to anyhow? Slick, I told you, you just can't trust these Earth kids. Why do you want us to close the port?
If Billy knew I was telling you, he'd never forgive me. He's around somewhere, and I don't want him to hear me.
Go ahead, Blackie. Close the port.
All right.
All right, let's have it.
You promise that you won't hurt me or Billy?
I'm not making any promises, but if you cooperate with us, maybe we'll drop you off somewhere in a place where you can get back to civilization.
Well, I guess I'll have to trust you. This is about uranium.
Uranium? What do you know about uranium?
I know plenty. I know where Marston hid 1,000 pounds of pure uranium.
1,000 pounds? Why, that's worth more than all the freighters in the solar system.
Keep quiet, Blackie. And what are you doing?
Just moving over here near the wall. Blackie makes me nervous.
Hey, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
Stop worrying, Blackie. What's the difference what she's doing? Now, come on, kid. What's this about 1,000 pounds of uranium?
Planet Man was on his way to pick it up. He intercepted us.
Slick. Slick, what's wrong? I can't keep awake.
You might as well give up, Dantro. I can't breathe.
As long as I can move this mirror, I'm going to keep signaling.
If only I knew the kids were safe.
Look, over there.
Where? Oh, yes, I see it. Is it a ship?
Looks like it, Pat.
Oh.
Pat, she's out. It better be a ship or we're done for. I can't last much longer.
Jane, you all right?
Uranium. 1,000 pounds of uranium. I'm floating through the sky.
You sure are. It's all right, Jane. It worked. It's all right.
Oh, Billy. What happened?
Don't you remember you were in the cabin with Slick and Blackie and I turned on the anesthetic gas?
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Did it work?
Did it work? What do you think happened to you?
Don't be funny. Billy, where's Slick and Blackie?
Back there in that cabin, out like a light. That's the way they'll stay until we're ready to turn them over to the League Patrol.
Where am I? Who are you? Is Pat all right?
The fellow who was inches from death, you're pretty nosy. I ain't asking you any questions.
The girl that was with me, where is she?
Right over there in that bunk.
She all right?
I think she's okay, but if you feel well enough to get up, go see for yourself. I've got to fly this ship. Ain't one of them newfangled automatic jobs. Don't have anything to do with them. This is one of the old reliable models. Ain't let me down in 25 years.
Dantro. Where are we?
We're on board this gentleman's ship.
Who is he? Will he help us find Billy and Jane?
Aboard a prospector's ship is not the best way to find two kids speeding around in a super spaceship like the Planeteer. What will Billy and Jane do now that they've taken care of Slick and Blackie? Or have they? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. remember that Billy and Jane had just tricked the two space pirates, Blackie and Slick, knocked them out with an anesthetic gas, and regained control of the Planeteer. Planet Man and Pat, marooned on the asteroid by the pirates, were saved at the last minute by a prospector who took them aboard his battered old ship. Pat has just been revived by Dantro.
Pat, this gentleman is one of the prospectors I was telling you about.
Of course I'm a prospector. Who'd you think I was, Judge Augustus? Ain't nobody else crazy enough to wander around out here except you two. My name's Rox. What's yours?
I'm Dantro, special agent of the League of Planets. And this is Miss Darrow from Earth.
Earth? Ain't heard nothing about them coming into the League of Planets. You must be touched in the head from that oxygen it gives you.
No, there's been a lot happening. Miss Darrow was on the first rocket to successfully break away from Earth. Don't you get the news over your cosmic contactor?
Contactor ain't working. Hasn't worked in years. Ain't nothing worth hearing on the thing anyway.
No contactor? Well, how can you get along out here in space all by yourself without a contactor? What would you do in an emergency?
Same thing as I always do. Work it out. You don't live long here unless you learn how to take care of yourself.
Well, you'll have to take us to the closest League Patrol headquarters at once, then.
Don't tell me what to do. This is my ship, and I don't take orders from nobody.
But you don't understand. The lives of 2 children are at stake. We've got to get to a League headquarters before it's too late.
Don't care what's at stake. I'm a prospector, not a rescue party. I'll get near a League patrol station in a couple of weeks, and then we'll go in.
I told you I was a special agent of the League of Planets. You can't refuse my orders.
The heck I can. I'm refusing. This is my ship, and I'll run it the way I like. If you try to take over, I'll fix it so it'll never fly again. And don't bother looking for your blaster. I took it away from you while you was unconscious. I was afraid something like this might happen.
I can't make it work.
Oh, but you've got to make it work. If we can reach the League Patrol, they may have a ship closer to the asteroid than we are. A few hours may make the difference between the life and death of Pat and Dantro. They aren't dead already. Oh, try again, Billy.
All right, I will, but it's no use. Slick and Blackie must have done something to this cosmic communicator.
Can't you fix it?
No sense in my even trying. I'll probably wreck it more. Come on, let's get back to the controls and head back. Here we are. Now, let me see.
What's the matter?
Controls don't work.
Oh, are they broken, too?
No, it's set on automatic. They must have picked a course and set the time control.
Can't you turn it off?
It's pretty tricky. Once the ship's been set on course and time, you're not supposed to touch the automatic pilot. Instead of turning it off, you can change the direction, but you never know where you'll end up. You might head right out of the solar system.
Well, we can't just sit here.
I'm afraid there's nothing else we can do, Jane. From the way they talk, we're headed for Saturn. Maybe we'll be sighted by one of the League patrols on the way. They're sure to investigate. They still can recognize the Planeteer. They know it's not supposed to be in this sector of space. There's probably been an alarm out for some time. We should have been on Mercury almost 24 hours ago.
But Pat and Dantro are back on that asteroid. We've got to do something to help them.
Won't be any help to them if we end up heading for Alpha Centauria. This way, at least, there's a choice of somebody picking us up. We'll try for a few hours more, and if there are no signs of a patrol, then I'll take a chance on trying to switch off the automatic pilot.
How can you be so cruel with the lives of 2 children at stake?
I told you before, that ain't my problem. I'm a prospector, and all I care about is finding something worth finding out here in the asteroid. Yep, I'm on the track of something hot right now. The biggest stake in the history of asteroid prospecting, and I ain't gonna lose it for nobody.
Can't you do something, Dantro? Can't you make him listen?
What can I say to make you understand how important this is?
Ain't nothing you can say to make me change my mind. Tell you what I'll do, though.
You going to help us?
Don't know if you'll consider it helping, but if you want, I'll take you back to the asteroid I found you on. That's not too far out of my way. Only left a little while ago.
What good will that do?
At least if Billy and Jane manage somehow to get back, they'll find us.
Well, do you think they will?
I don't know. I have a lot of confidence in those kids.
But suppose they don't come back.
That's a bright young lady. If they don't, you'd be out of luck this time. Probably ain't another prospector within 1,000,000 miles of this part of the asteroid belt. It was just fool luck when I happened by when I did. Thing like that couldn't happen again in 1,000 years. I'll take you back if you want, but I think it'd be pretty silly. Of course, it's up to you.
What do you think, Dantro?
Well, if it was just me, Pat, I'd take the chance. But I wouldn't want to gamble with your life.
Well, you don't think I'll let you stay there alone? Even if you wanted me to, I wouldn't go off without you.
Well, that's the kind of girl you are, Pat. I know it. That's why I didn't even mention it.
Well, make up your mind.
Well, it looks like you're running the show, old-timer. I don't understand a man like you, but we have no choice.
How long has it been now, Billy?
Oh, a couple of hours.
Are you going to wait any longer?
I don't know what to do. Things look bad, but once I start fooling around with that automatic pilot, things may get worse in a hurry.
But you said we'd only wait a couple of hours.
You sure you're willing to take a chance, Jane? If I make a mistake or touch the wrong gadget, there may be no way of turning back.
If we don't do something to try to save Pat and Dantro, I'd never forgive myself as long as I lived. Oh, you've got to try it, Billy.
You're right, Jane. Here goes.
The kids feel they must try to do something to get Dantro and Pat. What will the Planeteer do when Billy tries his hand on the locked automatic pilot? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Billy and Jane, they were trying to unlock the automatic pilot aboard the Planeteer. Dantro and Pat, in the meantime, are aboard a prospector's ship trying to figure out a way of getting the stubborn old prospector to help them.
I can't stand just sitting here while Billy and Jane may need us.
I know how you feel, Pat, but what can we do?
Well, that cranky old prospector can't stay awake forever. He's got to go to sleep sooner or later. Maybe when he does, we can jump him.
He's no fool, Pat. I'm sure he's thought of that. He'll probably lock us in the cargo hold while he sleeps.
Do you think he'd really use that blaster if we tried to overcome him?
Either that or sabotage his ship. He's a peculiar old coot. There's no telling what he'll do. There's no sense looking for more trouble than we've got already.
What are you two mumbling about over there? Better come over here before you get into trouble. If you're thinking of trying another trick, forget it. I ain't lasted all these years out here in the asteroids without being pretty tricky myself. Now, if you're cooperative, maybe I'll cut you in on my claim. I'm going to find it any day now.
Why do you think you're going to find it now after all these years?
Yes, how can you be so sure that you're on the right track?
Ain't going to tell you how. I've got ways of knowing, and I know that somewhere right around here there's an asteroid that's pure uranium. Enough for me to buy a planet if I want to. Maybe I'm going to want to.
If you don't help us, you may not be in a position to enjoy your money. The League of Planets is liable to deal harshly with someone who refused to help when danger threatened.
You can't bluff me that way, partner. I know the rules, and maybe I've got to help a wrecked ship for someone like you two who are marooned, but there ain't nothing in the books that says I've got to go space hunting all over the whole solar system looking for a couple of lost kids.
But they're not lost, I tell you. They're in the hands of space pirates.
That makes it even worse. What do I want to go fooling around with space pirates for? I'm too old for that kind of stuff. I'm just going to mind my own business and keep prospecting the way I've been doing. If you don't like it, there's the port.
All right, Billy? Hold on a minute. Here, you hold the switch down while I try the controls.
Sure. This one, Billy.
Oh, that's right. Now, don't let it slip. Yeah. I just hope I picked the right one. The controls respond.
Oh, do they?
In just a second. Jane, we did it. Throw that switch all the way. We're headed back to the asteroid belt with every ounce of speed this ship's got.
Say, if you two help me, maybe I'll find that asteroid quicker. Then I'll go to the League Patrol anyhow to get them to authenticate my claim so as I can file it on Planaria Rex. Ain't much of a scientist. Never been able to use that new stuff that got worked out. If you're such a big noise with the League, maybe you can find it faster than me.
What do you say, Pat?
I hate to do it, but all right.
Now you're talking. Come on, look at this asteroid chart.
I hate to say it, but I'm afraid this is a hopeless job.
Isn't there something we can do?
Look, Jane, you saw me. I did everything I know how. We're going to have to look for Pat and Dantro the hard way.
Billy and Jane are determined to find the asteroid on which they left Dantro and Pat. Will they find the asteroid? And if so, what will they do when they find out Dantro and Pat are not there? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear.
Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. As you recall, Billy and Jane Darrow had regained control of the Planeteer from the space pirates, Blackie and Slick, and have returned to the asteroid belt to search for the one Planet Man and Pat have been marooned on. Meanwhile, unknown to them, Pat and Dantro have been picked up by Rox, a prospector who had no communicator and refused to listen to their pleas to take them to a League patrol station. Finally, they agree to help him in his search for a uranium-loaded asteroid in the hope that if he finds it, he will then help them reach the League patrol to save Billy and Jane. Billy and Jane are continuing their hopeless search for the one out of thousands of asteroids where they left Pat and Dantro.
Maybe if we let the Planeteer drift in space and take the space launch, I could get a little closer to the asteroids. The Planeteer is so big, and I'm afraid to go in too close. I can handle it, but not that well. This is a lot bigger than that scout Captain All-Star taught me to fly.
But we would still be looking for 1 out of 1,000.
Okay. Do you have a better idea?
No. Wait a minute, Billy. Yes, I think I have an idea. You may not think it's a very good one.
All right, what is it?
Well, I was thinking Slick probably could find it. He found it easily enough before.
Slick? Haven't we got trouble enough without letting those pirates take over?
Maybe we could make a bargain with them.
Bargain with them? You can't bargain with bloodthirsty crooks like that.
Who said anything about trusting them, Billy?
Well, what else can we do?
Suppose we just let Slick out and keep Blackie locked in the cabin under the anesthetic gas. You took their blasters away from him. One of us could always watch him.
Yeah, but you don't think he would take us to Dantro and Pat? If he ever did, his goose would be cooked for sure, and he'd know it.
But suppose we promised to let him and Blackie go.
How can we promise him that?
Well, we could tell him that we'd make Planet Man listen to them. I'm sure he would if we promised him that.
Do you think Slick would believe us if we said it?
He hasn't got much choice. This way he knows that sooner or later we'll probably run into the League Patrol and it'll be the end of them both. Especially after what they've done to Pat and Dantro. But what do you think?
Well, I don't like it, but it's like you say, we don't have much choice. The rate we're going, it might take weeks before we find the right asteroid. And if we don't find it within a few hours, it will be just the same as never finding it.
Well, let's go get Slick. I'll help you.
Let me break the ship and bring it to a stop. Come on, let's go.
Here, let me help you off with that spacesuit, Dantro.
Yeah. Thanks.
Not very appreciative of you, young lady. How about helping me? I've saved your life.
You saved my life, all right, but you're throwing away the lives of 2 children. I'll never help you.
Awful bitter, ain't you?
Leave her alone, Rock. She's got a right to be bitter.
What happened? Did you have any luck? Is there any uranium on this asteroid?
No, Pat. No signs of it at all.
Well, how long can we keep this up? This is the 5th asteroid we've tried, and we're getting nowhere.
How about it, Rox? Don't you think we've done enough?
I'll tell you when, Planet Man. If I can wander around these asteroids for 25 years, you can look at a few more.
Oh, I hate you. You're worse than those space pirates.
If everybody from Earth is as ungrateful as you are, it must be a pretty nasty place to live. Let's blast off.
There he is, Billy. You take his shoulders, I'll take his feet.
Okay, got him. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, put him down here.
All right. You better shut that port and lock it. We don't want Blackie to wake up.
Right.
Can't we do something to make him come to quickly?
It'll only take a second. The minute you hit the air, you come to. That's what happened to you.
Blackie, wake up. Don't go to sleep, Blackie. What's going on? Where am I? You kids, why?
All right, Slick, don't try anything. I know how to work this blaster, and I'd love to use it.
And I've got another one.
What's going on? What'd you do to us? How did you put us to sleep?
Never mind. We'll ask the questions.
Where were you? How did you get out of that cabin before?
You heard what Billy said. We'll ask the question.
Get up.
Okay. What's that blaster? Those things are awful tricky.
You don't want any accidents to happen. Do what I tell you.
I'm doing it.
Come on up forward in the control cabin.
Where are we?
You'll find out in a minute. Now, come on, get moving. All right, stand over there. You watch him, Jane. I want to check the control.
Now, look here. You kids have the wrong idea. I wasn't going to let Blackie hurt you. I figured that after we were out of the League territory, I'd turn you loose somewhere, like I said.
I can imagine. Turn us loose so we could go back and tell the League Patrol who killed Dantro and Pat and kidnapped us.
Look, you got me all wrong.
Controls are okay, Jane. All right, I'll watch him.
Now, look. You look like a smart kid. She won't listen to me.
I heard what you told her. It won't do any good to talk to me. I wouldn't believe what you said either. We may be young, but we're not stupid. Besides, we're doing the talking here.
All right. Now, what have you got to say?
Just this. You're going to help us find Dantro and Pat.
You're kidding. Haven't I got trouble enough? Why should I help you put my head under the axe?
Trying to get Slick to help Billy and Jane is a pretty ticklish operation. Will he help, or will he try to overcome the kids and proceed with his original plan? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Billy and Jane aboard the Planeteer, they had revived Slick and were trying to get him to help them find Dantro and Pat. In the meantime, Dantro and Pat are aboard Rock's ship, trying to help him find a uranium asteroid in the hope that when they do, Rox will in turn help them find Billy and Jane.
A couple of likely-looking asteroids up ahead.
Oh, no, not again. That makes 10. Don't you ever stop trying?
Got nothing else to do, young lady. No place to go, no one to go to. That's the way I like it. You ought to be glad I'm letting you help me. If we find it, we'll be richer than dreams.
You can keep your money, Rox. All we want is to be taken to the League Patrol Station.
I told you I'd take you if you help me.
But when? Every time we come near an asteroid, you want to look for uranium. We'll never get there at this rate.
Don't be impatient, young lady. I've got lots of time.
He has lots of time, and Billy and Jane are in the hands of those two space pirates.
Hey, what's that?
It looks like a beam of some kind.
It's a signal.
Get away from that port.
We won't, and you better not cause any trouble, Rox. Your little game's up.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Dantro, are you sure?
I know a League patrol ship when I see it, Pat. They must have been following us for a while, trying to contact us. Of course, they couldn't. That's why they signaled us with the beam.
Do you think they'll come aboard?
I'm sure of it. They've been checking strange ships throughout the system because of the raids by the space pirates. They wouldn't stop us if they weren't coming aboard to check.
Well, how do you like that, Ross?
Ain't nothing I can do about it. Don't like it. Don't dislike it. I don't mind. I told you the only thing I care about was hunting for the asteroid. If they want to waste their time in the interplanetary system stopping every ship they see, it's their business. Just so's they don't hold me up too long don't make no difference to me.
Here they come, Dantro. Why don't they hurry?
They'll get here, Pat. Maneuvering alongside another ship in space is a pretty tricky business.
Here's our proposition, Slick. We know that Dantro and Pat are on one of those asteroids. You're the only one that can help us find it.
Well, why should I? It only means trouble for me.
It'll be worse trouble for you if you don't. We'll just take you back to that cabin and keep you there with Blackie under anesthetic gas. Sooner or later, we'll run into a League patrol, and they'll take care of you.
This way, you get a choice. We'll tell Dantro we made a deal with you to set you loose if you'll help us find them.
Chances are they're both dead. Probably have been for hours.
That's the chance we've got to take. Our promise still goes. We're too late to save them. We'll take you somewhere and let you go.
Well, what do you say? We're wasting time.
I guess it's a deal. Maybe I'm a sucker like you say. I've got nothing to lose. Let me see your chart. Just where are we?
So you see, those space pirates took off with the ship with Billy and Jane Darrow aboard. We've got to reach League Patrol headquarters and alert every ship at once. Take me to the closest station and communicate ahead.
Yes, sir. We'll get you there as fast as the ship will go.
What about that prospector? Are you going to let him go?
That's all we can do, Pat.
Well, do you think we'll be able to find the Planeteer?
Who can tell, Pat? But the quicker we send out word of what's happened, the quicker we'll have every patrol ship in the solar system alerted. Come on, let's get back to the communication cabin.
It's got to be around here somewhere. Say, that's the asteroid over there.
Okay, let's go in.
Well, that's a pretty good landing, if I say so myself.
Never mind the compliments. Jane, do you think you can watch him? Why? One of us has to go looking for Pat and Dantro. I think I better go while you stay here.
All right, Billy. Don't worry about Slick. I can take care of him.
Billy is determined to find Dantro and Pat at all costs. It's a brave move, but it will prove futile, because Dantro and Pat will be nowhere around. Can Jane, in the meantime, hold Slick at bay? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will recall that Dantro and Pat had finally contacted a ship of the League of Planets Patrol, which intercepted the prospector's old hulk that had saved them from the asteroid on which they were marooned. Meanwhile, Billy and Jane, unaware of this, had gained control of the Planeteer from the space pirates Blackie and Slick, and had returned to the asteroid belt to search for Dantro and Pat. Unable to locate the right asteroid out of the thousands in the belt, they freed Slick and got him to help, with a promise to set him and Blackie free. Slick brought them to the right asteroid. Billy has gone to search for Pat and Dantro, leaving Jane to guard Slick.
I gotta hand it to you, kids. You certainly put it over on us.
Keep your compliments to yourself, Slick. Just sit where you are and don't try anything.
Oh, look, kid, I may be a space pirate, but I'm not such a bad guy.
Anybody who'd maroon 2 people on an asteroid the way you left Dantro and Pat can't have anything decent about it.
Well, we didn't have any choice. It was us or them.
I'd rather not talk about it.
All right. Say, don't you think you'd better try to reach your brother on the contactor?
What are you worrying about? He's capable of taking care of himself. He certainly doesn't need any help from you.
You can't be too sure. Out here in space, you never know what's going to happen. I think you'd better check it.
I don't know what you're up to, but you just sit there while I switch on the set. Billy? Billy, can you hear me?
Sure, I can hear you fine. What's up? Is Slick giving you trouble?
No. He's behaving all right. I just wanted to make sure you were okay.
I'm fine.
Did you see any signs of them?
No, I'm heading for the cave that Slick said they left them in.
How are you going to get into the cave if the entrances are closed?
Well, I'll try tapping on the rock first to see if there's any answer. If not, I'll try burning my way through with a heat projector. I'm afraid he used the blaster. They're still in there. It might bring the whole cave down on them.
Well, I'll leave the contactor on so you can call me if you want me.
Okay, I'll let you know when I reach the cave.
Hey, you surely got stuff, that brother of yours.
Yes, a lot more stuff than you and Blackie. At least he's not afraid to pick on someone bigger than he is. And neither am I. So if you have anything up your sleeve, you'd better forget it.
Well, that's it, Pat. We've alerted every ship in the League Patrol to be on the lookout for the Planeteer. If it's anywhere in the solar system, they'll find it sooner or later. And when they do, we'll get there as fast as it's humanly possible.
I hope they find them soon.
The League has a lot of ships, and they're all smart commanders. But unless we're lucky, it's going to take a while. Slick and Blackie are too smart to stay anywhere near the regular space lanes or the more populated planets. They probably know every out-of-the-way corner and every hideout in the solar system.
But the Planeteer is pretty big. It should be easy to spy.
Well, that's true, but remember, they've had over 2 days' start on us. They could be anywhere from Mercury to Pluto. But don't worry. Sooner or later, we'll track them down.
Do you think the kids will be safe?
I think so, Pat. It's the best protection they have. And Slick is too smart not to realize it. As long as the kids are aboard the Planeteer, he knows we won't blast them.
Where are we headed now?
We're going to the central headquarters of the League Patrol. It's located just off the orbit of Mars. You can get to almost any part of the solar system within 24 hours from there.
You better check your brother on the radio again, kid.
I don't get it, Slick. Why are you worrying about us all of a sudden?
Well, it's just that I've got nothing against you kids personally. Like I said, I think your brother's got a lot of stuff for a kid, and I don't want to see anything happen to him. Now, come on, see if he's okay.
Well, all right. Billy? Hello, Billy?
Try him again.
Billy? Billy, answer me.
Gee, I hope nothing's happened to him.
Billy, do you hear me? Answer me. Is anything wrong? Have you found Dantro and Pat? Billy, why don't you answer me? Can you hear me?
Now, look, kid, maybe we'd better do something. He must be in some kind of trouble.
You keep out of this. I don't know how you did it, but I'm sure you knew this was going to happen. Maybe I ought to blast you right now.
How could I have anything to do with it? I've been sitting right here. Now, don't be silly. I told you I like you both. If you let me, maybe I could help.
Help? How could you help? I don't dare trust you, and you know it.
Now, look, kid, you've got to believe me. A few minutes may mean the difference between life and death for your brother. Now, put that blaster down and help me get into a spacesuit. Maybe if I get out there fast, I can find out what's wrong and do him some good.
No, I don't dare believe you. This may be just another of your tricks. I still think that you're responsible for whatever's happened to Billy.
Okay, if that's the way you feel, go ahead and do what you want. I'll just sit here and watch.
Billy, where are you? What's happened? Do you hear me? Billy! I wish I knew what to do. I can't just sit here.
Well?
Maybe I'm making a terrible mistake, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to trust you.
Now, just put down that blaster.
There.
That's better. Now, come on with me to the spacesuit lock here. Open the port. Now, you hold this there.
Oh, let me go!
No, not right now, but in a few minutes, I'll be glad to let you go.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. You're rotten. You and that Blackie are both the same.
Thanks for the compliment. Now, get into this spacesuit and get in fast.
But what about Billy? You promised to help me find Billy.
You'll find Billy all right. You're going out to join him.
But something's happened to him.
Nothing's happened to him.
Then why didn't he answer me when I called him on the contactor?
That's simple, kid. To get to that cave, he had to go around that big rock that sticks up about half a mile. Once he got behind it, it blanketed his contactor. There's nothing wrong with him or that contactor. He just couldn't get over that rock.
Then I was right.
Sure you were right, but it isn't going to do you any good now. Now get that suit on and get out. I want to get away from here fast.
Well, Slick surely put one over on Jane. Will she be able to find Billy on that lonely asteroid? If she does find Billy, what then? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. Slick and Blackie are once again in command of the Planeteer through Slick's deceptive tactics with Jane. The two kids are now alone on the asteroid. In the meantime, Dantro and Pat are trying to find Billy and Jane, who they think are still aboard the Planeteer.
Any word yet, Dantro?
No, nothing yet, Pat.
By the way, what did Judge Augustus say when you talked to him?
He said he was giving orders to every member of the League of Planets to give us whatever help or aid we request. Pat, you can be sure of one thing. That the resources of the solar system will be devoted to finding and helping Billy and Jane.
I only hope we find them in time.
Our trouble will only begin when we find them, Pat. The problem will be to get them off the planet here safely, and that's not going to be an easy job.
Okay, kid. Give your brother my regards. Oh, yeah, Blackie sends them, too. Taking off now. I hope you find your friend the Planet Man, but even if you do, he's not going to be much help to you now.
I was such a fool to trust that crook. How will I ever explain it to Billy? Now we're marooned here and it's all my fault. I'll never forgive myself for being so stupid.
Oh, Jane. Jane, this is Billy calling Jane on the Planeteer. Can you hear me?
Where are you, Billy?
I'm coming back toward the Planeteer. I'll be aboard in a few minutes. But what's the matter?
Oh, Billy, the Planeteer's gone and it's all my fault.
Planeteer? Gone? Gone? How can it be gone? Where are you?
I'm here on the asteroid with you, Billy. Slick made me put on his spacesuit and left me. He just took off.
I don't understand. What happened?
I kept calling you on the contactor and you didn't answer. I thought something was wrong. Slick offered to help and I was fool enough to believe him. I didn't know what else to do.
All right, Jane. Look, I know whatever happened on the Planeteer isn't your fault. I'm not angry or anything.
Thank you, Billy. It was stupid of me, but I couldn't help it when you didn't answer the contactor.
All right, Jane. We're together and we'll work things out somehow.
Pat! We've just had a report. One of the League patrol ships spotted the Planeteer heading toward Saturn. There's a space launch waiting to take us aboard a cruiser.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Shall we look back towards the cave, Billy?
No, we'll go around on the bright side of the asteroid.
Well, at least we'll know one way or the other in a few minutes about Pat and Dantro.
How long will it take us to get to Saturn in this ship, Dantro?
About 12 hours now, but we still aren't sure of the exact location of the Planeteer.
Well, haven't they located it again?
No, but they will. It's only a question of time. There are 40 League patrol ships closing in from all sides. They won't get away from us this time.
Have you figured out a way to get the kids off safely yet?
I have a plan, but there's no sense talking about it until we locate the Planeteer.
40 League spaceships closing in on Slick and Blackie aboard the Planeteer will make these pirates either fight to the end or give up. Which will they do? What will Dantro do? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In in a moment, The Planet Man. You will remember we left Billy and Jane marooned by space pirates on the same asteroid from which Dantro and Pat had been saved by Rox the prospector. Unaware of Billy and Jane's plight and thinking them still the prisoners of Blackie and Slick aboard the Planeteer, Dantro and Pat are speeding toward Saturn, where the League patrol was closing in. Meanwhile, Billy and Jane are still exploring the bright side of the asteroid in search for Pat and Dantro.
I can't understand it, Jane. They just don't seem to be here.
Do you think we'd see them if...
Do you mean if they were dead?
I didn't want to say it.
I've had a feeling all along that they'd be all right. I'm sure they are.
But where could they have gone?
Someone must have spotted them and landed. Maybe the Lake Patrol.
But how would they find them here on this asteroid without even knowing where to look? We knew they were here, but without Slick's help, we probably would never have found the right one.
That's what puzzles me. I'm sure their spacesuit contactors weren't powerful enough to send a call out into space.
What's that shiny thing over there?
What?
Don't you see it? There.
Looks like a big piece of glass or something. What's the difference?
Nothing. I just thought maybe it was a signal or something.
A signal? Well, what kind of a signal can it be?
I don't know.
Well, come on. Let's get over there and take a look. There's nothing else we can do.
Hello, League Patrol Ship Sagittarius. Come in.
Sagittarius reporting. Planeteer spotted by patrol ship Comet in orbit around Saturn between inner and outer rings. What are our orders?
Is Planeteer aware that patrol ship is present?
No. Comet is sitting out of range of detectors.
Very well. If at all possible, give orders to all patrol ships to stay unobserved. Let them close in beyond extreme range of detectors and await our arrival. We should be there in 3 hours.
Yes, sir. What shall we do if Planeteer resumes flight?
Stay on its trail, but remain unobserved. Don't attack in any case.
Very well. Orders received. We'll relay immediately to all patrol ships in the area.
Well, that's that, Pat. We know where they are, and within a few hours we'll be there, and our job will just begin.
You were right, Jane. There's no doubt about it. This is a mirror. It could only have been made by Dantro and Pat.
But what would they do with a mirror? Why would they go to all that trouble?
You gave the answer yourself when you first saw it.
You mean about it being a signal?
Sure. Don't you remember back on Earth how we used to take a mirror in the sun and reflect the light?
You mean that Dantro and Pat used it to send some kind of signal out into space?
I'll bet that's what they did. And after all, this sun's really bright, and I'll bet their reflection can be spotted from a long distance off.
Maybe if it helped them, it would work for us.
Find out. There's nothing else we can do. Give me a hand with it. We'll give it a try.
How are we going to do it?
Just keep moving it up and down. That way the light won't be steady. If there's anyone around, they may notice it more quickly.
All right, let's go.
Don't know what this solar system's coming to. It's got so's a man can't be by himself even 20 million miles from the closest planet. All that fuss about a couple of silly kids. Certainly was glad when that League Patrol took those two off my hands. Now maybe I can get back to prospecting. Had me so nervous I couldn't remember what I was doing. Must have missed a lot of those asteroids. Well, I'll just keep going back this way and see if there are any I didn't check.
Getting tired, Jane?
A little. But let's not stop. As long as we're doing something, it keeps me from thinking too much about where we are.
I know how you feel, Jane. Wish I could tell you not to worry. But we both know this is a bad spot.
We've been in tough spots before. Remember the time Marston had us?
It was just about here that I spotted that signal from them two. Over in that direction. Hey, now I'm really imagining things. Could have sworn I saw some signal again. I guess I just can't get them two out of my mind. They certainly gave me a lot of trouble. Funny. There it goes again. Not taking any chances this time. I'm going to get away fast. It would be my luck to pick up two more just like them.
Jane, it's awfully hard to tell looking into the sun, but do you see something that looks like a blast exhaust?
Where?
Over toward that sector.
Wait. Billy, I think you're right. But it's hard to tell.
Keep signaling. If it's really a ship...
Oh, Billy, I hate to get my hopes too high, but won't it be wonderful if it really is?
Don't know what's happening to me. Must be getting soft or something. Can't help wondering if there really is somebody back in that asteroid. Seems impossible, but it happened once. It could happen again. Never did find those 2 kids. I wonder if it can be them. That would be a pretty lonesome place for 2 kids.
Rox thinks he's seeing things again. What will he do? Or rather, what won't he do? We'll be back in a moment. So, level off. When we left Billy and Jane on the lonely asteroid, they were using a reflector to try to signal for help. Rox, the prospector, thought he saw a signal and was debating with himself as to what to do about it. In the meantime, Dantro and Pat are pursuing the Planeteer in company with 40 League spaceships and setting a plan to rescue the kids who they think are being held captive by the space pirates, Slick and Blackie.
Dantro, what do we do now?
I think I'd better try to contact them before we do anything.
Won't that just warn them in advance?
Yes, it will, Pat, but I want to try to bargain with them.
Do you think you can bargain with those 2 crooks?
With the kids' safety at stake, I'll do anything within reason.
Blackie, you're a fool. I don't know why I don't kick you out into space right now.
Look, gosh, Slick, I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to try the controls for a minute.
Blackie, I told you 50 times you leave running this ship to me. You're no pilot.
How was I to know that I jammed the controls?
If you'd listened to me and kept your big greasy hands off, nothing would have happened. I ought to jam this wrench down your throat.
We were right, Jane. It was a ship, and it's coming in for a landing.
We're so lucky, I'm afraid to believe it. Billy.
What?
Something just occurred to me.
What?
Do you have your blaster?
Oh, I dropped it in a crack when I slipped and fell on the dark side.
We've been assuming that this ship is friendly. Suppose it isn't.
Gosh, I never thought of that. You mean maybe it's space pirates?
After all, Slick and Blackie said that they knew where this asteroid was because they had used it for a hideout lots of times. Maybe this is some of their bunch coming back to look around or hide out again.
You're right, Jane. Besides, that ship is certainly strange looking.
Maybe we ought to hide or something.
Oh, they know we're here. They must have seen our signal. It's no good hiding. Besides, even a pirate ship will be better than this asteroid. We couldn't stay here more than a few hours now. Tanks on these suits are getting low.
I wish you had your blaster.
Too late to worry about that. I'll just pick up this rock.
A rock?
It's better than nothing. I'll slide it behind me. Maybe it'll come in handy.
What are you doing now, Dantro?
I'm going to get in as close as I can to the Planeteer before they spot us.
Do you think they'll fire on us?
No, I've a hunch they're waiting for someone. They can't identify our ship at this distance. When they contact us, I'll try to make a deal with them.
I'll bet that's them now.
We'll see.
Planeteer calling spaceship. Identify yourself or we'll fire.
This is the League patrol ship, Cosmos. Hold your fire. We wish to talk to you.
We got nothing to say to any League patrol. I'll give you 1 minute to head back out to space where there'll be nothing left but atom dust, and you know we can do it, too.
This is Planet Man, Slick. Where are Billy and Jane?
Planet Man, are you kidding?
This is not the time to kid, Slick. Where are Billy and Jane?
Stay where you are. Just a minute. I'll contact you again.
Do you think the kids are all right?
We'll find out in a minute.
Is it really the Planet Man, Slick?
Must be. Wouldn't be no point in him saying it was if it wasn't.
Well, what can we do now?
Just sit tight. We've got enough to hold off half the League patrol. We can outrange any weapon in the fleet before they can get close enough to do any harm. We can blast them or burn them right out of space. Besides, he still thinks we've got those kids aboard, and he ain't going to give it to us here until he's sure we haven't. And I'm not going to let him find out we haven't.
Well, you think you can keep him from getting wise?
I can keep him from being sure. That's all I've got to do. He won't dare take a chance of killing them.
Besides, even if he decided to try, it wouldn't do him any good. We'd get him first.
Slick and Blackie are in a tough spot. What will they do? Will Dantro be able to outguess these 2 space pirates? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will recall Billy and Jane, marooned on the same asteroid from which Planet Man and Pat had been rescued, were awaiting the landing of a strange ship, fearing that it might be space pirates. Actually, it is Rox, the cranky old prospector who had saved Dantro and Pat. Meanwhile, out in the rings of Saturn, Blackie and Slick aboard the Planeteer are attempting to make Dantro and Pat believe that the kids are still with them.
Planeteer calling Planet Man aboard the Cosmos.
This is Planet Man, Slick. I'm asking you again, where are the kids?
You know darn well where they are, Planet Man. They're right here aboard this ship.
I don't believe they're aboard at all. What have you done with them?
I don't care what you believe. There, that'll keep them guessing, Blackie. Now just keep your eye on that detector, and if they move any closer, let them have it.
Do you think the kids are really aboard, Dantro?
I don't know what to think, Pat. Slick is pretty sharp. He may have dropped them somewhere and is counting on that as a final bargaining point. Anyway, even if he's bluffing, I can't afford to take a chance and call his bluff.
Well, what are we going to do? Just sit here and wait?
No, I have an idea. There's one thing I just don't understand, though.
What do you mean?
Why are they sitting there? That ship can leave anything in the solar system behind. It's armed with weapons that half the fleet couldn't overcome. Slick must know we've got them spotted and surrounded, and yet he just stays there.
Well, maybe there's something wrong with the ship.
That's what I've been thinking.
Well, then if we have to, we can just sit here and starve them out.
The only trouble with that is that we'll be starving the kids, too.
Oh.
That's not my only worry. If the kids aren't aboard and we can't get Slick and Blackie to talk, we'll never know where they are.
It looks like a stalemate.
No. We've one move, and I'm going to try to make it.
Come on, Jane, he's landed. We going aboard? What else is there to do? See, the space lock is swinging open. They must be waiting for us.
I wish I knew whether it was a friend or some more space pirates.
We'll find out quickly enough. Come on. Who are you?
I'll ask the question, youngster. Your name Billy Darrow?
Yes, but how did you know?
Never mind. You must be Jane.
That's right. Who are you?
I'm just a guy that's been trying awful hard to go about his own business. But the whole darn solar system seems to be against me. I just picked up 2 friends of yours off this rock a little while ago. Took me a long time and a lot of trouble to get rid of them. And darned if I don't go through the same thing again.
You picked up our friends?
Well, that must be how he knows who we are.
Was it Planet Man and Pat?
That's who it was, that big League of Planets agent and that fresh Miss Snip they had with him. Say, she related to you?
Yes, that's our aunt.
That's so, but you two had better keep a civil tongue in your heads or you're going to have trouble with me. I had to put up with it with them, but I don't have to take any nonsense from you. Another thing, don't get any ideas about my taking you to the League Patrol base. I've lost enough time already.
How's it going, Slick? I'll let you know when it's time. You just sit there and watch that detector. You've messed up everything else you touched. Try and do that right, at least.
What are you worried about? We're okay.
I wouldn't be so sure of that. Sooner or later, Planet Man may get wise that those 2 kids aren't aboard.
Well, so what? Ain't nothing they can do about it.
I'm not so sure of that, but what's more important, there's nothing we can do.
Well, how about the rest of the boys?
They'll never come in through that cordon of League patrol ships around us. I bet a space mouse couldn't get through without being spotted. Nah, Blackie, they can't get in and we can't get out unless I get these controls fixed.
Well, that's all right. We got supplies aboard for a year. We can wait.
When will you learn, Blackie? There's always an angle.
You mean Planet Man can get to us?
I don't see how, but I wouldn't bet that he couldn't. He's going to have plenty of time to figure a way.
I don't like your idea at all. It's much too dangerous.
I know it's dangerous, Pat, but I've got to do something.
Well, can't you send somebody else?
I couldn't ask somebody else to do what I wouldn't do myself.
But won't you be picked up by the detectives?
Well, I'm hoping that they won't be watching too closely. They're expecting a ship, and in a spacesuit, the detector will hardly register my presence in space.
But it'll take you so long, and you'll be a perfect target.
They're working on the spacesuit now, and it'll be practically invisible to the eye. And if they don't pick me up on the detector, I may get in close enough so that their weapons won't do them any good.
Can you get in the Planeteer?
There's an emergency hatch that I think they know nothing about. If I can reach the ship, I may be able to slip aboard. Anyhow, I've got to try to do it.
Dantro's idea to float through space and get to the Planeteer is a long chance. But it's the only possible way of getting aboard the Planeteer without Slick or Blackie making a desperate and destructive move. Will it work? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro, he was setting a plan to get aboard the Planeteer without being detected by Slick and Blackie. In the meantime, Billy and Jane were picked up by Rox the Prospector on the same asteroid from which he had earlier rescued Dantro and Pat.
Billy, you ought to put that rock down now.
Gosh, I forgot all about it. Here, I'll put it over on this bunk.
Where are we going now, Mr. Rox?
Name is Rox, young lady. Never mind the flattery. We're going asteroid hunting.
Asteroid hunting?
Sure, what do you think I was doing out here? Taking a joyride?
But what do you do with the asteroids when you find them?
Guess they don't teach you nothing back there on Earth. Didn't you never hear of prospecting?
Prospecting? You mean like digging for gold?
Digging. Say, I'm not that old-fashioned. This ship's got automatic equipment. But first you gotta find the gold, uranium, or whatever it is you find.
Well, what are you looking for?
I'm on the trail of an asteroid that's just one big hunk of pure uranium, and I'm gonna keep looking for it till I find it.
An asteroid of pure uranium? Why, that would be worth a fortune.
Will be worth 10 fortunes when I find it, and if anybody can find it, old Rox can do it.
But, Billy, what about Dantro and Pat?
Gosh, yes. Listen, Rox, you gotta take us to wherever it was you left the Planet Man.
Didn't leave him. He left me, and I was glad to see him go. Both of them, for that matter.
Well, I don't care who left who, but we've gotta find them.
Now, don't you start, youngster. I had my belly full of people telling me what to do.
But you don't understand. They don't know where we are.
Ain't my problem, son.
But they'll probably think we're still on the Planeteer with those space pirates.
As a matter of fact, they do. Last I heard, they were fixing to take off after it.
Well, then we've got to get in touch with them before it's too late.
Ain't never too late. There's always another day. Used to be time when I thought if things didn't happen right away, they'd never happen. But I know now there's always another day.
Well, that's all very well for you to say. They don't mean anything to you. But they may get themselves into danger thinking they're helping us. And all the while we'll be back here safe.
Well, that's all they were worried about, you two being safe and you're safe. So what's the fuss?
You know very well what we mean.
Sure I know, but you got to consider something, young man. I'm running this ship, and if I don't take orders from the Planet Man, I sure ain't taking orders from a little squirt like you. Even back on Earth, I bet you didn't order your elders around.
I'm not trying to order you around, but you've just got to listen.
I've listened enough, son. Now you two just keep quiet. There's something to eat back in the galley. Go fill your bellies, but keep your mouths closed. Man's entitled to some peace and quiet, especially when he's traveled 20 million miles to get it.
I still think there must be some other way, Dantro.
I welcome any suggestions, Pat, but I can't think of anything else. I'm going into the airlock now. You go back to the control deck. You can follow me with the detector. I should reach the Planeteer in about half an hour.
Do you think those auxiliary projectors will hold out?
I've got enough fuel in these tanks on my back to take me to the Planeteer and back if I have to. Well, so long, Pat.
Good luck, Dantro.
You may be a smart guy, Slick, but you sure ain't no mechanic. You should have had those controls fixed long ago.
All I need now is your big mouth flapping. You got us into this mess fooling with these controls. Don't make it any worse.
Okay, but I was just saying.
That's the trouble. You're always just saying. The less you say, the better I'd like it. Anything showing that detector?
Ain't no ship around except the Cosmo that Dantro's on.
If they move, you tell me.
Don't worry, I'll tell you.
Jane, I can't help being sore at rocks when I think of Planet Man and Pat taking out after Slick and Blackie in the Planeteer with us here safe and sound.
You really think it's dangerous?
Sure it's dangerous. You know the Planeteer is the most powerful ship in the solar system. If Dantro tries to stop it, he's liable to get into real trouble. Besides, he'll think we're still aboard and he won't try to destroy it. That'll make it even tougher.
Well, you got me worried.
You might as well know the truth. Now you can see why I'm so angry with that rocks.
Dantro, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Pat.
Is everything all right?
All right so far, Pat. Follow me on the detector.
What are you doing, Slick?
Just checking the detector. Hey, Blackie, you knucklehead. Nothing moving. What's that?
That? I don't know. Must be a meteor or something.
Meteor moving toward the Planeteer at that speed? Get to that ray turret, Blackie. We've got some work to do.
Slick is a pretty shrewd detective. He suspects something is up. Will he and Blackie blast the objects moving toward the Planeteer? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man.
The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember that Dantro and Pat finally located the Planeteer with the help of a League patrol. Thinking Billy and Jane still captives of Slick and Blackie, Dantro is taking the desperate chance of slipping aboard the Planeteer in a spacesuit. Meanwhile, Billy and Jane are on the battered old hulk piloted by Rox, the prospector, who rescued them from the asteroid on which they were marooned. Slick has just discovered Dantro's route.
But, Slick, I could have sworn it was a meteor moving out there in space.
Meteor, you dope. Did you ever see a meteor moving that way? That's no meteor. Planet Man must be having some trick.
Well, what can it be? A torpedo? A space mine?
No, he still thinks we've got the kids on board. Anyhow, he's not sure. He doesn't know where they are. He wouldn't take a chance of blasting us. He'd never find out.
Well, what is it, then?
I don't know, but I'm not going to wait to find out. I told you to get up to those ray turrets. Now, come on and don't ask so many questions.
Yeah, but
I told you to get up there.
Yeah, well, will you wait a minute? Those turrets are controlled automatically with the same controls that run the ship.
I know that, but they can be run by hand, too, in an emergency.
You don't expect me to hit that little speck without automatic sighting, do you?
You're right, I do. You'd better. I don't know what it is, but you can be sure it's one of Planet Man's tricks. Now, come on, and you'd better shoot straight.
Hello, Pat Darrow on the Cosmos calling the Sagittarius. Pat Darrow calling the Sagittarius.
Come in, Cosmos.
Are you watching the Planeteer?
Yes, there are 40 ships surrounding them.
Well, you know what Dantro's plan is.
Yes,
Be sure to follow him on your detectors.
we are.
Wait, something's happening. The Planeteer is firing. No, they mustn't. They're firing at Dantro. They must have spotted him. What can we do?
We've orders not to attack under any circumstances.
But you can't just sit and watch them burn him out of space.
I'm sorry, Miss Darrow, but our orders were specific.
Well, I'm going to try to contact him directly. Hello, Dantro. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Pat.
They're firing at you.
I know it, Pat.
Well, you've got to turn back. Do you hear me? Turn back at once. You'll never make it. Dantro, do you hear me? Turn back.
Keep firing and you better hit what you're shooting at. That's the Planet Man himself.
Planet Man? Why, he must be out there in a spacesuit.
I don't care what he's out there in. See that he doesn't get back.
He's dodging around so I can't get a line on him, but sooner or later I will.
Dantro, come back here. You're not going to do any good now. They've seen you anyway.
You're right, Pat. I'll head back. I'd hoped I could get through without being spotted, but it didn't work.
Shall I have them bring the Cosmos in closer to pick you up?
No, if you do, they're certain to fire on it, and I won't jeopardize the lives of the crew.
Well, then come back as fast as you can.
Don't worry, I'm not wasting any time.
He's heading back, Blackie. You sure messed that up.
Well, if you think you can do any better, you come up here and try.
Never mind. It's too late now anyhow. He's reached the Cosmos.
Why don't you let me blast the ship? They're within range of these rays.
No, there's no sense stirring up any more trouble than we've got. I'm sure that Planet Man is keeping the patrol from attacking us because of those kids. Now, if we destroy his ship, they may close in. If they just leave us alone long enough, I'm sure I can fix these controls, and then we'll leave them all behind.
Oh, thank goodness you made it. I thought you were done for.
Well, I was pretty worried myself, Pat, but a spacesuit at that range is a pretty small target, and I kept moving around, which didn't make it any easier for them.
Well, don't take any more chances like that. You're not going to help the kids any by getting killed.
I wish I knew what was wrong with that ship.
Are you sure there is something wrong with it?
Quite sure, Pat. They wouldn't be sitting the way they are otherwise. But whatever it is, they must be working on it, and the minute they get it fixed, they'll take off again. There's only one thing we can do.
What's that?
If we sow a net of space mines around them, they won't dare move. We'll make the net so thick it'll be impossible for them to slip through. At least it'll make them stay where they are.
Do you think that'll really stop them?
Even if those two aren't crazy enough to try to run a cordon of space mines, no, they'll stay put, Pat. Hello? Cosmos calling all League ships. Cosmos calling all League ships. Proceed immediately to surround the Planeteer with Plan 3. You have each been assigned sectors. Cover your individual sectors completely. That is all. There, Pat. That ought to do it. Let's go watch from another sector.
How you doing on those control slips?
I think I've got him. I'll know in a minute. Any signs of action on the detector?
There's action, all right, but none of it's coming in toward us.
What do you mean?
I don't know what's going on, but those patrol ships are all moving around. Looks like some kind of formation or something. Think they're getting ready to attack?
No, until they know for sure where the kids are, we're safe enough.
Yeah, but it just don't look right. Maybe you better come up here.
Now, just a minute. I'll have these controls fixed, and then we'll clear out of here so fast it won't matter what they're doing.
Wait a minute. Somebody's trying to contact us on the space communicator.
All right, you better pick it up. There's no harm in listening.
Slick and Blackie know something is up. What is this message they are to receive on their communicator? We'll be back in a moment. So, level off. When we left Slick and Blackie, they were about to receive a message over the communicator of the Planeteer. Sending this message is Dantro, who is aboard the League of Planets ship Cosmos, where he is directing operations in an effort to overcome these two space pirates.
Hello, Planet Man, calling the Planeteer. Planet Man, calling the Planeteer.
What do you want?
You've been surrounded by a net of space mines. Don't attempt to leave your present position.
Space mines? Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding, Blackie. I mean it. Stay where you are.
Save your breath. I'm cutting communications right now. If you don't believe me, it's just too bad.
Do you think the space mines will keep them where they are?
They're tough, but they're not interested in committing suicide, Pat. They'll stay there all right.
Hey, Slick, I'm worried. I'm scared.
I told you they're only bluffing. Yeah, but look at the detector. You can see the spots all over. We're surrounded by them. Must be mines, like he said. Look, that doesn't prove anything. They can be dud. Dud? Sure, all they got to do is pull the firing device and the mine wouldn't go off. How do you know? I'll tell you. Why don't you take a spacesuit and go out and check one of them if you're so worried?
Well, don't get mad. It's just that I wish I was as sure as you are.
Look, figure it out for yourself if you can. They think we've got the kids here. Or if we haven't, we know where they are, which we do. If they blow us up, they blow the kids up with us. Now use that excuse for a head you got. Would they take a chance with live space mines? Of course they would.
What are you going to do?
In about 2 minutes, I'll have these controls working again, then we're going to move.
And go right through those mines?
Look, if you're scared, take a spacesuit and give yourself up. I'm leaving, and I'm going right through the mines. Nothing's going to happen. Like I said, they wouldn't dare. But if you're so worried, goodbye.
Oh, you know I'll stick, would you? If you're so sure, I guess it's okay.
What's happening, Dantro?
I don't understand it.
What?
It looks like the Planeteer's beginning to move.
Oh, no, they can't. You told them.
I guess they don't believe me, Pat. I'm going to contact them again. Planet Man calling Planeteer. Planet Man calling Planeteer.
There goes the radio again, Slick. Shall I pick it up?
Nah, maybe it's something important. It's just more talk. There's nothing they can say to us we haven't heard. Besides, we're underway and we ain't got time to wait.
Okay, you're the boss.
Don't they answer?
I'm afraid not, Pat. I guess they're pretty sure I'm bluffing.
Oh, can't you stop them in some way?
It's too late now, Pat. Look,
What happened?
they hit a mine.
But the kids. What about the kids?
I don't know what to say, Pat. Maybe they weren't aboard.
Oh, even if they weren't, you said yourself that they might be on an asteroid the way we were, and that we may never find them. Can we go in and search the wreckage?
There won't be any wreckage. Those mines wouldn't leave anything but tiny fragments of the ship and whatever was aboard.
But we don't know whether the kids were there or not. Oh, Dantro, this is horrible. If only we were sure they weren't aboard.
I'm going to give orders to search every asteroid, every deserted area of every inhabitable planet in the solar system. If they left those kids somewhere, we'll find them.
Don't try to fool me, Dantro. We'll never find them in time. Whether they were aboard or not, it's the same thing.
Hello, this is Planet Man aboard the Cosmos calling League Patrol Headquarters. Planet Man calling League Patrol Headquarters.
Come in, Planet Man.
Dispatch every available ship to search the asteroid belt and all inhabitable deserted areas in the solar system for signs of Billy and Jane Darrow. I want every ship to report at 3-hour intervals, and I want immediate word about anything that looks at all like it might be some sign of these two children. Spare no effort. Put all crews on 24-hour alert. Proceed at once. I'm heading back for Planaria Rex.
Message received. Your orders will be carried out immediately.
Oh, Dantro, what'll my father say? This news will hit him terribly hard. You don't know how much those kids meant to him. Ever since their mother died, he's taken care of them. He won't be able to stand it. I wonder if he'll find out before we get there.
No, he doesn't even know the kids were missing, Pat. I asked Judge Augustus not to tell him. We'll break the news when we get back.
Well, Dantro and Pat are in a very bad way over what they think happened to Billy and Jane aboard the Planeteer. Will the League Patrol find Rox the Prospector and in turn the kids? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man.
Planet
This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. As you remember, the Planeteer with Slick and Blackie, the two pirates, was destroyed when it struck one of the space mines the League Patrol had surrounded it with. The Planet Man and Pat Darrow, thinking the kids were aboard or marooned alone somewhere, are heading back to Planaria Rex to break the sad news to Professor Darrow and Slatz. Meanwhile, Billy and Jane are safe but miserable aboard the ship of the prospector who picked them up.
If only we could make him listen to reason.
We've tried, Billy, but he just won't pay any attention to us.
Come on, let's talk to him again. Rox.
What do you want?
Look, you've just got to take us to the closest League Patrol station.
You've been all through that, son. No sense bringing that up again.
But...
Ain't no buts about it, son. I'm a prospector, not a rescue party.
But it'll only take you a little out of your way. You can go right back.
Yes, and while I'm carting you two off, someone else is liable to discover that asteroid. Nothing doing. I've been hunting for that rock 20 years, and I ain't going to turn away again. Now go on back and stop bothering me.
Come on, Jane.
Oh, you're a horrible man.
You didn't think so a little while back.
I almost wish you'd left us on that asteroid.
Never mind, Jane. Come on.
How much longer before we get to Planaria Rex?
About another 24 hours, Pat.
I almost wish we weren't going back. I dread the thought of telling Father about the kids. Have you had any word from the patrol?
They've been checking with me every hour. So far, there's no sign of the kids. They're covering the asteroid belt, and it'll take a while to check it.
What makes you think the kids are in the asteroid belt?
Well, it's just a hunch, but that's where Slick dropped us, and he might have done the same thing with Billy and Jane.
Dantro, would you break the news to my father? Somehow the idea of my doing it is almost impossible.
Very well, Pat, whatever you wish. I'll do anything I can to help make it easier.
Jane, I think I know how to handle rocks.
Oh, quick, tell me.
If I could get behind him and use that rock I brought aboard, I might be able to knock him out.
Do you think he'd hurt you if he caught us at it?
I don't believe so. He's really not that mean. He's just a little nutty about finding that asteroid of his.
Well, if you're willing to try it, I will.
All right, here's what we'll do. You lay here on this bunk and moan and groan and stuff, and I'll get behind the bulkhead with a rock. When he comes through the door, I'll hit him.
Don't hit him too hard. Just enough to knock him out.
Don't worry. He's a pretty thick-headed guy. Besides, it sounds kind of silly. First you're mad, and now you're afraid I'm going to hurt him.
You know what I mean, Billy. I'll do anything to keep Dantro and Pat out of danger, but I don't want to see Rox hurt more than is necessary.
Okay. Now get over on that bunk. Do your stuff. Make it sound like you're really dying. He's a pretty cagey old guy.
You just listen to me. Oh. Is he coming, Billy? Keep it up. Oh.
What's going on in there?
Oh, I feel just terrible.
Darn kids, I should have known better than to pick you up. Now, what's wrong?
Oh.
All right, I'm coming. Can't be as bad as it sounds.
Look out, Billy.
Must have thought I was pretty stupid to fall for an old trick like that. Now, come on out from behind there before I wring your neck.
All right. I'm coming.
What's that you got in your hand?
Nothing.
Let me see it.
Well, it's just a hunk of rock from the asteroid.
What were you going to do, hit me over the head with it?
Well, let's not talk about it.
Better hand it over. Not going to take any more chances with you two. Say, that weighs a ton. If you ever hit me with that, you might crack my skull. Say, wait a minute. Where'd you say you found this?
What's the difference?
Look, youngster, don't give me any trouble now. Where'd you find this?
Back on the asteroid.
You mean the one I picked you up off of?
Sure.
The same one that Plant Man and the girl were on?
Sure. Say, what's this all about?
Well, if that doesn't beat everything.
What's he talking about, Billy?
Well, I don't know. Ask him. Guess he's just gone completely out of his head.
Out of my head, nothing, son. You know what this is?
Sure, it's a hunk of rock.
A rock, nothing. It's 80% pure uranium, or I've wasted 20 years studying ore.
A uranium asteroid right under Rock's nose, and he never knew it. All that asteroid meant to him was trouble. We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Billy and Jane, they were still aboard Rock's ship. Now heading back for Planaria Rex are Dantro and Pat, who, thinking that Billy and Jane are dead, face the hard task of telling Professor Darrow.
Any word?
Same as before, Pat. They're still looking.
Oh, let's admit it, Dantro. It's hopeless. We both know it. We might as well face the fact that kids are gone.
No, Pat. Never give up hope until you're certain.
But you said yourself...
I know, Pat, and certainly there's nothing to count on. As long as there's a chance the kids are alive somewhere, we'll keep looking.
You're just trying to make me feel better. Have you heard anything from Planaria Rex?
I talked to Judge Augustus again. He's promised to keep the news from your father in Slatz.
He hasn't heard anything, has he?
No, we'd hear it first. All reports are being routed through the cosmos. The minute there's any news, we'll know it.
You mean that asteroid we were on was the one you've been looking for all this time?
That's right, son. That's the one.
But didn't you examine it?
No, I was busy saving people. I never even checked that. Just goes to prove what I said. Prospectors got no business messing around being a hero. Lucky thing you brought that rock aboard. I might never have found out about it.
What are you going to do now?
Will you take us to the League Patrol Station?
League Patrol Station? We're heading back to that asteroid as fast as I can.
Oh, no, not back again.
But that's the wrong direction.
Maybe it's wrong for you, but it's the direction I've been looking for 20 years.
Oh, Billy, we'll never reach Dantro and Pat in time.
Now, don't get yourself all worked up. I told you before, they're probably safer than you are. Maybe if you behave yourselves, I'll give you a nice big present when we go to Planaria Rex to verify my claim.
Hey, wait a minute.
Now what?
I just thought of something. Who owns an asteroid?
What do you mean, who owns an asteroid?
I mean, who files a claim on it?
Why, the one that finds it. That's what the law says. Anyone who finds valuable metals on an asteroid can file a claim with the League Patrol. Then they check the records on Planaria Rex, and if no one else has claimed it, you got rights to anything you find there.
Then how can you claim that asteroid?
What do you mean, how can I claim it? I found it, didn't I?
Oh, no, you didn't. I found it.
That's right, Billy, you did.
Just a minute. What are you talking about? Who landed there? Who picked you up?
That's right. But we were there first. And besides, where did the rock come from that you're holding in your hand?
Why, you brought it aboard. You gonna beat my brains out with it a little while ago, you were.
So how can you say you have a claim to that asteroid?
Now, look. Don't you try to pull your tricks on me. I've been hunting that rock for 20 years now, and I ain't going to be tricked out of it by no little snip from Earth.
Nobody's trying to trick you out of it.
No. You know what Billy says is true. You just landed on it. We were the ones who were there, and if Billy didn't bring that rock with him, you still wouldn't know that was the asteroid with the uranium.
You wouldn't do this to me. You can't. After all these years I've spent hunting, you mean to tell me that you'd trick me out of it?
What do you mean, trick you out of it? We found it, and we discovered it. But maybe we can make a deal.
A deal? Why should I make a deal? That asteroid belongs to me.
I don't think the claims office on Planaria Rex would agree with you. And Jane is my witness.
Well, suppose you two didn't get back to Planaria Rex.
What do you mean?
You forget something, son. Nobody but you and me and Jane knows that I picked you up. If I didn't bring you back, nobody's going to know the difference. As far as the planet man, the lady are concerned, they'd figure those space pirates must have taken care of you.
You wouldn't do that.
You would never get away with it.
Who says so? Who would know? Like I said, nobody knows I picked you up. Nobody would know if I dumped you out to spaceport. If anybody did find you, they'd blame it on those other two. You didn't think of that, did you?
League Patrol Ship Cosmos calling Spaceport on Planaria Rex. League Patrol Ship Cosmos calling Spaceport on Planaria Rex.
Come in, Cosmos.
This is Planet Man. We'll be landing in about an hour. Will you advise Judge Augustus?
Yes, sir.
And have Professor John Darrow come to the spaceport with him, too, please.
Will do.
That's all. We'll contact you again for clearance.
Message received.
Well, we're almost there.
I'd give anything to be 100 million miles away from here right now.
I know. I'd rather it have happened to me than those two kids. Do you still think there's a chance?
No, Pat, there's no sense in trying to pretend. The lead patrol's covered every one of the asteroids. They're checking some of the moons and the planets, but I was counting on their finding the kids and the asteroids. If they aren't there, I'm afraid they aren't anywhere.
Then they must have been aboard the Planeteer when it was destroyed.
That's the only conclusion I can reach. Now, we'll keep looking, and there's a chance in a million that they may be somewhere else, but it certainly is nothing to count on.
Dantro and Pat are pretty upset and have just about given up hope of ever finding Billy and Jane. Maybe they won't now that Rox the Prospector is threatening to do away with the kids. We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man.
The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. As you remember, Planet Man and Pat were about to land on Planaria Rex and break the news to Professor Darrow that Billy and Jane were lost. Meanwhile, the two kids were actually aboard the spaceship of an asteroid prospector. They were trying to convince him to take them to the League Patrol. On Planaria Rex, Professor Darrow and Judge Augustus are watching Planet Man's ship come in for a landing.
Here they come now. See? Over there in Area 7. I'm anxious to see Pat and the kids. It's been a long time. One thing I can't understand is why we haven't heard from them. I put in a call several times and couldn't seem to get through to Dantro. I had the feeling something was wrong, but I feel better now that they're here.
Let's go over, Professor.
Hello, Judge Augustus. Professor Darrow.
Hello, Dantro.
Hello. Where are Pat and the kids? I can't wait to see them.
Well, I have to talk to you about that.
Talk to me? What do you mean? Can't it wait until after we've said hello?
That's what I want to talk to you about.
What is this all about, Judge Augustus? Dantro, what's happened? Is something wrong? Where's Pat? Where are the kids?
Now, don't get excited, Professor.
Get excited? How can I help not getting excited? What is this all about?
Please, Professor Darrow, come with me.
Well, what for? Where are we going?
Over to the control tower. I want to talk to you alone.
Now listen, Dantro, I'm a patient man, but I demand an explanation. If something has happened to Pat or those two kids, I'll never forgive myself. Now, please tell me the truth. Where are they? What's happened to them?
Well, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh, Pat's all right.
Well, if she's all right, where is she? Why isn't she here? Why didn't she come off the ship with you?
Well, because she was upset. She wanted me to explain everything to you.
It must be the kids, then. Tell me, what's wrong? Where are they? Well, you see, we aren't sure.
You aren't sure? Well, what does that mean? Are they alive? Are they well?
I'm afraid we don't know.
You don't know? Well, how can that be? When did you see them last?
Oh, excuse me. I told you I wanted no interruptions. Those were my orders. I don't want to be interrupted. Don't put any more calls through.
Please, what is this story?
Well, you see, the Planeteer was taken over by 2 space pirates who kidnapped Billy and Jane. We finally located them. So you see, Professor Darrow, we aren't sure whether Billy and Jane were aboard the Planeteer when it was destroyed or whether Slick and Blackie left them marooned somewhere.
But how can you tell? When will you know?
The League Patrol has every ship out searching for them. If they're alive, we'll find them.
Yes, but will you find them in time?
I told you I wasn't to be interrupted. Can't you follow a simple order? Now, I'll tell you for the last time,
Dantro, is that you?
What is it? That sounds like Billy.
Billy, is that you, Billy?
Sure, it's me. I've been trying to get you for the last half hour.
Where are you, Billy? Are you all right? Where's Jane?
We're both okay. I'm aboard a patrol ship. We'll be landing on Planaria Rex. Well, how much longer before we land? In about 3 hours, Dantro.
But where have you been? What's happened?
Let me talk to him. Hello, Billy. Billy, this is your Uncle John. Are you sure you're all right?
Sure, I'm fine.
Where's Jane?
She's down below sleeping, but she's perfectly all right. Is Dantro still there?
I'm here, Billy.
Are you and Pat okay?
We're fine.
Well, what happened to the Planeteer?
It was destroyed, Billy.
How about those 2 crooks, Slick and Blackie?
They were destroyed with the ship. We thought you and Jane were on it.
No, they left us on the same asteroid that you and Pat were marooned on.
Did the League Patrol find you there?
No, that's the strangest thing of all. We were picked up by that screwball prospector that found you.
Well, you don't mean Rox.
That's just who I do mean.
Then he took you to the League Patrol?
No, not right away. It's a long story. But Jane and I own half an asteroid that's solid uranium.
You're kidding.
No, that's how we got Rox to take us to the patrol. It was the same asteroid we were on, and he didn't know it till after he picked us up. Anyway, we made a deal with him that we would give him half if he'd take us to the patrol. I'll tell you more when we get to Planaria Rex. So long for now.
So long, Billy.
Oh, that's the most wonderful news I've had in years.
Well, we'd better hurry and tell Pat the good news. Yes?
Planet Man?
Yeah.
Judge Augustus wants you to report to him immediately in his office. Says it's of the utmost importance.
Very well. I'll go directly from here.
No sooner does good news announce itself than word comes that something of the utmost importance is brewing. What news does Judge Augustus have for Dantro? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Dantro, he had just talked with Billy from the League Patrol ship that was bringing the 2 kids safely back to Planaria Rex. In the meantime, Judge Augustus has sent for Dantro to report to his chambers immediately.
Come in.
You sent for me?
I wouldn't have bothered you. I know what you've been through, but this is urgent.
Well, don't apologize, Judge Augustus. What's up?
It started about a week ago. Or at any rate, the League of Planets Department of Security first became aware of it a week ago. Men who we trust implicitly, whose loyalty to their planets and to the League have been above questions, have been acting strangely.
What do you mean strangely? Have they become traitors?
Not exactly traitors. It isn't any one thing that any one of them has done. That's what makes it so confusing.
It certainly is confusing. Then what is it they're doing?
Each case is different, but it all adds up to their becoming untrustworthy. In some cases, it's downright negligence of duty. And in others, their personalities have seemed to change without reason.
Oh, is it a plot? Perhaps they're conspiring.
No, I know it sounds ridiculous to say the same thing over and over, but we can't seem to find a common purpose. Besides, most of them have had little or no contact with the others.
Where are they? On any one planet or a section of the system?
No, they're scattered throughout the solar system, from Mercury to the moons of Pluto.
Still don't understand. Have there been any outbreaks of violence or actual trouble on any of these planets?
No, we're thankful for that. Actually, no one official has done anything very wrong, and if it wasn't happening in so many places at the same time, I wouldn't be so concerned. I wouldn't have insisted on your coming here at once. Looks like some sort of a mass conspiracy, and yet we can find no evidence of contact or liaison between the officials involved.
What do you want me to do?
Take these and study them.
Oh, where are they?
There's a dossier on each of the officials, 58 of them altogether. Everyone contains every single bit of information we've been able to get. Past history, calendar of every movement we know they've made in the last 6 months. Friends, relatives, business associates, it's all there.
What shall I look for?
I feel like a fool, but I don't know. I haven't slept in a week between worrying about you and these 2 kids. Trying to make some sense out of this puzzle. Just read them. Maybe you can find a clue somewhere. We'd better find the answer fast. Every day more reports come in of other men to add to the list. Soon key officials throughout the system will be on it. Read it. I hope you can find what I couldn't.
I'll try, but don't count on it. You think I'll have time to clean up?
Of course. I'm sorry. Get some rest, too. I know you won't be able to think clearly, as tired as you are. Perhaps I should have waited, but I wanted to start you thinking about it right away. Let me know if you have any idea, no matter how silly they may seem.
Right. Don't worry. We've had tougher problems than these, and we've worked them out.
I feel better now that you're back here to help.
Well, Billy, how does Planaria Rex look to you?
Right, but there was a while there when I thought we'd never see you or Uncle John or Planaria Rex again. Well, we were lucky, I guess.
Well, it took more than luck to come through the way you and Jane did, Billy. I'm certainly proud of you both.
Gosh, it wasn't really anything we did. Slatz, have you recovered from that venom by now?
Yep, all ship-shape. You know, it's a funny thing that dang flying cobra must have done me some good. My feet haven't hurt me since then, but I'm sure getting sick of doing nothing.
Well, now maybe we can think up something for you to do. Billy and Jane and Pat have been planning a trip.
What about Dantro? Isn't he going?
I really don't know. I haven't seen him all day.
Say, now that you mention it, neither have I. Wonder what he's up to.
Probably resting.
Maybe I'll wander down to his quarters and stick my head in. Haven't had a chance to gab with him since he's back. Hey, Dantro, mind if I come in? What? Oh, it's you, Slatz. No, come on in. Gosh, look at those papers. What you been doing, homework? Well, no, just trying to find the answer to a puzzle. Well, right now I'd like a little puzzle or maybe a little action. If you want to do me a favor, maybe you can think of something exciting. It's been awful tame around here. Well, when I find the answer to the puzzle I spoke of, there may be more excitement than any of us want. I'm not very quick in the brain department, but sometimes I get pretty good hunches. Maybe if you told me about it, I could be of some help. I wouldn't know where to begin. How about letting me look over those papers? Sure, go ahead. I don't seem to be getting any answers, but somebody had better find one soon, or it may be too late.
Dantro's problem seems to be quite complex. What is the meaning of all these strange actions by officials of the League of Planets? Can Slatz possibly help Dantro? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will recall that our friends from Earth and the Planet Man were together again at Planaria Rex.
Planet Man, however, has been handed a new problem by Judge Augustus, and he and Slatz are talking about it in his quarters in the League of Planets Center.
Well, Slatz, you've read them all now. 58 men, 58 histories. Every one of them a trusted official, and yet something has happened to each one. Now, none of them can be relied upon, and that's not all. Judge Augustus just called me and told me there are 10 more new reports upstairs.
Yeah, I read them all. They just don't seem to make sense. If these were just ordinary people, you'd figure it was coincidence. But men like these just don't suddenly change, certainly not all at the same time. So maybe we ought to get Sherlock Holmes in on this.
Sherlock Holmes?
I'm just trying to be funny. He was a famous make-believe detective back on Earth. He had a system for figuring things out, and I read about it once, but I just can't for the life of me remember it. I know it is something about looking for a common point.
Mr. Holmes was right. That's exactly what we've been trying to do. There doesn't seem to be any common point.
Must be one. Hey, this may sound awful foolish, but it just suddenly occurred to me. There was something all those officials did have in common.
Well, what's that, Slatz?
Well, it probably hasn't got anything to do with it, but it seems to me that every one of them was on Mars sometime in the last 6 months.
Even so, what could that have to do with it? Wait, let's not rule anything out. You take this pile, and I'll take the rest, and we'll see if you're right about Mars. By Saturn's moon, Slatz, you were right. Every one of these men was on Mars at some time or other in the last 6 months.
Yeah, my hunch was right, but it doesn't seem to give us the answer.
I can't be sure. I'd better tell Judge Augustus about this.
Want me to go along?
No, I'll let you know what happens.
You're sure of this, Dantro?
Positive. We checked over it several times. There's no mistake.
Still not an answer, but it's the only thing we've got to go on.
What can we do now?
There's nothing we can do from here. We're going to have to take a trip to Mars.
I was just going to suggest that. I'll leave at once.
Good. Most of these officials seem to be Martians. The 10 reports I got this morning, 4 of them were from Mars.
I better get going.
Very well. If you find out anything, please communicate with me at once.
I shall.
Hey, what's your hurry?
It looks like your hunch was right. Judge Augustus agrees. Thanks a lot.
That is just lucky. Where are you going?
Mars at once.
Mars? Well, come to think of it, I guess that's the only thing to do. Maybe we can find the answer there.
We? I'm afraid it's just me, Slatz. I've no right to drag you into danger again. This isn't your problem.
You make it awful tough, but remember what you said to me back in your room before about doing me a favor?
I didn't mean this kind of favor. It's no favor to ask you to risk your neck again.
Look, it may be nothing at all. Besides, I'll go buggy if I sit around here much longer. The kids and Pats are gone off on some space excursion. Now, that may be fine for them, but it sounded awful dull to me. You just got to take me.
I'll have to ask Judge Augustus, but if he says all right, you're welcome. As a matter of fact, I'll be kind of glad to have you along.
Well, that's where I like to hear you talk. I'll go get my duds together and meet you at the spaceport. When are you blasting off?
In about 15 minutes. But look, Judge Augustus may not approve.
He better. You're going to have one wild Earthman on your hands.
I'll see what I can do. Hello, Control Tower. Patrol Ship Cosmos ready to blast off.
You're clear for blast off. Leave when ready.
We're ready now.
Good luck.
We're going to need it. Slatz, you set?
Ready, willing, and anxious. Let's go.
Right.
Well, we're on our way. Yeah, I wish I could have told Professor Dara.
I know, but Judge Augustus made me promise we would say nothing to anyone until we knew more.
Sure, he's right. Just that we worked together for so long, I feel kind of funny about keeping secrets from him. But that's the way it goes. Think we'll have any trouble?
Well, there's no telling, Slatz. This whole thing is so mysterious, I can't tell what to expect.
Well, anyhow, we'll be prepared. Gosh, they must have loaded enough armament on this patrol ship to take on the whole solar system.
Well, I still wish we had the Planeteer.
Yeah, she was a beautiful ship. Too bad. Anyway, it's too late to worry now. Trouble, here we come.
Slatz seems to be all set for trouble. Perhaps it might be more than he and Dantro can handle. We'll be back in a moment. So, level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were aboard the League ship Cosmos, heading for Mars to check the clue which they had uncovered in the strange case which has just been made known to them by Judge Augustus.
We'll be coming into Mars soon. Maybe we'll find out some answers.
I certainly hope so.
I got another hunch, but this one is really wild.
I'm beginning to have a lot of respect for your hunches, Slatz. What is it?
I don't laugh, but do you think Marston could be behind all this?
Marston?
Oh, I know it sounds silly, but we never really knew for sure he was dead.
We never found his body, that's true, but it would have been impossible for him to have survived that fall.
Still, when they searched for his body at the bottom of the chasm, it is gone.
I must have rolled into that underground river. No, I think Marston is dead.
Yeah, I guess I'm just being silly.
Besides, this isn't the sort of thing that Marston would do. It's much too subtle. He always used a sledgehammer technique. No, I'm afraid, Slatz, this time your hunch is dead wrong.
Well, anyhow, once we get to Mars, we'll be closer to the truth.
I hope so.
Well, Qual, that takes care of the ambassador from Venus. Another convert to Marston's cause.
Yes, another one, Marston. Soon the whole solar system will join our crusade.
The system is rotten. They must see the right road. I will show them the way. Under me, they will be united, and I'll lead them in the right path. In a little while now, we'll have enough of the key men throughout the system under our control. The ancients were brilliant men, Qual. Only brilliant men could design a machine like the hypno-ray, a machine to control and direct the minds of so many. With it and these other mighty weapons, I'll soon rule the solar system.
Who is our next recruit?
Recruit. That's a good way of putting it, Qual. Yes, recruit. Have you checked the list of arriving officials on the telecathodes?
We have some visiting dignitaries from Mercury, the Secretary of the Interior from Venus, and some important people from the moons of Saturn.
Very good. Very good. You know the procedure. Find out where they are staying and plant the terminals in their room. Then we can gain control with the hypno-ray and condition their minds in favor of Marston's crusade.
I shall leave at once.
No. Stay for a moment while I check some of the Martian officials with the spy ray. We cannot be too careful. For all my study, there's still much about these machines that I do not understand. I can't be sure that I've used them right. We must not take a chance on losing our control of a single official. They're all important to my plan.
You're right, Marston. We can't be too careful.
I've spent too many months down here in the caverns of Mars to make an error now. We've gone too far to turn back. If we're careful, we cannot fail. We must not fail. Our cause must triumph.
It shall triumph, Marston. It shall triumph.
Well, we'll land in a minute now, Slatz. First thing I want to do is call on Sart, the first region of Mars.
Sart? Hey, wait a minute. Isn't his name on that list?
Yes, but I'm sure there must be some mistake. I know him. I'd stake my life on his dependability and loyalty.
Well, let's go and find out.
Yes,
Planet Man and the companion to see you, Regent.
Planet Man. Very well. Show them in.
Sart, you old Martian mud walloper. How've you been?
Planet Man, how do you do?
What? How do you do? What are you talking about?
What's the matter?
Look, Sart, it's me, Dantro, the Planet Man, remember?
Of course I remember. What is it you want?
What do I want? I just want to say hello.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, sure, that... Oh, by the way, this is Slatz. Slatz, this is Sart, first regent of Mars.
How do you do? Pleased to meet you.
How do you do? What is the purpose of your visit to Mars?
Well, just a little routine trip around.
Are you looking for anything or anyone in particular?
No, just a routine check.
Can I be of any service to you?
No, not right away. We'll get settled someplace, and then perhaps I'll get in touch with you again.
Very well. I'm at your service.
Thank you. Come on, Slatz, let's go.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Qual, that was the Planet Man. Now there's a prize catch. I shall instruct Sart to be more friendly. He must invite them to stay at his home. And you, Qual, you be sure the terminals for the hypno-ray are in his room tonight. We cannot let him get away from us.
Marston plans to use his hypno-ray on Dantro.
Will Sark be able to lay the groundwork for this fiendish plot? What course will Dantro follow now that he is baffled by Sark's strange actions? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. When we left Slatz and the Planet Man, they had just arrived on Mars, hoping to solve the mystery behind the strange behavior of many of the solar system's key officials. Marston, very much alive and deadlier than ever, is actually the mastermind. With the aid of the ancient machines which he has found in the caverns where he has hidden all this time, he is even now planning to take over control of the Planet Man's mind, as he has those of all the others.
So, Sark, you must call the Planet Man back. Be friendly, be warm. Invite him to stay at your house tonight. Put him in your guest room and see that he is not disturbed. Be sure to get that Earthman in a separate room far away. You have your orders. See that you obey them. There, Qual. Our trap is being readied. You know your part?
I know it well. Within an hour, I shall have the terminals for the hypnoray in the Planet Man's room.
Tomorrow, then, we shall actually begin to move. I had not hoped for this luck so soon. Planet Man in our ranks will make us stronger than if we had gained 100 lesser men. We can use his prestige and knowledge. Yes, with his help, I'll soon solve the riddle of these other machines, and with them, I control the solar system, or I will destroy it.
Well, Slatz, there's another one. We're no further than we were when we landed.
Yeah, it sure is puzzling. Every one of these guys acts as though we had measles. You sure they're friends of yours?
Yes, I know them all. It's this that has convinced me how right Judge Augustus was in his suspicions. Something very wrong is going on.
Yeah, but they really don't do anything. I mean, they don't try to hurt us. They've all been polite.
Well, they've been polite enough, but they tell us nothing. They reveal nothing. And somehow I know beneath their politeness there lurks deadly danger.
Boy, that Sark certainly gave you a cold shoulder.
Yes, Slatz, he did. And I think that bothered me more than any of the others. I've known Sard all my life, and we've traveled together from one end of the solar system to the other. Well, we're not getting anywhere just talking. Come on.
Where to now?
The next man on our list. Is the Secretary of Agriculture in?
Who shall I say is calling?
The Planet Man.
Oh, you're to call the First Regent's office at once.
First Regent, does he want us?
I don't know, but we were told to have you call him as you came in.
Very well. May I use your audio factor?
Of course.
Well, Slatz, maybe something's beginning to break.
I sure hope so. I didn't figure on doing so much walking. If my feet start to bother me again, you're going to have to go it alone for a while.
Hello, may I have the office of the First Regent? Oh, hello, this is Planet Man. The first region wanted me to call.
What's happening?
They're getting him. Hello? Start, this is Dantro. Oh, yes, of course. We'll be right there. Come on, Slatz.
What now?
We're going back to Stark's office.
See, how'd he sound?
Like his old self. Maybe I was wrong. Perhaps there was a reason for his behavior.
I sure hope so. From the way we got brushed off around here, I was beginning to get an inferiority complex.
What's up, Sart?
Dantro, old friend, it's good to see you.
Well, that's more like it. What was that all about before?
I must apologize to both of you, but I've been very busy. I've a lot on my mind, and you hit me at a bad moment.
You certainly had me confused. For a moment, I thought I was in the wrong office.
Oh, really? I don't know how to apologize.
Oh, it isn't important. At least now we're straight.
Yes, you must let me make it up to you. How about staying with me while you're on Mars?
Well, there's nothing I'd like better. Or have you room for my friend Slatz here?
Oh, don't worry about me. I can always go to a hotel. I noticed a lot of them down around the spaceport.
Oh, I won't hear of it. No, both of you must be my guests. I'll show you what Martian hospitality can be like.
Well, after the time we've been having, we could certainly use some hospitality.
Sart appears to be his old self again. Actually, it's Marston's new hypnotic order to Sart in his attempt to capture Dantro's mind. Can Dantro prevent this move by Marston? We'll be back in a moment. So, level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they had just been invited to visit Sart, the first regent of Mars. This invitation from Sart is actually the work of Marston, who has control of Sart's mind through his devilish use of the hypno-ray. We find them now as they are talking with Sart.
Boy, that's what I call a meal. I haven't eaten like that in months.
You enjoyed it then?
Enjoyed it. That puts it mildly. I loved every mouthful. Oh, you certainly know how to put out a spread here on Mars.
Will you please excuse me for a moment, and I'll join you shortly.
What's up? Want me to come along with you?
Oh, no, I just want to report to Judge Augustus. He'll be wondering what's happened.
Not much you can tell him.
No, but perhaps Sart will be able to give us a lead.
I don't know, but I'll try. Hurry back.
I certainly shall.
Come, Slatz.
You'll have to help me out of this chair. I must have put on 5 pounds.
So, everything goes according to plan. Sart is indeed a valuable member of Marston's little army. Soon I hope we'll have a general. General Dantro. Who's there? Who's that?
It is I, Marston, your faithful servant.
Did you succeed?
The room is prepared, and the moment you focus the ray, Dantro will be ours to command.
Very well. This is better than I hoped for. Oh, I can't help being disappointed, Sart. I'd hoped you could give us some clue. Are you sure you've noticed nothing strange, nothing different about the men around you?
No, to me they seem the same. Are you sure you're not imagining things?
Oh, no, it's not my imagination, is it, Slatz?
If it is, that makes 2 of us. Honest, Sart, they treat us like we both were panhandlers.
Panhandlers?
Oh, I'm sorry, like we came to borrow money.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the cook again.
Oh, no. But you can be sure I'll talk about that meal for a long time.
Oh, but I'm forgetting my duties as a host. Come, you had a long journey. You must be tired.
Now that you mention it, I could really use some sleep.
Of course. This way, I'll show you to your room. I hope you don't mind, Slatz. I would like to put you and Dantro next to each other. However, we have some members of the family visiting us, and I find that I must put you on another floor.
Good night. Good night, Slatz.
Good night.
There. The trap is almost ready to close, Dantro. You will sleep soundly tonight. Dantro, Planet Man, hear this voice. It is the voice of your master, whose commands you will obey without questions. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? You will believe what I say. You will do as I say. You will lead my crusade. Under me you shall command my army throughout the solar system. Marston's cause is the right cause. You must never doubt it. Do you hear, Dantro?
Yes, Marston.
You must never think evil of Marston. Marston can do only good. You must oppose, ignore, smash those who would stand or talk against me. Do you hear, Dantro?
Yes, Master. Those who oppose you are my enemies. I'll destroy them if necessary.
Good. Now listen, Dantro, listen and remember. Tomorrow at dusk, a man named Qual will meet you in the street in front of Sart's house. You will go with him wherever he leads. You will obey his command. He will bring you to me, and I will give you further orders. Do you hear me? Do you understand, Dantro?
I understand, Marston. Qual need but command me.
Good. Sleep now, and you will tell no one of what has transpired. You will remember my command, you will obey my commands, but you will repeat them to no one. Good night, Dantro.
Good night, Master.
Well, we have him. Tomorrow night we shall bring him here, and I shall mold his mind to my command. Then we shall move ahead to victory. Our cause shall triumph. The cause of Marston is the cause of right. We shall not fail.
Hey, Dantro. Hey, Dantro, wake up. Boy, you really were tired. You know it's been light for hours.
Yeah. Slatz.
Sure, it's Slatz. Say, is there anything wrong with you?
Wrong? Why should anything be wrong?
I don't know. Somehow you seem different. You feel all right?
Of course. Why?
I don't know. I'm probably just jumping from those guys we talked to yesterday. I'll meet you at breakfast. I want another crack at Sart's table, boy. It's some cook.
I'll join you as soon as I'm dressed.
Sure. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? You feel okay?
I told you twice. I'm all right. Now let me dress.
Sure. See you later.
It appears that Marston's hypno-ray machine has reached Dantro's mind. What evil deeds will Marston have Dantro perform? Can Slatz counteract Marston? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember that Planet Man's old enemy, Marston, back from the grave, had gained control of Dantro's mind through the use of the hypno-ray, one of the ancient machines he had found in the caverns under Mars. Slatz, unaware of what has happened, suspects the worst when Planet Man seems suddenly unfriendly.
How are you, Dantro?
I'm fine. Why shouldn't I be?
I don't know. Somehow I got the feeling you changed since last night.
Changed? What kind of nonsense is this?
Well, maybe I'm just being silly, but you seem almost like the other guys we talked to here on Mars. Incidentally, what's our program for today? Are we going to do some more snooping?
I don't think it will be necessary.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You know Judge Augustus sent us here to find out what was going on. You yourself said it was of vital importance or something like that, and now all of a sudden you want to forget it.
Let's get something straight, Slatz. You are to ask no questions. In other words, mind your own business.
Okay. There's no need to hit me over the head. I can take a hint. I'll just wander around the spaceport and watch the ships take off. Maybe I can get someone to at least carry on a civil conversation out there. Thanks for nothing.
Well, Qual, what do you think? The hypno-ray did its job well, didn't it? Planet Man has turned on his best friend.
That Slatz worries me, Marston. He's liable to cause us trouble. He's the kind who gets suspicious and keeps hunting.
Don't worry about him, Qual. He's too insignificant for us to waste time with. There's nothing he can do, nothing he can find out. Let him snoop to his heart's content.
But don't you think we should put him under the hypno-ray, Marston?
We've too much to do and little time to do it in. We can't afford to waste any time on such as him. Tonight we carry out the second part of our plan against Planet Man. Do you know what you ought to do tonight?
Planet Man has been ordered to meet me outside Sark's house and follow me. I will bring him here, where you will put him under the hypno-ray and make him divulge the secrets of the ancient machines which he has discovered.
That is correct. Be careful. Be sure that no one sees you. Bring Planet Man directly here, and remember there must be no mistake. If once Planet Man has shown me how to operate the Dimension Warper, the solar system will be mine to command. With it, I can move the very planets from their orbits. Then let them rally their space navies. Let them prepare their puny weapons. Let them know the power of Marston. They will follow me on the path I have chosen, or I shall destroy every single one of them. Yes, Planet Man, you who the solar system looks upon as its greatest hero, will place in my hands tonight the key with which I can bind it to my will.
Who goes there?
It's only me, Slatz. I have to check something on the ship.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
It'll only be a few minutes, just some little thing that Planet Man is concerned about, and I promised to look it over.
That's all right. But Planet Man left orders that no one was to get near the ship. I'm sure he didn't mean you, though.
Of course not. We're buddies. I just don't get it. Planet Man's just like all the rest. Something awful is wrong. Maybe Judge Augustus can tell me what to do. I'll just turn on the space radio and give him a buzz. Hello? Hello? This is Slatz calling Judge Augustus. Slatz calling Judge Augustus on Planaria Rex. Come in, Planaria Rex.
This is Planaria Rex. Judge Augustus is in conference.
Listen, I got no time to explain, but this is important. I've got to talk to the judge.
He left orders that he was not to be interrupted. He should be available in an hour or so.
But that'll be too late. Listen, you've got to get hold of him right away. Now get him on the radio. I've got to talk to him. Tell him something's wrong with Planet Man.
Just a moment.
We just got to get to him. What's the matter with people? Don't they realize sometimes you can't afford to fool around with meetings and stuff? I don't know what else to do. Judge Augustus is the only one who can help me. Maybe he's got an idea. Somebody better have an idea. I sure ain't got one. I've got a hunch there's real trouble brewing.
Slatz is very disturbed by what is happening to Dantro. His only hope is Judge Augustus, who at the moment cannot be reached. Will Slatz be able to act in time? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Slatz, he was trying to reach Judge Augustus and tell him about what was happening to Dantro. As we find him now, he is in the Cosmos, which is grounded at the spaceport, still trying to reach Judge Augustus via the communicator.
Hello. This is Slatz on Mars, calling Planaria Rex. Where's Judge Augustus?
Hello, Slatz. This is Judge Augustus. What's wrong? They said you said it was Planet Man. That there was something wrong with Planet Man.
Judge, thank goodness they got hold of you. Look, now, you know me. I don't get excited unless there's real trouble. Unless I miss my guess, the same thing's happened to Dantro that's happened to all those other guys on your list.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. He treats me as though I had smallpox, and he says we aren't going to check things any further. Now, honest, Judge, we haven't found out a thing, and he's cut the investigation short. When I tried to get him to let me do it, he told me that if I didn't mind my own business, he'd send me back to Planaria Rex.
Certainly sounds bad, Slatz. But still, this may all be an act.
Act? He must be some actor then. Besides, why would he pull me in on the act?
It may be an attempt to find out what's behind this mystery. Perhaps he's pretending to be like the others so that they'll tell him that what he wants to know.
Well, that's a good theory, Judge, but why would he pretend with me? He knows where I stand.
We must be sure before we do anything, Slatz. Watch him night and day. And the minute you're certain, call me.
Well, I think we're just wasting time, but okay if that's the way you want it. But hey, look now, leave word with those guys that whenever I call, I got to talk to you. I don't know when I can get away or how long I can use this radio on the ship. The only one I dare use because it's on your special channel. But for God's sakes, don't let them tell me you're in a conference.
Don't worry, Slatz. I'll tell them to put you through no matter when you call. Your report will have top priority.
Okay, you'll hear from me, and I hope I'll have good news, but frankly, I doubt it. Slatz, signing off.
Good luck, Slatz.
Say, Dantro, how about me moving down here with you? I noticed you got 2 beds in that room. I get kind of lonely up there all by myself.
No, thank you, Slatz. I prefer to have my room to myself. Good night. I trust you have a restful night.
Restful night. Wants his room to himself. Don't mind being cooped up with me in the cabin of a ship, but now all of a sudden he's getting exclusive. Oh, well, I might as well get to bed. Maybe in the morning things will be different.
You are Qual.
That's right. Come with me.
You are to take me to Marston.
You don't have to tell me what to do. Come on before someone comes.
Very well. Lead the way.
Where are they? Why don't they come? I could find them with the spy ray, but they should be here. If Qual fails me tonight, he shall never have another chance. I'll destroy his mind with the psycho-regenerator just as easily as I restored it. Wait, I hear them now.
Here we are, Marston.
You had me worried. Where have you been?
We had to hide several times, Marston. You told me no one was to see us. I took no chances.
You were right to be careful, Qual. Planet Man, do you hear me?
Yes, Marston.
Remember me?
You are Marston, and I am to obey your every command.
First, you will show me how to operate this machine. The machine with which you sent my fleet to some far-flung unknown galaxy. With it, I will bend the solar system to my will, and Marston, not your Judge Augustus, shall rule. Now, quickly, here is the machine. Show me how it works.
Why does he not obey?
You hear me, Dantro? Obey my command. Show me how this machine works.
I can't.
What words are these? Can't? When Marston commands, you will obey.
You hit him.
Yes, I hit him. I shall do it again. You feel that, Dantro?
Yes, Marston.
But you do not feel anger. You do not want to strike back at Marston.
I must not strike back. You are my master. I am at your command.
At my command, but you refuse my command. Take him back, Qual. There is no time to do more tonight. But we are not finished with him. We are not finished with him yet.
Marston seems to have run into a problem he did not anticipate with Dantro. Why doesn't Dantro obey Marston? What will Marston do now with Dantro's mind? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Marston of Mars, from his hideout in the cavern, has gained control of Planet Man's mind with the help of one of the ancient machines, the hypno-ray. Qual, his faithful follower, brought Dantro to Marston's hideout. But despite the hypnotic control, Dantro refused to show Marston how to use the dimension warper, the machine with which the paths of the planets could be changed. Meanwhile, Slatz, his suspicions aroused, is checking Dantro's room.
Dantro? Dantro, are you awake? Dantro, what's going on here? Wait, I'll switch on the light. He's gone. Maybe I should have watched the room. Whatever happened to him happened last night. Now I don't know where to look. Wait a minute, somebody's coming. Maybe it's Dantro. Better put out the light. Dantro? Dantro, is that you?
Who's there?
Me, Slatz. I'll put on the light.
What are you doing here in my room?
Oh, I was just worried about you, and I thought I'd look in. What's the matter with your face? It's all red, bleeding.
It's none of your concern.
Look, now, why don't you cut this stuff out? We're buddies, remember? Of course it's my concern if somebody's hurt. Who did it, Sark? I'll tear him apart.
I've told you before, Slatz, mind your own business. What has happened is none of your concern.
But, Dantro...
I mean what I say, Slatz. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. I neither need nor want your help.
Okay. I'll leave you alone, all right? All alone. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm fed up. Here, I try to help you, and you treat me like I was your enemy or something. Okay, I'm going. Hello, Slatz on Mars, calling Judge Augustus. Slatz on Mars, calling Judge Augustus on Planaria Rex.
Come in, Slatz. What's going on? What have you found out?
I haven't found out anything except that it's even worse than I thought. The Dantro disappeared last night from his room. When he came back, his face was all cut and bleeding like somebody had plugged him. When I tried to find out who did it, he just brushed me off. Judge, I'm fed up with this. I hope you can figure out what's going on. Now, I like this guy a lot, but he certainly doesn't treat me like I was a friend of his.
But are you sure he isn't pretending?
Pretending? I don't know about him, but those marks on his face weren't no act.
Do you know where he was?
No. When I realized I'd better check, he was gone. As a matter of fact, he was on his way back. I don't know where he was.
You think you can follow him if he goes again?
Sure, I can follow him. I'll stick to him like glue.
Be careful, Slatz. Nothing must happen to you. If you're right about Planet Man, you're the only one who can save him now. Watch him closely, but be careful.
Okay, I'll be careful. And remember, you be where I can reach you. I don't know how long I can get away to sneak on board the ship to use the space radio. Sooner or later, somebody will get wise.
You'll be able to reach me at any time, night or day. Don't worry about that.
Okay, I better get back now. I'll call you as soon as I know something.
Slatz, I'm telling you for the last time, mind your own business. I don't need your help, and I don't want your help.
Well, at least you're in a little better shape than you were last night. Where were you anyway?
That's none of your affair.
Okay. Well, see you later. Maybe dinner will improve your disposition a little.
You see, Qual, Slatz gets nowhere. He can't understand why his friend Dantro is changed. You'll find out soon enough, Qual.
I still don't like it, Marston. I don't trust this Slatz. I've known his kind before. They're never satisfied. Always they keep prying into things and making trouble.
We have more important things to worry about than this Slatz crowd. When you bring Planet Man here tonight, we shall not fail.
But last night he would not obey your commands. Why will it be different tonight?
I have not used the full power of the hypno-ray machine, for I fear its effect upon the mind. It is a dangerous toy, Qual. With all its power brought to bear on the mind,
It might destroy it.
And tonight?
Tonight, I shall bend the planet man to my will, or I shall destroy him. He is no good to me unless I can make him show me how to use the dimension warper. If he will not do that, I don't care what happens to him. Yes, Qual, tonight Planet Man will yield, or I make him a mindless idiot, less than a child. I can't waste time. I have a mission, and all who stand in my way must yield or suffer the consequences.
Tonight, then, Marston. Soon it will be tonight.
It can't be soon enough for me. It may be too late for Planet Man. Dantro apparently faces the real test soon. Will Marston succeed in winning over Dantro, or will he carry out his threat to destroy Dantro's mind? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Marston, he was determined to win over Dantro through the use of the hypno-ray, or destroy Dantro's mental powers. We find Dantro now as he is about to leave Slatz and get some sleep.
Well, good night, Dantro. Pleasant dreams.
Dreams? Dreams? Oh, good night, Slatz.
I'll just hide in this corner here behind this curtain, see where Planet Man spends his night. I hadn't figured on so much standing and walking. My feet are beginning to hurt again, and that's all I need now. There he goes. Now maybe we'll find out what's going on. Not so fast, old boy. Slatz is right behind you.
Planet Man, this way.
Yes, Qual. I'll follow.
This way, Planet Man, into the tunnel quickly.
Yes, Qual.
Holy smokes, a tunnel. I begin to smell a rat, a big fat rat. Maybe my hunch wasn't so crazy after all. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if my old friend Marston is somewhere down there. Well, here I go.
Good work, Qual. You weren't seen, were you?
No, Marston. We saw no one, and no one saw us. I'm certain of that.
Fine. Dantro, come here.
Yes, Marston.
Tonight, Dantro, you will tell me what I want to know.
Yes, Marston.
The machine. You will show me how to operate the machine.
I can't.
You hear him, Qual. He can't. We must do something about this, Qual.
Yes, Marston. Shall I prepare the hypno-ray?
You know your role well, Qual. By all means, prepare the machine. Come, Dantro, over here.
Yes, Marston.
That's right. Now, sit down. Lean back. Just let me put this helmet on your head. There. Very well, now we're ready, Qual. Turn the volume up.
Sir, look at that layout. How right I was about Marston, all right. Like to bust in there and flatten him for good. No, I better do what Judge Augustus says. Wonder what they're going to do to Dantro. I better keep quiet and just watch.
We will try again, Qual. Take off the helmet.
Yes, Marston.
Very well. Now, Dantro, come here. Over to the dimension warper.
Yes, Marston.
Now, quickly. Quickly, how does it operate? Show me the controls.
Yes, Marston. Here. Here. No. No, I can't. I must not. I can't.
You must. You must obey me. Do as I say. Show me the controls.
I can't. I can't do as you order.
Show me. Show me how.
It's no good, Marston. He will not break.
But that is what he will do if he doesn't show me. Break. I'll break his mind like a dry twig if he refuses to obey my commands. Do you hear, Dantro?
I hear you.
Then obey me. Show me. Show me how to operate this machine.
No. No, I can't. I can't obey. I must not obey. I want to, but I can't.
Take him back to the Rayquan. And this time, give him the full power. You cannot resist me. You must obey me. Do as I command. Show me how to operate the Dimension Warper.
Very well, Marston. Here. This is the control that turns the machine on. Here's the direction finder that is operated by rotating this wheel. And this is...
Marston has won over Dantro and possibly the key to control of the solar system. What will Marston plan now? What can Slatz do at this crucial point? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Marston in his underground hideout had at last succeeded in gaining full control of Planet Man's mind with the aid of the hypno-ray, and had forced him to divulge the secrets of the Dimension Warper, another terrifying machine of the ancients with which the very orbits of the planets could be controlled. Slatz was watching from a hiding place nearby. We find him now as he prepares to tell Judge Augustus what has happened.
Hello, Planaria Rex. Calling Planaria Rex. This is Slatz on Mars, calling Judge Augustus on Planaria Rex.
Just a minute, Slatz. I'll have our conversation taken down on the recorder. All right. Go ahead now.
Here's the story, Judge. I was right about Dantro. He and all the others on your list have been under the control of somebody, all right. They've all been hypnotized. You'll never guess who's behind it all. Marston.
Marston? That's not possible. He's dead.
Yes, again, Judge. He's the livest, meanest dead man I've ever seen. Now, Marston's alive, Judge. Alive and up to trouble. He survived that fall, and he's been hiding down in the caverns under Mars ever since. He's found a lot of those ancient machines like those gadgets that we discovered, and with one of them, I think he calls it a hypno-ray or something. He's managed to hypnotize and control all the people on that list, the key people here on Mars, and now the Planet Man as well.
That's awful, Slatz. Shocking news.
Wait, Judge, you haven't heard all of it yet. There's more, and it's even worse. Remember that machine that Dantro and I discovered, the one that Professor Dara figured out how to work? You remember the one we used to send Marston's fleet to some other galaxy?
Yes.
He's found one of those, too.
What? You mean that Marston has a dimension warper?
That's right, Judge. He's got one. He knows how to use it because he made Dantro show him.
Where's Dantro now?
He's probably back in his room by now, Judge. I didn't wait around to see what happened. I came right down here to the spaceport to give you the news. I thought you better know.
You did the right thing, Slatz. But do you think there's any chance of saving Dantro?
I don't know, Judge. It was bad enough before. Now Marston's used that hypno-ray on him again. I don't think there's even a possibility of getting him to listen.
There's only one way to stop Marston. And it's with Dantro's help. Without him, we're licked. You've got to figure out a way to get him back here, Slatz.
Okay, Judge. I'll do my best. Hi, Dantro. Say, I was down at the spaceport yesterday. Looks to me like somebody's been on board our ship.
That's impossible. I gave orders that a guard was to be posted 24 hours a day and nobody was to be allowed on board.
I got news for you, Dantro. That guard's sleeping.
What do you mean?
I suppose that no one included me?
Of course. I told them there was to be no exception.
Well, I was on board.
What have you been up to?
Now, look, cool off. Don't get excited. I haven't been up to anything. I just thought I'd drop down and check up on things. If I'd been up to something, you think I'd tell you about it?
No, I guess not. Well, what is it you were concerned about?
Oh, I don't know, but I was checking over some of the equipment, and it just doesn't look right. I don't know enough about those space gadgets to be sure. Well, it just doesn't look right to me, that's all. I figured if I got on board, somebody else could, too. Now, why don't we go around and have a look, huh?
All right, but don't try anything. I'll have my eye on you.
You know, for a friend and buddy, you sure are suspicious. Okay, let's go.
Now, exactly where do you think there's trouble?
Well, back here in this compartment where the navigation controls are.
What were you doing back here?
I told you, just checking up on things.
Well, since we're here, I might as well look. Where did you say?
In there.
All right. Come on, we'll look.
All right. Now, come on over here. This bank is controlled. See? Looks to me as though somebody was switching the wires around.
Well, I don't see anything that looks wrong.
You can't see it standing up like this, but if you lean down and look there in the back of that panel...
Over here?
Yeah, that's right. Just lean over a little further. Sorry, Dantro. I hated to do that, but it was the only way. Now I better get busy and get this ship on its way back to Planaria Rex.
Well, Slatz seems to be progressing with his plan to get Dantro back to Planaria Rex and out of Marston's grip. We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Slatz, he had just talked Dantro into going aboard the Cosmos to check what Slatz said were some faulty controls. While aboard, Slatz knocked out Dantro in an attempt to get him out of Mars and onto Planaria Rex so that the scientists there might try to revive Dantro's mind, which had been distorted by Marston. We find Slatz now as he prepares to leave Mars.
Hello, Control Tower. This is the Cosmos. Do we have clearance for takeoff?
Who is this speaking?
What's the difference? Do we have clearance for takeoff?
Who is this? We have orders that no one but Dantro, the Planet Man, is to be allowed aboard that ship. Where is Planet Man?
He's here on board.
Let me talk to him. We cannot give clearance without his permission.
Okay. Just a minute. That's nice. Now what I do? I just better take off. I hope this ship's fast enough to stay ahead of anything they've got. I think I'll catch them enough by surprise so that I can get out of range of the ground batteries before they get wise. Well, I'll just have to take a chance. Here goes.
Hello, Cosmos. You're disobeying orders. You are to return immediately to the field or you'll be pursued and destroyed.
It's too late now, brother. You better try and catch me.
Marston, come here quickly.
What is wrong, Quell?
Look.
Are you worrying about that Earthman again?
I was right, Marston. Right to worry about him. I've been watching him. He's aboard a spaceship heading for Planaria Rex.
Then you should be glad to get rid of him. Now you will not have to worry.
But you don't understand, Marston. He has the Planet Man with him.
Are you sure?
Yes, Marston, I'm sure. I watched him. He struck him on the head and tied him up. He's taken him back to Planaria Rex. Shall I use the dimension warper and destroy their ship?
No. Let them go, Quell. Planet Man will not do them any good. He will obey only my orders, and when I am ready, I will give them to him.
But they may somehow be able to release him from your control.
I doubt that very much, Quell. But even if they can, it will not matter. Now that I control the dimension warper, we need fear nothing in the solar system. Let them go, Quell. Let them go.
Hello, this is Slatz aboard the Cosmos calling Planaria Rex. Slatz calling Judge Augustus on Planaria Rex.
Go ahead, Slatz. I'm listening.
I did it, Judge. I did it.
You have Planet Man?
I got him all right. I got him tied up back in one of the cabins.
You didn't hurt him, did you?
Well, he's going to have a lump on his head for a couple of days, but otherwise he's all right.
I'm sorry you had to do that, Slatz, but it was the only way.
Sure. If we can straighten him out, I know he won't mind. But I better go back and check him now.
Very well, Slatz. But be careful. By the way, are you being followed?
I haven't even looked. There's nothing I can do about it if I am. Either I'll outrun them or they'll outrun me. If I get there, you'll know I made it. And if I don't, you'll know they caught me. Well, I better go back and look at Dantro now.
Goodbye, Slatz.
So long. Now, let me go back and see how my buddy's doing.
Good.
Well, I see you're awake.
What's the meaning of this? Untie me at once. What do you think you're doing?
No sense trying to explain it to you now.
I demand an explanation. Untie me at once.
Look, save your breath. I ain't untying you. There's no sense in my talking to you.
If you don't obey me at once, you'll suffer the consequences.
Sure, I know. Now, you just relax there, and you're going to be all comfortable. I'll untie you when we get to Planaria Rex.
Planaria Rex? Why are you taking me there?
Oh, I just thought we'd drop in for a chat with a few of our old friends.
I told you once, Slatz, that I do not find your humor amusing. I'll give you one more chance. Untie me now, and we'll go back to Mars, and I'll try to forget what's happened.
You'll try to forget what's there. Well, that's darn decent of you, Dantro. But, you know, I'm afraid I just won't be able to take you up on that offer. You see, I got a date with a certain Judge Augustus, and I just don't want to disappoint him.
You fool. You're meddling in things much bigger than you'll ever understand with your puny mind. Untie me, I say. Untie me, do you hear? Untie me at once, you'll suffer beyond imagination.
No. Don't get yourself all worked up, Dantro. You're just going to wear yourself out. Well, there's enough rope on you right now to hold an elephant. You may be strong, but you're not going to bust out of that. So you just might as well make up your mind to save your energy. I'll untie you when we get to Planaria Rex and not before. Now, why don't you go on to sleep or something? You're making me nervous. I guess I better go on back up forward and take the controls. So long.
Come back here. Come back here at once and release me. Slatz! Slatz, I warn you.
Slatz seems to have the situation well in hand for the moment. What will Dantro's actions be when he reaches Planaria Rex? Can the scientists on Planaria Rex do anything about Dantro's mental state? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember Slatz had tricked Dantro, made him a prisoner aboard the Cosmos, and headed back for Planaria Rex. Judge Augustus hoped that his scientists would be able to overcome the effects of Marston's hypno-ray control and release Dantro's mind to aid them in the fearful struggle that lay ahead. Marston, with the knowledge Dantro had unwillingly given him, knows how to operate the dimension warper, with which he can control the solar system. Slatz is about to land at Planaria Rex.
Hello, Slatz aboard the Cosmos, calling Control Tower, Planaria Rex.
This is Control Tower. Are you coming in for a landing?
This ain't a social call. Am I clear?
You're clear. Land at once in Area 5.
Judge Augustus there?
He is awaiting your landing. Proceed at once.
Here we go, Dantro.
Listen, Slatz. Don't go down. Take me back to Marston. It will be well worth your while. You'll be rewarded beyond your wildest dreams. I can't explain, but take me back to Mars.
Look, don't bother me now. I got to concentrate on landing this can. If you don't keep quiet, I'll take you back in that cabin and put your gag on you.
You're making a mistake, Slatz. One you'll regret.
I'll just have to take my chances. Now, you keep quiet.
Slatz, is everything all right?
Sure, Judge. Everything's just rosy.
Where's Dantro?
Back on the ship? Well, I see you brought your boys along.
Yes, we'll take charge now. He's inside, men. Be as gentle as you can. You'd better go along, Doctor. He might hurt himself. Perhaps you better give him an injection and knock him out.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Maybe you better put something on that lump on his head. I guess I hit him a little harder than I meant to. Well, what do you do now, Judge?
You and I had better get back to my office at League headquarters.
You're the boss. What's going to happen to Dantro?
I was talking to one of our top psychiatrists. He certainly can erase the effects of the hypno-ray. The medical men will take over now, Slatz. There's nothing we can do but wait and hope. Come on, let's go.
I'm right with you.
You told me to report to you, Marston, when that Slatz reached Planaria Rex. They just landed.
That is very interesting, Qual.
Don't you want to go and look?
No, I have not the time to waste now.
But I think you'd better come and see what's happening. They're going to try to regain control of Planet Man's mind. Well, I'll continue to watch the Planet Man.
No, do not waste your time or mine any further. Forget about it.
But, Marston...
I said forget him. Do you hear?
Yes, Marston. I shall obey your orders.
Come in.
Hi, Judge.
Oh, Slatz, come in. Come in.
I wondered what's happening. Did you hear anything from the medicos about Dantro?
I had a report just a moment ago, Slatz. They're giving him a treatment which they hope will counteract the effects of the hypno-ray. They'll know in a minute now, as soon as he regains consciousness.
Gosh, this suspense is awful. I like that guy an awful lot. I hope they can do the trick. He certainly hasn't been himself since Marston got hold of him. Still can't figure why he let us get away.
He probably didn't care about either of you anymore.
That's about the only thing I can figure. He could have wiped us out at any time he wanted with that dimension warper. In fact, he could do it right now.
That's right, Slatz, he could. I have no doubt about it. The power of that machine is beyond belief.
Why doesn't he do it? Not knowing what he's up to is worse than hearing the whole sad story.
I have a hunch we'll hear from Marston soon now.
Yeah. Have you sent anyone to Mars? Maybe they could blast him before he makes any more trouble.
No, Slatz. That would only be sending men to slaughter. Marston knows how to operate the dimension warper. If he's been able to control those men from where he is, he must also have the spy ray.
Hey, I never thought of that. You think he's watching us now?
We must assume he is, Slatz.
That's a happy thought. It gives me the creeps. Listen, Marston, if you're snooping, you better knock it off. I don't like peeping toms, especially when they're 12 million miles away. You hear me, Marston? Sorry, I guess that's pretty silly. Oh, I hate that guy. You don't know what it felt like to watch what he was doing to Dantro and not be able to stop him.
Fortunate that you didn't try, Slatz. Chances are he would have gotten you, too, and then we would have never known the truth or gotten Dantro back to Planaria Rex.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Judge. Do you really think that Dantro will be able to do any more than we can? I mean, he's a smart guy, and he's a brave one, but there's just so much one man can do. You don't have a machine like that dimension warper, do you?
No, Slatz. Nothing we have even comes close to it.
Hey, what's that?
Well, that's the signal for the interplanetary communicator. But I don't understand it. It's a closed channel. It can only be operated from here.
Interplanetary communicator. That's the thing that you use to broadcast to all the peoples of the League, isn't it?
That's right. We seldom use it, but I better see what's going on.
Well, don't you have to turn it on?
No, the signal activates the system. You see, it's going now.
Holy smokes, look, it's Marston.
Marston on the interplanetary communicator. What can that mean? And what will Judge Augustus do about it? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Slatz and Judge Augustus, they were about to listen to Marston on the interplanetary communicator, the exclusive communicatory device of the League of Planets. We find them now as they are ready to listen to Marston.
Sure, there he is. There's his ugly puss. Oh, boy, how I'd like to get my hands around that vulture's neck.
Going to speak.
Peoples of the solar system, this is Marston speaking. Marston, your new master. Listen to my words and heed them well. From now on, I will be the law. My words, my wishes, my orders will transcend your own government. Some of you may question that power, so I have decided to show you what I can do. Show you what will happen if you do not heed my words. In 1 hour, watch the third moon of Jupiter. In 1 hour, Marston will show you once what it will mean to displease him. Then I will tell you my wishes. Remember, watch the third moon of Jupiter in 1 hour. Until then, Marston, your master, bids you wait.
Why, that big mouth. Who does he think he is? You hear him, Judge?
I heard him, Slatz. I heard every word he said. Not only did I hear him, but so did every adult in the solar system.
Yeah. Say, how about checking on Planet Man? It's about time he came out from all that treatment they gave him, isn't it?
As a matter of fact, I should be hearing from him in a moment. Well, that must be the hospital now. Hello, Judge Augustus speaking. Yes? He will. Very well, we'll be right over.
What's up?
Dantro's regaining consciousness now. Doctor thinks it's best that you and I be there. We're not sure of the effect of the treatment. I think it will be safer if we're by his side. Let's go. We got here as quickly as we could, Doctor.
Oh, that's quite all right. He's not fully conscious. Gosh, he really looks as if he's been through the ringer.
Yes, the treatment we gave him was no easy one to take. The power of that ray must have been incredible.
You don't have to tell me, Doc. I was there, and it was awful. Marston said he'd control him or break him, and I was afraid for a moment it'd be the second.
Slatz, he's opening his eyes.
Hi, Dantro. Remember me?
Slatz. Where are we? What's happened? Judge Augustus, what are you doing on Mars?
I'm not on Mars. You're on Planaria Rex.
Planaria Rex? But I don't understand. How did I get back here? What happened to me?
Take it easy, Dantro. Take it easy. You had quite a time. Now, you better rest. We'll explain everything to you later.
He's right, Planet Man. You've been under a strain that few men could withstand. Better get some rest now, or I won't be responsible for the consequences.
Look, something's wrong, I know. How can I rest? Tell me, Judge. Tell me at once. What's this all about? I've got to know.
What shall I do, Doctor? You better tell him. It's no good trying to make this one rest. I know from long experience he won't listen to me. He never did before.
Okay, Dantro. Look, Judge, let me fill in on the part about Mars.
I guess you better, Slatz. You know the story best.
Right. So you see, Dantro, it was like this. We were checking up on all...
Have we heard from Marston? What's he up to?
Yeah, we heard from him, all right. He was on the interplanetary communicator just a while back. He said he was running things now, and he talked some gibberish about watching the third moon of Jupiter in about an hour. It must be about that hour now, Judge.
Just 5 minutes short of it, Slatz.
Hey, we better get back to your quarters. I want to see what that old vulture's up to.
Wait, I'll get dressed and go along.
Look, there's old Pruneface.
People of the solar system, this is your master, Marston. I promised to show you a sample of my power. Now I am ready. In a moment, your screens will frame the third moon of Jupiter. There. Now watch it. Watch it.
Hey, it's gone. It's disappeared. Is something wrong with the set?
No, the set's all right. Jupiter's third moon has disappeared. And it's all part of Marston's plan.
Marston has demonstrated his power. What can the League members do? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Marston, having forced the Planet Man to divulge the secrets of the Dimension Warper, has just delivered an ultimatum to the League of Planets. He has caused the third moon of Jupiter to disappear. Judge Augustus, Slatz, and the Planet Man, recovered from the effects of the hypno-ray, are talking.
You think it's some kind of trick?
No, Slatz, it's no trick. With the Dimension Warper under his control, Marston rules the solar system.
Why should he fool with the moons of Jupiter? Most of them are uninhabited.
What he can do with the moons of Jupiter, Slatz, he can do with any planet or moon in the solar system. He was just giving a demonstration of his power.
What's he going to do with it? Where is it now?
Well, I think you'll find out in a moment, Slatz.
I'll bet that's Marston now.
Peoples of the solar system, watch and you will see the conclusive proof of Marston's power. On the screen of your communicator now is the sun. Watch it. See what happens to Jupiter's third moon.
What's he up to now?
Just watch, Slatz, and you'll see.
Yeah, that's the sun, all right. Hey, what's that? Look at the way it's flaring up there.
That burst of fire you just saw was all that's left of the third moon of Jupiter. Nothing remains now but flaming gas. Now you know what will happen to any planet, any moon, any segment of the solar system that dares to defy the desires of Marston. I, Marston, will be your ruler from now on. My word will be your command. My agents in the League of Planets will make themselves known to you. Their commands will be obeyed, for their commands will be mine. Any disobedience will be punished. Marston alone knows the road to triumph and glory, and now the solar system shall follow Marston. Remember and obey.
Boy, listen to that big mouth, Dantro. I'd love to flatten his nose.
I know how you feel, Slatz, but anger will get us nowhere.
Come with me.
Oh, where are we going, Judge Augustus?
Come on. You'll find out.
Where are we going, Judge?
Just follow me, Slatz, and don't ask any questions from here.
Yeah. Hey, look, what's this all about?
I can tell you now, Slatz. I'm sorry I had to be so mysterious before. But we know Marston has the spy ray, and I was afraid that anything I said would be overheard.
Well, won't Marston be able to spy here, too, sir?
Yeah, how about that, Judge?
No, Dantro. Fortunately, our scientists discovered a way of shielding an area against the spy ray. There wasn't time enough to guard more than this one room. But here we're safe from Marston's prying eyes.
Okay, so we're safe from his prying eyes. That still doesn't give us any answer. What are we going to do? Just sit here and feel sorry for each other?
Just take it easy for a minute, Slatz. I'm sure Judge Augustus has a reason for bringing us here.
Marston, come here at once.
What is the matter this time, Qual? What are you worrying about now?
Either something's gone wrong with the spy ray or they found some way on Planaria Rex of blocking it.
What are you talking about?
See for yourself.
See? Well, there's nothing to see. The screen is blank.
That's just it, Marston. I've been watching Planet Man and Judge Augustus and that Earth Man. I'm sure they're up to something. I could see and hear them perfectly, and now I can get nothing on the spy ray.
Well, I have told you before not to bother me with these stupid details. Even if you are right, and they have discovered some way of shielding themselves against the spy ray, what difference does it make? It's too late now for Judge Augustus or any of those fools to do anything. They're caught in the web of Marston's power. And if they don't know it yet, they'll find out soon enough. Come with me, Quarles.
Yes, Marston.
What's this all about, Judge? Have you got some trick up your sleeve?
I hope so, Slatz. I'm not sure, but it's the only chance we have. Dantro has probably forgotten, but for several years now, one of our most important projects here in Planaria Rex has been an attempt to develop the Astral Drive.
Astral Drive? What's that?
Be patient, Slatz, and you'll find out.
Oh, excuse me, Judge. You go ahead.
It's all right, Slatz. I know it doesn't mean much unless you know the story. It boils down to this. We've known for many years that there was a limitation on the speed which could be obtained by any object in normal space. And our scientists have been doing research with an attempt to develop a drive which would enable ships to operate in hyperspace.
Sounds like some kind of disease.
Oh, actually, it's a dimensional question. It operates in the same fashion that machine Marston has control of works. In any event, the experiments were successful.
You mean that we actually have developed an astral drive?
That's right, then.
And look, this is all over my head. What does it mean in just simple language?
It means, Slatz, that the stars themselves are within our reach. We no longer are limited to the solar system. For the astral drive, we can reach any star in the universe.
Maybe I'm a wet blanket, but I still don't get it. So we can reach any star in the universe. Well, how does that help us with Marston running the solar system? We can run away from him, but that's not exactly what I thought you had in mind.
What does Judge Augustus have in mind? And if his plan is workable, will it be too late to stop Marston? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Judge Augustus, he was trying to explain to Dantro and Slatz the working of the new astral drive and how it might be used to stop Marston's bid to conquer the solar system.
Maybe I'm just sick, Judge, but I still don't get it. Maybe the fact that we can go to any star is important, but I can't see how that helps us against Marston.
I hate to seem dense, Judge, but I don't understand what you're getting at either.
I'm not trying to be secretive. It's just that I've forgotten that you and Slatz have been away from Planaria Rex for a while. The astral drive is just part of what I want to tell you about. As you know, we've had another project underway. Some of our top scientists and archaeologists have been trying to decipher the writings of the ancient race.
You mean the guys who left all those machines back on Mars? I thought they were dead.
So did we, Slatz. But we found out differently.
You mean you've deciphered their writing?
Some of it. Enough of it to know that the race did not become extinct.
Would somebody mind telling me what this is all about?
In good time, Slatz. Just be patient. It all adds up.
Adds up to what?
Just this, Slatz. The race that evolved the machines that Marston controlled did not die out. They only left the solar system.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure, Dantro. We haven't gotten the whole answer yet, but what we've been able to figure out so far points to just that.
Wait a minute. I think I begin to get it. If the astral drive will take us to another star system, and if the guys who work out the machines that Marston controls are there, then all we have to do is find them and get them to tell us how to stop the dimension warp.
Exactly, Slatz. I hate to give you an assignment with so little information.
Well, there's no other recourse, Judge Augustus. We'll just have to take the chance. Are you with me, Slatz?
You know better than that, Dantro.
Yes?
Judge Augustus,
This is Judge Augustus speaking.
Marston has been trying to reach you on the interplanetary communicator. He demands that you contact him at once.
I'll be right there.
Why don't you just ignore him?
There's no point in angering Marston unnecessarily, Slatz. You might as well accept the fact that he's running things for the moment. You better see what he wants. Meanwhile, you and Dantro better start thinking about the matter we just discussed. You've a tough schedule ahead of you.
This is Marston calling Judge Augustus. Are you there, Judge?
I'm here, Marston. What do you want?
Move over where I can see you, Judge. That's better. I've waited many years for this pleasure.
What do you want, Marston?
Don't rush me, Judge. You're in no position to give orders now. Remember who's the master.
I know too well, Marston. What is it you want?
I'll make you crawl yet, Judge. I haven't decided what I want, but I just wanted to tell you that when I make up my mind, you will be the first to know.
I'm honored by your attention.
Go ahead. Be sarcastic, Judge. I don't mind. I can afford to be generous. When I'm ready, you'll beg me for mercy. Right now, it suits my plans best to have you cooperate.
I'd sooner die than cooperate with you, Martin.
That's the kind of fool you are, but your bravery doesn't impress me. You may care little for your own life, but the lives of your friends and the survival of the solar system means more to you than life itself. You're one of those idealistic fools.
I'm still waiting to find out what you want.
Don't be impatient, Judge. You'll find out soon enough what my orders will be. Meanwhile, I've decided that I will clear them through you, and that you shall have the responsibility of seeing that they are obeyed. For the moment, I want you to be sure that no hand is raised against me, and that no attempt is made to threaten or interfere with my emissaries on the planet. For every attempt to obstruct my will, I will hold you personally responsible. If one of my followers is harmed, 10 of your friends will die. If I'm attacked, I shall wreak my vengeance upon a planet. Yes, Judge, from now on, you shall be the voice of Marston.
You'll forgive me, Marston, if I fail to express enthusiasm.
Express anything you like, Judge Augustus, but you'll do as I say, and you had better not forget it.
Will Judge Augustus try to trick Marston? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember that Judge Augustus, forced to accept Marston's orders, had just revealed to Planet Man and Slatz a faint hope of a way out. The scientists on Planaria Rex have developed the astral drive, with which a spaceship can travel to other star systems. They have also discovered that the ancient race which developed the dimension warper had moved to some other system. Slatz and Dantro are discussing this startling information.
I hope you know what this is all about, Dantro. It sure is a mystery to me.
I'm afraid I can't shed much light on it, Slatz. All I know is what you know. Judge Augustus hopes we'll be able to find a civilization that developed the machine Marston's gained control of.
Actually, how much chance do you think we got? I mean, with so many stars, and each star with so many planets, it's strictly hit or miss.
Well, from what Judge Augustus said, Slatz, they've narrowed it down somewhat. Well, let's not kid ourselves. It's still pretty much of a gamble.
There's another thing we haven't thought about.
Oh, what's that?
Even if we find this race, how do we know they'll help us?
You're right, Slatz. We don't know. But we'll deal with that when we get to it. Right now, our biggest problem is to find it.
Yeah. Wonder what's keeping Judge Augustus.
I'm sure he'll get here as soon as he can, Slatz. Meanwhile, we better get ready. Once we start to move, there'll be no time to lose.
Boy, this is some ship.
Watch it, Slatz.
You're right. I'm sorry. Try to remember. A friend might be listening.
Come on.
hurry up. I got a million questions.
Follow me. In here. We can talk now. This cabin is shielded from the spy ray, too.
Oh, boy, this is really some ship. It beats anything I've ever seen.
You're not exaggerating, Slatz. It's years ahead of the old Planeteer.
Yeah, maybe I missed something, but it doesn't seem to be carrying much by way of weapons.
You're right, Slatz. If we had more time, we might possibly give it heavier weapons, but if our guess is right, and you find the ancient race, any weapons you have would be useless against them. In the thousands of years that have passed since they migrated from Mars, they probably developed beyond our wildest dreams.
That's all very well, Judge, but suppose we encounter hostile races.
There's nothing we can do about it, Dantro.
What did Marston want, Judge?
It was nothing, really. Just couldn't resist the opportunity to throw his weight around.
Sounds just like him. Well, Judge, when do we take off?
Sooner the better, Dantro. I don't think Marston suspects what we're up to. If he finds out before you leave, he'll destroy the ship and Planaria Rex with it.
He must know we're up to something in this shielded room.
He probably doesn't care at this point. If I know Marston, he's so swelled up with his own importance, he can't imagine anyone being in a position to fight against him.
Nevertheless, there's no sense wasting time. When can you be ready to leave?
At once. How about you, Slatz?
Just say the word.
I tell you, Marston, you're making a mistake. You better get Planet Man and his friend out of the way. They're up to some trouble.
You're a regular old woman, Qual. You just don't realize that Marston is all-powerful now. I had nothing to fear from the blundering attempt of 1,000 Planet Men.
Remember, Marston, it was Planet Man who thwarted your plans before.
Be careful, Qual. You push me too far. I'll not be reminded of that episode.
Don't be angry with me, Marston. I mean no harm. I was worrying only about your safety.
Well, then stop worrying. I will do the thinking. You have merely to obey my orders without question. I'll get Slatz, the Regent of Mars, on the communicator. It's about time they prepared suitable quarters on Mars for the ruler of the solar system.
We all set, Dantro? Do you know how to operate this buggy?
Well, it's not very different from the Planeteer, but we'd better not talk about it now. Now, here we are. You sitting there next to the duplicate controls while I check the tower.
Okay. Hey, by the way, what's the name of this job?
It's called the Alpha. Hello, this is the Planet Man calling Control Tower, and we take off.
Whenever you're ready, Planet Man.
We're ready now. Here we go, Slatz.
There they go. The fate of the solar system depends upon their success. If only I could read the future and know what the outcome of their mission would be. It might make it easier to live under the yoke of Marston's insane rule. Oh, well. I better get back and report to His Majesty before he starts making trouble. Good luck, Dantro. Dantro and Slatz are off to try and find the ancient race. Will they find it? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they had just left Planaria Rex on the new ship Alpha, powered by the fantastic astral drive. They hoped to find an ancient race with whose help they might thwart Marston's evil plan. We find Dantro and Slatz as they speed on their way.
Hey, what's the score, Dantro? So far, this doesn't seem any different to me than from any other spaceship.
What's what you're saying?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. When do we do you-know-what?
Now, Slatz. The controls are set. All we have to do is pull this lever.
So I strap myself down?
No, just sit tight. Here goes.
Wow, that was the strangest thing I've ever been through. Felt like I'd been turned inside out and then right side in again.
That's just about what it amounted to, Slatz. We penetrated another dimension.
Where are we?
Nowhere.
Hey, now look, quit ribbing me. I may be stupid, but I ain't that dumb.
I'm not kidding you, Slatz. Actually, we're between dimensions. This drive operates through folds in space. We're actually between one place and another.
Yeah, well, you better not explain it to me. I'm busy enough as I am. Can you tell me now where we're headed?
We're headed for Alpha Centauri.
Look, how long do we stay in this, what did you call it, this space warp thing?
The astral drive is set automatically, Slatz. It'll cut out by itself when we attain a proximity to Alpha Centauri.
Well, there's no sense sitting around worrying about it. I'm going back and fix her something to eat.
Well, now that you mention it, I'm pretty hungry.
Well, where are you?
Right here, Marston. I've just been checking with SAR to see that your headquarters here on Mars have been prepared. They've refurnished your old palace, and it's completely staffed with servants ready to serve you whenever you desire to move in.
Forget it. I've changed my mind.
But you're not going to stay here, Marston? These cabins are hardly appropriate for the master of the solar system.
No, but I've got a better idea. Get Judge Augustus on the communicator.
Very well, Marston. Hello? This is Marston calling Judge Augustus on Planaria Rex.
What do you want?
That's no way to talk to Marston. Shall I teach him a little respect, Marston?
I'll worry about that, Quell. Move aside. Judge Augustus, I've decided to make my headquarters on Planaria Rex. See that the entire League of Planets headquarters building is prepared for my arrival. Clear everyone out of it at once.
Yes, Martian.
Cut the machine off, Quell.
Do you think it's wise to leave the cabin?
Dare you question my judgment, Quell?
But what about these machines? Without them, you'll be powerless.
The machines will go with us, Quell. I've already arranged with Sart to supply the necessary equipment and manpower to load them aboard a ship. We and our machines will be transported to Planaria Rex. It's time I receive the homage that is due me. Besides, I want to see Judge Augustus crawl. It's not quite as enjoyable when I see only his image on a screen. Sart's men will be here immediately. You had better start preparing.
Yes, Marston.
Hey, this is really a weird deal, Dantro. Have you looked out the port?
Yes, Slatz.
Nothing out there but black. No stars, nothing.
Better sit down, Slatz. The drive may cut out any moment. You might hurt yourself.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be right there. Oh! Who's this? Dantro, what's happening?
Slatz, you all right?
Hey, what happened to you? Who hit me?
Nobody hit you, Slatz. It's just that the drive cut out. You got dizzy and fell.
Let me up now. Where are we at?
See for yourself.
Huh? Oh, I don't see nothing very startling. Just a lot of stars.
Well, it isn't startling unless you know your astronomy.
Well, astronomy and me were never even on speaking terms. What do you mean?
Look around. You see any familiar constellations?
Stop being so mysterious. I wouldn't know one from the other.
We are where we were headed for, Slatz. That star is Alpha Centauri. Our own system is millions of light years behind us.
What do we do now?
Now our search only begins. We've got our job laid out for us, Slatz. Out there are 1,000 suns and 10,000 worlds. On one of them, we have to find the race that left the solar system long ago.
What are we waiting for?
That's a good question, Slatz. Where shall we begin?
How about heading for Alpha Centauri itself?
It's as good a beginning as any. Here we go.
The hunt for the ancients is now on. Can Dantro and Slatz succeed? What will Marston do when he arrives at Planaria Rex? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization. the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro the Planet Man fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Slatz and Dantro, in their search for the ancient race whose machines had given Marston control of the solar system, had just reached the area of the galaxy near Alpha Centauri. Their one hope was to find the ancient race in time to enlist its help against Marston.
Wow, I don't think I'll ever get used to this astral drive. Say, is that Alpha Centauri?
That's right.
Looks like the sun to me.
Well, it's really all it is. That's all its stars are. Our problem is to find out first if it has any planets and then check and see if any of them are inhabited.
Can't see anything at all.
Well, we'll use the detector. That will at least indicate the presence of anybody large enough worth considering.
Shall I cut it in?
If you don't mind.
Right.
Well, it looks as though we're lucky so far, Slatz. You see the screen? It indicates that there are 4 large bodies in an orbit around Centauri.
What are we waiting for? Let's check them.
Won't be necessary to check them all.
How do you know that?
One of them is obviously not solid matter. Life in the universe could exist in many different environments, Slatz. But there are certain fundamental things it needs. And a ball of gas is almost certain to be lifeless.
Well, how about the other 3?
Well, we can't tell from here. I'll cut in the solar drive and we'll move into the closest one.
Will we be there soon?
In a few moments now. We'll get a signal on the automatic radar ranger.
Our solar drive's a lot easier to take than that astral drive. How come you don't use it?
Well, it's only good for tremendous distances, Slatz. It isn't practical for use over the distances between these planets. That's why we call it the astral drive.
There it is up ahead. How close are we going to come to it?
Oh, 1 million miles should be close enough. From there, our instruments should pick up any signs of habitation. Oh, we're close enough now.
Can I help?
No, the instruments are automatic. All I have to do now is to activate them.
I don't see any dials or anything.
No, we'll read the answer on that tape from the Celestivac calculator. Oh, here it comes now.
What does it say?
I guess we can rule that planet out. It's completely barren of any signs of life at all.
I don't get it. What kind of instruments could register anything from this distance?
Well, to put it in simple terms, Slatz, the master calculator integrates all space evidence and gives us the final conclusion on tape. That's what I have here. And the indication is definitely negative.
Boy, that's quite a gadget. It gives you the answer just like that, huh?
Well, it's not always the answer you hope for. You didn't really think that the first planet we try would be the one we wanted, did you?
No, I guess you're right, but I was kind of hoping. After all, when I think of Marston running things back in the solar system, it makes me awful impatient.
I don't blame you, Slatz. I don't want to waste a minute myself, but unless we can find allies against him that are sufficiently powerful, there's no point in going back.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm with you all the way.
Well, we better try another planet.
You're running this, Clambake. Let's go. Are we close enough, Dantro?
Yes, we'll give the machine a chance.
What's the score?
Just a minute. Well, it looks like we're in a little better luck this time.
What does it show?
Not yes, not no. The machine indicates that this planet could support life in some form, and there are evidences of sufficient radioactivity to warrant our taking a closer look. We'll use the space radar, and it will indicate the conformation of the surface of the planet. If there are any large cities, it will show up there.
I can see the planet on the radar screen, but I can't tell anything from that.
No, you're right, Slatz.
Well, let's head to the next planet.
Not so fast, Slatz. We still can't be sure.
But you said that the radar would show if there are any large cities.
Sure. And there aren't any. But that doesn't prove the planet's uninhabited.
Yeah, but even if it's inhabited and they don't have any large cities, they couldn't be very advanced scientifically.
Well, we can be certain of that, Slatz. You remember the dusters on Venus?
Yeah, that's right. I'd forgotten. Well, what do we do now?
We move in closer where we can really see the surface of the planet. We may be able to tell more from that.
Hey, something just occurred to me.
What's the matter?
Suppose it is an advanced planet. They might take a shot at it.
I don't understand.
Well, if they're really as advanced as we're looking for, they probably know we're here, even if we may not be aware of them. They don't know who we are, and maybe they don't want to take chances.
Well, there's no sense worrying about that, Slatz. Whether we want to take chances or not, we have to. Are you scared?
Cut it out. You know me better than that. Let's go.
Dantro and Slatz really have a search job ahead of them. Will this body they are now investigating turn out to be the one they are seeking? We'll be back in a moment. So level up. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were trying to find the ancient race which they believe to exist in the outer world of the stars. Unknown to them, they are being watched by two members of this race, whose names are San and Tor.
What are you watching for, Tor?
I've been observing that ship near the second planet of that star.
I've been watching them too. What are they? Do you know?
Yes, I've entered their minds enough to know. They're searching for the ancient race that passed this way many cycles ago.
They'll not find them there, nor for that matter, in this sector of the galaxy.
No, but they must seek them out.
What do they want?
They want our help, son. Their planetary system is in trouble, and they can't deal with the problem themselves.
You're not going to help them, are you, Tor?
I don't know. It would be amusing to enter into their petty squabbles.
But our race agreed, since the time when our ancestors were forced to destroy a sector of the universe, that we would not meddle in the affairs of the planet dwellers unless great importance was involved.
That is true. But we dwellers in space have a responsibility. We must also prevent the emergence of the forces of evil. Or if we don't, eventually they may threaten our own existence.
But how can you judge who is evil and who is good?
We will watch them, and we will tell. Their actions will betray them if they are evil. Besides, I'm bored with watching the drama of the galaxy from a distance. Watch with me, and we'll decide together.
How come we're in so close to this planet?
I have a hunch, Slatz, and I think we're going to have better luck this time.
Well, at least there's something to see. Looks to me like it's some kind of continents and oceans of some sort.
That's just what it is.
We going to land?
Not until we check with our instruments.
All right, let's try it.
Right.
What's the dope?
Well, it's a little different from our kind of world, but still the instruments indicate some very positive factors.
You mean it's inhabited?
Well, I would say from the tape that there's definitely life of some sort, and fairly advanced life at that. We'll move in about 100 miles from the surface. Perhaps we'll be able to tell more from a close-up.
Look at that, Tor. They're approaching the surface of the third planet.
They'll find no help there. To them, it will be a world of impossible cold, with people who know less than they do.
It seems a shame they must spend so much time searching for something they can never find.
That does not make their search fruitless.
There are other races that can help them.
But not this one, son.
They must find that out for themselves.
Gosh, look at that. The whole surface of the planet is like it's coated with silver.
It's an immensely cold world. The surface temperatures are probably 100 degrees below anything we can imagine.
Can't be anything alive down there. It'd be frozen solid.
Life as we know it might be, Slatz, but there's definitely some life where the instruments would indicate a negative response.
We going in then?
No, not right now at any rate. We'll just head for the closest sun. Perhaps we'll have better luck there.
You mean we're going to have to use that astral drive again?
Unless you want to spend 1,000 years aboard this ship.
Thanks, that's all I need. Well, go ahead.
Right. Here we go.
Searching on a hunch is a pretty trying operation, especially when it involves millions of miles of space and the destiny of the entire universe. Will Slatz and Dantro be successful, or must they return empty-handed to Planaria Rex and face the fury of Marston? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember Dantro and Slatz are far out in the galaxy, searching for the ancient race which left the solar system thousands of years before, in the hope this race would help the League of Planets defeat Marston. Thus far, their search has been in vain. Although unknown to them, they are being observed by two dwellers in space, beings of pure force and intelligence who have the power to intervene, but are waiting to see whether Slatz and Dantro deserve their aid. Our friends from the solar system have just approached a double star and are seeking its planets.
Well, Dantro, which one of these planets do we hit first?
We'll start closest to the suns and work our way out, Slatz. We're almost there now.
That double sun is the strangest thing I've ever seen.
Well, it's not as rare as you think, Slatz. There are many binary double stars in our galaxy. Usually they're like this, one of them large and one of them comparatively small.
Have you checked it with the instrument yet?
Yes, I did that while you were back fixing lunch.
The indication must have been somewhat positive, or we wouldn't be going in closer.
Oh, it's positive, all right. I'm going to skip the intermediate inspection and move in about 100 miles from its surface.
You make it sound so simple. Hey, what's going on? Are we running into something?
Look at the radar grid, Slatz.
Holy smokes, how did that happen?
I don't know, but something's moving in on us. At least we know one thing. There's life in this system, and it's advanced enough to have spaceships. There are about 10 of them coming in on us now.
What do we do? Shall I move over to the weapons control panel?
You better, but don't do anything until I give the signal.
You think there's going to be a fight?
I don't know. I hope not. Certainly it's the last thing we want. But we'd better be ready just in case.
They're coming in pretty close.
We'll try and contact them on the space communicator. Hello, this is Dantro, Planaria Rex. We come in peace. Hello, this is Dantro, Planaria Rex. We come in peace.
No answer. Do you think they speak our language?
No, I don't expect them to understand me. But at least if they have communicators, they'll pick up our signal and perhaps indicate that fact in some way.
Well, at least they didn't shoot first and ask questions afterward.
Well, that's just it, Slatz. That's the thing I'm encouraged by. They certainly have us outnumbered.
Hey, look. One of them's coming in closer, flashing some kind of signal.
You know what it looks like, Slatz?
You think maybe that's a truce flag?
It must be. If they were looking for trouble, they wouldn't bother to send the ship in like that.
Gosh, he's coming in awful close. Certainly is a strange-looking ship. It's almost round.
It's egg-shaped, actually. Look, now they've stopped. We'll do the same.
Wait a minute, I've got an idea. Maybe we ought to blink back at him. At least there'll be some kind of acknowledgement.
That's a good idea, Slatz. You want to take care of it?
Sure. Just for the heck of it, I think I'll say hello in good old Earth code. Hey, look, they're answering me. They're saying hello, too. They must understand it.
Well, I don't think that's it, Slatz. It's probably just a way of acknowledging the message. They're probably just sending back what they received.
They're turning around, moving away from us. Now they're blinking from the stern. Now they're stopping again. Hey, what's going on?
I think they want us to follow them. Let's try and find out if that's what they want.
Yeah, I think you hit it, Dantro. Hey, look, they're staying right ahead of us.
Yes, the other ships are moving right along, too.
Where are they taking us?
We're headed for that first planet.
Well, we wanted to investigate it. Looks like we're going to, whether we like it or not.
See, Tor, they've encountered another race.
Yes, but it will not help them. That race knows no more than they. Their science will provide them with none of the answers they seek. Son, why do you bother with such unimportant matters?
Nothing in the universe is unimportant, Tor. Our responsibility is to see that evil does not triumph. These creatures may seem petty to you and to me, but to themselves they are important.
You mean to help them, then?
I did not say that. Perhaps they'll be able to help themselves. In any case, we must see what they do. Determine first if they need our help, and if they are deserving of it.
But you know their minds. Have you not read their thoughts?
Yes, I've read their thoughts, Tor. But they tell me only their intentions. I've lived a long time in space and seen too much of life in many forms to judge on that basis. We must watch what they do and how they act, and then we shall know.
It seems a pity to make them wait, but I suppose we have no choice. We must be certain that they deserve our help.
That's our law, and we must obey it. Perhaps they will not need us, but we must wait and be certain before we act.
Sun and Tor still seem bent on not helping our two friends. What is this new contact which Dantro and Slatz have made? Where are they headed? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they had made contact with a strange group of stellar ships in their search for the ancient race. We find them now as they are following this fleet to some unknown spot.
We're certainly getting awful close, Dantro. There's something strange about that planet, isn't there?
If you call heat strange, then it's strange, all right, Slatz.
You mean you really think all those ships came from that hot spot?
We'll find out quickly enough. See, that ship we're following is heading for that range of mountains.
Anyhow, it's not just a molten mass. It looks to me like some kind of rock.
Well, it's solid enough, but whether it's rock or not, I wouldn't venture to guess. At least not the kind of rock we're used to. Any rock in our system would be a mass of lava in that heat.
Hey, now you mention it, I'm beginning to sweat.
Well, that's just your imagination, Slatz. This ship can take a lot more heat than the surface temperature of this planet. Otherwise, we could never survive as long as we have.
Yeah, maybe the ship can, but we can't.
Don't worry, I have no intention of leaving our ship.
Well, that doesn't make much sense to me, but I guess you know what you're doing.
I wish I were certain myself.
Hey, gee, they've landed. We gonna land, too?
Look up and you'll see that we haven't got much choice.
Gosh, look, those other 9 ships are right up there above us. They aren't taking any chances.
No, I'm afraid we're taking the chances, Slatz, but it's the only way we'll ever find anything out. Here we go.
Look at that temperature gauge. I'm glad this ship's insulated. It registers 2,000 degrees. Hey, what are you thinking about?
I think we ought to open our outer port so that if they send anybody to board us, they can.
Well, what about the heat?
The lock is insulated and refrigerated, too. That's not the problem.
Oh, I get it. Once we get them aboard, we're kind of at their mercy.
Just about, Slatz. What do you say? Shall we try it or not?
If you say it, that's good enough for me. We're in this together, and you know a lot more than I do. I've gone this far with you, and I'm not going to back out on you now.
Thanks for your confidence, Slatz. I hope it's not misplaced. Here goes.
Yeah. That does it. Are you coming aboard now?
It looks like it. They're coming alongside the port in a tank. And it's hooking on. Check the video screen.
Right. I forgot we could see what was in the lock. Holy smoke. Looks like a barrel or something.
It's probably a spacesuit.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's a sense that whatever's inside it isn't human. That suit's about 3 feet wide and 2 feet high. Looks just like a barrel. It isn't old Mr. 5x5 himself. Let's call him Barrel, huh? Hey, what do we do now?
There's only one thing we can do, Slatz. We've gone this far, and we'll have to go all the way. Open the inner door of the lock.
See, I told you it looked like a barrel. What's it doing now?
He's carrying a chart of some kind. What? It's a star map of some sort.
Gosh, it lights up.
Well, that's the system we're in now. There's the double sun you were talking about. Here, Slatz, help me rig our chart on this projector, and we'll throw the picture on the screen.
Yeah.
Now I'll point out where we come from.
Yeah. Hey, look, Dantro. He's making some more adjustments on that chart of his now.
Look. You see what he's got lit up now? That's our solar system, isn't it?
Boy, maybe we're getting somewhere. I sure hope so. I haven't forgotten that Marston for a minute.
Dantro and Slatz seem to have struck some semblance of luck. What are these new creatures they've just contacted? Can they really help our friends? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You'll remember that Planet Man and Slatz, surrounded by a mysterious fleet of spaceships, were forced to land on a planet in the constellation of Alpha Centauri. One of the crew of the strange ship boarded Dantro's ship, the Alpha, and is attempting to communicate with our friends from the League of Planets.
Boy, this is really a weird-looking character. He's shaped just like a barrel. How can he tell what's going on?
I'm not sure, Slatz, but he must have some sensory equipment that's either telepathic or works like our radar.
What's he doing on that star chart now?
He's changing it to show another part of the galaxy. Wait, I'll take a good look at it.
Hey, look. He's pointing at the chart and then at himself. That must be where he comes from.
I believe you're right, Slatz. It's the constellation we call Libra.
Oh, Okay, so now he knows where we're from. We know where he's from. What happens next?
He seems to be indicating for us to stay here.
That's great. Where's he going?
Back to his ship.
We just supposed to cool our heels until he returns? Is that it?
Well, I'd hardly call the surface of this planet a place to cool your heels, but that's the general idea.
I wouldn't mind it so very much if I didn't keep thinking about Pat and Professor Darrow and everybody back in our solar system. I'll bet you Marston is making everything pretty miserable.
Where have you been, Judge Augustus?
I came as quickly as I could, Marston.
I've been waiting here for 10 minutes. You're taking advantage of my good nature, Judge Augustus. I thought that you had learned that Marston's will is not to be thwarted.
But I've done everything you have asked. Now what do you want?
Don't pretend. You know very well why I sent for you. It's about the trouble on Ganymede.
But I've already told you we're trying to find out who was responsible for the assassination of your emissary. I assure you the League of Planets was not behind it. We've been trying our utmost to see that the people obey your commands. I'm not a fool. I know you have the power to destroy any part of the solar system or all of it. And I would not tolerate an action which endangered so many billions of lives.
You talk very convincingly, Judge. But I know you too well to trust you. You will never believe that Marston has the good of the solar system at heart.
What I believe does not matter. Now, you made the safety of the planets my responsibility. And I swear to you I'm doing all I can to see that no incidents occur. The assassination of your man on Ganymede was unfortunate. But surely you can't hold me responsible for anything anybody does in the entire solar system.
That's just it, Judge Augustus. I do hold you responsible, you and your henchmen. I have given orders to have 100 citizens of Ganymede executed at once.
But they are innocent. This was the work of one man, I tell you.
If they are innocent, so much the better. We'll teach whoever was responsible a lesson. It will teach them they cannot lift a finger against Marston without having their own people suffer. I have given the order for the execution to take place at 03 hours tomorrow. You see that the interplanetary communicator screens carry it to every corner of the solar system. Perhaps that way your people will learn once and for all that Marston will lead them to glory or destroy them if they resist his will.
Where the dickens is that barrel carrying?
I think he's returning now. Yes, there's the signal to open the inner door of the space lock.
Yeah, I'll open it. There. You were right. Here comes Barrel now. Hey, look. He's got some kind of gadget with him. Wonder what it is.
Certainly is a peculiar-looking device. See, it has several wires trailing from it that look like caps of some kind.
They are caps. He wants us to put them on.
Come on.
Well, you're not going to do it.
Come on now, Slatz. Don't be selfish. I thought you were in a hurry to get going.
I am, but I like to pick out my own millinery.
Remember, Slatz, we haven't much choice.
Okay, I was going to do it anyway. I was just letting off a little steam. Hey, this fits pretty well.
Slatz, you realize what's happening?
No.
Just listen.
Welcome, representative of the League of Planets. We of the constellation Libra are glad to be the first of our race to contact you.
Listen, Dantro, will you listen to that? That thing's actually talking.
It's not the machine that's talking, Slatz. It's your friend Barrel.
We couldn't hear him or understand him until he brought in this machine.
I don't understand how it works, Slatz, but apparently it translates languages instantaneously. He's actually speaking to us in his tongue. But with the help of this machine, his words become understandable to us.
And he should be able to understand what we say.
We'll find out. Greetings from the League of Planets. We come as friends.
Our mission is friendly too. What do you seek?
My people are threatened by a member of our own race who has gained a power we cannot combat. Our system is at his mercy, and we seek allies to aid us to regain control of our planet. What is your mission in this part of the galaxy?
Our sun is dying, and our planet is becoming uninhabitable for our race. We seek a new planet where our people may live. We are on an exploratory expedition, and we have been hunting for many cycles.
Are none of the planets in this system suitable for your people?
No, none will do. We must search further.
Dantro, ask him about the ancient race.
You speak of an ancient race. Our people, too, have legends of the existence of such a race. Is that whom you seek?
It sure is. Do you know where they are?
No, They passed through our constellation many, many cycles ago. We only know that they come by the ruins of their civilization they left behind.
Gosh, that's great. They're in the same boat as we are.
Dantro and Slatz have found a friend, a mechanical friend. Will he be able to help in the search for the ancient race? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were conversing with a newfound mechanical friend. As we find them now, they are aboard the stellar ship Alpha on the constellation Libra, discussing the problem of finding the ancient race.
If you seek the ancient race, I am afraid we can give you little aid. However, our expedition will continue, and should we encounter that people, we will try to let you know.
How could you contact us? Do you have communications powerful enough to reach across the solar system?
I'll remain with you if you agree to it. I have the power to contact my own people anywhere in the galaxy, and they can reach me. For it is our hope that you may, in your search, find a planet that can support our people.
But I don't know whether we have suitable quarters for you. Our ship is built only to support our form of life. How long could you live under our conditions?
I'm afraid you don't understand. I'm not alive in the sense that you mean it. You see, I'm a robot.
A robot? You mean one of those mechanical walkie-talkies?
Only part of the basis of my construction is mechanical, Earthman. Actually, there is a combination of chemistry and electronics that make me exist. I need no food. I draw energy from almost any substance that can be found in the universe. Will it be inconvenient for me to remain with you?
What do you think, Slatz?
I don't know what to say. I never shared quarters with a mechanical man before. Do you think it's safe?
I think we ought to take Barrel along.
You will find me useful in many ways. I've been built specifically as an aid in exploring unknown planets. With the help of the transcoder here, I can understand and communicate with any form of life. My body is capable of surviving under any conceivable condition. There are many ways in which I can probably be of help.
All right, prepare to get underway. Barrel is with us. Every minute we lose is a moment in Marston's favor.
Judge Augustus, where are those reports from Venus I asked for? Judge Augustus, inform the members of the League to prepare for a complete inventory of resources. Judge Augustus! 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 Judge Augustus!
You want me to handle the controls?
No, I'll do it, Slatz. Here goes.
Hey, what's wrong? We aren't moving.
I don't know, Slatz. I'll try again.
That's great. That's all we needed. Don't tell me the ship's gone haywire. What are we going to do now?
I'm almost certain there's nothing wrong with the ship. But if you'll give me a hand, I'll go through with the manual check. Perhaps there's something the alarm system hasn't indicated. Slatz, I have an idea. It seems a little unbelievable, even to me.
Whether it's unbelievable or not, let's have it.
Something is holding us on this planet. Something or someone outside the ship.
Can there be something holding Alpha? If so, what can it be? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. the Planet Man. The Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember that Planet Man, Slatz, and Peril, their newfound robot ally, were about to take off when they discovered that the Alpha would not move. Even the astral drive was powerless. Dantro wondered if some outside force was responsible.
You're not serious, Dantro. Do you really think it's that? There aren't any signs of any other ships around, not since Barrow's expedition left.
Well, I can't account for it in any other way, Slatz. You check the ship with me, everything seems to be functioning.
Hey, Barrow, you got any ideas?
Perhaps I can be of some help. I am built to detect any foreign radiations or energy. If I can go outside the ship for a moment, the shielding of the hull cuts off contact.
By all means, Darrell. Shall one of us go along?
That won't be necessary. This is the purpose for which my masters built me. There is no need for you to take any risk. Besides, you would need spacesuits, and I need no protection.
Well, being a robot certainly has its advantages. Good luck, Barrel.
I shall return shortly.
Well, he's certainly a handy gadget. Wonder what the guys who made him look like. We never did get a good look at him.
I'm curious myself. I must ask Barrel to describe them. In any case, they were pretty decent.
Yeah, and pretty smart, too. They'd have to be to build a robot like Barrel. Say, do you think they could have helped us against Marston?
Well, I think they would have told us so through Barrel. No, Slatz, Barrel said they were about on a level with our own science.
Yeah, but there's nothing in the League like that robot.
They were probably strong on robot technology. We probably know more about something else.
Say, don't you think we should have heard from Barrel by now? I mean, I hope he's okay.
Slatz, I think we'd better contact Barrel.
Yeah. What's a good word, Barrel? You all right? Find out anything?
I'm fine. I found out several things.
Such as?
Your ship is in the field of some device which causes any large discharge of energy to drain off into the way of the planet.
What does that mean? Is it good or bad?
It's bad, Slatz. It means that somebody's holding us here. They have a beam or something on the ship.
Is it another ship?
No. My sensory equipment definitely indicates the source of the field to be planetary. It is not coming from space.
Wonder what they're up to.
We should soon know.
What do you mean, Barrel?
I also detect the approach of some sentient being from the same direction as the source of the field that holds this ship to the planet.
Only one?
I cannot be sure, of course, but my sensitizers are usually able to separate conscious thought into individual patterns. Unless it is a group with identical thought patterns, they indicate only one. I'm coming in now.
Brother, is that an educated robot? Educate me, Dantro. What's he spouting about?
An inhabitant of this planet's approaching the ship. Barrel detected the fact. We'll soon find out.
Yes, I'm on my way there now. I will find out who these intruders are and what they are asking. I will return promptly.
Boy, Barrel, you were sure right on the nose. Here comes our host now. Look out the port. See what a weird-looking character he is.
Well, at least he's a biped.
I mean, he stands on two legs. They look more like tentacles of an octopus to me. Hey, look, he's got the same kind of arms. They're all joints.
And probably much more efficient.
How can he live out there? I thought you said it was so hot.
I'll find out in a moment. I didn't analyze the elements before. Wait, it'll just take a second.
It won't be necessary. I did that before I came on board your ship. The basic constituent of this planet is sulfur. At that temperature, it becomes a gas. That individual is a sulfur breather.
Sulfur breather? Wow, that's some stuff to breathe.
Well, why not, Slatz? Probably our world would seem even stranger to him. Incredibly cold.
Look, he's just standing there a little way off looking. What do you think he wants? Maybe we could talk him into letting us out of this place, huh?
We'll have to communicate with him first.
May I once again offer my services?
Well, I'd keep forgetting your design for this, Barrel, would you?
I am only here to serve. I shall go at once.
Hey, wait. Suppose he puts a ray or something on you.
I doubt that he can harm my machinery. It is built to stand anything my masters know of. Besides, he does not seem intent on destruction.
Well, is there some way we can listen in?
Even better, I can adjust my transcoder so that with your contactor, you can actually communicate with that being through me.
That's a ticket. You're certainly accommodating.
I am designed for service.
I'll switch on the set.
Now, if you will permit me to go.
By all means.
Well, we should know the score in a few minutes now.
Just hope it's in our favor, Slatz.
A new contact, this time with a sulfur breather. What does this creature want? Can Barrel help Dantro and Slatz make this important contact? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were preparing to contact a new arrival, whom Barrel, the robot, described as a sulfur breather. This contact was to be made via the transcoder and relayed through their mechanical friend, Barrel.
Hey, look. Barrel's handing him the cap for the transcoder. It's a good thing that octopus character's got a head.
Barrel's probably ready with something else there. He's putting it on. Quiet now, Slatz. I'll try to contact him.
This I gotta hear.
Hello, greetings from the spaceship Alpha.
You speak my language?
No, the equipment you're wearing makes it possible for us to understand each other.
That is very clever. Are you wearing a spacesuit? Or is this your body?
That's a robot. We're aboard the ship. Your planet's too hot for us. What's its name?
The planet is Perino. My name is Hen. Who are you? And where are you from?
Ask him why he's got us nailed down here.
Patience, Slatz. I am Dantro, the planet man. I come from another solar system far away from you.
What are you doing here?
We seek the members of an ancient race to help us against a tyrant.
Were those other ships yours also?
No.
We've been watching since you landed. We waited until the other ship left.
Is it you who hold us here, bound to your planet?
Yes.
Why, we come in peace. If we've harmed your people or violated your laws, we meant no harm.
You have not harmed us.
But then why do you hold us here?
I cannot tell you. Not now.
When?
When I return, I must report back to Klee.
Who is Klee?
The ruler of my people. I must go now. I shall return soon.
Tell your ruler we wish to leave.
I will tell him, Planet Man. Are you alone?
No.
How many of your kind are with you?
I shall not tell you until I know why you hold us here.
Very well. Goodbye now.
Goodbye. Come in now, Barrel.
I return aboard at once.
Well, Barrel, what do you think of the sulfur breather?
If thoughts are evil,
Hey, can you read minds, too, like the Dusters?
I do not know about the Dusters, but I do not actually read minds. My sensory equipment is, however, able to detect emotional tones, and Zen's thoughts were strongly those of an enemy.
And we're in for trouble when he gets back. Slatz, Zen's back. Let's get over to the contactor. Barrow's outside and ready.
Right. Now we'll find something out.
Zen, this is Dantro. What do you want now?
You and whoever else are on board that ship must come with me to Klee, my ruler.
And if we do not come?
Then your ship shall never leave this planet.
That's real cheery. What do you want us to come for?
Who is that? Another of your kind? You must all come with me. You will find out why. From Klee.
We're not going, are we, Dantro?
I'm afraid so, Slatz. We have little choice.
Powerless, our friends now face a new ordeal. What is Klee's motive? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Planet Man, Slatz, and the robot Barrel were trapped on the planet Torino amid incredible heat and an atmosphere of gaseous sulfur. Zen, one of Torino's inhabitants, with arms and legs like the tentacles of an octopus, informed them that Klee, his ruler, had given orders for the occupants of the ship to come before him. Anxious to continue the search for allies against Marston, Planet Man has just told Slatz that they have no choice but to obey Zen's demand.
But, Dantro, once we leave the Alpha, we'll be at their mercy. We can't live for 10 seconds out there without spacesuits, and Zen knows it.
I know that, Slatz, but it isn't quite as one-sided as it seems. We'll take hand weapons along, and once we get out of the field they've trapped the ship in, we'll be able to use them.
I still don't like it. You can't trust that Zen a minute. Remember what Barrel said.
Slatz is right. Zen is not to be trusted. He emanates hate. I feel it more than ever now.
What's our alternative, Slatz?
Just to sit here and rot, I guess. Okay, so we stick our necks way out. Let's get it over with.
Get my spacesuit out of the locker, will you, Slatz?
Yeah.
I want to take care of a few things. Oh, and tell Zen we're coming out, please.
It's a pleasure. Phooey. Hello, Zen. We're coming out.
That is good. You're showing some sense. Klee is not a Turinian to be refused. Be sure that no one remains aboard your ship.
Don't worry. All of us are just two of us.
And do not lock the ship.
Hey, now, that's going too far. You hear that, Dantro? He says don't lock the ship. You must really think we're soft in the head.
Tell him we won't, Slatz.
What? Say that again.
Tell Zen we won't lock
Is
the ship.
everybody crazy here? Look, maybe you want to get stuck out there in a spacesuit, but I don't.
Please, Slatz, do as I ask. You'll understand why in a few minutes.
But I... Oh, well, I guess you have your reasons. Zen will do as you say.
I'm ready now. Come on, Slatz. I'll give you a hand with that spacesuit.
Oh, brother, what a place this is. It's like one big turkey's bath. I can feel the heat even through the spacesuit.
It's your imagination, Slatz. It's hot all right, but these suits can handle a lot more heat than this.
All right, so it's my imagination, but for your information, my imagination has sweat all over it right now.
You'll get used to it, Slatz. Then we have done as you asked. What now?
Have you left the ship unlocked? Are all the crew off?
We are the crew, and the ship is unlocked. But let me warn you, no one must enter or try to tamper with the Alpha.
You are in no position to give orders.
Perhaps not. But for the safety of your planet, do not allow anyone to enter or tamper with our ship. There's a special circuit key to the neuronic pattern of my body and also that of Slatz. If anyone else even attempts to enter the ship, it will explode and take this entire planet with it.
Are you telling the truth?
Holy smokes, so that's what you were up to, Dantro. Of course he's telling the truth, Zen. You don't think we're foolish enough to just walk off and hand you the ship, do you?
Klee is not going to like this.
Well, that's unfortunate. But you said you were going to take us to him. Shouldn't we start? I don't imagine he's the kind of man who likes to be kept waiting.
He doesn't. But he's not going to like what I have to tell him much either. Come on. Get aboard my Vapojet. We're late now.
Just 1 second. Merrill, you stay here. We'll start soon.
I'll not move until I hear from you.
Almighty Klee, here are the strangers from space, brought before your august presence as you ordered.
Well done, Zen. So, you are the strangers from space. Where are you from? What do you seek here on Terreno?
Let's be open, Klee. You know where we're from and why we're here. Zen told you, I'm sure. But what's more important, why have you turned that field on our ship? Why do you force us to come here? What do you seek, Klee?
That is no way to address his ultimate. How do you dare?
Never mind, Zen. It amuses me to see the fish struggle on the hook. When I am ready, I shall silence them. And I am almost ready.
Klee is beginning to show his true evil colors. What can our two friends do to defend themselves? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were having an audience with Klee, the ultimate of Terreno. We find them now as they attempt to persuade Klee to release them from this world of sulfurous gas.
I'm glad that we amuse you, Klee, but I must insist you tell us what's behind this outrageous lack of hospitality.
That is a fascinating device you have. That enables us to converse despite our different languages. What did you say you called yourself?
Dantro the Planet Man.
Oh, yes, the Planet Man. How does it work?
Listen here, Mr. Klee. Why don't you stop the game and tell us the score?
What language is this your companion speaks, Planet Man? I do not understand his meaning at all.
What difference does it make? He wants to know the same thing I do.
Your persistence annoys me. When I am ready, I will tell you. Until then, it will be best for you to control your actions. Those spacesuits should not be hard to pierce, and I doubt that our invigorating atmosphere would improve your health.
Now he's threatening us. It's out in the open. Let's blast our way out of here, Dantro. I've had enough.
Relax, Slatz. We have a few cards to play yet.
Zen, take them to the quarters we have prepared for them. Planet Man, you will find us not totally lacking in hospitality. My scientists have prepared special rooms with the temperature and atmosphere you need. There you can rest until I send for you.
Hey, look, now that goof's gone, we're out of our spacesuits. Would you mind telling me what you're up to?
Not now, Slatz.
What are you shushing me for? We're alone, aren't we? Huh? Oh, I get it. Snoopers, huh? Sorry, I should have guessed.
All right, Slatz. I'm not sure myself, but we can't take the chance.
You know, it's not important, Dantro, but say, how long do you think we'll have to stay here?
I'm not sure how long they plan to keep us, but we're only staying a few hours more, I promise you that.
You kidding? How do you know? How can you be sure?
You'll find out, Slatz. If they don't send for us in 3 hours.
Well, Dantro, the 3 hours are up. What now?
Watch. Hello! Hello, is someone there?
What do you want?
Hey, there's a speaker over the door.
I want to talk to Zen. Can you hear me?
This is Zen. I can hear you.
I thought so. Now you can see why I didn't want you to talk, Slatz. Listen, Zen, I demand to see Klee at once.
Stop this noise and behave yourselves. When you've made up your minds to do as Klee wishes, he will see you.
Just a minute, Zen. I'm not finished.
Save your breath.
If you want to save yours, you'll listen to me.
What? What do you mean?
Just this, Zen. The controls on the ship are set to explode in 3 hours from now. And the energy released in that explosion will never be contained, no matter how strong your force field is. The ship will go and take the planet with it.
You're just trying to frighten me.
If you think so, Zen, just wait 3 hours. I'm not bluffing. This planet will become a ball of expanding gas. And you and your ruler, Klee, will be part of its molecules.
Oh, so that's the gimmick. I should have known you were too smart to be caught off base, Dantro. How about that, Zen? Don't feel so sure of yourself now, do you?
I must tell Klee. This is terrible. It changes all our plans. What will he say?
I love to hear that. Well, I gotta hand it to you, Dantro. You're sure a smart cookie.
You may be premature, Slatz. Let's wait and see what Klee does.
Planet Man, this is Zen. Put on your spacesuits. Klee will see you at once.
Well, let's go. Now it's our turn to land.
Don't get too cocky, Slatz. The best we can hope for is a deadlock. Even if we get back to the Alpha, we're still stuck on Torino, and Klee knows it.
Is Dantro's threat taking effect? Or does Klee have a counter-move up his sleeve? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventure. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man.
The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will recall that Planet Man and Slatz, trapped on the hot planet Torino, were confronted with a deadlock. Klee, ruler of Torino, had the Alpha powerless in a de-energizing field. But before they left the ship, Planet Man had set the circuits so the ship would explode and destroy the entire planet if he and Slatz were not back on board in 6 hours.
Oh, brother, these termites certainly changed their tune when they found out what you'd done to the Alpha.
Turinians, not termites, Slatz.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, they're termites.
Are you coming out? I thought you were in such a hurry to see Klee.
We're coming now, then. We just checked our respirators.
It may be safer in these spacesuits, but it was a lot more comfortable in that special compartment.
We can't have it both ways, Slatz.
Come along. Come along. Klee is waiting.
So what? Let him wait. We were waiting for him for 3 hours.
But if the ship is set to blow up, there isn't much time.
Time enough if you try any tricks. Either way, then.
What is this then tells me? That you threaten to destroy this planet if we do not return you to your ship.
That's about it, Klee. But it isn't a threat. It's a promise. You have just 2.5 hours now.
Do you really think you're in a position to make threats?
If you didn't think so, we'd still be stewing back in those rooms.
You're very clever, Planet Man. But what have you gained? Even though you get back to your ship, it won't solve your problem.
Perhaps not, but it won't help you any. Suppose we stop playing games and get down to cases. What's this all about?
Now you're really showing some sense. There is a way. A simple way for you two to continue on.
Yeah, I'll bet. Some simple little thing like murder.
It is lucky for you, Earthman, that I have a use for you, or you would pay dearly for your insolence.
Let's stay on the subject, Klee. What do you want?
Your help in a little local matter. With the weapons and knowledge you have, and that ship, it would take only a few moments, and then you could be on your way.
What do you mean, a local matter?
Unfortunately, despite Zen's enthusiasm, I am not quite in complete control of this planet. One small segment has succeeded in resisting. I could overcome them eventually myself, but it would take time and trouble. With your help, it will be over like that.
A pocket edition of Marston.
What's that?
Nothing, Klee. Tell me, suppose we refuse. What then?
Then your ship will stay right where it is, and you will never be able to help your people.
Oh, it's that way, is it? We must have time to think about this. Have Zen take us back to the ship.
I had hoped you would remain here in the special quarters we prepared for you. What's the matter? Aren't they comfortable enough? Is there something else you wish?
You know we must return to the ship and change the setting on the emergency circuit.
But then, why not return here? Surely your quarters on board ship must be cramped.
Yeah, but they're private.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. You had a mic planted in that room. You listened to everything we said.
That's enough. Then, have that Earthman removed permanently and do it slowly. I want him to have time to realize the mistake he made in insulting Klee of Torino.
Yes, Klee. Guards, come here. Seize this man.
I'm in it, Klee. Stop those men if you value your life and the life of your planet.
Don't be a fool, Planet Man. You will be allowed to return to your ship. Why risk your life? If you die too, what will happen to your people?
There's nothing to discuss, Klee. If Slatz dies, this planet dies with him. The circuit on that ship is set to go off in the neuronic pattern if either Slatz or myself ceases to emanate.
Then, stop.
That was close. Thanks, Dantro.
All right, Slatz. Come on, we'll go back to the ship.
I'll go with you.
Never mind, we'll find our way. Just authorize us to use your vapors.
Let them go, then. But remember, Planet Man, I'm waiting for your answer, and I won't wait too long.
Don't worry, you'll get your answers soon enough. Let's go, Slatz.
Hey, this little vapor buggy goes right along. Say, Dantro, you aren't really thinking of helping that Klee, are you? I mean, going for that deal he offered.
I don't want to, Slatz, you know that. But I can't forget how much Judge Augustus and the League are counting on us. I just don't know what to do.
Dantro and Slatz are really in a dilemma. What will they do about Klee's proposal? We'll be back in a moment. So level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they had just left Klee to return to their helpless ship, the Alpha. Klee offered to release them if they helped him destroy his enemies on the planet Torino. We find our friends as they arrive at the Alpha's landing area.
Hello, Beryl. Has anyone been near the ship?
Several of the natives approached, but they did not attempt to enter. They did not realize what I was and talked quite freely. They had been warned by Zen, who told them not to tamper with the ship. They seemed quite angry.
Yeah, I'll bet they were. Let's get aboard.
Well, it's certainly good to be back aboard the Alpha.
Yes, it is. It's the closest thing we'll have to home for a while.
If we could only take off and leave Klee and his whole ugly, smoky planet behind.
I, too, would be glad to bid goodbye to Torino.
Hey, why don't you give the controls a try? Go on, try them.
All right, Slatz. We've got nothing to lose. Here goes.
No good, huh?
I'm afraid not. Then I really didn't expect anything to happen. Lee isn't going to let us off that easily.
Maybe Beryl has some idea. How about it? Beryl, can you think of an angle to get us off this hook?
I am afraid not, Slatz. I fear you overestimate my abilities. I am only a machine built to perform certain functions, an exploratory device.
Yeah, but you certainly seem to be able to think.
True, I can reason within limits. Just a moment. I sense the approach of a being.
Take a look out the observation port, Slatz. You see anything?
Yeah, it's another one of those octopus guys.
Shall I go outside?
What for?
He may wish to communicate with you, and I can transcode.
Don't let him wish. There's nothing more we have to say to him, is there, Dantro?
Not really, but perhaps Beryl had better go. It can't do any harm.
At once, Planet Man. This individual has a message for you.
What is it? Is he from Klee?
No, he comes from an enemy of Klee's.
Well, he must be from that part of the planet that Klee hasn't conquered yet. Maybe he's come to help us.
Has he come to offer us help, Beryl?
No, he comes to ask your help against Klee.
That's fine, isn't it? Everybody wants us to get into the act.
Ask him if he knows how we can get out of the de-energizing field that Klee has turned on the ship.
I already have. He says no. His leader sent him to enlist your aid. They heard about the ship.
Tell him we're trapped here.
He wants to know if you are going to help Klee.
What can I tell him, Slatz? I don't even know yet myself.
Beryl, tell him not if we can help it.
Very well. He is going back to his leader to report. I'll come in.
Come ahead.
Well, welcome home, Beryl. Gosh, it burns me up. Look at his ship. Power in every inch of her. Yeah. Listen to that, will you? Power to take us to the other side of the galaxy in one jump. And the astral drive here. Useless.
Careful, Slatz.
What's the difference? Doesn't work. Huh?
Slatz, what happened?
I don't know. I threw the switch and it worked. What's the difference? We're free. It worked.
Cut it off, Slatz, quickly. I don't know what the setting was. I don't know where we're headed. Cut it off.
Okay. Hey, I can't. The switch moves, but the drive won't cut out.
It's got to, Slatz. With the speed we have, we're liable to leave the galaxy, and we might never be able to find our way back.
I know, but it won't stop. Look there. You can see for yourself. It just won't cut out.
Well, Dantro and Slatz are really in trouble now. What can they do to stop the astral drive before it is too late?
We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Planet Man, Slatz, and the robot Barrel found themselves being hurled through hyperspace when the Alpha's astral drive suddenly began to work again. Having gotten free of Clee's trap, they discovered that the drive will not respond to the cutout. Planet Man is trying desperately to regain control of the ship.
We'd better do something or we'll be out of our galaxy.
Is that bad? Can't we come back?
Back to where? Chances are we'd never know which direction was back. It's like being dropped somewhere you've never been on a starless night and trying to tell which way is home. I'm going to have to cut the power. Secure yourself in the recoil seat, Slatz. I'm not sure what the effect on us or the ship will be, but here goes.
Start. That didn't hurt. I didn't feel anything at all.
Yes, and for a good reason.
What do you mean?
Nothing happened. We're still traveling through hyperspace.
Well, that's not possible. The power's off. How could we still be in the astral drive?
It's impossible, all right, but it's happening just the same.
As if Marston wasn't lucky enough already. Now this has to happen. Looks as though we'll never get back to the solar system, much less find anyone to help us fix his wagon.
I am sure, Thor, we are right in helping these two. We have observed them carefully, and I am convinced that it is in the best interest of this universe that they succeed in their mission.
They do not suspect our intervention, son.
No, how could they? We watchers of space are beyond their conception. How could they imagine beings of pure force living in the void between stars? To them, we are inexplicable spirals of galaxy gas.
Surely they must wonder why their ship continues through hyperspace, even though they have cut their power.
Oh, indeed they do. But never in their wild dreams could they imagine the actual reason, just as they are undoubtedly completely mystified at the sudden escape from the planet Terreno.
Have they reached their destination yet?
A few moments more in hyperspace, and they will arrive at the constellation to which we are sending them. There they will find allies who, if they can convince them of the justice of their cause, will help them against Marston, will help them free their own people from the hand of this tyrant. The task of convincing the Mahdi to join them must, however, be theirs. We cannot help beyond bringing them together.
Son, time to project this ship back into normal space.
It is done.
Hey, what happened?
Let me check the celestial grid.
Feels as though the ship had re-entered normal space.
Well, that's exactly what's happened.
Why? How?
Let's not question our good fortune. The fact is that we're back to normal space, unless I miss my guess, still in our galaxy. I'll cross-check for familiar constellations, and I'll be certain in a few moments.
Perhaps I can be of some help. My neural circuits are imprinted patterns of every star in our galaxy. If you will permit me to use your celestial grid for a moment, I think perhaps I can ascertain our position quickly.
Gosh, Beryl, you certainly are a handy guy to have around.
After all, I was designed as a robot to act in the exploration of space. Yes, Dantro, your guess was a correct one. We are still in our galaxy. This constellation occupies a position, however, at its extreme outer rim.
Is it inhabited?
I believe you have instruments which are of greater range than those which are built into my machinery. However, if you wish, I will go outside the ship and see what I can detect.
No, we'll take it with our own instruments. By the way, how many suns are there in this constellation?
It consists of 3, 2 white dwarfs and a red giant.
Well, I think perhaps our best bet would be to head for the red giant.
You want me to give you a hand with the controls?
Well, if you don't mind, I'll figure out the course on the calibrator. Oh, here's the course, Slatz. Just set it into the directional slot and let's get going.
Right. Here goes. Hey, what's up? Are we there already?
Oh, we can't possibly be. I set our course to bring us within 100 million miles of the red giant. We couldn't have come that close. Just a minute. Let me check the instruments.
What's the reading?
Or at least 200 million miles from the destination I calculated.
You cut the drive?
No, it must have cut off automatically.
Hey, wait a minute. According to the controls, we should still be in motion. Oh, no, don't tell me it's happened again.
It looks like it, Slatz. It certainly looks like it.
Dantro and Slatz are quite upset at the strange actions of the Alpha. What is this new contact which our two friends are to make? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were in a dilemma because of the strange actions of the astral-driven ship Alpha. We find them now as they are trying to figure out what has just made the Alpha cut its flight power unexpectedly.
Slatz, I could be wrong, but I'm almost willing to bet that there's nothing wrong with the ship.
Any ideas, Beryl?
Unfortunately, I also do not have the answer. However, the evidence is conclusive in one respect.
What do you mean, Beryl?
I did not mean to be mysterious. I should think it would be obvious. If there is nothing wrong with you and nothing wrong with the ship, then obviously some external force has been at work.
External force? Of course, that must be it.
Now, isn't that just wonderful? Hey, Beryl, tell me more. Who's behind it?
I have no way of finding out.
Well, it could be the very people we're looking for, Slatz.
You mean the ancient race?
Certainly. Only an enormously advanced culture could have such power, such control over the millions of miles of space.
Well, if it's them, why don't you let us know about it?
Whoever it is, Slatz, they must have had a reason for helping us escape. And they must have a reason for bringing us here.
Well, I guess we play the waiting game again.
I see the Mardi have already detected the presence of a strange ship in their quadrant of space. Their detecting device is automatic and will instantly surround any foreign object in the static field.
That has already happened. The ship is held motionless about 300 million miles from their sun.
Shall we intervene?
No, son. We have agreed that the problem of working out the details and of convincing the Mardi to help them would be left
in their hands.
Yes. Then that is the way it must be. I am sure the Mahdi will make themselves known once they have had an opportunity to analyze the content of the ship and determine whether it is a threat to their system.
That may not be as simple as it sounds.
Their cultures are quite different. I'm certain the Mahdi will consider these two as alien to their way of life, possibly even a threat.
It is true, son. And yet I feel confident that the differences are not really basic, that somehow they will work it out.
We will watch and see.
Boy, this waiting is sure a waste of time. Well, for goodness sake, where in the universe did she come from?
A woman.
Yeah, and a pretty one. Or are we dreaming, Barrel?
No, you are not dreaming. I can vouch for that.
Who are you? Where'd you come from?
Maybe she doesn't understand you.
Why don't you try the transcoder gadget you have? I'm sure she understands you. She just does not choose to answer.
How can you tell that?
Watch her as we talk. I am certain she is following every word we say.
I had enough of this mystery. I'm going to get some answers from somebody, and I think she's got them. My hands passed right through.
That's it, Slatz. I should have known it. She isn't actually here physically. That's a three-dimensional projection. That's one of the devices we discovered in the caverns on Mars that was developed by the ancient race, Slatz.
Yeah, that's the gimmick we used to save the kids from trouble that time. This proves that she must be one of the ancient race.
I only hope you're right, Slatz. I only hope you're right.
Well, it looks as though the Mardi have appeared on the scene as planned by Son and Thor. What is this image of a woman? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Slatz, Dantro, and the robot Barrel, mysteriously freed from the clutches of Klee on the planet Torino, found their ship thrown through hyperspace toward the constellation at the rim of their galaxy. There, the ship once again returned to normal space, only to be frozen in a static field. Actually, their escape and transportation to this constellation were the work of watchers of space, who decided at last to intervene and help our friends. The static field, however, was the work of the Mardi, the race which inhabits this system and which has the power to help them against Marston. Slatz and Dantro, however, must convince them of the importance of their mission. They have just discovered the presence of one of the Mardi aboard the Alpha via a three-dimensional projector.
By the way, I might as well tell you who we are. I'm Dantro, the Planet Man, and this is Slatz, my friend, and Barrel, the robot.
I'm not interested in your machinery.
Well, there's no need to get nasty about it. Barrel may be a robot, but he's a darn sight more decent than a lot of people I could name.
I'm sorry if I offend you, but there's no time to spend in idle conversation. I have been sent to find out why you are here in our sector of the galaxy.
Well, we come in search of help.
What sort of help?
It's difficult to explain to a mere image. If you'll permit us to approach your planet where we could talk face to face, I feel I would be much better able to explain our mission.
You may never be permitted any closer to our system than you are now. First, you must satisfy our council that your purpose is peaceful and that you will not be a threat to our well-being.
I assure you our purpose is peaceful in the extreme. We seek only assistance. We cannot possibly be a threat even if we so desire. Obviously, your science is an advanced one. There are only two of us. Surely you do not fear anything we could do.
It is not necessary for us to explain ourselves to you. On the contrary, the problem of explanation is yours. I would suggest you proceed with it.
What's she so huffy about? You'd think we were a couple of tyrants or something.
Well, after all, Slatz, as far as she knows, we could be. I certainly can understand her caution. By the way, how are you addressed?
You may call me Rura.
Very well, Rura. Our system has lived in peace for many years. But one of our people, an evil fanatic named Marston, has gained the control of this.
These wonderful machines are mine, and the universe is Marston's. Judge Augustus, when will these creatures learn that Marston knows what's best for them? The name of Marston will resound through the universe. Marston! Marston! Marston!
Planet Man, you tell a touching tale. How do we know it's true?
Say, will you answer a question for me? Are you the ancient race?
Since I do not know what this ancient race is you spoke of, I cannot answer. Even if I did, however, I must point out again that you are not here to ask questions, but to answer them. Please be silent unless you have information to impart.
Don't worry, lady. The less I have to say to you, the better I like it.
What's bothering her now? Relax, Slatz. What else can I tell you, Rura? I assure you we have nothing to hide. Everything I have told you is true.
We can find that out easily enough if we desire to pursue this matter further.
Well, what's the next step?
I shall report at once to our council, and I will let you know our decision in time.
Hey, she's gone.
Well, at least we know a lot more than we did.
Yeah? What, for instance?
We know that our position here in space is no accident. Rura certainly indicated that her people were responsible for the immobility of our ship.
I wish that woman would hurry back soon. Hey, Dantro, she's back.
I see you, Slatz. Yes, Rura, what has your council decided?
They wish to determine the accuracy of your story before they make any decision.
Well, how are they going to do that? We certainly can't get any witnesses way out here.
You yourselves will be the witnesses. We have devices which will determine at once the truth of what you have told us, if indeed it is true.
Would you mind answering a few questions now?
If I consider them proper?
I spoke to you before of the ancient race. It was a people who have apparently at one time or another dwelt in many sections of our galaxy. We have found traces of them in several constellations which we visited.
Then we are not the race you seek, for our people have inhabited this system for many thousands and thousands of years. However, we too have legends and the remains of a race which dwelt in this system at some time before our civilization rose to its present stature. We believe ourselves to be the descendants of these people.
Gosh, some scientist on Planaria Rex was telling me just before I left that he believed our people were the descendants of the ancient race. I guess that makes us relatives.
That is a distinction I can do without.
Don't mention it. It'll be no pleasure for me either.
I have told you what we seek, assuming our stories prove true and our cause just. Have your people the scientific knowledge to help us if they decide to?
Our science has the power, but I doubt very much that our council will decide to help you.
But I do not understand. Certainly, if what we're saying is the truth, we deserve your help.
Deserve it is not the point, Planet Man. Unless we are mistaken, your culture is a threat to ours. Any contact between our races could only end in disaster.
Dantro and Slatz seem to have met a people who could help them, but who are reluctant to do so. Can our friends persuade them to intervene with Marston? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were trying to persuade Rura, the three-dimensional image, that their mission was friendly. We find them now aboard the Alpha as they attempt to reason with her.
Rura, how could you pick up our language so quickly?
Our knowledge of semantics enables us to break down speech instantaneously and grasp the principles of any language. I needed only a few sentences to understand and learn the fundamentals of your language. That is my specialty among my own people, and the reason I was chosen to contact you.
Well, now I understand your silence when you first appeared on our ship.
You are correct. I could not answer you at first until I learned your tongue. However, I grasped it quickly enough to understand the unflattering references your companion here, Slatz, made, and that I have not forgotten.
Now, look, don't sulk about it. I wasn't serious. Anyway, you got me mad just standing there saying nothing.
If you will permit me to explain, I was going to before. Your attitude is a particular affront to me and to my people, since in our system the women, not the men, are dominants. I doubt that they would agree to help you, for if our people and yours were to come in contact, one system or the other would have to change, and we will not tolerate any threat to the supremacy of our sex in our system.
Well, in that case, what's the next step?
With your permission, or for that matter without it, you are to be transported to our main planet where the council which rules our solar system makes its headquarters. There you will be subjected to the testing machines which will establish the truth or falsity of what you have told us.
Will you release our ship from your static field?
It will not be necessary. The ship and your robot will remain here in space.
Well, then you're sending another ship for us.
You underestimate our science, Planet Man. It will not be necessary to send another ship. We have means of transporting you anywhere we wish.
Hey, Dantro, you think that's what I think it is?
Rura, have your people developed the Dimension Warper?
My people discovered this principle and its use many generations ago. It is the least of our knowledge. And by the way, while you're on our planet, you will talk to no one unless you are asked to do so. And you will attempt, above all, to communicate with no male member of our race.
Well, have no fear, Rura. We'll do whatever you say.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Just say the word.
Very well.
Wow, what a layout. Hey, Dantro, you know something? I just realized the atmosphere on this planet must be exactly like that back on Earth. We're breathing the air fine. That window's wide open.
Well, you're right, Slatz. I hadn't noticed it myself, but then from the looks of Rura's image, she certainly seemed completely human in every respect.
Yeah.
Slatz, look, it's a man.
A man? Oh, brother. I've begun to wonder if there were any on this planet at all. Hey, Mac, shake hands with the guy from Earth. What's your name?
The conversation is forbidden.
What?
I'm here only to tend to your needs. Please do not address me except to ask for whatever you wish.
Now, look, Buster, let's not be silly. Just man to man, you can tell us the truth. Must be pretty rough around here, huh?
Slatz, remember what Rura said.
Of course, I forgot. I'm sorry. Just that it felt so good to see another guy for a change.
Well, that's quite all right. We will call you if we desire anything. At the moment, everything is satisfactory.
Very well. My name is Mala. There is a button in every room. You need only press it to summon me.
Very well. Thank you.
Sure, thanks for nothing. Like I said, Dantro, this is going to be awful tough to take.
Our friends now face the problem of convincing the Mardi that they need help. Can Dantro and Slatz convince them of this? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world. whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro the Planet Man fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Dantro the Planet Man and Slatz are on the home planet of the Mardi, where women dominate the society. The Mardi possess scientific knowledge far in advance of Dantro's, enough to help him defeat Marston if they want to. We find our two friends awaiting word of the Council's decision.
This sitting around gives me the jitters. Let's try and bust out of this place.
No, Slatz. Rura warned us not to try to leave these quarters.
Not just the waiting. It's knowing that the Council has decided the fate of our solar system without our even being able to talk to them. That's what gripes me.
Relax, Slatz. It could be worse.
I don't know. From the way Rura acted and spoke, the odds are against us.
Why do you say that?
Don't play dumb, Dantro. You know that these gals want to keep the upper hand here in their system. They're probably afraid that once their own men see the way things are with us, they'll demand equality and the jig will be up.
Well, I wish I didn't agree with your analysis, Slatz, but I'm afraid you're awfully close to the truth.
Sure, we just sit here and wait for the bad news.
Well, don't be too certain of that. These women are a smart race. A lot smarter than we are in some ways. Maybe their intelligence will overrule their fears and prejudices.
You're just hoping. Me, I prefer action.
Slatz, wake up. Someone's coming.
Oh, yeah, I must have dozed off. Probably at Rura gal. She's certainly no help at all.
Oh, hello, Rura.
Hello, Planet Man.
Hiya, what's the good word? Has the Council made up its mind?
When they do, you'll know about it.
Well, don't get so huffy. I don't know why it's all so secret. Why can't we talk to them at least?
I don't feel it necessary to explain the actions of my people to strangers, particularly inferiors.
Inferiors? Where do you get that stuff? Now listen here, lady.
Cut it out, Slatz. Don't take him so seriously, Rura. We're used to direct action, especially Slatz. Staying cooped up here after traveling across the whole galaxy is pretty hard to take.
I can understand that. Would it make things easier if I took you on a tour of our capital city?
How about it, Slatz? Like to see the sights?
Would I? Say, anything would be better than just sitting here twiddling my thumbs. Let's go.
Not so fast. There's something we had better clear up before we leave this room.
I knew there was a catch somewhere.
What is it, Rura?
We will leave here and go directly to my ground car. The passage is high, and so is the gravity tube to the lower level. Once in the car, you are to remain silent and out of sight. The ports are one way. You can see out, but no one can see in.
I get it. We're top secret. What's the matter? You afraid some of your men would get ideas?
The reasons are not your concern. Unless you give me your promise to do as I want, we will not leave this room.
You have our promise.
That's good. But let me warn you. I am armed with a sonic disruptor, and I will not hesitate to use it if you try any tricks.
Listen, where we come from, a man's word is as good as his bond.
But this is not where you come from. Here, it's a woman's word that counts. Don't ever forget it.
Okay, I'll remember. But I can't pretend I like it very much. Let's go.
Follow me.
Man, oh, pardon me, Roar. Lady, this is really a city.
Do you like it?
Like it? I'm bowled over. I thought Planaria Rex was something, but this makes it look like a bunch of mud huts.
Where are we going, Rura?
Over to the administration building. I have an errand to perform.
What about us?
You're to remain in the car. I hope I can depend upon you not to try to leave while I'm gone.
Well, I told you before, Rura, don't worry about us. We've given you our word, and we'll keep it.
It's in your own best interest that you do. I'll be back as quickly as I can.
Hey, this is our chance.
Stay where you are, Slatz. You're just making things worse.
Okay, but I don't see how they could be much worse than they are now.
Dantro and Slatz are certainly in a peculiar situation. What will their fate be with the Mardi? Should they try and escape now? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were being shown the wonders of the capital city of the Mardi, the planet where woman is dominant. We find them now as they are waiting in a ground car for the return of Rura, who left a short while ago to attend to a matter in the administration building.
Gosh, Dantro, look at that cruiser coming in. Isn't she a beauty?
Oh, it's more than that, Slatz. Look at the way that ship is landing. It's as perfect a job of navigation and control as you or I have ever seen.
All right, don't rub it in. Hey, look.
What?
There. That gal on that jet scooter. She's coming this way.
Well, it's no concern of ours, Slatz. Just relax.
I don't know. She's headed right for this car, and she looks as though she means business.
I'm afraid you're right, Slatz. I don't know what this is all about, but for goodness sakes, remember where we are and just sit tight.
Whose car is this?
It belongs to Rura.
Who are you, and who gave you permission to address me?
Look, don't get excited, lady. You just asked a question. We answered it for you.
Who are you two, and who is responsible for your insolence? You know very well that no man is permitted to address a member of the Special Patrol unless he is asked to.
I think perhaps you'd better talk to Rura. She can explain all about this.
Now you are venturing to give me advice. I think perhaps you need to be taught some manners. Come with me.
Look, lady, why don't you lay off? We can't come with you. We were told to stay here.
I've had about enough of your insolence. Come out of that car at once, or you will never have a second chance.
Hey, Dantro, look, that's some kind of blaster she's pointing at us. What can we do?
I guess we'd better do as she says, Slatz. Come on.
Rura's going to be sore if we do. She told us to stay put.
We'll argue about that when the time comes. Right now, I think we'd better do as this gal says. She's not very patient.
Right.
Are you coming, or shall I use this?
We're coming.
What's going on over there? Wait a minute.
Gee, it's about time she showed up.
What's wrong, Lieutenant?
Who are you?
I am Rura, Special Envoy of the Council. Here are my credentials.
Let me see them. All right, but that does not explain these two. Are you aware of their insolence?
I can't explain it to you, but they are under the protection of the Council.
Under the protection of the Council? Since when is the Council protecting men against the authority of their superiors?
I'm sorry, Lieutenant, but everything concerning these two is of the utmost secrecy. I must ask you to leave the matter entirely in my hands.
Wait till my superiors hear about this. They may be in your hands for the time being, but I can promise you that it won't be for long. We shall teach them a lesson.
I forbid you to report this incident to anyone.
Forbid me?
That's what I said. And if you doubt that I have the authority, you had better call Heru, Chief of the Council.
You can be sure I will do it immediately. And if what you are telling me is not so, you will regret it.
Get back into the ground car, you two. Quickly.
Come on, Slatz.
This is a fine business. One tells us to get out, the other tells us to get back in.
I said get back in.
Don't get excited. I'm getting. Hey, Rura, where are we going? Hey, didn't you hear me? I said, where are we going now? How do you like that, Dantro? Isn't that just like a woman?
I've warned you before, Slatz. I will not tolerate that kind of talk. Every time you have something disparaging to say, you speak of women. I consider it a personal affront.
Oh, he doesn't mean it the way it sounds, Rura. It's just the way of expression.
I need no pointers from you, Planet Man. I am well aware of that fact. And because I am aware of it, I resent what he says even more. For to me, it's indicative of the role women must play in your society. I shudder to think what it would be like to live in such a situation where women who are obviously superior to men must play the role of inferiors.
I think perhaps I'd better explain something to you, Rura. Among our planets, women play a role that is fully the equal of the men. Neither dominates. They work side by side.
But Slatz is from the Earth. Is that planet not a member of your league?
Well, it is, yes, but as yet it's not been made a full member. It's only recently developed to the point where its first interplanetary flight was possible. As a matter of fact, the customs on Earth may not be as advanced as those of the other planets. Slatz speaks not for the League, but only for Earth.
Look, you don't have to make excuses for me, Dantro. Maybe what I said sounded a lot worse than it should. You see, actually, back on Earth, things have changed a lot. I have no prejudices against women, Rura. It's just the way I talk, not the way I feel.
Perhaps what you say is true, but I can only go by what you do. The things your speech indicates. Certainly you have shown prejudice against women, which I find intolerable.
Okay, I'll watch the way I talk. But it has nothing to do with the way things happened back at the spaceport. That wasn't our fault. That gal came over and ordered us out of the ground car and didn't even give us a chance to explain.
I assumed that was what happened, and I must apologize for her conduct. She is not typical of our women.
It's okay. There's a bad apple in every barrel.
However, don't let it give you any ideas about me. I'm not apologizing for my feelings.
Nobody said you were.
I think we understand each other, Rura. Now perhaps you'll tell us where we're going.
Back to your quarters.
Well, you said you were going to show us the city. We hardly seen anything.
That's true, and I'm sorry. But I can't afford to take any more chances. I have orders that you are to be kept from contact from any of our people, other than myself and the manservant that tends your quarters.
You mean we got to go back there and sweat it out?
If by that you mean wait for the council's ruling, that's exactly what you must do.
Oh, it's not so bad, Slatz. It won't be for very long anyway, will it, Rura?
I told you before, I'm not free to discuss the council with you. I will say, however, that you should not count too much on their support.
Not count too much on their support. That's swell. You see, Dantro? You see? It's just what I told you. We're just wasting time while Marston gets stronger.
Marston gets stronger while our two friends wait the decision of the Mardi Council. When will this decision come? And what will it say? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet The Planet Man. The Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Slatz and Dantro are on the planet of the Mardi, the race run by women, with a science far in advance of the League's. They hope that the council which rules will decide to help them against Marston. But things look black indeed.
They certainly seem to be taking their time about making a decision.
Yeah. Hey, Dantro, look.
What? Oh, hello. Hear the door open?
Hiya, come on over. Sit down.
Don't be afraid. We aren't going to hurt you. We'd just like to ask you a few questions.
What's the matter with that guy? Is he dumb or something? Look at him. He just stands there.
Well, I guess he has orders not to talk to us.
That's right. That's what he said before. Hey, look, fella, what's your name? Listen, we won't tell anybody. You can open up. What's the score on here? How do you guys feel about having women run everything? What's the matter? Oh, brother, look at that guy go. Hello, Aurora.
Hello. Was that Mala who rushed out of here so quickly?
Rushed out? I didn't even notice that he was here.
Please don't offend my intelligence. I heard you talking as I came in. What were you trying to do? Get information from him?
Now, don't jump to conclusions, Rura. We were only trying to be friendly. After all, we've got to talk to someone. We've seen hardly anyone but each other for a long time now.
I sympathize in your desire for conversation, Planet Man. But my sympathies are not the point. You and Mala have orders not to communicate with each other. If you break or violate those orders, I will have no choice but to report back to the council.
You mean you'd give the guy the business just for talking to us?
We've discussed it far enough. You know what is expected of you. I trust I will not have to mention it again. Let me say that it is fortunate for Mala that I did not hear his voice.
All right, Ruru, we understand and we apologize. Tell me, have you any word from the council?
Yes, I'm afraid I have.
Afraid? I guess I know what that means. Well, it doesn't come as a surprise.
Let Ruru explain, Slatz. Exactly what happened, Ruru?
There's nothing to explain, Planet Man. The council has decided to deny your request for aid.
That does it. They never even give us a chance to tell our side and make a decision. What kind of justice is that? How do you expect me to have any respect for your ways of doing things, Roar, if that's an example of justice on this planet?
It's not your place to question the decision of the council, nor mine. I'm not free to discuss it.
I respect your position, Roar, but surely this doesn't finish our case.
There's nothing you can do. The council has decided, and that is final. They are the highest government body in our system. There is no appeal.
But do they know what they're deciding?
What do you mean?
I mean, do they realize that this is not just a question of whether they help us or not? It goes far beyond that. Marston has the weapons and the devices of the ancient race at his disposal. At this moment, he's involved in trying to gain complete control of our League of Planets. Even with his weapons, that will not be easy for him. The whole League will resist him in every way that they can, and so will all the people on all the planets.
Yeah, find a lot of resistance they can do against all the stuff he's got.
That's right, Slatz. You see, Rura, there's no question that sooner or later Marston will triumph. The League will be in his hands. Do you think a man like Marston will ever be content with one solar system?
What do you mean, Planet Man?
Well, I think my meaning's obvious. Once he has control of our system, his ambitions will grow. He will reach out for new planets, new peoples to conquer. It's only a question of time before he reaches this section of the galaxy, and what then?
Are you serious?
I was never more serious in my life, Rura.
But you said yourself that our science is advanced enough to enable us to help you overcome Marston. Why, then, should we fear him?
Yes, it is strong enough to overcome the power that Marston has now. But as he conquers new peoples, he will gain the advantages of their scientific knowledge. Who knows what new weapons, new machines will be in his hands by the time they reach out for this system?
Hey, you know, I never thought of that, Dantro. That makes a lot of sense. How about that, Rura? You think your council thought of that?
I wish I knew. Truthfully, your words give me cause for great concern, Planet Man.
That's good, Rura. And I'm glad that what I say makes sense. But what about your council? Can't we tell them what I've just told you?
It's impossible.
What do you mean impossible? A year ago, I would have said it was impossible for anybody to leave the gravity of the Earth. Impossible for any science to do 100 of the things that today are just routine to me. Nothing's impossible.
Those words convince no one but yourself, Slatz. I cannot change the customs of 1,000 years with logic. No man has ever appeared before the Supreme Council of the Mardi. No man ever shall. It's unthinkable.
Can't you speak for us?
I don't know what to say. While it's true I am a special envoy of the Council, I am not as important as you may think.
Wasn't there someone you can talk to?
Yes, I think there is. This is worth at least the effort. Heru, the head of the Council, has always been quite friendly to me. Perhaps she will listen. At least I will try.
Well, that's fine of you, Rura.
Yeah, it really is. You know, you're a pretty swell gal.
Don't forget yourself, Slatz. My interest is not in you, but in my own people. Don't presume upon my concern to become familiar. You and Dantro are still my inferiors. I cannot forget that.
There you go again. I guess I just don't understand women.
This is hardly the time for an explanation of a very complicated question, Slatz. We're both grateful to you, Rura. Do the best you can.
I shall. If I have any word for you, I'll come back at once.
Thank you.
I guess we were right about her. She's pretty regular.
Don't be too optimistic, Slatz. It may do no good at all.
You know, Marston sure must be making things miserable back at home, getting stronger, knocking off the opposition, building up his own organization. What next?
Well, Dantro seems to have stirred Rura with his talk of Marston. Can Rura get the Marti Council to reconsider its decision? We'll be back in a moment, so level up. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were still confined to their quarters on the planet of the Mardi. We find them now as they await some word from Rura, who left to explain to her superiors Dantro's thoughts on Marston.
Here we are, waiting for a bunch of women to make up their minds, or rather to change them. And while we are, who knows what Marston's up to?
I've thought about that, and it certainly must be rough back there, particularly for Judge Augustus. How Marston must hate him, and with me away, he's probably getting rid of all his hatred on the judge.
Judge Augustus, I think that Dantro would enjoy this organization as we have it set up now. They used to call him the Fearless Planet Man. He's so fearless, he's disappeared into space.
Hey, Dantro, listen, what are we going to do if Rura comes back to the news that the Council's turned us down again?
Go on with our ship, Slatz. What else can we do?
There must be a way to get to the Council chamber to make them understand.
There is a way.
What? Who's that?
Mala.
Yes, there is a way.
You mean you'll help us, Mala?
I've been listening to you talk ever since you first came, and what you've been saying has made sense.
You mean about Marston?
About Marston? Yes, of course. And about our society, too. I've often wondered at the injustice of one group being forced to remain always as inferiors. But the position of the men in the society of Mardi seemed doomed. The women had the knowledge and the power and the weapons. There was nothing I or any other man could do but obey.
It must be pretty rough.
It's not pleasant. But the things you and the Planet Man have said have given me hope. I do not know what I could do, but I will help you.
There's one very important thing you can do.
What is that?
You know about the decision of the council?
I heard everything.
You know how anxious we are to get before the council ourselves.
I heard that too, but I warn you, even if you could get there, it would be suicide.
What do you mean, suicide?
Oh, you would be cut down before you could speak.
You mean you think they'd knock us off just for trying to talk to them?
I'm afraid you underestimate the strength of custom among our people. As Rura told you, no man has entered the council chamber for as long as any of us can remember.
I appreciate your warning, Mala, but we will have to take that chance if Rura brings us word that they refuse to grant our request. Will you lead us there?
If that is what you wish.
Is it very far from here?
No. As a matter of fact, the council chamber is in this building.
In this building? Where?
On the highest level.
Where are we?
About midway.
Is there a direct way to the chamber?
The gravity lift at the end of this passage ends in the anteroom of the council chamber.
Oh, brother, what a break. We're practically in their lap.
Oh, unfortunately, it's not that simple. The way is guarded and patrolled. However, if that is what you wish, I will guide you there.
Good. Hey, I think Rora's coming back.
You're right.
I'd better leave before she gets here. It will not do to arouse her suspicions. I think she already suspects me.
Well, let's have it. What's the score?
I'm sorry, but I accomplished nothing.
Wouldn't Haru listen to you?
She listened, and I believe she was impressed by what I said. But she is only one of the council, and she said that she could not on her own ask them to change their minds.
But if she agrees with you...
Please, I've done all I can. I'm afraid there's nothing more that can be done. The council's decision stands, and that is that.
Our two friends must now take action. Will they try to reach the council room of the Mardi? What danger does this move present? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventure. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man.
The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Slatz and Dantro are on the planet of the Mardi, a race ruled by women in search of help against Marston. Rura, one of the Mardi, has just brought word that the ruling council has refused to aid Dantro.
But they just can't refuse.
They can, and they have, Slatz.
I've done all I could. Haru was sympathetic, but she said the council had given its decision and she couldn't reopen the matter.
So we can just go whistle, eh?
You're welcome to stay here in these quarters until you're ready to leave. Then we'll transfer you back to your ship and you can go on. Perhaps you'll find some other race to help your solar system.
Yeah, in about 10 years.
Well, thanks for your help, Rura. We'll let you know when we want to go back to the ship.
Very well. I'll leave you now. If you want anything, ask Mala. Goodbye.
So long. Wonder where Mala is. We better start planning to get to that council.
Quiet, Slatz. Rura may be listening at the door.
She doesn't suspect anything.
Don't underestimate her, Slatz. She's a smart girl.
Do not worry, Planet Man. What? Rura has gone.
Oh, you startled me. I didn't hear you come in.
I was here all the time behind the screen.
Well, you heard, Rura?
I heard.
Well, it's up to you now.
I will do as I promised, if you still wish it.
So wish it? Are you joking? We've got to get to that council chamber more than ever now.
You also, Planet Man?
Slatz speaks for me.
Listen closely, then. There must be no mistake.
Shoot.
I will leave here in a moment. You two are to carry on as though nothing was changed. I will return when all are asleep.
We'll be ready.
Until later, then.
So long, partner. Say, if we get away with this and Mala manages to sneak us into that council chamber, what do we tell him?
I'm not sure, Slatz.
Well, it better be convincing or our whole search is liable to end for good.
Slatz.
Huh?
Slatz, wake up.
What? Let me go. I'll show him up. Where? What?
Dantro.
Huh?
Wake up, Slatz. It's time.
Time for what? Oh, I forgot. Is Mala here?
I'm here, Slatz. We must go at once.
Okay, I'm ready.
Not so fast.
Huh?
Here, put these on.
We wear that stuff? What for?
We'd be spotted in a minute in our own clothes.
I hope we will not meet anyone. But if we should, we might still be safe if you look like the Mahdi.
Get going, Slatz.
Yeah, I am. I never thought I'd wear one of these outfits. My legs will get cold all bare.
Stop griping, Slatz. The buildings are warm.
Come. There is not time to lose.
Lead the way.
Remember, if we meet anyone, let me do the talking.
Pleasure is all yours.
Round this way. The gravity lift is at the end of the corridor.
Lead the way.
Someone is coming.
That's great.
Here, quickly.
Hey, where are we?
This is the apartment of a council member named Kaza.
Well, we'd better get out.
We see if the way is clear. All clear. Come. Here is the gravity lift.
Where's the car?
No car is necessary. The beam carries you up.
You sure? It's a long way down.
Watch.
Boy, ain't that something. Hey, Dantro, wait for me.
Come along. The council chamber is at the end of the corridor.
We're almost there. You hear that, Dantro?
Now, this is the most dangerous part of all. These walls are all patrolled. We must be watchful.
I'll check the rear. You and Mala watch ahead.
Come. Here comes the guard. Back, quick.
Who's there? Stop!
She's seen us. Come on.
I'm with you.
Stop! I'll disintegrate you! Stop! You can't get away!
Hey, where's Dantro?
Mala, give me your belt, quickly.
Well, up there he is. He got the guard. Come on.
Here's my belt.
Yeah, here's mine, too. You think anybody hurt her?
Let's hope not. There, that'll hold her. It's lucky I grabbed her. If she came around that corner, she'd have had us sure.
What do we do with her?
There's a storage room up the hall. We leave her there. Now, let's go on to the chamber. I'll soon have to leave. It's almost time for me to report to Rura.
Hey, boy, this is some council chamber. Hey, gosh, I'm sure glad we got rid of that guard, or we'd never have made it.
Now, you can conceal yourselves behind those hangings.
Yeah.
I must go now. Good luck.
We can use it. Thanks for your help.
You are brave men.
Yeah, that goes for me, too. So long, Mala. Well, Dantro, here we are, right in the middle of the soup. You better think of a mighty convincing argument for that council.
Well, our two friends are certainly on the spot. Will they even get as far as to tell their story to the Marti Council? We'll be back in a moment. So, level up. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were in the highly secret council chamber of the Mardi, having been guided there by their newly found friend Mala. We find them now hiding behind some drapes in the chamber.
These drapes make a good hideout, Slatz.
Yeah. Hey, listen to what's coming. Oh, brother.
I asked you to come a little early, Gaza. I wanted to talk to you before the rest of the council came. What do you want to talk about, Haru? About those two men from across the galaxy.
and their request for help.
The council has already decided. What is there to discuss?
Your attitude, Gaza.
My attitude?
You're our most brilliant scientist, Gaza. I admire your intelligence. I thought you of all people would see the wisdom of helping them.
It's because I am intelligent that I insisted the council send them away. I don't want our social order changed.
But sooner or
you
later...
You sound like a frightened child, Haru. We have nothing to fear from them, Marston. Our science is centuries ahead of theirs.
I see it will do no good to reason with you.
I will not change my mind, and don't try to reopen the matter before the council. You know our rules forbid it.
Don't try to teach me the rules. I was teaching them before you were born.
Perhaps it's time you let someone else teach them.
Well, never mind that now. Here comes the rest of the council. Good morning. Let us get to work.
What's this? What's happening?
Members of the council, hear me.
Quiet,
hear me. Where are the 3 men? 3 men? What is the meaning of this? 3 men. They assaulted me, locked me in a storeroom. I just got free.
Who were they?
I didn't see them. I'm sure I heard them come in here. I don't see
now,
them.
Just a moment. There's only one place they could hide in here. Get your ray gun ready, guard.
That won't be necessary.
Who are you? What are you doing here? It is forbidden. There's another one. Burn them down, guard.
Hold your fire.
At the law. Guard.
I am still head of this council. Hold your fire, guard. Give me your disintegrator. Now go outside and close the door.
What is the meaning of this? You know the law. They must die for their insolence.
Your laws do not apply to us.
I hope.
Who are you? Explain yourselves.
We are the 2 strangers who asked your aid to help our people.
Just as I suspected, you see, I was right. They can't be trusted.
Quiet, Gaza. Who brought you 2 here?
I cannot tell you.
Well, we will find out quickly enough.
What do you want? You think you can force us to help you?
I demand they be executed at once. Why do you waste our time, Haru?
I know you have many things to do, but hear us for just a moment.
I've heard enough. I have a ray gun of my own, and I'll do what must be done.
Hold it, Gaza. Or you'll find out I can still shoot straight.
But the law...
Perhaps it is time we change the law. Speak, stranger. We will listen.
And so you see, if you do not help us to defeat Marston, sooner or later, he and his evil allies will reach even here.
What you say makes sense, Planet Man. Do you agree, Council?
Yes, we agree.
How about you, Gaza?
If the rest agree, I won't oppose them.
Very well, Planet Man. You and your friend wait outside while we work out the details.
We will, Haru, and thank you. You will not regret your decision. Come on, Slatz.
Wow, it worked. What a relief. I don't mind telling you, I was worried, especially when that Gaza pulled that ray gun.
So was I, Slatz, but our worries are over.
I sure hope so. You know, I don't trust that Gaza. She hasn't changed her mind about us a bit.
The rest of the council on our side, we don't have to concern ourselves with Gaza.
Yeah, I guess you're right as usual. Boy, won't Marston get a jolt when we turn the heat on him?
Well, that's one moment I'm really going to relish. Yes, Gaza.
Come with me.
Hey, wait a minute. What's going on?
Don't worry, man from Earth. I'm not going to hurt you.
I'm not worried about anything you can do, but I thought the council was going to help us.
So they are, and they designated me to do it.
You? I don't get it.
I happen to be the chief scientist of the Mardi. And now, if you think we've wasted enough time...
Where are we going?
To my laboratory, where we will prepare to act against your Marston.
Of course. We'll be glad to come.
Hey, Dantro, I don't like this. You may think I'm silly, but I tell you, I just don't trust this gal. Council or no council, we got to watch her every minute.
Is Gaza and the Mardi Council to be trusted? What is in store for our friends? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will recall that Planet Man, Slatz, and Gaza, chief scientists of the Mardi, were on their way to Gaza's laboratory to plan an attack on Marston. Slatz distrusts Gaza and warns the Planet Man.
Dantro, there's something fishy here. Before she was ready to ray us down. Now all of a sudden she's on our side.
Keep your voice down, Slatz. You may overhear.
Okay, but watch her.
I will. The important thing is that the council is with us. Gaza will have to go along.
Hurry along. I thought you were anxious to help your people.
Right, Gaza. Is the laboratory very far from here?
It's in this building on the lowest level. We'll use this gravity drop.
Here I go. I'll never get used to these invisible elevators.
Amazing. I won't pretend to understand what most of these devices are, but you obviously have a wonderful lab.
Yeah, you're not kidding. The place looks like something out of one of those old-time science fiction movies back on Earth.
You will find that there's very little fiction about this setup. All of these devices work well.
Yeah? Which are the ones we're going to use on Marston? That's what I'm interested in.
That will depend, of course,
Depend on what?
on my estimate of the situation.
On your estimate. I thought the council...
The council left it up to my discretion as to how and when we would act.
That's just dandy. See, Dantro, what I told you?
You have some objection to working with me?
Well, not at all, Gaza.
But I...
You see, Gaza Slatz is just anxious to help our people.
Yeah, that's putting it mild.
Then why delay me with conversation? Shall we proceed?
By all means. What's our first step?
We will observe the actual situation in your home system.
Marston rules the roost. What's to observe?
You forget we have yet to see for ourselves what has happened. So far, we have only your estimate of the situation.
You think we're lying?
On the contrary, I believe you are both telling the truth as you see it. But as a scientist, I have often encountered observations which were sincere but highly inaccurate.
That's just a fancy way of saying you don't believe it.
Go right ahead, Gaza. I can understand your viewpoint, but as Slatz points out in his own way, Marston gains in strength every moment, and we've lost precious time already.
We will use this machine.
That looks familiar.
It's a spy ray, like the one we found on Mars, Slatz. The design is different, but it functions the same way.
You are right, Planet Man. See?
Hey, that's a welcome sight.
That's our own solar system is seen from about 500 million miles away.
I wasn't sure of the exact location at this moment. Now, if you'll direct me, I'll focus on your Planaria Rex. Now, is this it?
No, that's it. If you don't mind, I think I know the theory well enough to manipulate the controls of the ray, and I can focus it for you.
I am fully capable of following direction, Planet Man. Just tell me what I ask.
You're touchy, aren't you?
Yes, I am touchy when it comes to taking orders from obvious inferiors. Make no mistake. The council has ordered me to help, and so I shall. But I do not agree with their decision, and I do not relish this contact with either of you. Now, if that is clear, which is Planaria Rex?
Well, you can't see it even with that machine. It's somewhere between the orbit of Mars and Earth at this point. If you come into that area between the third and fourth planets, I'll be able to get its approximate location.
Very well.
Bingo, that was quick. Hey, look, there's old Mother Earth. We're practically in my backyard. Gosh, that makes me homesick.
If you follow an elliptical course from the point where you've now focused, Gaza.
Just like this,
Yeah, exactly. Now, hold it. Come back a bit. There now. Magnify the central portion of the screen.
You did it, Dantro. It's Planaria Rex on the button.
Is that large group of buildings the headquarters?
Yes, Gaza. Will you come in on them?
That's really a sight.
I find them rather primitive.
Yeah, you would. They look good to me.
Hold it, Slatz. There's something going on in front of the League Assembly.
Yeah, it sure is. Look at that mob. They're looking at something over toward the steps.
I'll focus on that area.
Slatz! Look, it's a firing squad.
A firing squad on Planaria Rex. What can that mean? We'll be back in a moment. So, level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were in Gaza's laboratory. We find them now as they are watching some strange goings-on Planaria Rex through the use of Gaza's spy scope.
You're right, Dantro. It is a firing squad.
I don't like this.
Is that your usual way of punishing criminals?
As a matter of fact, it isn't. We haven't used capital punishment for many centuries. But I don't think that squad's waiting for a criminal.
Can't quite figure out what they're saying.
Well, they're angry, whatever it is.
Yeah. Let Marston call him a shot. You can be sure it's bad news.
Focus on the firing squad, please, Gaza.
Like this?
That's it.
You recognize anybody in the squad?
No, but I didn't expect you, Slatz. None of the regular guards would be a part of this.
Boy, listen to that crowd.
They're angry, all right. Must be about that firing squad.
Yeah, if it weren't for that guard, they'd rush him. Look, even with those mobile ray batteries, they're having trouble.
Look, the crowd's pointing and shouting.
Someone's coming out at the top of the stairs to the headquarters building.
Come in a little closer, Gaza.
Hey, listen to that crowd, will you?
He's going to speak.
Huh?
People of Planaria Rex and of the League. If any of you makes a hostile move, the guards have orders to use their rays. Your anger amuses me. You are helpless before my power, and you know it. I have warned you and your representatives in the League. I have made examples time and again, and still you resist. Marston wants to help you for your own good. It is for your own good. Under Marston, this system will reach and rule the stars.
You see, Gaza, it's as I warned you.
Let us hear him.
What's to hear? He's howling like a mad dog.
Nevertheless, I would like to listen.
But you are all fools. A few have seen the wisdom of Marston's way. Others have dared to resist, even tried to rebel against my administration.
Look, Dantro, over there.
Here, one of the crowd has a ray gun.
He's firing at Marston. Atta boy, whoever you are, burn him down.
He's a fool, whoever he is. Look!
Marston must be protected by a force screen. The ray isn't reaching him at all.
What's he doing?
Just what he could be expected to do. That's why I said whoever fired at him was a fool.
No, even Marston couldn't do a thing like that.
He's ordering the guards to turn one of those mobile ray batteries on the part of the crowd the beam came from.
Gaza, can't you do something to stop him? That's going to be a mass murder.
I am not ready to act yet, Planet Man.
What do you mean you're not ready to act yet? What are you going to do? Wait until Marston wipes out the whole solar system?
Your emotionalism fails to impress me. As I told you before, I am a scientist, and I will decide for myself what to do and when to do it.
Look, there goes the battery into action.
No, I can't look.
It wiped out that whole section of the crowd.
Look, the rest are dead silent.
Now, perhaps you'll believe what I've told you, Gaza. You can see the kind of man Marston is. You've heard him say himself that he plans to conquer the galaxy. Don't you think you've seen enough to act?
Yeah. Don't you think you're carrying this scientific approach a little too far?
I will act when I am ready, and not before.
All right. I've had enough.
Just a minute, Slatz. Look, the crowd is looking toward the entrance of the plaza. Will you focus your beam in that direction, Gaza?
Certainly.
Hey, they're bringing someone out. Must be the victim.
Now, Marston's speaking again. Listen.
Now that whoever it was that dared attack Marston is taken care of, we can proceed with the purpose of this demonstration. I have called you here today and ordered the League communications to carry what happens here to the outermost rim of our system. I want everyone to see once and for all that the will of Marston is not to be thwarted.
What's he talking about?
He's talking about whoever it is they're bringing out to the firing squad.
Hey, can't you focus his fire ray a little closer? Maybe we can see who it is.
It would do no good, whoever it is masked.
Yeah, you're right. But you know, he looks familiar.
He looks familiar to me, too, Slatz. I'm just hoping it isn't who I think it is.
You think it is some friend of yours?
I had rather not guess. But be prepared to do something.
I told you before I will not take orders from either of you.
Crowd is really kicking up a fuss.
Look at the way they're trying to fight their way to whoever it is the guards are bringing through.
Only they all wouldn't shout so much, you might be able to hear what one of them is saying.
There goes Marston again.
In a moment, you will know who it is. I'm going to make an example for all the solar system to see and know. I warn you again that any attempt to interfere with my soldiers will be punished as this last attempt was. Not just by the death of whoever lifts his hand, but by the death of many of you.
There now, they're backing up whoever it is against the wall.
They're taking off his mask.
Look, he can't be... Tell me I'm wrong.
No, Slatz. It's as I expected. That's Judge Augustus. And Marston is going to execute him unless we do something to stop it.
Judge Augustus is at the mercy of Marston, and Dantro and Slatz at the mercy of Gaza. Will she interfere? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Slatz, Dantro, and Gaza, the chief scientists of the Mardi, were in the main laboratory watching Planaria Rex through the spy ray. They had just discovered that Marston was about to execute Judge Augustus as an example to the rest of the solar system.
Gaza, you must act now.
I have told you before, I will not act until I am ready.
How
can you just argue with this crazy woman?
I've stood all I can. Either she does something or I'm going to forget that I'm a gentleman. For once, Gaza, I agree with Slatz. I will not stand by while a kind, great man is destroyed as long as I have the power to save him.
Are you suggesting that you will use force? Do you dare think of raising your hand against one of the Supreme Council of the Mardi?
Supreme Council, my neck. I don't know what you're up to, but I'm sure if Haru were here, she'd order you to do something. I never did trust you. No, I'm sure I was wrong.
Where are you going?
I'm going back to the council chamber. Maybe they'll listen to me.
Stay where you are. I warn you. If you leave this room, you'll regret it.
Look, Gaza, let's get something straight. The last thing I want is any trouble with you. I respect your desire to assure yourself of the situation before any action is taken. But surely you cannot expect us to stand by while Judge Augustus dies.
There is one thing I might be willing to do.
Yeah, what's that?
I could put a protective screen around Judge Augustus.
You mean a force screen? Marston will be able to burn through it sooner or later?
You underestimate the power of our weapons, Planet Man. The type of screen I could surround your Judge Augustus with would resist the puny power any weapon your Marston could turn on it.
I don't know what you're up to, but believe me, you better do something, because threat or no threat, I'm going into action.
Hold it, Slatz. That might be the solution. You think you can do it, Gaza?
I do not make idle suggestions, Planet Man. I would not have offered to do it if I was not sure of its success.
Well, whatever you're going to do it quick. That firing squad is just about ready to act.
Very well.
Have you done it?
Watch and you shall see.
This had better work, Gaza, or there's going to be some fireworks around here.
If you'll be quiet and watch and listen, you may learn something, although I doubt that you are capable of it.
There goes Marston again.
Now I am ready. You see before you, powerless and at my mercy, your Judge Augustus. I have warned him and you time and again what would happen if the League continued to thwart my efforts. Now your supreme leader will pay the penalty for your stupidity and rebellion. Silence! Perhaps your beloved leader has a few last words to say. Speak now, Judge Augustus, or I shall promise you will never speak again.
Gosh, look at the judge. Here's a real brave guy.
I never doubted that this was the way Judge Augustus would behave.
Look at Marston. He's really burning.
Very well, Judge Augustus. You have made your choice. Now you will die. Firing squad, execute the prisoner.
Oh, brother, look at that. 12 ray projectors turned on him and nothing happened.
Just look at our friend Marston.
What treachery is this? I gave the orders to fire. Did you not hear me? Fire! What is wrong? What is wrong? What? A force screen. Who is responsible for this? Get the direction finders at once. We will track down the course of this screen and destroy it. Meanwhile, we have an answer for that. Turn one of the mobile batteries on him. That will burn through any screen.
Guys, if you really think your screen will hold against that battery, those rays are big enough to bring down a ship at 10 million miles. They can burn through almost any force screen I ever heard of.
It is not necessary for me to repeat what I told you once the screen will hold.
I hope you're right, Gus.
I am never wrong.
They're going to turn it on.
Turn it on, I say. Turn it on full strength. Aim every ray of the battery directly at him. What is... How can any screen withstand the power of a full battery of rays? Very well. Up another battery.
Gosh, this is getting pretty rough. You sure that screen will hold, Gaza? Are you sure it'll hold?
We've got to trust Gaza Slatz. She knows what she's doing.
Oh, if you expect me to thank you for that last statement, you're badly mistaken. I am always right.
I hope I can agree with you soon.
What sort of plan is there that Gaza is apparently following? How long will it be before she takes direct action against Marston? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were watching Marston's attempts to execute Judge Augustus via the spy ray in Gaza's laboratory. For the moment, Judge Augustus is safe, having been surrounded by the protective screen of the Mardi. We find our friends now as they try to find out from Gaza why she won't take direct action against Marston now.
Okay, so Judge Augustus is saved for the moment, Gaza. But you can't keep that force screen on him forever, and the minute you cut it, Marston is going to destroy him.
I think it's time we had some understanding, Gaza.
What do you mean by that?
I stood by patiently while you watched for yourself. I tried to assure Slatz that your methods were to be respected, but now I'm not so sure.
What are you saying?
1 minute you're bragging about how smart you are. Now all of a sudden you're acting stubborn. You know what he's saying? He's saying we don't trust you.
I am not interested in your opinion of me.
But I am, Gaza. I hoped we would be able to reach a friendly understanding.
Are you threatening me then?
You can interpret it any way you like, but you'll have to make up your mind.
Have to make up my mind. I have reminded you and this other person several times that I am only tolerating the two of you because the council wishes it. I've had enough. Leave the laboratory.
Leave the laboratory? What are you talking about?
Just a moment, Gus. I don't think you know what you're saying.
I know very well what I'm saying. My orders from the council were to act, but to act as I thought proper and when I thought proper. You are interfering with my duties. I've been patient long enough. I'm telling you for the last time. Get out.
Look, Dantro, you can do what you like, but this gal has pushed me around long enough.
Wait, Slatz.
Wait, nothing.
Stay where you are.
Hey, what's that she's got?
If you move a step closer, you'll find out, although you probably would never know. For it will leave nothing but a few specks of dust.
You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I, though? Just try me and find out.
I think she means it, Slatz. You better not try anything.
Now you're showing some intelligence. Show a little more. And get out, both of you.
Come on, Slatz.
You mean we're going to leave her and leave Judge Augustus the way things are?
You may not like it, but I'm afraid you will have to trust me. I will look after your precious Judge Augustus.
Yeah, I know the way you look after him. If we hadn't been here in the first place, you would have let Marston burn him down without lifting a finger.
Just a moment, Slatz. Gaza, was it your idea to bring us here to the laboratory, or did the council order you to?
The council does not order Gaza. No one orders Gaza. They suggested I bring you here. But I have decided that I've had enough for the last time. So get out. Get out. Get out!
Come on, Slatz. Come on, Slatz. Let's go.
Okay. But if she tries to pull anything while we're gone, dust or no dust, I'm going to forget she's a woman.
Come on, Slatz. what are you doing?
I'll be there in a moment.
What are you up to over there?
Don't get excited. I'm leaving. Well, now that we're out of there, where to now?
Back to the council chamber?
You going to tell them what happened?
I certainly am.
Think it'll do any good?
I don't know, but it's hard for me to believe that they could approve of what Gaza's doing. I certainly intend to find out.
You remember which way it is back? We made so many turns, I'll be darned if I can remember.
I think perhaps I do. Come on, we'll try.
Wait. Somebody's coming.
Look, Rura.
Hey, Laura, boy, am I glad to see you.
What's the matter? What are you two doing here? I understand the council has decided to help you.
They did, Rura.
And I heard that Gaza was told to aid you in every way.
I don't know what she was told, but she certainly has her own interpretation of what that means.
That's putting it mildly. If what she's been doing is helping us, I'd hate to have her want to hurt us.
I don't understand.
We want to go right back to the council chamber. I'll explain it to you on the way.
It will do no good. The council will not be in session for a while. I'll take you back to your quarters. Come on.
Well, that's it, Rura. At first I thought Slatz was just being stubborn, but now I'm beginning to wonder whether Gaza isn't up to some kind of treachery.
That's hard for me to believe, Planet Man. She is stubborn and egotistical, but I do not believe she would disobey the orders of the council.
I don't know what you'd call her, but if they told her to help us, she was hardly doing that.
But you said she did save the leader of your league, Judge Augustus.
Yeah, she saved him so far, but it wasn't her idea.
Is this so, Planet Man?
Well, I thought I'd made it clear that Gaza wasn't going to do anything until I insisted.
That's true, you did say that, but I just don't understand it.
Look, Laura, you're a very nice person, but I don't very well see how we can stand here and talk while that gal stays in the lab. Every minute we're talking may mean Judge Augustus and a couple of million other people back at home are wiped out.
I don't think Slatz is exaggerating, Rura. Marston was enraged almost beyond endurance, but is unable to reach Judge Augustus. The state he's in now, he is capable of almost any evil.
But there's nothing we can do until the council meets.
How much longer is that going to be?
Not for at least another half hour.
How about Haru? You said you talked to her last time. Can't we see her again?
I don't know what to say.
Rura, I know you sympathize with us, and I urge you to act. Take me to see Haru.
Hey, what about me? Where do I come in there?
Perhaps if only one of us goes, Rura will not be so reluctant.
Very well.
Come, I'll do my best.
What am I supposed to do, sit here and sweat?
I know it's pretty rough on you, Slatz, but it's for the best. I'll come back as quickly as I can. Come, Rura, let's hurry. Every moment counts.
What can Dantro hope to achieve with Haru? Does Gaza really have some evil motive? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You will remember that Slatz and Dantro forced Gaza to save the life of Judge Augustus, as Marston was about to execute him as an example to the other planets. When they insisted that she act immediately against Marston, she became enraged and forced them to leave the laboratory. Dantro has convinced Rura that she must take him to the leader of the council, that he may report what has happened. Slatz, left alone in their quarters, mumbles unhappily to himself.
Yeah, this is great. Wonder how long it's going to take, Dantro. I don't trust that Gaza further than I can see her. She's back in that lab with all those machines, and she can be up to anything. By the time Dantro convinces Heru, it may be too late. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going back there myself and see if I can see what's going on. Yeah, now I'm sure it's this way. Yeah, there's the gravity drop we took. Oh, gosh, I hate these things. Here goes. Hope I can remember the right floor. Yeah, this is the floor, all right. Let me see. To the left and then right. I better hurry here. Yeah, here's the door. If I can hear through this door. No, it must be soundproof. Probably locked, too. Well, no, I'm glad I took time to make that electronic circuit on the way out. Shouldn't be too hard to force this lock. Just shove this hunk of wire in here. Yeah, that does it. Now, I'll just ease this door open a crack. Hey, who's she talking to? Yeah, I'll open it a little further. That other voice sounds familiar. I know who that is she's talking to. That's Marston. I'm going in there. Hey, she must be talking to him over the communicator. If I can get a little closer, I'll be able to hear what she's saying.
Well, I've been forced by my own council here to cooperate with the two from your solar system.
Are you sure that one of them is Planet Man?
That's what he calls himself.
I wondered what had happened to him. No one would tell me anything. The other one must be that Earth-bound Slatz.
That is exactly who it is.
You're not fooling, lady. It's time I cut this conversation short. I'm going to switch that machine off whether she likes it or not. Gaza!
Who's there?
Not who you expected. It's me, Slatz. Turn that machine off.
Stay where you are.
Look, I heard what was going on. You better turn that machine off, you double-crosser.
Don't you call me names.
No, I see you're not satisfied just talking to Marston. You brought his image here in the room. He's ugly, isn't he?
Oh, this is where you've disappeared to.
Yeah, but the discovery will do you no good, fish face. I'm going to cut that machine. That'll be the end of you.
You will not touch that machine.
Oh, won't I?
What are you doing? Don't throw that. That's acid. Don't.
Here, give me that thing. You're not to be trusted with weapons.
Go, that projectile.
You better let go of it. I never hit a lady in my life, but I will if I have to.
Don't you dare.
Sorry, but here goes. That takes care of you. How to turn off that machine.
Stay where you are, Slatz. Don't even turn around.
Are you kidding? I happen to know that a three-dimensional projection can't hit anybody. I walked right through one not so long ago.
You better not try walking through this one.
Don't try to fool me. You're bluffing.
Bluffing, am I? Turn around.
What are you trying to prove? I can see you. Listen, I've seen these things operate before. Sure, I can see you. You're just an image.
Image, am I?
Hey, what's going on? I was certain that a three-dimensional image was not made of solid matter.
You see, Slatz, I am not a three-dimensional image.
What are you talking about? What else could it be?
If you had come in a little sooner, you might have realized that Gaza actually transferred me to this laboratory from Planaria Rex with the dimension warper.
You mean you're here in this room? That's actually you standing there talking?
Yes, actually Marston standing here talking, but not for long.
But you... I don't understand.
What is there to understand? Gaza found her interests more along the lines of Marston's than those of her own people. Just before you interrupted us, we were discussing an alliance. And in a moment, we will continue that discussion.
An alliance between you two?
This is enough conversation. Take that water and revive Gaza.
Do your own dirty work, Marston. I wouldn't help her.
You're in no position to refuse, Slatz.
That's what you think.
I will give you one more chance. Do as I say. Surely you do not think I am reluctant to destroy you.
You're probably going to do it anyway, so why should I make it easier for you?
If you do not do as I say, I will make it worse for you.
Yeah? How can you make it worse for me?
Have you ever seen a man burn to death slowly with a heat projector?
What are you talking about?
This is a heat projector in my hand. I can control the amount of heat in the beam. If you do not do as I say, I will roast you slowly with it.
You're a nice kid.
Never mind the compliment. Do as I say or you will suffer horribly. If you obey my orders, I will see that you get a quick, painless death.
Thanks. That's some choice.
You had better make it fast.
Okay. This the water over here.
What are you doing?
Think I could throw it this far, did you, huh? Yeah, now I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Take that!
Slatz seems to have gotten Marston off balance for the moment. Can he overcome this speed? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Slatz, he was in what appeared to be a fight to the death with Marston, who was transferred from Planaria Rex by Gaza, a would-be cohort of Marston. We find Slatz and Marston in a fierce battle.
I've been waiting for this. And I was going to think it'd never happen. I'll tear this whole place up, and you with it.
You regret this?
Oh, I will. Well, that should hold you long enough for me to get a hold of Dantro. Good thing I didn't wait for him.
Stay where you are.
Guys, forgot about you.
Well, that is unfortunate for you, Earthman. But you'll not live long enough to regret it.
Look, I don't know what you're planning on pulling. You'll never get away with.
Your solicitude touches me. But save it for yourself.
What are you going to do with it? I'll be missed, and sooner or later they'll come here.
Well, let them come. They'll find nothing.
I'm pretty big to hide.
You underestimate me again. They'll find nothing. There'll be nothing to find. I'm going to use a dimension warper to transfer you to the center of our sun. There won't be a trace of you.
Yeah, got it all figured out, huh? What are you going to do with Mr. Ugly here?
I don't mind telling you you're not going to have a chance to repeat it to anyone.
That's big of you.
As you probably heard, Marston and I were talking business.
Yes, I heard.
Well, I think we'll get along very well together.
You're two of a kind, all right.
Well, never mind the humor. I decided on this plan when I saw Haru convince the council to help you and that planet man. Marston and Gaza rule the galaxy. I'm tired of taking orders from Haru. She and this whole planet are soft and spineless. Time they let someone rule who knows how to use power.
You sound just like Marston.
I've wasted enough time. Get over to the dimension warper.
Why should I make it easy for
Get
you?
over there. I'm not going to tell you again.
Listen, if I'm going to die, I might as well make you work. You'll have to drag me over to that machine.
Very well. You want it this way.
You won't live another second.
Yes, so Haru.
Haru. Thank goodness you got here in time.
What happened here? Look at this laboratory. Who is that man?
Wait a minute. Now, let me do the talk. Now, this Gaza
Let
here.
her talk, Slatz.
What? Let her talk? Are you kidding? If you listen to her, she...
Trust me, Slatz.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Well, I'm glad you're showing some intelligence. I don't know how well you know this Earthman friend of yours, but he sneaked into the laboratory while I was out. And when I returned, I overheard him making a deal to betray us all with this Marston.
That's enough, Gaza. What? That's ridiculous. She's the one
Be quiet. Let Gaza speak.
Thank you. It was fortunate I returned when I did. They had apparently almost finished. And this Slatz was about to send Marston back to Planaria Rex.
But I'm...
Easy, Slatz.
When I broke in on them, they attacked me. Fortunately, neither of them was armed. I succeeded in avoiding Slatz long enough to overcome Marston with a lucky blow. I was not so fortunate with Slatz, as you can see. Struck me several times before I managed to get him covered with my heat projector. Why didn't you call for help? There wasn't time. I was just about to when you two arrived.
Have you heard enough, Haru?
Quite enough, Planet Man.
Good. Now I think I'll do us all a service and eliminate the traitor before he can try any more of his foul tricks.
Thundering asteroids, what kind of nonsense is this? You couldn't believe her. You won't even listen to the truth.
Don't make a move, Gaza. Put that projector down. You see, Slatz, we were listening outside for quite a while.
We know just what actually happened here. We heard everything. Do you understand what that means, Gaza?
Stop her! She's running toward the dimension warper. Stop, Gaza, stop!
Haru, you killed her.
She deserved a much worse fate than that.
Oh, I was really worried for a minute. Say, what do we do with Marston here? He's coming too.
With your permission, we'll take care of Marston. We have our own way of dealing with these cases.
All right, but watch him.
Don't worry, we will. Guard, seize him. I'll give you detailed instructions later. Don't let him out of your sight.
Come on, Slatz. We've got a lot to talk over.
You don't mind if I eat first.
It's just like Slatz to be hungry at a time like this. What has Dantro accomplished with Haru? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet the Planet Man. The Planet This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Dantro, in the nick of time, saved Slatz from the evil plans of Gaza and Marston. Now we find Slatz, Dantro, and Rura as they are discussing the chain of events.
I guess we should congratulate you, Rura, on being elected a member of the council.
Yeah, should we call you by some kind of title or something?
No, thank you. Just call me Rura. I won't pretend that I'm not very pleased by it, but frankly, the thing that pleases me most is the way you're coming here and everything that's happened since has affected the thinking of the council.
Yeah, I guess it is going to be kind of tough to get used to the idea of men being on the same footing as you gals. You've been running things for so long.
Oh, it's not going to happen that fast, Slatz. In the first place, you can't change something that's existed for 1,000 years overnight. And besides that, even if we could, it wouldn't work.
I know what you mean, Rura. A change as sharp as this has to be gradual. You have to give people a chance to get used to the idea a little at a time.
Say, when do we take off for Planaria Rex, Dantro?
You're pretty anxious to get back, aren't you?
I certainly am. Why, aren't you?
Well, in a way I am, but still knowing everything's okay, it kind of takes the pressure off.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Where are you leading up to? Come on, out with it.
Well, we've been so busy worrying about Marston that we've hardly had a chance to look around in spite of all the light years we've covered.
Yeah, so?
Well, I thought that instead of heading back directly in astral drive all the way, that we might do a little bit of star hopping.
Star hopping?
Well, what would you call it? I mean, to use the astral drive to go from star to star and do a little exploring on the way back. But it's up to you if you'd rather head straight back.
Well, wait a minute. I didn't say I was that anxious. Now that you mentioned it, we didn't get much of a chance to look around. Yeah, that idea intrigues me.
I still don't understand why you don't let me send you both back with the dimension warper. We could send your ship back with a crew of our people later on.
Well, I know it sounds a little foolish, Rura, but the Alpha brought us out here, and it's an old tradition of the League Patrol to bring the ship back as long as it can navigate.
Yeah, it's kind of like the old Earth custom when the ships that sail the ocean. Captain never left the ship as long as it's still afloat. Sometimes they even went on with them when they sank.
Well, I don't suggest carrying it that far, Slatz, but I certainly didn't intend to leave the Alpha behind.
Me neither. Brought us through some tight spots. I wonder how our friend Barrow's doing. Bet he's kind of lonesome.
Well, we'll be seeing him pretty soon, but try to remember, Slatz, a robot doesn't have feelings or emotions the way you do.
You'll never convince me he's not human. When are we leaving?
Whenever you're ready.
How about it, Slatz?
Whenever you say, Dantro.
And with your permission, Rura, we'd like to go back to our ship as soon as we can arrange it.
Very well. I'll put through a call to the laboratory now to ready the dimension warper. We'll send you that way. But before we do, Haru wanted to thank you personally for your braveries and assistance. You know, once we started a check, we found that Gaza had been systematically planning to take over the council for some time. Your coming here forced her hand, and may have avoided the same thing happening here that happened in your planetary league with Marston. Well, come on, she's waiting for you now.
Hey, you know, that Haru certainly turned out to be a nice woman, but I didn't think so when I first met her.
Oh, she's pretty decent. She pretends to be stern, but actually she has a pretty soft heart.
Well, I see you've cleaned up the lab here.
Yes, that fight Slatz and Marston had certainly raised havoc with some of our apparatus, but we've got it all repaired.
Hey, there's the dimension warper there.
Yes, and they're ready to transfer you back to your ship anytime you say.
Ready, Slatz?
Just say the word.
Step over into the grid.
Over here?
That's right. You too, Dantro.
All right.
The machine can take care of the both of you at the same time.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you sure you can put us back aboard the Alpha? It's a mighty small target out there in the middle of space.
Don't worry, Slatz. We won't miss.
You do? I'm going to be awful mad.
Me too.
Ready?
Right.
Very well. Contact.
it looks as though our friends are on their way back to the Alpha and their friend Beryl. We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were being transported back aboard the Alpha via the three-dimension warper. We find them now as they check their whereabouts.
Slatz, hey, come out of it.
What? Oh, are we back?
Where did you think we were?
Well, for a minute, I wasn't sure. It all happened so fast. Matter of fact, I was kind of worried. In spite of what Ruhr said, I had my eyes closed. I thought we were still back in the lab.
No, we're aboard the Alpha, all right. There's your friend Beryl.
Oh, hiya, Beryl. How's tricks?
Greetings, Slatz. You too, Planet Man. Did everything go all right?
That's a long story, Beryl, but it all worked out. How's everything been back here?
Everything has been very quiet aboard the ship. I've been awaiting your return. There were several attempts made to contact you a little while ago from your home system, but I did not answer, for I knew they did not want me, and I could tell them nothing about either of you.
Well, don't worry about that, Beryl. It's all straightened out. We know the whole story. The man that was threatening our people has been taken care of.
Yeah, he sure has been, and I had the pleasure of personally knocking him for a loop.
If it made you happy, then I am sure it must have been all right.
Say, Dantro, what are we going to do with Beryl?
Do with me? I do not understand.
Well, you see, Beryl, we're heading back toward our home, and I guess Slatz wondered if you'd be coming along with us.
Where else would I go?
Well, that's a good question.
No. My masters told me to stay with you and use all my powers to help you in every way I could. Until that command is altered, I will stay with you.
Well, don't get me wrong, Beryl. I'm glad to have you. Anyway, what we're going to do should be right up your alley.
My alley? What do you mean?
Well, you're an exploring robot, aren't you?
That's the purpose for which I was built.
Well, that's just what we're going to do. You see, here's the story. We're going to take off in a minute. That's all checked.
How about the leads from the atomic pile?
All tight. No radiation leaks indicated anywhere.
Start leads?
100%.
Well, I guess that does it. Ship's in perfect shape.
Yeah. Guess we're about ready to take off, huh?
We'll never be readier.
What's our first stop?
Well, it's a group of stars about half a light year away on a direct line with our system. I thought we'd make our first jump to that constellation.
Yeah. You been there, Beryl?
No. I checked the star charts with Dantro while you were in the back compartment. Our expedition never touched on that constellation. I can tell you nothing about it.
Well, then it'll be new to all of it. Well, what are we waiting for?
The way you react to the astral drive, Slatz, I think we'd better wait till you get over on that exhilaration couch and at least sit down.
Right you are.
Here we go. Okay, Slatz, you can get up now.
Oh, what a sensation that is. I feel like everything was turned inside out. Funny it doesn't bother you.
Well, I never said it didn't, Slatz. It's just that I'm too busy handling the controls to pay much attention to it.
Oh, a hero, huh? Where are we?
Well, come on over. See for yourself.
What's to see?
Wait, I'll cut in the Asteroid grid detector and we'll see what's in this area of space.
My gosh, it sounds like we really broke something.
No, there are a great many objects in this sector, apparently. We'll have to narrow the scope of the detector and use a directional beam. Want to give me a hand with these? It's a little too complicated to do alone.
Yeah, just tell me what to do.
You operate the directional beam while I vary the length and width of the grid.
All right, ready?
Cut in the beam. Now, let's try a distance about 100 million miles. We'll keep it tight, and it should cover no more than a 3 million mile sweep.
What's the score?
No, in a moment, as soon as our calculator gets a chance to evaluate the results.
Never mind your calculator. I have a short, brief message, an SOS. I'm waiting now to see if it is repeated.
You mean you can get a message from that fleet we left so long ago? It must be light years away.
I am not sure where the message came from. I'm hoping it will be repeated so I can pinpoint its location. If it is, I can approximate its origin, but I am not certain of it.
Can we receive it with our equipment?
No, it would not help to adjust your receivers to the wavelength. If any message is sent, I will receive it.
What did they have to say?
The message merely indicated that the fleet had been attacked.
Attacked? By whom?
It would not indicate who the aggressors were. The ship that sent the message was apparently the only survivor.
You mean your whole fleet was destroyed?
Perhaps. It was not destroyed, but in any event, only one ship left able to communicate.
You say you think you know the approximate location. Would it be precise enough for us to go there?
I believe I have enough data to find the approximate position in space from which the message came.
Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Barrel's people are in apparent trouble. Can Slatz and Dantro help them? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Slatz, Dantro, and Barrel the robot, on the way back to Planaria Rex, received an SOS from Barrel's expedition and decided to go to their aid. The expedition had apparently been attacked by some unknown aggressor. Barrel had just given them the location of the sector of space from which the message came.
The message could only have originated in this cluster of stars. It's the only system within that sector of space.
Very well. We'll plot our course and then head for that area with the astral drive. Shouldn't take us long to get there.
With your permission, I believe I can plot the proper space curve and coordinate more quickly.
Certainly, Barrel. Take over.
Boy, look at him go. He's moved so fast you can hardly see it.
The machine has many advantages over flesh and blood class. Precision is certainly one of them.
I believe this is it.
Okay, I'll slip this punch card into the automatic navigator and we'll be all set.
Do you want to operate the controls, Barrel?
No, I would prefer to concentrate on detecting any other messages that my people may send out.
Okay, I'll take the controls.
Hey, I'll stand up this time. If you can take it, Dantro, well, I can.
Now who's the hero, Slatz?
I might have known you wouldn't forget that.
Stand by to cut astral drive.
Okay, cut it. Hey, you know, I didn't mind it as much as I have before.
Well, see, if you don't pay any attention, you don't notice it as much.
Take your word for it. Where are we?
Just a moment, and I'll check our location on the space grid detector.
All right. Want me to give you a hand?
If you will, you operate the directional beam. The grid indicates some bodies in that quadrant. Better take area 024.
Just a minute, I'll set the dial. Okay, that's it.
Got in the beam.
It's in.
Here goes the distance and width grid. Watch the screen.
Gosh, look at that screen. It's a weird sight, huh? What is it?
The Combination of two normal stars and a white dwarf.
White dwarf? What's that?
Well, it's a dying sun, Slatz, one that's lost most of its energy.
How far off are we?
Well, the closest is one of the normal stars. It's about 600 million miles away. We'll check that first, unless Barrel has more specific information.
No, I regret to say that my calculator places the sources of the emergency message definitely in the area around these three stars. I cannot be sure from which specific area it originated.
All right, hang on, Slatz. We'll use the astral drive to come in closer to that sun.
Oh, boy, am I floating.
Stand by to cut.
Already? I'm just catching my breath. Gosh, that looks awfully close.
No, we're about 100 million miles off. Let's check the detector and see if this star has any planets.
Yeah, I'll check the screen. Yeah, it shows 3.
We'll run a quick remote analysis first.
All right.
I do not believe your analyzer will indicate any life on any of those 3.
Hey, you're right. It's cold. Nothing.
We'll choose the other normal star. It's the most logical place to find any life. Okay, hit it. Cut it.
Cutting out. Here goes the detector. Hey, no planets are on this one. Where do we go now? What did you call it? The white dwarf?
That's the only one left. Here goes. Cutting out.
I'll check the detector again. Look, 3 planets. You want to check them with the analyzer?
We'll check them all together.
Here comes the tab. Hey, wait a minute. The machine must be out of whack.
Why?
Look for yourself. It indicates no sign of life on any of these planets.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the analyzer and interpreter, Slatz. You know, we checked them thoroughly before we took off.
And it doesn't make any sense. Unless Barrel's mistaken.
No, I have been checking my analysis while you were investigating those planets. That message originated from this sector of space, definitely.
Well, where does that leave us? There certainly isn't any sign of advanced civilization on any of these planets, or the analyzer would pick it up. Isn't that right, Dantro?
I'm afraid it would.
I do not understand it, but I would like to try one more thing.
Why, you got an idea?
As you know, I have a built-in detector and analysis system. It may be that it will pick emanations which your machine might miss if they were faint or deliberately shielded. At any rate, I would like to go outside the ship and see if I can detect any signs of radioactivity from any of these planets.
Suit yourself, Barrel. Maybe you're right.
Very well. I shall not be long.
Barrel is sure he detects some activity in this region. What will his outer ship detector indicate? We'll be back in a moment. So level off. When we left Dantro and Slatz, they were aboard the Alpha investigating a group of planets from which Barrel the robot insists there is some indication of activity. We find our friends now as they talk with Barrel, who is outside the ship checking the radioactivity in the area.
Any luck, Barrel?
I believe so.
You get a reading?
My instruments indicate a faint but definite sign of radioactivity emanating from that planet closest to the dying sun.
Do you think it could be some naturally radioactive substance?
No. I am certain it is a form of radioactivity which does not occur in nature. It has been altered as only could be done by some advanced science. I feel certain that it is from some power which has been deliberately screened. Without the advantage of my special construction, it would be almost impossible to detect.
You better come in, Barrel. We'll decide what to do.
Well, I think we should get going.
Not so fast, Slatz.
What do you mean not so fast? That's what we came here for, wasn't it? Barrel's friends are in some sort of trouble. We came to find out what it is.
We'll find out, Slatz, but there's no point in risking everything.
That is very sensible, Planet Man. I was going to suggest that myself.
I wish you two'd let me in on it. What are you talking about?
I believe that Dantro was going to suggest that not all of us descend to the surface of that planet to investigate.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. I think someone ought to stay here with the ship.
I think you should both stay here with the ship while I go in and investigate the planet.
I think I should go along with you, Barrel. I respect your mechanical abilities, but there are some things which you're not equipped to handle.
Go on, don't anybody ask me. You two guys just settle everything you please yourselves.
It's not a question of pleasing anyone, Slatz, but what sense is there risking the Alpha unnecessarily? Barrel and I can take a space launch and land on the planet.
What am I supposed to do meanwhile? Sit here and twiddle my thumbs?
We can navigate the Alpha to within 20 million miles of that first planet.
Look, you can talk all you like, make all the plans you like, but I am not going to stay behind while you two take all the risks.
Now be sensible, Slatz. We can't leave the ship alone. We don't know what's down on that planet. It certainly doesn't make sense to put all of our irons in the fire at once.
Okay, I know when I'm outvoted, but there's one condition.
Well, what's that?
You keep in touch with me every minute. The first sign of trouble, I'm coming in after you.
That's just what you're not going to do, Slatz. We'll keep contact with you, but if for some reason the contact's broken, you head back for Rura's planet as fast as you can.
Well, you mean not only do you want me to sit here when it's safe, but turn my back when there's trouble? What kind of guy you think I am?
Don't forget, Slatz, that Barrel's whole exploring party disappeared somewhere around here. There were 10 ships, almost as well armed and equipped as the Alpha. Whatever eliminated them must still be here. I want you to go back and get help. If you bring the Alpha in, we may never get off alive.
All right. Just be careful, that's all. Now, we better get some kind of an emergency signal just in case. If they can screen signs of radioactivity, they may be able to screen any signal you might beam at me.
That's good thinking, Slatz. I believe we have a supply of emergency space flares on board the launch. If there's any sign of danger, I'll send one up and you head back to Rura.
I'm not promising.
Slatz, that's an order.
All right, don't throw your weight around.
Now help me into my space armor.
Right.
Let's go, Barrel.
Hey, I'm going to follow you two from in here with a tight beam, Dantro. Keep your communicator open so we can keep in constant contact.
I'll do that, Slatz. Stand by the communicator.
I'll stand by, but I don't like this one little bit.
Here we go. Space launch away. Well, Barrow, we're coming in. Certainly doesn't look very encouraging.
No, the planet seems totally devoid of life. I can't make out any details. The light is very faint, but there seems to be no large cities of any sort.
Well, we'll be down in a few minutes, and then we should know better. I'll give Slatz the buzz. Hello, Dantro calling Slatz aboard the Alpha. Dantro calling Slatz aboard the Alpha.
Hello, Slatz calling Dantro. Do you hear me, Dantro? Come in. Now, why doesn't he answer? He promised he'd keep the communicator open. He knows how I hate to sit here. Hello, Slatz calling Planet Man.
Dantro and Slatz obviously want to contact each other, but something seems to be interfering. What force can this be? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Dantro, Slatz, and the robot Barrel were heading back toward Planaria Rex when Barrel picked up an SOS from his exploring party. The Alpha went to aid them, and Slatz was left aboard the ship while Planet Man and Barrel set out to land on an apparently barren planet. Suddenly, Slatz loses contact.
Dantro, this is Slatz aboard the Alpha. Come in, Dantro. What are you up to? Come in, Dantro. Well, you promised to keep in constant contact. Hello, Planet Man. Come in. Hello, this is Slatz aboard the Alpha.
Hello, Slatz. This is Dantro aboard the space launch calling the Alpha. Come in, Slatz. He doesn't answer. Do you suppose anything has happened to him?
I rather think it's us that something has happened to.
What do you mean? Our set seems to be in working order.
That is not the trouble. Something has caused this planet to be surrounded by a wave trap. That is why we could detect no signs of activity or radiation. We have come within the area of the trap, I believe.
I better warn Slatz. He'll think we're in trouble. I promised to keep in touch with him.
I don't know what can be done.
Perhaps we'd better get back to the Alpha.
I cannot, of course, tell you what to do. It might be best if you returned in the launch. As you know, I am equipped with propulsion devices which will enable me to continue alone if you will permit me to. I must find out what has happened to my people.
No, Barrel. I promised to help, and I will. Only I could get through to Slatz. Hello, Slatz. Slatz. Can't you hear me? Hello, Slatz.
Dantro, hello, Dantro. Come in, Dantro. Oh, that's just great. What do I do now? Wait for him to send up that rocket and then scoot back to Aurora like a scared rabbit? Besides, how do I know he'll get the chance to send up that rocket? He may be captured or killed. I'll try to pick the launch up on the detector again. Hey, is that the launch? Nah, it's just a meteor or some spatial disturbance. They couldn't have landed yet. But there's no sign of that launch. Well, something's sure gone haywire, and the worst part of it is I just have to sit here.
Have you decided what you will do?
We'll head back to the Alpha. Tell Slatz why he's been unable to contact us, and then I promise to come back with you, Barrel.
Very well, Planet Man, as you say, but it may not be as easy as you think. The launch is about to lose power.
The controls won't work. The launch won't come about either. We're being drawn down. I'll try the power unit in the nose of the launch. At least we can check the drop. The power comes on, but the launch continues to drop toward the planet. What's causing it, Barrel? Can you tell?
Well, it is as I feared. We are caught in a magnetic field that surrounds this planet. It is too strong for any ship to resist. Whether we want to or not, Planet Man, we are going to land on that planet.
I'll try to turn the launch again. It looks like we're going to crash.
I think we had better prepare for a crash landing. I will be all right. I am built to take such an impact. But you had better cushion the shot, or your spacesuit may suffer irreparable harm. Here, let me help you pile these recoil couches against the forward bulkhead. That may act as a sufficient cushion.
Well, it had better. I don't understand what's behind this. If it is space piracy, they wouldn't wreck the ship until they had the cargo. Besides, why would they bother with the launch and leave the Alpha sitting out there?
Perhaps their trap cannot reach that far.
But if they let us come in, they might still get the Alpha.
We are going in quite close now. The light is dim, but the surface of the planet is almost visible.
Altimeter reading is only 50 miles. In our rate of fall, we should hit the surface in a few minutes.
You had better get ready.
Very well, I will. But if I don't survive the crash, be sure to send up that flare and warn Slatz away.
Don't worry, I shall.
30 miles, 20 miles, 10 miles, 5 miles, 4 miles, 2 miles, 1 mile.
Dantro and Barrel have crash-landed on an unknown planet. What caused this unaccountable turn of events? We'll be back in a moment, so level off. When we left Dantro and Barrel, they were crash-landing their space launch on an unknown planet. It was from this area that Barrel had some radiant contact, which led them on this expedition. We find them now as Barrel is reviving Dantro, who was knocked unconscious in the crash.
Planet Man, can you hear me?
Is my spacesuit all right?
I checked it while you were unconscious. It shows no damage. How are you? Are you injured?
Well, I'm not sure. Help me to my feet. Check. There are times when I envy you, your indestructible construction, Barrel. I ache all over, but there doesn't seem to be anything broken.
That is fortunate. If you were injured, I could do little to help. My skills do not include medicine.
Where are we, Beryl? Where's the space launch?
Back that way.
How'd we get here?
I carried you here while you were unconscious. I thought it best to leave the vicinity of the launch immediately. Whoever made us crash will sooner or later come to see what their trap has caught, and I did not want to be there when they arrived.
That was good thinking, Beryl. You were right. But wait, what about Slatz? Flares are aboard the launch. We have to warn him off. Come, Beryl, we have to get back to the launch at once.
Not so fast, Planet Man. I have several flares all set here. I brought them along.
Good. Let's get one up quickly.
As you direct, but we had better be prepared to move on again. No point in telling whoever it is where we are. As it is, the flare will warn them that we survived the crash.
I realize that, Beryl, but we have to take the chance. Send it off.
Here it goes.
I hope you're looking, Slatz. Say, I just realized. I can hear exterior sounds, the swish of that rocket flare, and the whine of atmosphere as the space launch came in. Is the atmosphere breathable? I mean, for me?
I would not suggest it. The constituents are right. Hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide. But the air is terribly thin. I doubt that you would live without your suit for more than a few minutes. Besides, the temperature is well below your zero.
I'll keep my suit and helmet on then. Come on, we'd better get away from here.
I'm going to wait 1 minute more, and then I'm taking the Alpha in. Orders or no, I just can't let them disappear and do nothing. Wait a minute. What's that? The flare. They're in trouble, all right. Now what? Turn and run for help from Rura? Isn't that dandy? Run to a bunch of women to come and fight my battle for me. No, I won't do it. Yeah, who am I kidding? I promised, and I'll do it. But I hate this running. Well, I might as well get it over with. I'll cut it on the drive as soon as I can get the course into the automatic. Wait a minute. Look at that detector grid. Ships. Lots of ships all around me. Where'd they come from? Well, maybe they're Barrel's friends. No, they're strange ships. I better get a protective screen around the Alpha Pass. Hey, now let's see what they want. Hey, cut that out. Why, that jerk. He tried to ray me. If I hadn't slapped that force screen around the ship, he'd have burned me right out of space. Hey, cut it out. Now they're all in the act. Yeah, it's a good thing the Marty installed one of their protective screens in the Alpha before we left. Oh, one never would have held a fire of 6 ships. Better step up the screen. They're trying something else new. Sonic disruptors. I hope that screen holds. Atomic missiles. They aren't leaving anything out. Who the heck are they? What do they want to blast the Alpha for? I don't get it. I've got enough. Okay, you guys, we'll see how you can take it for a change. I'll nail that one with a disruptor. Yeah, I got him. Now who's smart? That makes the odds a little better, huh? Look at them pour it on. Oh, brother, how I love that protective screen. Sure, you can't take much of that. Better knock off a few more if I can. I'll try one of our space missiles on them. Here it comes, brother. Bam! Look at that baby explode. Well, that leaves 4. Now, I'll see if I can make it 3. Ha, ha! Ah, they got enough. Look at them go. Go on! Run, you yellow coward! You were pretty brave when you thought you had a sitting duck, weren't you? Come on back here and fight. I dare you to come back.
What reason would anyone have for doing a thing like this to us, Beryl? It couldn't be piracy.
We will probably find out quickly enough, Planet Man.
Have you detected any signs of activity yet?
Only the faintest. I wish we had some means of traveling faster. We could use my propulsion units.
Hey, that gives me an idea. Why didn't you carry me?
If you would allow it, I didn't want to offend you by suggesting it, but we could move much more quickly.
Offend me? Don't worry about that. I want to find out what this is all about. Ready?
Here we go.
This is certainly better than walking. Hey, Beryl. Beryl, look down there.
Ships. Thousands of them.
That's right. A graveyard of spaceships. Let's go down.
A graveyard of spaceships. What will Dantro and Beryl find there? What does this mean? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. Dantro and Beryl, with their space launch wrecked on the strange planet, have just discovered a graveyard of spaceships. Slatz, waiting aboard the Alpha out in space, having successfully warded off the attack of a fleet of strange ships, debates his next move with himself.
Now what? Do I sit here and wait, go in for land and look for Dantro, or obey orders and run for help? Run is right. I promise, yeah. What kind of a guy'd I be to leave Beryl and Dantro in the lurch? Well, I guess I haven't got much choice. Told Dantro I'd keep the bargain. Well, better get the astronavigator set for the Mardi's planet. The quicker I get there, the sooner I'll get there, and the sooner I'll get back with help. I'll just slip the card into the autopilot and cut in the astral drive. Yeah. Well, at least the drive works. Ought to be at the Mardi soon. Can't be very far from their sector of space. Let's see here. Where am I? Let's take a reading here. Hey, wait a minute. Now, what's going on here? The drive is full on, but the space grid locator shows I'm right where I was. I'll cut the drive and see for myself. There must be some mistake. Oh, no. Mistake is right. Exactly where I was when I cut the drive in. Now, what's wrong? Hey, my little friends are back, and they brought reinforcements. Staying well out of range, though. Yeah, they better. Well, if they leave me alone, I'll leave them alone. Go on, watch, you yellow bellies. Let's try the normal drive. And nothing happened. I'm trapped. Same way we were by the Mardi, only then nothing worked. Now everything works, but nothing happens. Here, if I head toward the planet, yeah, I'll try it. Yeah, that works all right. Better cut it before I get in much closer. I'll try heading back out again. Maybe the trouble's only temporary. Trapped. That's what I am, trapped. Only way I can go in is toward that planet. Must be what happened to Dantro and Beryl on the space launch. Well, I'm not close enough to be pulled in, and I better stay where I am. Yeah, that's just great. Now I can't obey orders even if I want to. Look at those other ships just sitting there waiting for me to give up. Give up? You wait a long time, you rotten vultures. I'll sit here for 100 years before I give you the satisfaction of quitting. Oh, if only they'd come a little closer.
Well, here we are. This is the strangest sight I've ever seen. Well, there must be thousands of ships scattered around this dead, barren hulks.
They are hulks, all right, Planet Man. Look, some of them have already corroded. Do you know how long it takes metal that can withstand the enormous cold and heat of space to rust?
What do you mean that some of these ships have been here that long?
What else could explain it? For untold centuries, this planet has been trapping any ship unwary enough to come within the pull of its field.
But why? All of these ships seem damaged. None have been repaired.
Who can tell? But all of these ships have been deliberately drawn to their deaths.
Come on, let's look around. Perhaps we'll find some clue to what this is all about. Hey, look over there. Isn't that one from your party, one of the Tazor fleet?
You are right. Hurry, let us investigate.
Just like all the rest. Wrecked, stripped of all equipment, deserted. What do you suppose happened to the crew?
I cannot begin to imagine, but you will notice that the spacesuits are gone.
Well, that proves nothing. These ships are stripped of everything, including spacesuits. Are you thinking they might have escaped and be about somewhere?
Something like that, but I guess it is a vain hope. They would have revealed themselves by now.
True, but then they may be somewhere else. All of these ships could not have crashed in the one place. They must have been brought here by whomever is behind this foul business.
That is what I find so difficult to understand. There must be some center of civilization on the planet. A science advanced enough to carry out this wrecking over the centuries would have machines, engines, something which would give off emanations my sensors would detect. But I can feel only the faintest signs, not enough to even begin to guess at its origin.
Well, let's get on with our exploration. I don't know what good it will do, but there's not much else we can spend our time at. Slatz should be back with Rura's fleet. They may even pluck us off the planet with the dimension warper.
If the inhabitants do not find us first.
We'll just have to be careful if they don't. At least we were smart enough to leave Slatz out in space with the Alpha, where he could go for help.
I wonder.
About what? About Slatz? Oh, he'd follow orders. He wouldn't like it, but he must have seen that flare. He'd do as he promised.
If he could.
Now, stop playing games, Barrow. What are you getting at?
I was just wondering if he might not be trapped out there as surely as we are here. You see, I detect the presence of some life force in this immediate area.
Where? From which direction?
All around us. Whoever they are, we're surrounded by many.
We'll pretend we're unaware of them. I want to see if they stop us.
What can this radiation be that is affecting Barrow? Can Dantro plan some defense against it? We'll be back in a moment. So level off. When we left Dantro and Barrow, they were investigating a strange area filled with wrecked spaceships. While doing this, Barrow's radiation equipment picked up some activity waves, telling them they were being watched. We find Dantro and his robot friend as they are looking around and trying not to let on they suspect this new contact.
They move with us as we move, but come no closer.
They're watching us, waiting for us to make some move. Look, someone in a spacesuit. Wait, don't move. He's got us covered with some kind of a weapon.
He cannot harm me. My cell is impervious to any known weapon. Besides, in this magnetic field, I doubt if any ray or disruptor would work.
This is neither a ray nor a disruptor. It hurls a pellet of metal with an explosive charge, and it will work. Perhaps not on you, Robert, but it'll penetrate the space armor of your friend, I assure you.
Well, he's got a pistol. Didn't think they were still in use anywhere but on Earth.
Never mind the discussion on weapons. Who are you? What are you doing here in the cemetery?
That's a good name for it, the cemetery. I was about to ask you the same question.
I have the gun, and I'll ask the questions. And don't try any tricks. You're surrounded. And if you were lucky enough to dispose of me before I could pierce your suit, my friends would quickly even the score.
My name is Dantro, the Planet Man. I and my friend Barrel here had our ship drawn to the surface of this planet by some unknown force. It was wrecked, and here we are. You know that very well, for it was you and your people who wrecked us.
Where are you from? What's your home planet, your sector of the universe?
I will tell you no more unless you tell me who you are and why we've been treated like this. We meant no harm. We came in search of a party of explorers of the Tazors, whose fleet was last heard from in this sector of the universe.
The Tazors? Are you telling the truth?
Planet Man does not lie. Look at me. I am a robot of the Tazors. It was I who detected their emergency message and led my friends into this trap. If you have any quarrel, pick it with me.
Just a moment. Stay where you are. I'll be right back. And don't try to escape. You're surrounded.
We'll stay put. There doesn't seem to be any place to go.
There is something strange here.
Well, how do you mean? This whole place is strange.
I mean in the life force emanating from around us. It all varies as though it came from different types of life.
I wonder. That might explain.
Indeed, it does explain. My apologies. But we could take no chances.
Look, they're coming in closer to us. Why, they must be 50 different types of sentient life represented.
Look, there is a member of my race, a traitor.
Yes, your race, Robert. If a robot can't have a race. And just about every other race of thinking, advanced culture in the galaxy. Like the ships around you, we come from every corner of space to be wrecked on this planet of dead ships.
Then these are all survivors?
All of us. And I am Sakro, their chosen leader. Sakro of Plas, 10 light years away.
And who's behind this wrecking if not you?
Follow me to our headquarters and I'll explain. It's not far from here.
Well, then, some of you have been here for almost a century.
Some of us longer than that, Planet Man.
And in all that time, have you ever seen those behind this?
Many times, from a distance. They are the remnants of a dying race, like Rocco there, an insect culture. As their sun has died, they have burrowed deeper and deeper in the crust of their planet until now their city lies many miles beneath the surface.
Have you ever tried to escape?
We've worked and dreamed of nothing else, but there's no chance.
Well, where are the others? You're just a handful, and there must be thousands in the crews of these ships.
Down below, slaves of the insect people.
Slaves?
Slaves, willing slaves. Perhaps they're smart, for they don't have to hide as we do here in the cemetery. They work for the insect people and live out their lives in comparative comfort. We here are almost ready to surrender.
How can you talk of surrender?
Wait until you've been here a while. You'll change. Wait and see.
Who are these insect people of whom the group in the spaceship cemetery speak? What course is left open to Dantro? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear.
Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. Planet The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro, the Planet Man, fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. As you will recall, Dantro and Barrel were in the graveyard of spaceships with a band of survivors. Slatz, out in space aboard the Alpha, has discovered that the ship will only move one way, toward the planet upon which Dantro and Barrel are trapped. Surrounded by hostile ships, he decides on a desperate measure.
That's right, you skunk. Sit out there where you're safe. You're waiting for me to quit to give up, huh? Well, you'll wait till your ship rot with rust. I wish Dantro was here. Promised him I'd go back to Aurora for help if he sent up that flare. Now I can't go if I want to. Now there must be some way out. He could think of it. Now why can't I? Only directions the ship will go is toward that rotten trap of a planet. If I head in that direction, I'll only get the Alpha into worse trouble than it already is. Wait a minute. That's it. It's a chance. If I'm wrong, it'll be just too bad. Well, I'm not doing anyone any good sitting out here. I'm going to try it.
You mean to say, Sacro, that in all the years you and these others have been here, there hasn't been a chance of escape?
Not a chance. When a ship is dragged down by the magnetic field, the insect people surround it almost at once.
I didn't see any signs of them when our ship crashed.
You were unconscious, Planet Man. As I told you, I did not wait since I feared whoever had been responsible for our crash would soon appear. My sensory mechanism told me that they came almost a second after I carried you away from the launch.
You see? That's the way it's always been. The few you see here with me did as Beryl did. All the rest have been carried to the insect people's city below as slaves.
Did the insect people ever come to the surface otherwise?
Only when a ship has crashed or to send out a space patrol. They can no longer make any of the things they need to live. The machines that serve them were built when their race was still advanced. Now all they can do is to wreck ships and use the equipment and radioactives they find aboard.
And the fuel that surrounds their planet, what of that?
That, too, is one of the machines left from the days when their race still had scientists.
And if we could wreck that machine, they would not know how to repair it.
If we could wreck the machine. But you're talking of the impossible. The machine is miles beneath this surface, guarded, hidden, inaccessible.
Unless we could get down there.
There's only one way any of us ever get down into the caged cities of the insect people. As their slaves.
Over the years, they must have carried many thousands of wrecked spacemen below to their city.
I know what you two are thinking. Let them capture you and then start a revolt. You think we haven't thought of that? Even tried it? Don't underestimate the insect people, Planet Man. They're a dying race, yes, but they're not so easy to deceive.
Well, has none of your band ever managed to get below and return?
None. And as I said, we've tried it. Over the years, 20 of our group have gone below. None have ever returned, or even managed to send us a message.
What do you think, Beryl?
It is not a matter of thought. I will leave the thinking to you. As I told you, Planet Man, my expedition is in jeopardy. They are with the insect people. I can only follow and do my best to free them.
Listen to me. I know what I'm saying. If you let them take you down there, you'll never return. Here, at least, we're free. We can hope for some miracle. Once you go down there, you're as good as dead.
Well, it seems to me you're not much better off here. You only think you're free. But free to do what? Hide like hunted beasts cringing in the shadows of this graveyard of ships?
You will go with me, then?
I think so, Beryl. I wait for only one thing. I'm still not sure what has happened to Slatz. There's a chance he's not been trapped. He may be on his way for help right now.
You mean you have a ship out there?
Oh, yes. We left our ship 100 million miles off in space. We feared a trap of some sort.
Oh, forget him. He'll rot in space, or soon join us here. Your ship will lie here with the others and rust sooner or later.
What do you mean?
Half of us have tried the same thing, only to discover when we try to turn away from the planet that we were caught in its pull. 100 million miles won't matter. Your ship is just as surely trapped as you are.
The odds are slim, but I may make it. What have we got to lose? All right, you scavengers, follow me if you got the guts. Here I go. I'm going to have to shave it close. You're all she'll take. Better step up the drive. What's the reading? 15 million miles from target. When I hit 10, I'll step the speed up higher. 10 million. 8 million. 6 million. 3 million. 1 million. 500,000.
Wait another few hours, Beryl. If there's no sign of aid from the Mardi, I'll go out with you to the city below.
Wait. Can you hear it?
Hear? Hear what?
My sensory mechanism is more acute than your hearing. It sounds like a ship coming down, but at incredible speed.
Yes, I can hear it now. Is it really a ship? It might be Slatz and the Alpha coming with help from the Mardi.
It is only one ship, and it seems to be headed straight toward the surface of this planet.
I warned you about that. You might as well cross that ship of yours off. It's coming down to join these other hulks here in the spaceship cemetery.
Well, let's get to the surface and see.
Look out there. You can see it now. Is it the Alpha barrel?
It is the Alpha.
Falling, as I warned you.
No, not falling. He's heading down with every ounce of speed those engines will give.
Well, that's suicide. He must have lost his head.
It looks like it.
Slatz is heading for certain death. What can he be trying to accomplish? We'll be back in a moment. So level off. When we left Dantro, Barrel, and Sacro, the leader of the underground on the planet of the insect people, they were watching Slatz power driving the Alpha onto this strange planet in what appears to be certain destruction. We find Slatz as he mumbles to himself during this maneuver.
I hope I make it.
But if I don't, there won't be any pieces left to bury, not even of the Alpha. What's the reading? 100,000. Well, I'll know in a minute. Those other ships didn't even try to follow me. I guess they figure I quit. Well, one of us is going to be surprised, and I hope it's them.
Gotta get under cover. If that ship hits anywhere near here, it'll take 10 miles of this planet with it.
Look at him come. I wonder that might be it.
What is it, Beryl?
The angle, he's headed straight down. He's approaching the surface of the planet at a slight tangent. Do you see what he's up to?
Wait a minute. Of course, I knew Slatz wouldn't give up that easily, but can he make it?
It's going to be close.
He's coming closer. Closer. Watch it, Slatz. Watch it.
He can't hear you.
I know it, Beryl, but I have to do something. Watch it, Slatz. Watch it.
What are you two talking about? He's committing suicide, and you talk. Let's get the cover.
No time to explain now, Slatz. Slatz, now! He did it, Beryl! He did it! Good old Slatz!
You two mad? What's this all about?
You didn't hear any crash, did you?
No, but he might have hit too far away. This thin atmosphere, sound doesn't travel very far.
He did not crash. I would have heard it, and you can take my word for it. He did not crash.
All right. So he didn't crash. So what?
I'll explain to him, Beryl. You see, Sacro, you must have been right. He was trapped. There was only one way he could move, and that was the way the magnetic field pulled him toward this miserable planet.
I don't need you to tell me that. I can see it.
But what you don't see is why he did it.
What is there to see? I saw he almost committed suicide.
Almost, but not quite. It was the only chance he had to break the grip of this planet.
Right. He used the pull plus the Alpha's drive to build up terrific speed. He just shaved the surface of this planet, but when he passed it, he was going at an incredible rate. Maybe enough to break out of the magnetic field. What do you think, Beryl?
I wish I were sure. There is a chance, but we do not know just how far the field extends. He may merely end up caught on the other side. I cannot wait to find out when my people are in danger.
You're going down below now?
I must, but there is no need for you to risk your life when there is a chance that Slatz will return with help. I have no life to risk. I am a machine.
Machine or not, I can't let you go down there alone. Count me in. How about you, Sacro? Or any of you, are you going with us?
I admire your bravery, but you're fools. I told you there isn't a chance. We'll stay here where at least there's a hope.
Well, have it your way. Where's the entrance?
I'll guide you there. Zalto, you take charge until I return.
Yes, Sacro.
Follow me. There. You see Planet Man at the foot of that rise?
That rough depression?
That's it. It's a huge port. At regular intervals, the insect men come up to scout for new wrecks or to send one of their ships out to see if some ship is caught in their web.
How often do they come out?
Oh, don't you worry. You won't have to wait long. There should be a party leaving or going very soon now.
You'd better leave then before you're seen. How much longer will it be light?
An hour or so. Now listen. You know what's under that lock? A straight drop, miles down. Even if you had a jet copter, it wouldn't work here. Forget this crazy scheme. Come back with me before it's too late.
Thanks anyhow, Sacro. You better get going. If Slatz returns with help before we get back, tell him where we are.
I'll tell him you said goodbye. That's about what it amounts to.
Dantro and Barrel seem to be walking to certain doom. What has happened to Slatz? We'll be back in a moment, but first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear. Tune in again for more transcribed thrills and adventures. Rocket millions of light years into space with Dantro, the Planet Man. The Planet Man. The Planet Man. Planet Man. This is the fascinating story of Dantro, the Planet Man, troubleshooter for the League of Planets organization, the law enforcement body for peace and justice in the celestial world, whose headquarters and center of operations are situated on the capital of all the planets, Planaria Rex. From Mercury to Pluto, wherever danger threatens the universe, you will find Dantro the Planet Man fighting for fair play. In a moment, the Planet Man. You recall that Dantro the Planet Man and Barrel the Robot, trapped in a graveyard of spaceships, had decided to go underground to the city of the insect people. Slatz, caught aboard the Alpha in the magnetic field of the planet, made an almost suicidal attempt to break the grip. Dantro and Barrel are talking.
I sense the approach of a group of some sort.
Where? From under the portal, Barrel?
I believe so. Wait. Yes, definitely from the direction of the portal.
You think it's dark enough for us to go by without being seen?
Let us hope so. Quiet now. They're very close.
The whole thing's starting to turn.
Yes, it must be treated like a screw to keep it airtight. Come, let us get as close as the ground will permit. It may not stay open very long. If I may suggest it, I'll go first so that I can be ready to carry you down.
It's all right. I'm not proud. Lead the way.
There, the portal is opening. Hear the air hiss out. They can't keep it open very long at that rate. They lose too much atmosphere.
Come on, we better make a run for it.
We'll just have to chance being seen.
There's a ship. It's coming in now. Looks like one of your fleet.
It is. See, it's the Bistros. I was attached to that very ship.
Here's the edge. Look at that. It must go down 10 miles.
Hurry now. On my back.
Right.
Are you secure?
Secure. Lower away.
Apparently we were not seen.
Oh, the ship is continuing up. We're right about this portal. It's good we moved quickly. It's closing already. Now that we're under, I'll take off this mask of my spacesuit. Your perception is sharper than mine, Barrel. Can you tell how far it is to the bottom?
About 16 miles.
16 miles? It's incredible.
That is to the bottom, but my sonic detectors indicate several levels above that.
Well, of course, there would be several. Remember, Sacro said that this race has been forced to dig deeper and deeper into their planet as the sun died and the internal heat of the planetary crust cooled.
At our rate of fall, we should reach the bottom in about 5 minutes. I could drop faster, but we had better proceed slowly until we can see what lies below us.
Wait, stop a second.
Is something wrong?
No, but something just occurred to me. I'd like your reaction to it.
Certainly. What do you suggest?
If these insect men have been digging themselves deeper into this planet, the levels above the bottom must be deserted. But they must be connected to the lowest level at many places.
Your reasoning is sound, Planet Man.
Well, let's not descend then to the lowest level where we know the insect men are probably on guard. We'll stop at the first level we come to and work our way down.
An excellent idea, and the first level is close by. I'll continue our descent.
You're right. There it is. Better angle over that way.
I'm doing it now.
Bit more. All right, hold it. I'll climb down off your back. Cut your jets.
There's very little light. Can you see?
Not very well.
I'll go first then. My sonic detectors enable me to move in darkness.
I think it's safe enough away from the shaft to use my spacesuit floods. I doubt that any of the insect men ever come up to this level. Look at this dust. No one's been here for hundreds of years.
I believe your estimate is correct. By the way, Planet Man, suppose Slatz did break out of the magnetic field of this planet and returns for help. Do you think he and the Mardi will follow us down here?
Well, that's up to them. Sacro will tell them where we are. If I know Slatz, there'll be no holding him up there.
I hope for your sake and those of the slaves down below that Slatz made it. Our chance of success alone are few, if any.
Well, it's too late to worry about that now. Let's see if we can find some way down to the level.
Hello, Slatz aboard the Alpha calling Rora of the Mardi. Come in, Rora. Now, where is that gal? Just like a woman, when you want to talk to her, you can't find her. Come in, Rora. This is Slatz.
Slatz? Slatz, this is Rora. I thought you'd be halfway to Earth by now, but the cosmic locator showed you're heading back up here. What's up?
Can you get a fleet of ships headed toward me at once?
Ships? I'll use the dimension warper.
Look, don't argue. Get those ships. Planet Man's in trouble.
Slatz has made contact with the Mardi. Will they help him try to rescue Dantro? We'll be back in a moment. So level off. When we left Dantro and Barrow, they were making their way underground to the fearful headquarters of the insect people. Slatz and Rura of the Mardi are attempting to help rescue Dantro and Barrow from the dying insect planet.
Is the fleet on the way?
They should join us any minute. I gave the necessary orders and then had myself sent aboard the Alpha with the dimension warper. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Okay, and I'm sorry if I sounded kind of rough before, but I'm worried about Dantro. See, the last I saw him, he and Barrow were headed down toward an apparently dead planet, but it's far from dead. You see, we were on our way.
There must be a connection to the level below this one somewhere near here.
I'm sure we will find it, but be careful. The walls and ceilings of this chamber are not too solid. Through the centuries, the supports must have rusted away.
Well, I guess they'll hold a little while longer. They've held up this long. Hey, what's that over there?
It looks like a passageway that's been sealed up.
I'll bet that's what we're looking for. It's probably been sealed to keep the heat and air from escaping from below.
What are you going to do?
I'll try to cut an opening through it with my heat projector. Stand back.
It seems to resist heat.
I'll send the projector up to full range. No luck.
Perhaps my boring arm will tunnel through it.
That would take too long. I'll use a few explosive pellets from this hand detonator.
What about these walls? They're not too solid.
Oh, I'll have to chance it. Get back a little further, Barrow. He's really set up quite a blast.
Planet Man, get back. The roof is caving in.
Come on, Barrow. We'll have to try to get through before the whole cavern caves in. We'll never get through then.
Hurry, Planet Man. This whole chamber is coming down.
There it is, you see, Roar, the first planet from that white dwarf. Wait, I'll cut the drive.
Why don't we go in a little closer?
Well, I told you about that magnetic field. No sense getting in too close until your fleet catches up with us.
Oh, you needn't fear getting trapped again. Our fleet is neutral to any such field.
No, it's not just that. I think we ought to have some sort of plan before we get any closer. There's some hostile ships, too, remember?
Oh, I don't forget so quickly, Slatz, but you're right about the plan. What would you suggest?
Your ships have invisibility shields?
Correct. The shields not only make them invisible to the eye, but also prevent their being picked up on any detection apparatus.
Well, I think the first thing to do is to get rid of those characters that tried to blast me out of space. They don't know I broke out of the field, you see. They probably figure I crashed on the planet. When they see the Alpha again, they won't waste any time trying to get rid of me.
Well, what will that gain us?
Well, here's the pitch. When the fleet gets here, you transfer aboard the flagship. Have them all cut in their invisibility shields and follow me in.
I see your plan now. Those other ships will think you're still alone and close in. When they get close enough, our ships will simply destroy them.
That's the ticket, Rura gal. Boy, are those babies going to get a surprise. But listen, save one for me, huh? I haven't forgotten the way they tried to gang up on me.
As you wish. But don't be unnecessarily reckless. Remember, our main problem is to save Planet Man.
Don't worry about me. Hey, there goes the detector. Flash on the recognition signal. Might be my friends coming out to play.
We'll soon know. If it's the Mardi, they'll reply at once. It's the fleet from home, all right.
All right, have them form in a perimeter around the Alpha.
Hello, this is Rura aboard the Alpha calling the Mardi flagship Tonat. Hello, Tonat. Form a protective perimeter around the Alpha and send your space launch for me. I'm coming aboard. I'll give the rest of your orders in person. Now, Slatz, as soon as we've eliminated those other ships, I'll come back aboard the Alpha. Then we'll go down to the surface of that planet.
And the sooner the better, Rura, my gal. The sooner the better.
Planet Man, where are you? My detectors show that you are nearby, but I cannot see your light.
Back here, Barrel. I'm caught under some rocks.
Don't move. You may just cause another cave-in. I think I'll be able to lift them off with my propulsion unit, but we'll have to move very slowly. This cavern is not in much better shape than the one we left.
Whatever you say, but hurry. I'm afraid the insect men must have instruments that will register that cave-in. They're probably on their way here now.
Dantro and Barrel have probably revealed their presence to the insect people. Can Slatz get to Dantro before the insect people? We'll be back in a moment. But first, here is a message the Planet Man wants you to hear.